BetMGM Network Sunday pregame starts now with Joe Ostrowski.
I've been waiting for a month okay, one of these weeks we've seen enough. The offense is going to explode one of these weeks. It's going to happen when we least expect it. Now I'm just like, okay, I'll believe it when I see it.
Jason LaConfora.
I love field goals here. Their offense is broken, and you can correlate it field goal attempts. Like, all they do is kick field goals.
And Kate Constable.
I just think so highly of Kevin O'Connell and what he's able to do with quarterbacks. But Kevin O'Connell has kind of shown us that he can take any quarterback and help them find success.
3 hours, every game, every edge. Your Sunday betting HQ is live. This is BetMGM Game Day.
Good morning. It's week 7 of the NFL season. Time to wake up and get ready for some football today. Crazy to think that we are just a couple weeks away from the halfway point of this season. We've got some fun matchups to look forward to today. Mike Vrabel returns to his old stomping grounds in Tennessee. The Eagles are going to look to right the ship against Carson Wentz and the Vikings. And the Falcons, they take on the banged up 49ers. We're going to break down each and every game on the week 7 slate, including our Monday night doubleheader, sides, totals, props coming your way. We've got you covered for the next 3 hours here on BetMGM Game Day. Jason LaConfora, Joe Ostrowski, I'm Kate Constable. You can listen live on the BetMGM Network. If you want to watch, go over to YouTube or Twitch and search the BetMGM Network. And if you missed anything throughout the show and want to go back and listen, you can do so on the free Odyssey app. Gentlemen, week 7, we had a exciting, do you want to call it exciting, Thursday night football game between the two geriatric quarterbacks in the league. Bengals come out on top. Joe Flacco against Aaron Rodgers. Jason, were you locked in?
I was locked in. I needed Pittsburgh money line. I was locked in. Yeah, I mean, look, my biggest takeaway is if that's what the Pittsburgh defensive line is going to be, pretty much every other week, or they've been really bad about half the games. If they're capable of being that awful, then Pittsburgh's capable of losing to anybody at any time. To not be able to get to Flacco at all, to allow basically 100 rushing yards in the first half alone. That's a quarterback who we love him. It's a great story. He's dying to turn the ball over. They didn't even, one sack in the second to last drive of the game. Like, it was hard had to be hard for Mike Tomlin to stomach. And that's got to be a strength for them. And it hasn't been with enough consistency. And that's really, more than anything else, what's left this division door wide open, where they could have it slammed shut. And look, Cincinnati's not dead. That's what I thought it would look like under Browning. Like, they're still going to lose their fair share of games. They've got obvious issues defensively, major issues defensively. But they could mess around and beat you 34-33 kind of thing. You've got to respect that. And obviously they couldn't move the ball at all with Browning through the air or on the ground. And look, Flacco for 2 weeks, Flacco for 6 weeks, you're probably okay. Flacco till Christmas, I don't know. He's going to run out of gas. He's going to take some hits. Consistency over that period of time at this stage of his career is maybe not his bag. But if he allows them to tread water until Burrow comes back, and Burrow comes back in the middle of December, then I think the Bengals are going to be alive.
Thursday was really exciting. It is when you find some winners. Like, I think most people, if you're in player props playing on Thursday, you hit with all the points that were scored in that game. Most of you guys ended up hitting. We got another Thursday. Now that's 3 straight big upsets on a Thursday. I think there's something to that. I would steer clear, if you're lucky enough to still be alive in Survivor, of playing some of those favorites. But yeah, like I liked Flacco attempts that cruised over. I like Jamar Chase because I liked what I saw in the second half of the previous game. That was easy. Now it's probably going to be tougher moving forward to play those player props. Sammy P was on Chase Brown. That cleared very early in the game. Like, everything got home if you were involved and you were playing overs in that game. But yeah, you see the difference between Flacco and Browning. Boy, is it stark. And yeah, okay, it looked like it was going to be Pittsburgh's division. Don't know now. They're barely favored over 1-5 Baltimore. If Lamar's going to come back, people are going to take a look at the Ravens, who have a very soft schedule moving forward, and they're kind of skipping over Cincinnati. And to Jason's point, maybe they shouldn't be. It's not a surprise. They don't have a line. They still don't have a defense. They're going to have to win games in this manner, but it's going to be exciting, a lot more exciting version of Cincinnati as long as Flacco's out there.
Yeah, Steelers right now, AFC North, they are plus 125 to win. Ravens are plus 130, and then Bengals 5-1. Browns are essentially out of it completely at 27-1. But to your point, Joe, of Thursday night games or even just standalone games, night games in general, underdogs are now 12-9-1 straight up, 15-7 against the spread in night games this season. That's the first time through 6 games. Underdogs are over 500 since 2002. So the dogs are hitting, whether it's Thursday night, Monday night, Sunday night, in those night games, those technically the standalone spots. I know we have some double headers on Monday night, but the dogs are coming home there. Some news this week out of the NFL. Titans fire their head coach, Brian Callahan. I think we all kind of saw that coming eventually. 1-5 start. Are you surprised at all, Jason, that Mike McDaniel wasn't the first one fired based on how things have been kind of trending for the Miami Dolphins?
A little bit. Both these guys came into the year on borrowed time, and you could say, well, it's only year 2 for Callahan. But with that ownership group, as feckless as they are, I mean, him being hired in the first place is really an indictment on them, their quasi so-called process. How far removed absentee ownership is from even being able to identify what the real core problems are, let alone have any clue how to then find the solutions. So, Godspeed if you're a Titans fan. But I mean, that cat was 4-19 against the spread. That's historically bad. That's almost impossible to do. I mean, think about how much those lines started to move, and they still couldn't even stay within the range that, Vegas pegged for them. Like Vegas isn't in the business of missing the mark that wide over, that many times over that large of a sample size. So they're utterly non-competitive is what that's telling you. And somebody's got to pay for it. I think McDaniel is right behind him. I would set the over-under at around 11:56 a.m. Eastern time tomorrow. Is Mike McDaniel still the head coach of the Miami Dolphins? I think it'll happen tonight.
You got the Browns?
I mean, they're certainly viable.
Yeah.
The weather's going to be an issue there. Now, neither quarterback is necessarily big or strapping, but I think it's going to be a weather game. I think Cleveland's going to have a better mindset for it, and I think it will be a quintessential Mike McDaniel loss where they have more talent, but it's on the road. Shiver me timbers. And it's a little bit chilly. Forget about it. Are they even going to get off the bus? And they lose to some 5'3" quarterback. And they do it relatively meekly. And then I think the owner's going to have to throw somebody out to try to get people to stick around and at least attend some of his games down the stretch. I think he'll make that business decision. And I'll understand it. I'll just go back to, that's something you could have done in the offseason. If you really took the temperature of your team, you saw how a miss Tua was. You somehow kept Tyreek in your building, although he's obviously not the issue now. But they just have no clue how to build a roster and how to build a locker room. And the coach had lost that team a long time ago.
Like most people, I laughed when they fired the Titans coach because we knew that it was going to be coming sometime probably soon because they do it on Vrabel week. So are you just trying to throw people off the scent? You don't want to see or deal with the comparisons all week with the guy you brought in to replace the guy you fired who is going to be looking for his revenge this week? And some of the rumors about what he's saying to his team to get them going. I'm looking forward to this game more than I should be.
Yeah.
I can't wait to see, is it going to be a blowout or is it going to be just getting Callahan out of the building? Is that going to be some sort of a bump for a week? for Tennessee. I think that's very interesting. But yeah, I mean, Miami's going to make a change as well. I think most of us figured it would be, but it would be the first one. But it does also make sense. I'm sure Vrabel week being part of it. But the other thing is, that was a winnable game. There are not many winnable games for the Titans, and they looked awful at Vegas. And Vegas did not look good, and they beat you by double digits. I think that like kind of pushed things over the edge there. But yeah, I don't. Is there somebody else? Like, is it just these two, and then we're going to be at a
Aaron
stalemate
Glenn,
for a little bit?
maybe.
Oh my God! Yeah, you could.
Like,
I mean, bad.
as a first-time head coach, you'd think he'd have a longer leash, but I think he's lost the locker room there. What, you're 0-6 right now?
Yeah,
it's not trending upward for the Jets whatsoever.
And your defense is bad. Defensive-minded coach, yeah.
Stefanski.
So the loser leaves town today.
Situation?
Browns, Dolphins.
Well, he could make him own it. He's a quarterback guy. I don't know. It's pretty dire there. And Flacco doing what he did. I mean, that somebody's probably going to have. It may have more to like if the Bengals season is saved by Joe Flacco, who they gave away, and this wee little quarterback is gone in 2 weeks, and then they're playing Shedeur Sanders, and everybody's dissecting and bisecting everything that he says or does, or which way his hat's tilted, right? And it's just like faux scandal after faux scandal, and the Bengals are like first place in the division. I don't know. Haslam, there's a lot of heat on Haslam. He's trying to get a stadium built. I could see between him or Andrew Berry, I could see someone having to wear it.
Well, let's dive into some of these games, and we'll start with the one where a coach was fired last week, the Titans. You oftentimes get that coach fired bump for the team that did just lose their coach. NFL teams' record after their coach gets fired since 2010, 20-13 against the spread, 17-16 straight up. But I mean, Joe, you said it. This one's different because Vrabel's coming in, right? Patriots are laying 7. Vrabel wants his revenge against the team that fired him a couple of years ago, and he's been talking to his team about it all week. It's a big number, but 7 for the Patriots. You willing to lay it?
I hesitate.
Yeah,
I like the Patriots in Survivor. I like the Patriots in a teaser. And then laying the 7, winning by more than 7, I want to see the status of Stephon Diggs. They list him as questionable on Friday in the final injury report. What he's done for this offense, I need to see him out there. We do need to bring up that it is not a great spot for New England. Like, I do think they're going to fight for Vrabel. I think this is a rallying cry in the building this week. But it's their 3rd straight road game. And history tells us, okay, so on one side there is a fired coach bump thing over the years. The ATS coverage rate over the last 20 goes from 36% to 48%. A little bit of a bump. Not a massive number to worry about.
Good enough.
Yeah, but 3rd straight road game, that 3rd game, when you win the first couple, 16, 24, and 2 against the spread. It's not a good number. Like, the spot is rough. My thought is they fight, they win. I don't know about winning by more than 7. I do like the Patriots to win this game. I don't see Vrabel going there and losing. I just do not see that happening, guys. And then maybe next week is, after a few road games, that's the possible trip up spot for New England facing a tough Cleveland defense. That could be it. But as far as laying the 7, I hesitate. There are other games I like more, but I certainly see them winning. So teasers and Survivor for sure.
I bought it at 5.5. I played it at 6.5, along with May over 200 passing yards. And I do think it's there's a possibility that this goes in completely sideways. I like Mike McCoy. I've known Mike McCoy for a long time. He's a solid football man. Nobody's running out of a tunnel, banging their head through a wall for Mike McCoy. Like this is like. Yeah, there's a bump that the other guy's gone and the new guy's a pro, but like the new guy ain't, you know what I mean? Like we're so far gone here, and they're so deficient in so many ways, and they're so bad at home. Will he be better for the quarterback? Yeah, but there's going to be a tough defense. I mean, New England's allowing like 80 rushing yards a game. And I do think Mike McCoy's going to have this kid throwing more, and I think that's going to lead to more turnovers. So I'm not crazy about it for all the reasons you guys put out there, but I also think there could be a lot of people at halftime saying, man, I'm glad I got on the Patriots. This was the men against the boys.
Yeah. Ridley's out too.
Yeah.
It's another one.
The what is?
Ridley's out.
Oh, Ridley, yeah. And Schefter tweeted this morning that the Titans are expected to simplify the offense for Cam Ward. What does that mean going into today? Like, what are we doing here? I think this could be a Titans put their foot on the gas early and put the or the Patriots put their foot on the gas early and put out the Titans before half. We have another London game overseas, Rams at Jags. We'll discuss that one next here on BetMGM Game Day.
first and goal with 30 seconds left. Now Lawrence goes down, has to get up, breaks a tackle, touchdown Jacksonville.
Welcome back to BetMGM Game Day. Here are your hosts, Kate Constable, Joe Ostrowski, and Jason La Canfora.
That was the infamous Trevor Lawrence double game-winning touchdown over the Chiefs. Jags, a big win there. Now they go across the pond and have a big win, or hopefully looking for a big win against the Rams today. The Jags are kind of the de facto London team for the NFL. They've played over there more than anyone, 6-5 in London games since 2013. They're 4-5 in games played at Wembley Stadium, which is where the game will take place today. A lot of rain. It's going to be rainy. That stadium is not covered. Rain 3. The Jaguars went over to London on Tuesday, and again, they've played over there more than any other team. The Rams stayed in Baltimore after their game against the Ravens last week and just left, I want to say Friday.
Yes.
To go over to London. And
Yes.
Sean McVay is a veteran coach. Like, he knows what he's doing, but I mean, Jason, that was kind of shocking to see that they waited so long to get over there.
Yeah, I mean, obviously they did all their sleep studies and they had their biorhythm experts and everybody and their analytics people all involved in that decision. They thought it'd be better for the players' practice routines and body clocks and everything else to stay in Baltimore. And then they flew out late. Like, they flew out, I think, like 10:30, 11 o'clock at night, hoping, wake up and get on a normal-ish schedule over there. Practice at Camden Yards, which was pretty cool. Yeah, look, I feel pretty good about this Rams team. Like, I think we all could agree they play with their food a little bit. Like, we haven't seen the best version of them for a full 60 minutes that often. I would still point out they're top 3 in the NFL in yards produced per play and yards allowed per play. It's not a bad little foundational starting point. The quarterback is a top 5 quarterback in the NFL for me right now. Trevor Lawrence is a bottom 8 to bottom 10 quarterback for me. Kate gave you the numbers. It's not like there's a meaningful, substantial outcome benefit for Jacksonville playing in these games more than everybody else, right? It's pretty much a coin flip in terms of win-loss. No Puka for the Rams, which is a big deal. But I think Sean McVay wins this game against one of his former lieutenants. I don't know about covering. Jacksonville's really turnover dependent. Now, the Rams came out, laid an egg against the Ravens, turned the ball over 3 times. That's the only reason that and Devontae Adams dropped a touchdown pass in the end zone early. That usually doesn't happen. The Rams don't have a kicker. That does scare the bejesus out of me. He's no good from anywhere. So all that made that game closer than you'd think. But the Rams still covered. The Rams have covered 12 of their last 17 times. Jacksonville, 11-5-1. Very good in that span. Jacksonville's allowing a lot of yards, and I think eventually those yards turn into points. And I think that probably starts happening here. I think the Rams win this game. I played Rams money line. I took the total up to 54.5 and went under. You can get plus money doing that. At least you could. Now with the rain and everything in the forecast, and now that we're this close to kickoff, I'm not going to lie to you. I haven't checked that in a minute. But that was my approach to it. I think Devontae Adams gets back on the good foot here with no Puka. I think he has a touchdown catch. No Devin Lloyd for Jacksonville's a big deal. I think that's going to hurt them throwing to the running backs for the Rams. I think it's going to hurt them with Corum and Kyron getting involved in the run game. Trevor Lawrence was also sacked 7 times last week, and I fancy this Rams front more than that Seattle front. Not Seattle. That was 2 weeks ago. Regardless, I like the Rams here.
I don't like the travel plans. I don't like it at all. And I know people have brought up McVay, that he's had success. International games only played twice, but they dominated. They were blowouts. 2-0 straight up ATS. They won those games by 47 points. They left early those weeks. They got acclimated to the travel and the city and all that. The teams that historically do very well, international games, they leave early in the week. Now, I think some of that's mitigated because Jacksonville, they have a new coach, a new situation. Now, I'm sure he's got all the information, just like everybody else has the information, like the previous Jaguars team, since this is their second home. They've done this so much, but I don't like that they left so late. I don't know if they were waiting for sure about Puka. They're also missing their right tackle in this spot, so that concerns me. The total has gone down a few points. So a week ago, the look ahead, it was 47.5. Now we're sitting 44 in this, 44 in the hook. I'm expecting a lower scoring game. I can't tell you that I love a side, but I don't like that travel situation. For me, it would be Jaguars or nothing, and Jason's right, Devin Lloyd. I mean, he flipped that Monday night game that we played the highlight from. Completely changed that game with one play, and him not being in that game is huge. I think the storyline is probably going to be similar all season. Did the Jaguars create turnovers on defense? Oh, they didn't? Well, they lost, like last week. They did create turnovers. They probably won. I know you could say the same for a lot of teams in this league, but especially with Jacksonville and what they've done so far. That's why they have a winning record thus far. I'm not playing a side in the game. Devontae makes sense. I'm not expecting a lot of points. Hopefully not as bad as last Sunday morning, but I see the under hidden.
I took Kyron Williams earlier in the week to go over his rushing prop, and the Jags' rushing defense has actually been really good this year if you look at what they've held opposing running backs to in previous games. But the Rams' offensive line, I think they deserve a lot of credit. First in PFF's run blocking grade, 12th in run blocking win rate, and the Jaguars' defense kind of sits in the middle of the pack at 14th in both yards and EPA per rush allowed. So I'm going Kyron Williams over. I got it at 66.5 yards earlier this week. I see it as far as 69.5. Right now, I would not go anywhere past 69.5. I think that's probably the top of the iceberg for me today. But with some rain, maybe the Rams keep it on the ground a little bit more, and especially without Puka Nacua out, Williams is going to have to get a little bit extra run, in my opinion, this afternoon or this morning. That game kicks off in about an hour. Let's go over to the Saints and Bears. Bears are coming off that big win over the Commanders. Coming off their bye for that one. The Bears are now 0-3, however, versus the Saints since 2018. The Bears were also 1-6 in games following a bye in that span until just last week. So it feels like the tide is changing a little bit with Ben Johnson, just in terms of winning those close games where last year, Joe, a lot of those games, I mean, against the Raiders, even against the Commanders, like those probably would have been losses, but Bears laying 5 here. Actually, we're down to 4.5, opened 5.5, sitting at 4.5 now against a Saints team that looks bad based on their record, but I don't think Spencer Rattler is playing all that poor. So 4.5 for me is pretty rich for the Bears to be laying.
I was surprised that it was sitting 5.5 all week. We got the move over the last couple of days. Finally, some Saints money came in, and that's been dropping. If you watch Notre Dame USC last night, those rainy conditions, think that was Soldier Field today. It's probably going to be worse. It's been raining all night, all morning so far, and that's expected to continue throughout the afternoon. So I'm expecting run game heavy. Which run game do you like? Okay. On Monday, Swift was awesome against Washington. Massive holes from the offensive line. I'd be surprised if that happens again. And if you look at this matchup, Saints rush defense might be the best unit on the field. They're number 5 EPA per rush, and so I give the Saints the advantage there. This number's too high. Should be closer to a field goal. This is probably the biggest point spread, the most amount of points the Bears will be favored all year. As we sit here, 4.5. The total's dropping. It's down to 44.5. Short week for the Bears. Moore's been banged up, but he's expected to go. He spent the other night in the hospital. I mean, tough guy. So it seems like he's going to be out there, according to the report. Same thing for Swift. He was like questionable earlier in the week. They were saying on Friday that he's going to go as well. But I just thought it was too many points here to lay with the Bears. The Saints have given up a bunch of touchdowns to tight ends, so I'm not expecting a ton of deep passes with the conditions. Maybe the Bears finally get Loveland involved. He was on the field a lot more last week than he was in previous weeks. Plus 450 for an anytime touchdown for him. I don't mind that, but I would play the Saints in this spot, and not expecting a shootout given the conditions.
I like the Bears. Now, I don't want to lay all those points. You don't have to lay all those points. Like, I like Caleb, 2 passing touchdowns, Bears money line. I like Swift anytime touchdown, Bears money line. New Orleans, I'm going to call teams by their wrong names all day today. New Orleans run defense is legitimate. But that's a dome team playing in some conditions. That's a team that's been horrible on the road, right? 1 win in their last 9 road games. The quarterback, he hasn't been as bad as people thought. He's still 3-9 against the spread for his career. Like, he's still never won on the road. He's got a rating of 77 on the road, 5.5 yards per attempt. That, I mean, wind, rain, whatever. That ain't gonna cut it. I think Chicago has a true home field advantage here. Chicago's clearly got the better quarterback. That quarterback's been really good at home. I think this is a chance for Ben Johnson to put his thumbprint on this team a little bit and say, we're not the same old Bears. I don't know that it's going to be, so windy that you can't push the ball 10 or 15 yards down the field. Like, I don't know that it's going to completely erase the kicking game. I mean, maybe it will. But I think the Bears are the better operation here. New Orleans just won 1 football game. They did it at home when the other team turned the ball over 5 times, and that quarterback was playing on the road for the first time in his career. They don't win a lot of games.
Rookie quarterback, too.
I don't, like, that's literally the first time Jackson Dart played on the road. Like, I don't know about the Saints head coach. I don't know if he's a head coach. I don't know that they know yet if he's a head coach. And this seems to be the spot where Rattler, I think, gets exposed a little bit. You got trade deadline stuff going on. I think there's a lot of people who want to get out of New Orleans. And Bears are playing with some confidence. So, yeah, look, I don't want to lay 6 points here. Don't lay 6 points here. But I've got some outcomes tied to the Bears winning this game. Like, I Bears minus 2.5. I don't mind that. Probably an under game, something like that. Bears minus 2.5. Take the total up, 6 points, go under.
Do we take into account at all that Dennis Allen, the Bears defensive coordinator, going up against his former team in the Saints? You also have, I've heard the narrative, too, of Spencer Rattler hates Caleb Williams because he took his job at Oklahoma. Yeah, Joe, can you tell me how you really feel about all that stuff, Joe?
Well, the Allen thing's probably legitimate. I mean, the guy was just fired. But that's something. The Rattler thing's dumb. Like, Rattler was supposed to lose his job. That was a guy that was supposed to be a Heisman Trophy winner, and he's a complete bust in his first spot in college. Like, he was supposed to lose that job. So I think that's a nothing. It's one of those weeks, people are looking for stuff to talk about and ask at, the press conferences for a full week. But I think that's laughable. But the Allen thing is something.
Yeah, I could see that. Real quick, we'll just tee this game up and we'll talk about it on the other side. We're close to being up against the break, but the Raiders are at the Chiefs today. The Raiders historically have played the Chiefs really close, even won outright a couple times over the past few years. The Chiefs are laying 12. They get Rashee Rice back today. He served his suspension through the first 6 weeks, and now he's back. The total in this one, 45.5. Mahomes' career passer rating of 106 with 4,100 yards plus the passing 33 passing touchdowns, 14 career games against the Raiders. So Mahomes has been pretty good against the Raiders, but for some reason, as a whole, the Chiefs are the ones that or the Raiders are the ones that have played the Chiefs very closely, Joe.
We did power rankings, best teams in the NFL. Yeah, they're 3-3. But I have the Chiefs as the best team in the NFL right now. Mm-hmm. And now Rice is coming back, along with Worthy. First few weeks when they were going through their struggles, no explosion. Now they've got both of those guys back. Damn, do they look good. They look good on Sunday night. And here's Geno Smith with his 10 interceptions to lead the NFL coming in. I'm not playing a number that is this high, but certainly expect the Chiefs to march on easily. Rice props are interesting. They're in the mid 60s, 5.5 grabs for him. I would think that they want to get him involved. He's plus money for an anytime touchdown.
Well, Joe might not be playing this game, but you can open up your playbook, choose your boost for the action for any game on the slate today. You get a pro football boost pack over at BetMGM, and you have 3 different ways to boost your odds for your next bet. So it might not be this Chiefs game. We'll get Jason's thoughts on it on the other side, but go over to BetMGM and use your pro football boost pack to boost 3 different ways to boost one of your bets today. We'll get Jason's thoughts on the other side. Raiders at Chiefs this afternoon. That's coming up here on BetMGM Game Day.
back to BetMGM Game Day. Here are your hosts, Kate Constable, Joe Ostrowski, and Jason La Canfora.
Welcome back into BetMGM Game Day Week 7. Got plenty of games to discuss. We're rolling through each and every one of them today here on BetMGM Game Day. We left off the last segment talking Raiders-Chiefs. It's a big number that the Chiefs are laying historically. Chiefs are a team that wins by one score. Is that going to change at all this season? Raiders have played the Chiefs pretty tight in recent years. And we were just talking in the break. They had worse quarterback play in those games and worse coaching in those games. So, Jason, we didn't get your thoughts on this matchup in the last segment. So your take on Raiders and Chiefs coming up this afternoon.
Look, I think the Chiefs offense is alive now, and I think it's going to stay viable and, dare I say it, explosive with Rice coming back. They scored 28 points or more in 3 straight games. That's pretty significant for them, considering what the last couple of years have looked like. They averaged 32 a game, Mahomes and Reed, their careers together, versus the Raiders, 32.2 points per game. So, yeah, the Raiders have played them tough lately, and Antonio Pierce certainly seemed to have the secret sauce. But, I mean, Mahomes is 12-2 against these guys with, as you pointed out, Kate, 33 touchdown passes, just 5 picks. I mean, are we buying anything much about this Raiders defense? I don't, I was expecting Pete Carroll to make an imprint here. I haven't really seen it. I think Mahomes throws at least 2 touchdown passes in this game. I think, as we talked about before the break, Rice is an immediate, factor in the game. Remember, he was fully healthy. Like, if not for this suspension, he's playing week 1. So I don't think you're going to see a hangover here, or, I mean, look, he might not come out and, have 150 yards receiving, but I think he's going to be heavy in the game plan. Like, all right, Mahomes has failed to cover 7 straight times in the division, but like, I'm playing it at -6.5. Can he cover a touchdown against these guys? Can they produce 28 points against these guys? Like, that's how I'm playing this game. I point this out all the time. Last 28 games at Arrowhead, 20 have gone under. So that's been the trend. Maybe they don't run it up on Pete Carroll as much as they may have, Pierce if given the chance or whatever. Mahomes has not been great as a double-digit favorite. And last year, Kansas City was favored by a touchdown or more 7 times. They covered 0 of those 7 games. So, no, I'm not laying all those points. But, like, I've got a lot of parlays based around, again, win by 7, score 28 points, and then, if you're going for plus money, do I think it's 2 Mahomes touchdowns? I do. Like, do I still like my guy Brashad Smith to go over his 11.5 receiving yards? I do. If it does get sideways, will he catch some balls from the backup quarterback, or will he get some handoffs? They seem to be trying to build him up. And yeah, I think Rice catches at least 3-4 balls in this game.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't want to lay the full 12 points, find other ways to play it and parlay some watered down props and try and get close to even money or some plus money on some of those. That's certainly a way to play some of these different games that have those larger spreads. This game does not have a very large spread at all. Eagles at Vikings. I saw Eagles 3.5s earlier in the week. We're down to 2. Saw some 1.5s out there yesterday. This Eagles team trying to get things back on track after 2 straight losses. Their offense has looked kind of in shambles. They're having player-only meetings in the parking lot, and the Vikings are coming off of a bye week. They've had time to rest and get ready for this one. JJ McCarthy not going for the Vikings. It'll be Carson Wentz again against his former team, Joe. A little revenge angle here for good old Carson Wentz. Vikings home field advantage too. Like, I will just throw that out there. That's a top 5 home field advantage, I believe. So I'm leaning towards taking the Vikings today. I mean, +2, take them on the money line to win outright. I kind of like Minnesota in this one.
I'd agree with you about the home field. Very interesting, because sounds like McCarthy's healthy enough. He's healthy enough to be their emergency quarterback. That's what they said. He's the emergency guy, and Wentz is still out there. Okay. It was 2 games, but Wentz has been better. I know it sounds crazy to say. Eagles fans don't want to hear it because he's trash, right? He's been better than what they were seeing out of McCarthy in the first couple of games. He's been an average quarterback, and I think that's what they were looking for. They have an above-average defense. They have an elite coaching staff that's had a couple of weeks to get ready for this game. You mentioned the home field, not a fun place to play. I hear a lot of complaints about the Cards stinking today. I think this is a really good game at 1 o'clock Eastern. I'm looking forward to it. It sounds like strong opinions on both sides. As the Eagles are going through those struggles, that fan base does not want to lose to Carson Wentz today. They do not. That would be 3 straight losses, and then, boom, another dagger. You lose to Wentz. What do they have going for them? Every time we see them, they've been going through their struggles. Last time we saw them, they're losing to the Giants on Thursday Night Football. I'm not backing the Eagles as a road favorite here. I do like the Vikings. More and more I think about it in this matchup. They've got the best unit on the field. If you're waiting for this offensive explosion from Philadelphia, I don't think this is the week. Not in this matchup, not playing up there. I like the Vikings. I think there's a reason that this number is getting even closer and closer to the pick'em. What do you think, Jason?
I think I want nothing to do with this game. The only thing I have anywhere with this game is I've got, $10 to turn into $2,000. Like 10 guy anytime touchdown, for bleeps and giggles. And so do I have a Hurts first half touchdown in there? I do, but that's it. So that's 1/10 of a $10 bet. The part about this that I'm intrigued to see is this Eagles offensive line. And I guess Dickerson's going to play. They're allowing the 3rd highest pressure rate in the NFL. Like, everybody's going crazy on Hurts, and I get it. He hasn't been good. He doesn't look like he wants to push the ball into windows. He's uber conservative, just wants to win the game. But the offensive line hasn't been good. And you're going to tell me that Saquon Barkley somehow averaging – think about how many runners in the NFL, like how many running backs, average over 71 yards per game on the ground. Like, there's not a ton right now in the league. Go look it up. Saquon's averaging 71.1 less per game than he did a year ago. Like, that's impossible. Like, that's not all him. Like, does the offensive coordinator suck? Yes, he sucks. Is he making it through the season? I'm not so sure. But, like, the offensive line's got to take some culpability here, too. We know Flores loves the blitz, 2nd highest blitz rate in the NFL. Hurts has a rating of 115 against the blitz, but is that blitz more about stopping the run and blowing up Saquon on early downs behind the line of scrimmage? I think it might be. I mean, Minnesota's the number 2 pressure generating team. And the Eagles, again, 3rd worst pressure rate allowed. That might tell the tale. I think the Eagles win at the end of the day. I don't love it. I'm not putting any of my money on it. They've been outgained in every game they've played. They've been outscored 52-17 in their last 5 quarters of football. So, no, I can't get there on them. I also think, though, that Minnesota, the quarterback situation gives me pause. Some of their injuries give me pause. And the Eagles have won a lot of regular season football games the last few years, but I couldn't get there on them averaging 4.7 yards per play. Like, I just couldn't against that defense. Might be a real ugly under game. I don't know. If you made me bet something on this game, I might try to take that total up a couple of points and go under.
The quarterback situation in Minnesota is extremely interesting. I talked to Pete Bursich yesterday, who's the Vikings analyst for Vikings Radio. And I mean, he said, yeah, JJ McCarthy's slowly working his way back. He's had a lot going on, just had a new baby. They're just kind of letting him what? We're doing paternity leave now?
Oh,
we're doing paternity
for
leave
a month?
in the NFL. And I don't
what is going on?
Fishy
spin zone.
Pete was not reporting anything. He was just kind of like going through all of the things, but adding that on, what are we doing? JJ McCarthy, this is like Kenny just said in our chat, this is a soft benching for him. They're protecting him a little bit, waiting, and Carson Wentz has been serviceable for the time being that they're going to continue to ride with him. But it's not a good situation right now with the quarterback in Minnesota.
we talked before about the Flacco and the ramifications for Flacco in Cleveland, right, where they gave him away. Let's be real about Minnesota. Whatever you think of Sam Darnold, he played like an MVP for them. He's playing like an MVP for Seattle.
Yeah.
You took this other kid in the first round to replace him.
Yep.
You stood by that kid, even though he was hurt all last year. And there were a lot of people in the league who were like, ooh, like, we think he'll be good with O'Connell eventually, but, like, it's going to take years, plural. And then he plays like, for 3 weeks, and now we're talking about extended paternity leave? I mean, what? No.
Ridiculous.
Also, he had this baby like a month ago.
Carson Wentz is cooked. This kid's got to play. He's got to start learning now. Like, what, we're hiding him from the Eagles? Like,
essentially.
no, that's why I can't get behind them, because that's something, and I'm a big Kevin O'Connell guy, but this does not pass my smell test. And so it's probably not passing the smell test of the players. And it'd be one thing if Wentz was looking like Flacco, or Wentz was even looking like Aaron Rodgers. He's looking like Wentz.
And they sold it hard all offseason, too. A lot of national reporters. Oh, well, let me tell you, he was in the office with O'Connell every week when he was injured. We were preparing for this moment. This kid's such a great leader. Like that national game against the Bears to start the season, they got everybody to buy in. And now you're selling this? Come on, I don't like this at all. I mean, this is kind of making me want to switch my pick. But I'll still stick with the Vikings for this week. But big picture, I don't like what they're doing. I don't like the development. And it does feel like, okay, either you're good enough to play or you aren't.
Yeah.
Oh, he's good enough to play if we have injuries. So then he's benched. So
he's 23 years old, man. You're going with a 40-year-old over him, and he's not on the injury report. He's not inactive. He's not, he needs 2 more weeks. He's been practicing.
He's the backup quarterback today. That's what he is. He is a backup quarterback today because he is healthy enough to be playing.
And next week.
Yeah, and next week too. Interesting stuff going on in Minnesota with that Vikings squad. The Colts have been great this year. Can they win on the road against a banged-up Chargers team? We'll discuss that one next. Plus, a great Monday night game, Buccaneers at Lions. More to come on BetMGM Game Day with Joe Ostrowski, Jason Lockenfora, and Kate Constable.
good one of these weeks. It's going to happen when we least expect it. Now I'm just like, okay, I'll believe it when I see it.
Jason La Canfora.
I love field goals here. Their offense is broken, and you can correlate it field goal attempts. Like, all they do is kick field goals.
And Kate Constable.
I just think so highly of Kevin O'Connell and what he's able to do with quarterbacks. But Kevin O'Connell has kind of shown us that he can take any quarterback and help them find success.
3 hours, every game, every edge. Your Sunday betting HQ is live. This is BetMGM Game Day.
Sunday's Week 7 NFL slate starts in about a half hour with the Rams and Jaguars in London. That one set to kick off at 8:30 Central, 9:30 Eastern time. We're going to play a little game of true or false for various props in this game. That way you have some time to lock those in before this game gets underway. Then we'll continue on with the remainder of Week 7 games that we have not touched on yet. So to do a little true or false, we bring in our producer, Brandon.
Gotta love it, right?
Joe's in fade mode, by the way. Joe's in fade mode, just so you know.
I'm already looking. I'm like, yeah, I hate that one.
He's
that one.
going to shoot down anything you propose.
That's why we changed it to true or false instead of fade or fade.
I know.
Joe's
But still, I'm just letting you know.
Everything is a fade.
In the spirit of transparency, he will probably poop on everything you offer.
I own you, Brandon. It was 1 week of like, yeah, I'm fading that, I'm fading that. He's like, new segment, we're getting rid of all. You didn't like it. Come on.
All right, here we go. First true or false. And Joe, we'll start with you. With the Jaguars' strength being their run defense, Matthew Stafford is going to have to hit his over 35.5 pass attempts to win this game. True or false?
He has to hit over? No, I think this is going to be a low-scoring game. So I say false on that one. I don't think he has to. Will he be? Is McVay going to change the offense because Puka's not out there and go more run heavy? He could, but I don't think, like, game script wise, it is something where, okay, Stafford's got to be passing all day. Yes, it's a tough matchup, but we know McVay. Once he has his running back, he leans on them and he's not shy about giving them carry. So I don't think that it's really all that correlated. Rams win, Stafford over 35.5 pass attempts. Jason, what do you think?
I think, I think there's a script where they can win without him doing that. For me, the metric is about explosives, and they're down key linebackers, and this is a guy who's a demon in play action. And can they freeze those guys and take deep shots? Like, do they hit 3 passes where the ball travels more than 25 yards through the air? Like, I think they probably do. And I think that mitigates the need for maybe as much volume in the pass game because they're going to get their yards. They're going to get their momentum shifting plays. We know that he, probably to his own detriment, McVay does lean to the run game in sort of the black zone or the high above the red zone area into the low red zone. And he really does seem to want to get these running backs going. And the Jags have some injuries. So I don't know that he's going to have him chucking the ball 35 times in London if he can help it.
As someone who has already bet the over on Kyren Williams rushing yards, I hope this is not something that hits, because if Stafford's throwing the ball 36 times today, I would say Kyren Williams probably isn't getting enough tread to get over his rushing prop. If this is to hit, like, the path is probably short little dump off passes, little screen plays, things like that, to even some of the running backs. Maybe Kyren Williams receiving yards is something you look at, but I'm going to go, this is false. Matthew Stafford does not have to hit this mark.
Yeah, with the Jaguars' 8th ranked rushing defense, that's why I went with this one, because that's the strength of this Jaguars defense, is the rush defense. So it's going to be interesting to see how they play this one. But Kate, that leads into my next question, which you kind of already answered true on this one. But we'll go ahead and we'll start with you. Play the under on all rushing yard props. Kyren Williams 71.5, Travis Etienne 58.5, Trevor Lawrence 15.5, and Bashal Tutin at 14.5.
I mean,
say false.
I can't really recommend over on Kyren. What's that?
Say false.
Joe
false.
doesn't like it. Joe doesn't like the prompt. He never does.
Play the under on all of them. Yeah, I mean, I've already bet Kyron Williams over. So what do I do there? I have to continue to ride with it.
You have to say false.
All of them, I think that would be a massive payout if you parlayed all of those. Kyron Williams, 71.5. I said earlier I wouldn't take it much past 70, but as someone who's already played it, I suppose I got to continue to take the over. Jason?
Yeah, I can't do it because like that Tootin or somebody's going to get a draw play in a 2-minute offense in garbage time or quasi garbage time. You know what I mean? And they take it for 12 or something. So no, I would not do that categorically across the board. If you wanted to just do it with the 2 feature backs, I guess maybe. I have to think Liam Cohen fights to get Etienne more carries. I do worry about their offensive line, and maybe it looks a little better than it is because of who they played early in the year. I don't think Liam Cohen wants Trevor Lawrence dropping back a bunch on a slippery field, a slippery soccer field, 2 time zones away or whatever, against that Rams front. So I don't know that I can go across the board, but yeah, that's where I am. And Joe hates
You guys are
it
so
completely.
negative. You guys are negative.
Really?
I didn't even answer yet, and you guys are doing it for me. But
Your
I
face
agree
told
with
the
you.
story.
False. Yes. No, I mean, here's the thing. Yes, I understand the concern about the rush defenses, but you know what? These pass defenses aren't bad. The Rams are EPA per dropback number 4 in the NFL, so I'm expecting, given the conditions too, I'm expecting them to run the ball. And ETNs look great. And how many times do we see Trevor Lawrence slip to the outside and then he's gonna slide for a 12-yard gain? Like,
Yeah.
I feel like we see that most times. I actually lean to the running back side of things. I think the backs are going to be just fine in this game, and I think low scoring. So I think we'll see more work on the ground.
12-1 to parlay all the unders, by the way, Kate, which, I'm crazy.
Ooh.
And I did. So
Wow.
You are a little
All right,
crazy. 12-1 nice.
a little bit of a degenerate when it comes to my parlays. All right, so let's go over to the quarterback situation. Everybody that listens to me knows that I'm not a Trevor Lawrence guy. So if the Jaguars miss the playoffs this year, they will begin the search for a new quarterback. True or false, JLC?
True. I mean, look at Liam Cohen, right? They decided Jared Goff, having already been to a Super Bowl with them, having been taken just pretty much right as high as Trevor Lawrence, and giving him a bag, which you can check all those boxes for Lawrence, except for the made it to a Super Bowl one. And they moved off him, and they took a lot of heat for it in real time. You've got to have door number 2, and I don't know that they're going to be able to find somebody who can do for them what Stafford did for the Rams. In fact, I know they're not going to, at least not in that short a period of time. But yeah, this young man's going to have a lot of jam in that building. They perform well in a primetime game against the Chiefs, which his owner will love, and the owner can never hire anybody who's any good. So I think they will have a lot of currency with him. And I think that they're going to look at what their guys have done, right? Shanahan got rid of Garoppolo and got out of that thing. And, Shanahan gave up all those picks for Trey Lance, but then still said it doesn't work. And he didn't even he didn't pick this kid. He didn't pay this kid. It was thrust upon him. And nobody else could fix him. So, no, I think this is Trevor Lawrence's last stand. Absolutely. And I don't think he's going to be there next year. But he might play fringy decent enough to where the salary dump on him doesn't crush you, doesn't sting quite as much as it probably should.
Yeah. There are 3 years left.
Good. He's not good, and they know they know, trust me, they know in that building. They know in that building he ain't the one to get us to the promised land.
Brandon started this by saying, I'm not a Trevor Lawrence guy. Who's a Trevor Lawrence guy? Exactly. Where are those people? I would like to find them.
There's not a whole lot in that building outside of ownership. I can tell you that.
Yeah. Well, I think you're spot on with the coach. Every offensive-minded guy that gets their shot to be a head coach, they want their guy. I can almost guarantee Trevor Lawrence is not. He said the right things. Cohen did to get the job, and I'm going to do this with Trevor. I'm going to do that with Trevor. They always do that. Yeah, he's not long for this gig. True. I like that angle, Brandon. Believe it or not.
I think there's a world where is this the first true?
Money.
Is this the first time Joe's agreed with Brandon?
$100. I had $100 on Joe to fade anything and everything that came out of Brandon's mouth. I'm out. I'm out. Offshore, they got me.
We are about to have to change this game to just false and false.
Yeah.
Fade and fade, false and false. I think there's a world where Trevor Lawrence plays good enough where if they make the playoffs based on the contract that they gave him last year, they keep him. Like if he plays just enough where they're able to sneak in, it's nothing great. It's not anything that has you, a promising future for the Jaguars. But I think that would be the path to him staying there. Now, if they miss the playoffs completely, then I think you gotta move on there. Let's move on in this, Brandon.
Yeah, I think they at least begin the search. I don't know if they take one in this draft because this draft is not very good quarterback-wise, but I think they at least begin the search. All right. The Rams over 24.5 today, Joe, has moved from plus 110 down to plus 105. This is a good play. True or false?
Killing me. No, so I'm going to be the bad guy again. I said I like the under.
You're always the bad guy.
25-26 is not. So you're basically saying the Rams are getting to 27 this morning. I'm not.
No, 24.5. So they got.
I understand, but how often are 25 and 26 scores? You're basically telling me 27-28 is what they're doing by playing.
Didn't the Bears win like 2 straight games, 25-24?
25-24. Yes. First time ever.
Happens.
First time that's ever
happened.
I
got your back, Brandon. It happens. It's happening in your backyard, Holmes. Come on.
Exactly.
Cut the producer some slack. No, I'm coming after you.
Yeah. They needed a block kick last week. They needed how many turn? They need Jaden Daniels to turn it over in the final couple minutes this past week. But I know. 25 is not. No, I can't. He knows. He knows I didn't like scoring this week. He knows I'm not big on this. And let me put over 24, make Joe look like the bad guy. But no, this is false. I can't. Jason, are you saying yes? Are you saying you like over 24 in the hook?
I'm the bad guy too. No, I don't. No, if it's 23.5, you could get me to start thinking about it. Yeah, no, they don't. I mean, look, Baltimore's defense is god awful. They all told me, anything you read in the media, you talk to people in that building, like, no, we've got to refocus. This is a playoff game for us. They scored 17 points on that god awful defense. Like, something always happens with them, man. Like I said, I think they win the game. I think they might probably score 24, but I don't know about getting to another field goal or whatever on top of that.
Yeah, I'm out on this one, Brandon. I think this is an under game. I think it's low scoring and sloppy. Rams getting over 24.5. I'm going to go with a false on this one.
All right. So in this game, I just looked it up. The most bet plays are Rams over 24.5 and Jaguars under 19.5. And that leads me to my next one.
Wow.
The Jaguars under 19.5 at plus 118 is a good play. True or false, JLC?
I mean, what scares me is a block like this. This kicker stinks. Like a block field. He can't get he literally doesn't know how to chip a soccer ball. Get your legs behind the ball, homie. It's not that hard. So, I'm worried it gets blocked and returned for a touchdown. I just don't love it. I took the total up. Look, I told you, I'm on Rams money line. I took the total up to 54.5, and I parlayed those two together. So 19 feels a little snug to me. I don't hate it. I'm not betting it.
So it's not your play. This is just a popular play?
This is actually my play, but
one of the most
just
popular.
Looked it up to see how good the plays were. I did play this, though.
Yeah. Man, I see him getting it. I think they're going to get to 20.
Okay,
false.
now we're just fading Brandon just to fade him.
But I said if I'm doing anything, I like Jacksonville plus the 3. I like lower scoring games. So his game script is a complete opposite of what I have. It just happened to be that way.
I kind of like the Jags under 19.5. I mean, I said it last about the Rams over today. Low scoring, sloppy, wet, keep the ball on the ground. I'll go under on this one for you, Brandon. I'll say true.
There you go. You found a taker.
Yeah. Just for Joe, I am now, after we get off of this segment, I'm gonna bet the exact score to be 25-19. Just for Joe.
There you go.
I'm gonna bet 25-24.
All right,
I should. Now I have to. Now I have to.
Do it in the Bears game at least.
If that hits and I don't do it, I will slam my head in
Third
the
straight
wall.
time in the Bears game. Probably some nice money on that one. Colts, Chargers, Buccaneers, Lions. We'll talk about those two on the other side. You're listening to BetMGM Game Day on the BetMGM Network.
Here are your hosts, Kate Constable, Joe Ostrowski, and Jason LaConfora.
Week 7 in the NFL. Almost to the halfway point. A couple more weeks, and we're at the halfway point of the season. It feels like it's been flying by. Rams and Jags kick off here about 10 minutes in London. We'll keep our eye on that game, but we have plenty more that we need to get to today. A little behind on our games, guys, so we got to cruise through a couple of these just so we can touch on all of them today. But this one, not necessarily one to cruise through because I think you guys have a couple plays that you like in this one. Colts at Chargers. Chargers are laying 2 here. They're still pretty banged up. Joe Alt is doubtful on the offensive line for the Chargers, but the Colts going on the road, 5-1. I know I can see you shaking your head, Jason. Like you're not.
I'm
totally
shaking my head.
Colts team.
I'm shaking my head because I'm looking through these books trying to find 25-24 Bears, and I'm not seeing it. So then that puts it in the category of like any other score, which is like 280. And I'm like, wait a minute. New Orleans 25-24 I could find at 1,000-1, but I can't find it flipped around for the Bears to win again 25-24. They know what they're doing, these guys.
Yeah, they do.
I don't really. I'm interested to see this football game. I don't have a lot going on this football game. Like what Daniel Jones is still doing is pretty special. Is it going to play out that way against this defense? I'm not so sure. Do you know that Harbaugh has never failed to cover 4 straight games in the NFL? When this guy led the league in covers last year, cover percentage, they have failed to cover 3 straight. Harbaugh, as an NFL head coach, has never gone 4 straight failing to cover. I don't know, man. Like, I couldn't get there on these teams. Herbert looked one way for 3 weeks, then the offensive line fell apart. Herbert looks very different. Colts are averaging 32 a game. Do I think they're getting anywhere close to that against this defense? Probably not. I mean, the Colts are outscoring teams by 13 points per game. They've allowed the fewest sacks in the NFL. Like, there's some things that are going to get you interested, right? Daniel Jones in the pocket. One of the top 3 passers in the league. I never thought that day would come, right? Daniel Jones, it's scramble drills. When he gets it going, it's when things break down and he runs outside the pocket and uses his legs and throws off of that. Herbert's the second most hit quarterback in the NFL the last 3 weeks. Eesh, I don't know. Keenan Allen looked really good the first couple of weeks. Now he looks kind of toast. 9.5 yards per reception. I don't know, guys. I think Dicker gets activated a lot in this game, and he's really good. I don't think the Colts just bully these guys and push the ball up and down the field. I think it's probably an under game. You know, Harbaugh on the road, those tend to be under games. The spread's kind of been in no man's land for me all week, and I don't really love one of these teams more than the other. So I got to be honest with you. I don't have anything on this game. I thought about doing a kicking prop. I didn't get home on it. I don't know. Would it shock me if Harbaugh wins? It would not, but I don't have any money on it.
The money's on the Chargers. It is 1.5 much of the week, climbing. A lot of books this morning are at 2.5. We're at 2 over at BetMGM. I compare this spot for Indianapolis to where we were a few weeks ago when they went and visited the Rams, right? Out in the West Coast, tough defense, good coach team, well-coached team. And then when Jason says about just not covering, is it going to change at some point? Probably. Most matchups, the Colts have not been tested to this level of the defense. I think that's what it comes down to. I wish Alt was going by them saying he's doubtful. Yeah. He's probably not going to be out there for this game. But the Colts secondary is going to be hurting. Colts will likely get theirs offensively, but Ward, the starting cornerback, is out. They're starting nickel, Kenny Moore. He's listed as questionable, so that's iffy. Josh Downs is one of the receivers. He's out in this game. I didn't love how the Colts looked at home against Arizona last week. It's like they needed that late drive just to pull away in the very end. I lean Chargers. I think that, that's probably the way to go. I like the Chargers the more and more I think about it. I was torn much of this week, but that Rams spot, they get outgained by 130 yards. They had a few turnovers, the Colts did. Ends up being a one-score game at the very end. But I think the Chargers win and cover today.
Yeah, I'm a little concerned. I don't think like everything's going to be crashing and burning for the Colts after this game, but I don't think they're quite as good as their record shows. They were not all that impressive last week against Arizona. I don't think blowing out a Raiders team is really tells me a whole lot about this team. A close loss to the Rams, like they played them tight. That was good. But Daniel Jones is only gone to his second reads on dropbacks once this year. So he's still very simple in the offense. And I think at some point that's going to catch up with them. I have not bet this game. I don't think I'm going to, but I'm with Joe. I would lean towards the Chargers here. One game that I do really like is the Buccaneers at Lions. That's one of the Monday Night Football games. Lions are laying 6, 5.5 some places. I think the Lions cover this game. I think this is kind of when it comes crashing down for the Buccaneers, just in terms of they've played so many close games. Fourth quarter has been their bread and butter. I think that is going to catch up with them, especially with so many injuries. We don't know if Mike Evans is going to play. Emeka Egbuka also questionable. I know the Lions secondary with Brian Branch suspended is pretty banged up and thin, but Dan Campbell doesn't lose consecutive games all that often. He has not dropped back-to-back games in the regular season. I want to say since 2022, since he became the head coach. He's also 11-0 against the spread, coming off of a loss. The Bucs, they're 5-1, but their point differential this year is only plus 14. The Texans have a better point differential than that. So I'm going to go ahead and lay the points with the Lions on Monday Night Football, Joe.
The scary thing to me is I haven't heard anybody say they like the Bucs this week.
Yeah.
Nobody. And I totally understand on the Lions. I'm with you. And I understand why this point spread went from 5.5 to 6, because everybody seems to be betting the Lions. They're on it for this spot. This Bucs injury report that comes out yesterday, because it's a Monday game, Godwin out, Bucky Irving still out, but they've been fine without those guys, right? Baker's been getting by. What about those other two receivers? I'm guessing Evans is in because he did get a full practice in yesterday. At least that's how they identified it. I don't know about Egbuka. It was no practice, then limited. I think Ibuka's out. It sounded like it was going to be a multiple week thing earlier in the week, so I'm not expecting him to be out there. That's going to be a killer. He's become Baker's guy. And then you get the Lions in their cozy environment, so off the Chiefs' loss, they come back home. I expect them to go off. Yeah, they're going to get theirs. Jason, we're at a point, right, where it's like, okay, Baker, do it again with a one-score game. Do it again. Yeah. Oh, you're missing 2 of your receivers and your starting running back and offensive line and guys on defense. You still get it done? Yeah, it doesn't matter. I'm going to get it done. This is a little different on the road in this spot. What do you think?
I think there are points. Are there 53 or 54? I think probably. If you study historically, primetime windows like this where the total's that high, they tend to go over. Both teams have issues defensively, and it's hard to run on them, and we think you can throw on them. And Baker showed you last week. it doesn't really matter what happens when he's this on point, when he has time to deliver the ball. And Hutchinson may have something to say about that. He can make anybody the star. I mean, they're the two most prolific passing touchdown quarterbacks in the NFC since each got to their respective new home, which I guess isn't all that new anymore. They've been there for a few years. Like, I can't fade Dan Campbell in this spot at home in a big spot. I also don't fade Todd Bowles going on the road, to Joe's point, as the underdog when nobody thinks they can do anything. What does Baker do there? He usually covers. Baker's covered 16 of his last 20 road games. So I'm not going to go that way. I'm going to take the total to 46.5. I'm going to go over it, and I'm going to peg it to 2 passing touchdowns for Baker, and I'm going to peg it on the other side to 2 for Goff, and then I'm going to do a 3-leg parlay for plus 140 at BetMGM. Both quarterbacks to throw at least 2 touchdowns, and the game to go over 46.5. I think Amon-Ra St. Brown catches a touchdown pass in this game. He's cooked against Tampa in his career. Mm-hmm. He tends to catch them at home all the time, and he does have 5 receiving touchdowns in 2 home games this year. And that's kind of where I am on this game. I'm not going to have to sweat out who wins it. It probably comes down to the last possession. I think both quarterbacks put on a show, and I think both defenses are licking their wounds a little bit.
I could see the Lions hitting their team total over something like that as well, just with the offense being back at home. I think that could be a solid look as well. All right, let's go over to Denver, Mile High City. The Broncos are fresh off a game in London, so they did not have a bye coming back from London, where they played the Jets last week, barely won against one of the worst performances we've seen from a quarterback in Justin Fields for the Jets. But they're still laying 7.5 right now over at BetMGM against the Giants, which is a team that everyone is very high on with Jackson Dart and Cam Scatterbo and the tandem that those two are. Sure, it's a fun narrative right now in the NFL, but can they compete against someone like the Broncos defense? And Sean Payton has really owned the Giants over his career. He's 5-1, and 4 of those 5 victories have come by double digits. So, Jason, laying 7.5 with a team that's coming off an international game. It's a little juicy for me.
Yeah.
I kind of still think it might be the right side.
I'm going to give you guys some numbers, and you tell me how you think I'm playing this game. These two teams this year are 8-3 to the under. The New York Football Giants are 15-8 to the under since the start of last season. Since 2019, in games played in September or October, the New York Football Giants are 35-16-1 to the over. Denver is to the under. Denver is 18-8 to the under at home in September and October since 2019. Those games average 35.7 points. These two teams, since 2019, playing anywhere in September or October, are 68-34-1 to the under. That's why I'm going over. No, I'm going under. I'm taking it up a few points, and I'm going under. And then you got Denver coming back, jet lag. You got the Giants who, the last time they went on the road, right, they go to New Orleans, turn it over 5 times. I think you're going to see uber conservative on both sides. I've taken the total up to 48.5, gone under, and gone Knicks 20 rushing yards, Dart 30. Do I think Dart gets his 50 again? I do. But think about these defensive lines, the kind of pressure they can put these young quarterbacks under. So that's where I am on this game. Do I think it goes under the 41? I think it very well could. It's a low number, but I wouldn't go over. I mean, look, that Denver defense, number 1 in pressure rate. I mean, Denver's got the best pressure rate differential in the NFL, the best sack rate differential, right? Between their sack rate generated, the other team's sack rate. Do I think they cover, Kate? I think they probably do, but if in a low-scoring game, I have trouble laying that many points. So, again, I'm taking the total up a little bit. I'm going under, and I think both quarterbacks activate their legs. Not to the 40s and 50s they want, your 30s and 50s they want you to play it in, but, Knicks at 20, Dart at 30. Okay.
I don't know what to do with this game. I'm torn. So probably best thing to do is to walk away. Kate, you're right. Tough spot for Denver coming back from London. And then on the other side, you've got Giants with extra rest. but you've got a rookie running back and, of course, a rookie quarterback. Now you're facing a top-tier defense on the road in the elements at Mile High. How are they going to do? Well, this is a Denver defense that allowed only 82 total yards last week. I don't care who you're playing. To allow 82 total yards, spectacular performance in an ugly game over in London. So, I could make the case that it's a blowout. I could make the case that the Giants make this a one-score game and they hang around. Probably the best thing to do is just stay away. I might tease the Broncos down just looking for a win. But, again, coming with the travel spot, I don't love it for Denver. So, this is just going to be one of the games I'm going to just walk away from. Could I see the Giants pull off the upset? Yeah, sure, I could.
Yeah.
But I'm not betting it. I'm not taking the +7. I know some people doing that. So I've got nothing on this game, guys.
Yeah, there are some ugly ones today that maybe it is best just to sit those out. We'll talk about a couple more of those coming up. Panthers and Jets, one of those for me. Commanders and Cowboys, that game's going to be a fun one. The total is very high, 54.5, so I think we get plenty of scoring in that game, especially with how the Cowboys defense has looked all season long. We'll discuss that one in more depth, plus we'll hit on a bunch of other of these games that we've not talked about yet. Packers, Cardinals, Texans, Seahawks, Falcons, 49ers. That's all next here on BetMGM Game Day.
This is BetMGM Game Day on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
We're underway in London, Wembley Stadium right now. Tied 0-0. We're only a couple minutes into that game. Rams are driving right now. It is wet. It looks slippery. We'll have to see kind of how that affects things if we get some more turnovers than expected. But we'll keep our eye on that game and keep you posted throughout the first half as we're on the show here. Continuing on with our Week 7 games, we touched briefly on the Commanders and Cowboys in this last segment. Very high total, 54.5. Cowboys are 1.5 point favorites at home. Commanders coming off that loss last week to the Bears, the game-winning field goal that Chicago kicked to beat the Commanders. And Jane Daniels had a couple turnovers in that game that fairly uncharacteristic of him. Guys, this is probably the square play here, but I'm going over 54.5. I mean, Dallas is 32nd in total defense. Washington is 26th. Commanders have a slight edge within scoring defense. They're 13th. Cowboys are 31st. They're allowing over 30 points per game. Both of these offenses, I think, are very good, and their defenses, like I just mentioned, very poor. So it is, I'm interested to see, Joe, if this is one of the most bet totals of the week. I would imagine the over is, but I'm still going to go ahead and do it over 54.5.
Yeah, I understand why. I'm not going to get there. I just don't bet overs or totals that are this high. What I'm curious about is why was Washington favored for so long? And then the favorite flipped. I think it was Friday. It finally flipped. So now Dallas is a short favorite at home, which makes a little more sense to me given the injury report. Since CeeDee Lamb is coming back, since Terry McLaurin is listed as out, we know Debo is hobbled, and he didn't have a very good game against the Bears on Monday. Zach Ertz also questionable. I don't like the injury situation on the Washington front.
Yeah.
I know Jaden Daniels is great, but Dak Prescott has been great this year. How are they going to keep up? Even though you have that soft matchup against the Cowboys defense, I don't know that they're going to be able to keep up here. So I expect the Commanders to be in a pretty tough spot here, guys, just because of, with CeeDee Lamb coming back and the way Dak is playing with or without CeeDee Lamb. Pickens has been a monster. 168 last week, just a monster. Yeah. So every Cowboys game is going to be a high-scoring game. That's just what it is right now. This feels like, if you like props, might remind you of what happened on Thursday, where just about every over hit.
Yeah, look, Dallas Cowboys games are averaging 60.3 total points per game. Yes, Jaden is without a lot of key weapons, but I think he can kind of do a little bit of what Baker did last week with whatever's available, in part because the Dallas defense is allowing a 72% completion percentage with 15 passing touchdowns to just 2 interceptions, a 116.9 passer rating, highest in the NFL, 8.3 yards per attempt. So it's big boy football, and they're still carving you up. I do think this gets to be wild and woolly. I've sprinkled on Dak to throw 3 touchdown passes. I've sprinkled on Jaden 2+, Dak 2+, over 47.5 points. If you want to just bring that number down and, mitigate against maybe this game just being a lot different than all the numbers would tell you it's going to be. If you don't want to play it over 50s, they're certainly not at 55. You don't have to. Dak has been really good against Washington. At home, he's 6-0 against Washington. Dallas is averaging 40 points a game in those contests. And I don't buy Dan Quinn's defense. I really still don't. So, yeah, I think it's a shootout. I think it gets a little cray-cray. I think both quarterbacks throw for at least 2. I do have this game in a lot of different ways, and I have the total in this game going over. But again, I'm playing it at like 47.5 in some multi-game parlays. Do I think Dallas themselves score at least, do I think they go over 27.5 team total? I do. Yeah, I do.
Maybe we're just overthinking it, but I'm looking at these touchdown numbers for some of these Cowboys. Oh, okay. So Lamb is plus 135 anytime touchdown. Pickens plus 170 for an anytime touchdown. Ferguson plus 165. Why? Jason, I think you're probably right that Dak does throw for 3 touchdowns, but he's throwing to those players. They're all plus money. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the part that I struggle with is like I think it's going to be so open for business. You know what I mean? That like it could be Ferguson, it could be CD, it could be one of the running backs. You know what I mean? Like same thing. Washington. I mean, like if Trayvon Burks is up for this game, do I think he could have 50 receiving yards and a touchdown? Yeah, I do.
Yeah, a lot of ways you could go with the anytime touchdowns in this game. I am kind of surprised that George Pickens plus 170. That might be something.
Is Lamb's back? He's suddenly not going to throw the Pickens? Give me a break.
Yeah. No, that's not happening. Not happening. All right, we're going to cruise through a couple of these games, spend a minute on each of them, and bounce through them. I'll start this first one. Dolphins at Browns. I'm going Browns here. I'm laying the points. Browns minus 2.5. They're favored. The weather in Cleveland is brutal today. Not only is it going to be rainy, but it's going to be extremely windy, which I think you keep the ball on the ground then, and this Dolphins run defense is awful. This is also like, when do the Dolphins stink? Like going on the road in the elements, in weather. Going from South Florida, where it's nice and sunny, to Cleveland, where it's windy, the wind whipping off the lake there. It's going to be wet, rainy. I think this is a spot where this is just Cleveland. I mean, a grinded out game. The total opened at 40. We're already down to 35. I'm going to lay the points with the Browns. I also like Quinshon Judkins, their running back, to go over 20.5 rushing attempts in this game. I think he gets the ball quite a bit just because of that weather. You're not going to put Dylan Gabriel in a position where he's throwing the ball like Matthew Stafford 35 times in this type of a game. So I'm going Browns. No. Either of you guys have a take on this? Otherwise, we'll continue on.
I'm not laying points with the Browns. I don't hate Browns money line. I just Dylan Gabriel's got no arm strength, so him pushing the ball in the wind is going to be interesting too. But I do think the Browns defense wins this game ultimately, and it's probably pretty ugly.
I agree on the Cleveland. Look, you get an opportunity to take Cleveland as a favorite. I think you got to do it, right? You just have to. Mm-hmm. Everyone seems to be betting Cleveland in this spot.
A couple weeks ago.
Crazy. Did you look at the Judkins yardage prop? 92.5 for the rookie running back.
That's a lot.
Is insane. But I agree with that idea. Your bet, the carries, what they're setting this number at, that's how they're going to win. And we're coming off a game where Stefanski under fire because Judkins got the ball like 12 times for 30-some yards. And everybody's all mad about that. What are they going to do with these conditions in this matchup? It's going to be Judkins all day. So I'm not saying bet it. There's a reason the number is 92.5 for that guy.
I'm going to throw a number out there. You tell me if this gives you any pause. Mike McDaniel, and what could be his last stand. He's 26-13 straight up against teams below 500. And just 3-15 against teams 500 and above. Does that concern you at all as a Browns backer?
Honestly, no.
Yeah.
A little,
really
because that's
probably
what
wouldn't
they
either.
do. They just beat bad teams, right? That's what they've been doing for years. But I'll add to that and say, but Tua sucks on the road.
Yeah.
And so does
what's he
I
gonna
mean,
do?
I think McDaniel's won 7 of his last 20 road games.
Yeah.
And I think the
exactly.
weather is advantage for Browns versus the Dolphins. Like, that's why it doesn't necessarily scare me, because we've seen how McDaniel performs and Tua performs in weather, and it's not great whatsoever. Panthers at Jets. Who wants to take this one? Panthers laying 1.5. The Jets have not won a game this year. Justin Fields was brutal last week in London. They're also coming back from that London game with no rest, similar to the Broncos here. Anyone want to take the Panthers?
I really wanted to go over here. If you made me bet something on this game, I would go over. If this game was being played in Carolina, I would really like the Panthers here, but I'm passing.
Jets are getting Panthers getting a couple players back. Coker, I believe Jalen Coker is coming back, and Chuba Hubbard. We'll see how they split things with Rico Dowdle, who's been playing great for them, and Hubbard. Also, I mean, the Jets were favored when this opened, and this line is flipped to the Panthers. I mean, that sways your decision in any way.
Panthers could be 4-3 going into week 8. Just think about that.
Yeah. Crazy. Packers, they're on the road. They had some plane trouble yesterday, so they didn't take off till about 7:30 last night. Sat on the tarmac for about 5 hours. An afternoon game, I guess, here in the Midwest and out east, but a 1:30 kickoff in Arizona, where they're facing the Cardinals. Jacoby Brissett going in place of Kyler Murray. I lean towards the Cardinals in this one, getting the points, but I'm not bold enough to pull the trigger. Jason, you're shaking your head like you like the Packers.
All week long, I thought I'd get on the Pack. I really wanted to get on the Pack. I'm a Packer backer. My main man Meatball's up here. He's a Packer backer, but we could not put any dog food money on this game. There is a part of me that thinks the Cardinals offense is much more alive and vibrant and real with Jacoby Brissett slinging it around, which is, boy, crazy, but it gives me a little pause, and there's less film on that. He hasn't been there that long. Like, there's something with the Packers, just sort of this underlying think of has all the press clippings going to their head? Can I really buy them? And then you've got the plane thing, and now you got the Josh Jacobs thing, and he really has been their moneymaker in terms of finishing drives. I can't get home on this, guys. I can't.
I agree with that idea that I would be taking Arizona if it was Brissett. And it's Kyler. That's what it looks like according to all the reports. And I'm like, I don't love it as much. I don't know. Yeah. The other thing is, like, you look at last week, Cardinals hung with a backup quarterback on the road, and then the Packers just kind of were playing with their food, just cruising along, taking the Bengals for granted. They might finally push forward here where it's a blowout. I'm staying away. I wish it was Brissett too.
Josh Jacobs, questionable with an illness. He'll be a game time decision in this one. Something to keep an eye out for. Coming up, Survivor. Who are we taking today to win outright and keep us alive? We'll tell you next here on BetMGM Game Day.
Joe Ostrowski.
I've been waiting for a month okay, one of these weeks we've seen enough. The offense is going to explode one of these weeks. It's going to happen when we least expect it. Now I'm just like, okay, I'll believe it when I see it.
Jason La Canfora.
I love field goals here. Their offense is broken, and you can correlate it field goal attempts. Like, all they do is kick field goals.
And Kate Constable.
I just think so highly of Kevin O'Connell and what he's able to do with quarterbacks. But Kevin O'Connell has kind of shown us that he can take any quarterback and help them find success.
3 hours, every game, every edge. Your Sunday betting HQ is live. This is BetMGM Game Day.
Rams are up 7-0 in London over Jacksonville right now, and LA knocking at the door once again. We are first and goal for the Rams. We'll keep an eye on this game over the next hour here on BetMGM Game Day. Also got to correct, in the last segment we mentioned that Kyler Murray is starting for the Cardinals. It is Jacoby Brissett. Adam Schefter's put out a tweet this morning and said that Kyler Murray will be back week 9, which is after the bye that the Cardinals have in week 8. So it gives them a little bit of time. And Jason, there you go. A Devontae Adams anytime touchdown.
One down, 9 to go. That is part of the $10. That is part of the $10.
All day.
And yes, I mean, that was, Now I'm worried though about the 54, right? I need Rams money line and under 54.5 points in this one. That's what I really need.
Oh, I think the way this is starting, I think that's a very good position.
Yeah. But there's a part of me that thinks with all he's gone through, if McVay can eviscerate his underling here, like he may eviscerate his underling here. I'm a little worried about how many points the Rams might put up here. But we'll see.
I get it.
Well, 14-0 right now for LA over Jacksonville. 2 minutes left in that first quarter. We're going to do a little Survivor here. We do a Survivor a little different on the show where we keep track of our record because, this is a season-long show here. We can't have people be out early on, which I would have been out already very early. But we need to, give out some picks each week for Survivor. I right now am 4-2. Joe and Jason, Jacob, and Grant all 5-1, and Brandon is leading the charge at 6-0. Joe, I always let you start off on this one because you're our Survivor guru. Who are you taking this week?
I'm curious what Grant does because Grant used KC and New England, and those are clearly the two most popular picks of the week. So we're kind of getting to that part of the season. Once you start using up teams, what are you going to do? I'm going New England. I just don't see Vrabel going there and losing. He's had this circled since the offseason. He's been probably doing a countdown on this game. I know it's a tough spot. Third road game in 3 weeks. He's not losing in Tennessee. This team will fight. And Drake May, the way he looked last week with the deep ball in the first half, outstanding against an awful Titans defense. The offense doesn't have Ridley. I'm the first guy that usually talks about the fired coach bump and to play that. Fine. They just have to win. They don't have to win by more than a touchdown. They just have to win. I'm going New England.
Jason?
I thought long and hard about New England. I like New England here. I have not used New England, even though, to Kate's initial point, I'm already dead. So I guess this is me, Jason Voorhees. I'm back. I'm coming out of Camp Crystal Lake, even though week 3 I died with the freaking Falcons, who might never lose another game. They're certainly not going to be shut out again. I died with the Falcons Panthers, but I'm back from the dead. I'm coming up out of Camp Crystal Lake. The Bears. I don't know if anybody gets Friday the 13th there. But I like the Bears, man. I'm going to save New England. I'm going to save New England. the monsters of the Midway in a rain and wind game when the Midwest is getting hit by storms, a dome team, a quarterback who's never won on the road. Ben Johnson's changing the culture. Caleb's legs can win it for him, but I think he can throw through this win too. Much more than Spencer Rattler can. Give me the Bears. I'm saving the Chiefs. Give me the Bears. Even though I'm dead.
I don't hate it, Jason. I would love for the Bears to win today, so I'll be rooting for you.
They're going to win for you,
I'm
Kate Constable. They're going to dedicate this win to you and Jason Voorhees.
That is too kind.
Can't. I'll be honest.
I'm a sweetheart.
I can't deal with Bears winning 4 games in a row because this fan base is going to think they're going to win the Super Bowl.
It's good for rating.
Yeah.
Be really good or really bad. Be really good or really bad. Don't be in the middle.
Yes. Correct.
Well,
right now, you're loving life then with Baltimore.
Hey, you know where the Bears go next. Part of me wanted to save Bears money line for next week because the Bears come here, baby. The Bears come here. Am I on that 6.5? I'm on that 6. Give me that 6.5. Give me that 6.5. Am I going to be on Bears money line? Probably.
Roquan
Lamar Jackson coming back next week?
Yes. So is Roquan Smith. Revenge. That's a problem for the Ravens. The problem is so is Roquan Smith. Revenge game the other way. Just throw at him. Hey, Ben Johnson, throw at him every day. Just throw to Swift 30 times. He'll be 28 catches, 3 touchdowns. I don't know, 195 yards.
It's
so if Jason has the Bears winning this week and next, what's that? 5 straight wins? Bears are going to the Super Bowl. That's what we're going to hear in Chicago.
Don't say that.
Bears to the Super Bowl.
Don't put words in my mouth.
This is why I don't
want that's the conversation. Everyone's going to be freaking out.
I've been watching this too long. I think the Bears might lose today, but we'll see. We'll see if it's really different.
I'm not confident enough to use the Bears in Survivor today. I'll just say that. I'm going to go with you, Joe. Same reasons you mentioned. Vrabel's not losing back in Tennessee. I'll take New England. Brandon, looks like you are also on the same page as us.
Yeah, I'm going with the New England Patriots. I don't think there's any way Vrabel loses this game. I also don't think there's any way they don't cover the 7. I'm all over the Patriots -7 today as well. I know Joe does not like that, Fred, but I do.
There is always a way. There's always a way that whatever
in the NFL
comes next, like in that mathematical equation, there is always a way that X that you think could never ever happen happens. There's always a way that can happen.
100%. Raiders have beaten the Chiefs as double-digit dogs multiple times in recent years. Especially in this league, man. That's how they love it.
They ruined some Christmas days not that long ago.
Yeah.
Somebody thinking they had some of the Christmas bills already paid off, like Clark Griswold, and then bam! No, not only you're not getting a bonus, Antonio Pierce is winning the game outright, son.
Okay, so that leads us to Jacob's pick here. Jacobs, tell us who you're taking.
Just to start off my pick, I do want to mention, Jason, I remember a few weeks back, Bears were, I believe, 0-2 or something like that. And I'm like, you're not even taking them in Survivor against the Saints? And you were all against that idea. So I think it's kind of just funny how things have completely flipped.
He's on board.
I love it. You're playing the Saints now. Who was it? Who were they playing?
A few weeks back, no, I asked you, are you not even going to take them? Because you said you're not taking the Bears at Survivor at all. I don't know if you guys recall. This was during a break.
He's buying in. He's buying in.
He's buying in.
Ben Johnson.
I love that you're buying in now.
Ben Johnson, he's like Beyonce. He's a survivor. I'm with him.
I love it.
This weekend, next week. This weekend, next week.
I love it. And as a Bears fan, I love it. But I still can't take the Bears. I'm superstitious. I don't like, if I take the Bears, I know they're gonna find a way to give me another loss. So I'm gonna take the Chiefs. I think this is a good week to take the Chiefs and use the Chiefs. They've been slowly getting guys back. They're at home against the Raiders team that is just not very good. Just give me the Chiefs at home to take care of business. I would love to pick the Bears, but I'm still, a lot of things had to go right the last few weeks for them to win. And I think that's a change in the culture and everything. And I think they're finding ways to win games that they haven't in the past. But I got to go with the Chiefs. But I love it. I love it, Jason. I love the flip. I love the switch up. You would be very popular on 670 The Score, I'll tell you that much.
Right. Let's do a weekly. I'll promote one bet. Let's go. I'm available.
It looks
just not between 2 and 6 Eastern.
Grant is not with us today, but it looks like he put in his pick as the Bears as well.
Nice.
So
Yeah, Grant.
Wow.
Let's go.
JLC and Grant
Let's go.
on the Bears this
Come on,
afternoon.
I'm looking at the weather report over at Soldier Field. Wind gusts up to 37 miles an hour today.
Yeah.
And it's raining.
Bad news for Rattler.
Be interesting. Could be.
Yeah.
It's our first weather day
cold,
where a bunch of spots throughout the Midwest, they're going to impact these games. And we're probably going to see totals drop over the next few hours. Once they show the live shots and they start talking about the pregame shows, how the wind is going to do that and all that. Yeah.
The flags at the top of the goalposts going.
Yep.
I mean, I'm looking out my window right now here in Chicago, and the rain's coming down. And it's supposed to stop like right before kickoff, but who knows with weather. I mean, that could change pretty quickly. All right, a couple games that we've not touched on quite yet. Texans at Seahawks. What are you that hit in the Rams game, Joe? Is that what you're reacting to?
No, the Cleveland total's down to 34.5.
Oh.
Jeez.
Yeah. I mean, it's going to be like 40-mile-an-hour winds there. It's going to be windy, and wind affects totals more so than rain does. So, I mean, it is very low, but not overly surprising. Texans at Seahawks. Seahawks are laying 3. We had some 3.5s earlier in the week. Texans offense hasn't been great, but coming off of 2 straight wins prior to the bye, they are this week coming off of a bye. The total in this one is 41. Jason, any plays here, Texans Seahawks?
I like the under. I jumped this one and opened at 42.5. I would still maybe take it up a smidge to get us there. In Seattle, we know has really struggled at home, right? They've won 4 of their last 12 at home. McDonald gets it done on the road, not at home. Darnold's been good. This is a top 3 secondary in the NFL he's facing, and they're coming in well rested. I mean, Seattle's making people play one-handed, average, allowing 79 rushing yards per game. Like, do we think D'Amico Ryans is going to let Stroud go on the road in a hostile environment and throw the ball 45 times? I think he'll be content to run the ball and take a lot of 3 yards in a cloud of dust. I think it's a bit of a field position proposition for them. It's a Houston team that's allowing just 12.2 points per game. It's 2 defensive-minded head coaches. It's a dead under game for me. Do I worry about, JSN and Darnold going off on anybody? I mean, a little bit. Like, he does seem to be the kind of guy who can just find the spot in the zone against anybody. But I think that the Texans have a unique assortment of corners who might be able to beat him up at the line a little bit and reroute him and survive playing man on these guys. So, for me, it's an under game.
That makes sense. Worst unit on the field. I don't think there's any debate. It's the Houston offense. Coming off the bye, 15 days between games. I'm curious what D'Amico Ryans and company has cooked up. I like Seattle a lot. And it feels like now people are getting on board. Okay, they see what Seattle is. It's 3 most spots. There are a couple of sharp books that have this at 3.5. I think there's a chance it moves up. But as far as the side, I don't have a play. It's a good point. McDonald is so much better on the road. I don't understand. This used to be one of the big home fields in football. It's not anymore. They're so much better on the road. Maybe it's a fluky thing, small sample size, not quite sure. But the Seattle offense, I mean, they're balanced. They have a great defense and an outstanding offense with Sam Darnold. Overall, they've been strong, and people are kind of catching on. The Super Bowl number has been dropping. A lot of their futures have been dropping as more players are dropping for the San Francisco 49ers week after week. Like, they might just steal that division. They might take it from the Rams. The under makes sense. It's going to be
Texans games are averaging 34 points. Small sample. I get it. They've already had the bye, but their games are averaging 34 points.
Yep. They've been their games way under, like under by more than a touchdown.
I kind of lean towards the Texans getting the points. If you could get a 3.5 out there, I think I would be on the Texans. Just because they're talking about their offense being the worst unit on the field. Their defense, although Seattle's defense is also very good, but I think their defense could mitigate what Darnold does a little bit, where this feels like a field goal game. So having those points in my pocket, especially if you can get the 3.5s, I think that's where I would lean in this one, but no official plays. Falcons and 49ers, Joe mentioned it. 49ers are dealing with all sorts of injuries. George Kittle does come back, but they lost, blanking on the name, guys, Fred Warner on the defense, who is their defensive captain. I mean, he's kind of the do-it-all type of guy on that defense, and that's going to be a big blow for the 49ers going forward without him. We'll discuss that game in a bit more detail. We'll also build a show parlay for the Falcons and 49ers as we continue on here on BetMGM Game Day.
Welcome back to BetMGM Game Day. Here are your hosts, Kate Constable, Joe Ostrowski, and Jason La Canfora.
Our best bets of the week coming up about 20 minutes from now as we wrap things up here on BetMGM Game Day, but we still have a few more games that we need to discuss. One of those being the 49ers and Falcons. 49ers at home. They're laying 1.5 right now. We'll talk about that game and all the injuries for the 49ers, the implications that has on today's game and going forward. But before we do that, we need to build our show parlay. Last week, we built one in the Lions and Chiefs game. We went with a long shot, a touchdown parlay with Jahmyr Gibbs, Amon-Ra St. Brown, and Brashard Smith. Anytime touchdowns, none of those got home for us. So 0 for 3 on that parlay there, but got another chance to get a winner this week. We're going Washington and Dallas, a very high-scoring game, so we expect there to be plenty of over props in the market that we can use for this one. Jason, would you like to start us off with something that you like?
I'll go last because there's a lot I like here. I'm on this game a lot of different ways, so maybe I should go last. Does that make sense?
Okay. Yeah, that's fine.
Sounds good to me. Anytime touchdown score is where I'm looking. I'm looking on the Cowboys side. I love all the plus money prices that we see. After Javonte Williams, name a player on the Cowboys. They're plus money.
Yeah.
So if you want to go CeeDee Lamb and his return, plus 115. You want to go George Pickens, plus 155. I expect Dak to go out of his way to prove to Pickens, like, no, you're still my guy. We still need you. Plus 155. I could go with a number of guys, but I'll start with Pickens anytime.
What do we do with CD here? He's coming back. Over 6.5 receptions.
It's been a full go all week. Sounds like he's healthy, 100%.
I mean, otherwise, 80-plus yard. What's his receiving yard prop at? 76.5. Kind of like the reception.
In a potential shootout, like, how does he not go over all of them?
Yeah, let's go CD over 6.5 receptions.
All right, well, it just depends how bold we want to get here. Do we want Dak 2 touchdown passes or Dak 3 touchdown passes?
3.
Sold.
3 plus. He's done that most weeks, hasn't he? It feels like every week he has at least 3.
He's been on a bit of a roll.
Yeah. Awesome.
All
It's
right.
an awesome season.
I
mentioned if they had a defense or a pass rusher.
Yeah. Micah Parsons would look really good on the Dallas Cowboys. Could you imagine that?
Yep.
Yeah, not too shabby.
They'd be winning the division.
Oh, I'm sure those late first-round picks are going to turn into absolute game changers. Don't worry. With Jerry picking them, how could they not?
I'm looking at the awards market right now. Dak for MVP. He's still way down there, 35-1. Could you go offensive player of the year for Dak? Assuming he won't have enough
MVP
wins
not make the playoffs. Yeah, I mean,
MVP, yeah.
Okay, so the voters have basically decided, they want to say this, but they've decided MVP is quarterback, offensive player of the year is going to be our best running back or wide receiver.
Yeah.
But I think I've had that same thought, Kate. Like, what if Dak's numbers are so good that they want to give him something, but they can't give him MVP because they don't have enough team success, right? And that goes to somebody else, whoever it ends up being, Mahomes or whoever. Maybe Josh Allen again, I don't know. But what if those Dak numbers are that good? What's he on pace for? 37 touchdowns. I don't think that would do it. But it did grab my attention that he's 150-1 for offensive player of the year, Dak is. But I just don't know that they're going to give it to quarterbacks anymore.
Bet. But yeah, are you going to get 2 quarterbacks earning awards this year? Because one of them is going to be MVP.
Yeah.
I mean, if Saquon's not winning MVP last year, you're not going to get a non-quarterback for MVP. All right. That parlay we built, we'll give it to you again. It is CeeDee Lamb over 6.5 receptions, George Pickens an anytime touchdown, and Dak Prescott 3+ passing touchdowns. That comes out to plus 560 over at
Like it
BetMGM.
should be higher than that.
I kind of do too.
Mm.
But hey, we'll take plus 560.
We'll take it.
That's not a bad price. Yeah, for what
No,
should be a high-scoring game.
Let's not get too greedy.
Yeah. I guess we're in on the Cowboys today.
Yeah.
Did all
Cowboys
Cowboys
beating the
time.
Commanders, maybe. All right.
Yeah.
I mentioned the one game that we have not discussed in depth, and that is the Falcons at the 49ers. This line has come down. It was 2 earlier in the week. We're down to 1.5. Fred Warner out for the season. That's a big blow to that 49ers defense. Nick Bosa also out for the season with an injury earlier this year. So you have 2 of your main pieces on defense out for the 49ers. I mean, that was kind of the concern with this team at the start of the season.
Yeah.
I was very high on the 49ers, thinking that they were going to be kind of back this year after injuries derailed them last year. They had one of the easiest schedules in the NFL, but it's the injury bug that's caught up to them again. George Kittle, rather, will be back or should be back today for the 49ers. How much of a difference does that make on offense? I don't know. Joe, 49ers minus 1.5. Take it or leave it.
Yeah, the sharper books this morning are already down to 1. What is this going to be by the time this thing kicks off tonight? I understand the idea of, well, we can't overreact to the Falcons beating the Bills and then what happened with San Francisco last week on the road at Tampa Bay with the role that Baker's been on. I understand 1 week's results, not want to go too crazy. The look-ahead line was San Francisco minus 4.5, and as Kate mentioned, so basically we're talking about a 3-point move already. Are you going to back that? I don't know what it looks like with Bosa and Warner out for San Francisco. Niners fans, that coaching staff has no idea what it's looked like because they haven't seen it before. What we saw late in last week's game did not look good. And you got a backup quarterback. You got Pearsall out. You also have a cornerback questionable. Your nickel is questionable. Yes, Kittle's back. You know who the number 1 defense against tight ends is? Atlanta. They give up less than 2 catches a game, only 17 yards per game to tight ends. So, yeah, they're going to want to get him involved, but I question what Kittle's going to be able to do in his first game back. Took me a while to get here, guys, but I like Atlanta. You look at what Bijan and Drake London did on Monday night. They got something going. It's tougher on the road, but Atlanta's a short dog. I understand why this number keeps getting shorter. I think the Falcons win tonight.
I like the Vulcans, Dr. Spock. I'm all over the Vulcans here. I think they win this game. I got them on the money line at some pretty good plus money early in the week. They're the more physical team. They're the healthier team. Do I worry about the Falcons handling even a smidge of positive press coverage? Boy, I do. And like they haven't covered 3 straight games since 2022. So I'm not going to lie and say that doesn't give me some pause. And Raheem Morris with a team that's starting to build up some positive momentum, and then bam, you do wait for the other shoe to fall. But I just think San Francisco's an overrated, overinflated team. That is pretty lucky to have the record that they have. They can't turn anybody over, and they do turn the ball over. Without Fred Warner, I don't think they're going to be able to stop you from running, and they can't run on anybody, 3.1 yards per carry. Mac Jones is their better quarterback right now, and he's playing, but he's still hobbled. San Francisco's covered 4 of their last 15 games against the spread. Like, nobody talks about it, and everybody wants to tell me how great Kyle Shanahan is. I don't know. I do pretty well fading Kyle Shanahan. That's just me. Atlanta on the road, yeah, some pause there. But this team is number 2 in the NFL in yards per game produced and number 1 in the league in opposing yards per game allowed. If they get a lead here, it's going to be a heavy dose of Bijan and Algier, and I think that's going to be a problem for a depleted San Francisco defense. So, yeah, I like the Falcons to win the game. I've played Bijan over 100 scrimmage yards, Atlanta money line. I've played Bijan over 100 scrimmage yards, Atlanta plus 3.5. I've done a ladder. I've done it at 125. And, yeah, I did put a couple bucks on the 150 again that we loved last week against Buffalo. Oh, yeah, and that 150 scrimmage hit basically in the first half against Buffalo. I think Zach Robinson will be smart enough about what he asked Penix to do and not do in this game. And I think they can win this game throwing high percentage passes to London in the slot and running it through the running backs. So I think Atlanta is kind of for real.
I feel like I will be able to confidently say that Atlanta is for real if they go on the road and win today. And I know the 49ers are banged up, and so maybe you don't put as much stock into a win against them. But I think a win on the road for a fairly young team, I think that would be pretty impressive. I'm not on anything in this game. Gonna just sit back and watch it. What other games, now that we've talked about all these, do you guys want to go over again? Lions and Bucks. That's a big one. Sure. On Monday night. Lines up to Lions -6. Again, Dan Campbell, great at covering the spread off of a loss, great at winning outright off of a loss. And the Tampa Bay Buccaneers have kind of been, I mean, they've been impressive and they've been a very good football team, especially with all the injuries they've dealt with. Baker's been extremely impressive in that regard. But they are just kind of skirting by a lot of these teams in the fourth quarter, Jason. Is that something that you think the Bucs are going to hang around here? Or the Lions are going to put their foot on the gas and kind of hand the Buccaneers a solid loss this week?
This game feels a lot like the Washington-Dallas game to me in that it's a high total. I still think it goes over. You've got one quarterback who doesn't have the full assortment of weapons that you would like, but I think Baker, as I already showed you, he's good enough to overcome it. I think, we talked about the Washington game. I think Jaden is good enough to overcome it. You've got the home team in a dome environment with an offense that's built to cook, and it's coming in great form. Both run defenses are better than the pass defenses. So I think both quarterbacks throw at least 2 touchdowns in this game. I think I'm on Ross St. Brown, who tends to always catch touchdowns at home and has gone off against Tampa if you include the playoffs. 11 catches, 18 targets, 119 yards. 8 catches, 14 targets, 77 yards, touchdown. 12 catches, 15 targets, 124 yards, and a touchdown. I think he does his thing. Again, both quarterbacks throw for at least 2, maybe sprinkle on 3. I think the game does go over. Tampa Bay has stunk in prime time with Baker, 1-6, but Baker's also covered 16 of 20 road games with them. And Dan Campbell's great at home. So anything's possible from a side standpoint for me. I'll just be rooting on points.
If Baker goes to Detroit Monday night, so your island game, because yes, we have 2 Monday games again, but they're separated. They're not overlapping at all. Everybody's watching this game, right? If they go to Detroit and win without Ibuka, without Godwin, without Bucky Irving now in front of the country, Baker's going to be the favorite for the MVP on Tuesday morning. Yeah. That's how big that would be. He's close now. He's the 3rd favorite. It is a conversation with Lamar. He's right. No, he's not. Allen dropped off.
Josh Allen.
Mahomes is your favorite. Josh Allen is 2nd. And then Baker is 3rd. I'm thinking earlier in the year when Lamar was up there before the injury. But yeah, I mean, it's a top 3, and there's a huge gap before you get to anybody else as the 4th favorite. So if he pulls this off, he does it again, and that's all Troy Aikman's talking about it all night, how unbelievable Baker is. And if he's doing that, it's going to be a fun game for him on that turf, just running around all over the place, basically creating plays on his own. That's where we're at right now. And nobody thinks the Bucs have a chance. And I get that. I like the Lions. I think they cover. My concern is Detroit when they face these good offenses, Kansas City, Baltimore with Lamar, Green Bay. Those 3 games are allowing 29 points per game. It's pretty good offense. MVP caliber quarterback. That could happen again. Your opponent puts up 30, and then what? What's it going to take? Could they outscore him? Yes, but maybe people walk away and say, wow, Baker, I hadn't watched much of him this year, but it's unbelievable what he's doing. Not a fluke. This has been going on for every week so far. But, Kate, I'm with you. I'm on the Lions. This is a great spot for them. They're looking to bounce back after that Chiefs loss, losing by multiple scores. They're back home after a bit of a road trip. I like it too, but I am concerned about how that Lions defense has looked against good offenses.
Yeah, Baker right now plus 350 for MVP. Josh Allen 3-1. Patrick Mahomes 2-1. Looks like the Rams Chiefs got in the end zone with Colby Parkinson, a flag that was called back, and they're on the 1 yard line. Looks like they might just get in again. We got to go to break, but we'll update you on that. Again, our show parlay here is CeeDee Lamb over 6.5 receptions, George Pickens an anytime touchdown, Dak 3+ passing touchdowns. And remember, you can go over to BetMGM and grab your Pro Football Boost Pack and have a couple of different ways to boost a same game parlay, so you can play along there with us over at BetMGM. Our very best bets of the day coming up on the other side as we wrap things up here on BetMGM Game Day.
BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Wrapping things up here on BetMGM Game Day. This game over in London, Rams right now 21-0 on Jacksonville. We got 4 minutes left in the first half. So far, it has been all LA. Apparently, that late travel didn't exactly hinder them much, leaving on Friday versus Tuesday when Jacksonville left. Still plenty of game left, but the way this one's going, it's not looking too pretty for the Jags. Joe, we're going to give out our best bets here in just a second, but you have the most bets from BetMGM, kind of the fade the room thing that you and Sammy P do on Bet Sweats each week.
Yeah, people love it because there are a lot of losing bets. They've quickly realized, and they like to go the other way. Check it out, Bet Sweats. What time are we on? 9 a.m. to noon Eastern time. I always hate changing the time zone thing.
I do.
9 a.m. to noon Eastern time on the BetMGM network. So, college football yesterday. I want to point out the 5 most popular bets at BetMGM. 0-5 ATS. 0-5.
Yikes.
So here we are with the NFL. Kate, number 5, your Bears minus 4.5. 5th most popular play.
Nice. So that means the Bears are losing outright.
Kate, 4th, your Browns minus 2.5.
Oh, no. No.
Bears as a favorite, Browns as a favorite. Number 3, another favorite, the Eagles minus 2.
Oh boy.
Ooh, see,
At
I like
Minnesota.
the Vikings in that one.
Yeah, yep. I like the other side as well. Number 2, even though they play on Monday, the Lions minus 6. Second most popular
so I'm on
play.
all the wrong sides.
The most popular play, they're back in Vrabel, Patriots minus 7.
They can't lose them all again, can they?
Play
that one at 6.5. Just play it at 6.5.
Get it under a touchdown. Yeah. So there you
too
have
good
it.
about
Patriots,
that.
Lions, Eagles, Browns, Bears.
Well, I'm not playing the Bears. I'm not backing the Bears to cover it all. But I am playing the Browns and I am playing the Lions. So I guess 2 of those 5 I'm on.
Bears feels like a field goal game.
Bears are survivors. That's all I know.
Yeah.
They're survivors.
Yep. There you go.
All right. Best bets. Let's see which of those most popular ones that we all have on our cards. Jason, you want to start us off?
Just go through the whole thing.
Yeah,
It's
give
like
them
7.
all out.
It's not crazy. All right, let's go Dak to throw 3+ touchdown passes. You can get that at plus 200 and above. I'm sticking with my guy Brashad Smith with the Chiefs over 11.5 receiving yards. I also like him for plus 200 and above at 20 or more receiving yards. Jalen Hurts first half touchdown. Again, we're getting you better than 2-1 there. Give me Bijan 125 or more scrimmage yards plus an anytime touchdown. Give me the Pats minus 6.5 and Drake May to throw for at least 200 yards. Give me the Bears surviving on the money line and Caleb 2+ touchdown passes. Give me the Chiefs minus 6.5. Mahomes 2+ touchdown passes. Give me the under in the Houston-Seattle game. And give me the over, which even though it's now at 54.5, give me the over in the Washington-Dallas game.
Whew.
And give me a Trevor Lawrence interception here. So they don't score any points.
Here comes the Tennessee money, guys. 6.5 everywhere. New England. That's a move. Getting off the key number of 7 down to 6.5. We always see this on Sunday mornings, and I will say it feels like a lot of times that late push that we see on game day when you can bet as much as you want. Usually they're right. Tennessee. They're betting the coach bump, apparently. It wouldn't be me.
What are you betting, Joe?
Mike McCoy, right. I can't get that.
No, I can't either.
On the sides, Minnesota plus 2. I like them. Taking on the Eagles. Let's go Chargers minus 2. We'll take the Chargers in that spot going up against the Colts. I'll take the Saints plus 4.5. I think that should be closer to 3.5. We're still sitting 4.5, so a little bit of value there. I wonder about Cleveland, as popular as that bet is today, but I'm still going to take them under a field goal at -2.5. I think today's lines, there are some good teasers out there. Like New England just need them to win. Denver just need them to win. Packers just need them to win. Minnesota getting it up to 8. You can move Atlanta up past a touchdown as well. So I think those are good looks. And a couple props I like. Rashee Rice, let's get you a touchdown, get you back involved, +135. Talked about Pickens, +170 for an anytime touchdown. Lamb to get his first touchdown of the year is +135, which should be a very high-scoring game. So those are some of the props that I'm looking at, guys.
Yeah, I like CeeDee Lamb props coming back today. I like the anytime touchdown. I like his over receptions, 6.5. I also really like the over in that game, Commanders Cowboys. It is high. It is up there. And it's probably square, but I'm going to take that as well. I'm going to lay the 2.5 with the Browns. I like them against the Dolphins today. I also like Quinshon Judkins to go over 20.5 rushing attempts. A lot of weather in Cleveland today and wind. I don't trust Dylan Gabriel to be throwing the ball all that much. The attempts on Judkins over there. I like the Lions -6 on Monday Night Football, and I like Minnesota getting the points at home against an Eagles team that is in a little bit of turmoil right now. So not too many. I also, earlier in the week, I did bet Drake May over 21.5 rushing yards. That's up to 20. Well, now it was just a couple seconds ago, 23.5. We're down to 22.5. So that's another prop that I am on today as the Patriots, like we just mentioned, go back to Tennessee and take on the Titans. Brandon just threw in the chat, since 2010, teams are 20-13 against the spread. Going back to 2010, the week they fire their coach. So that coach fired bump is 20-13 against the spread, 17-16 straight up. So again, public is on. You said the public is on the Patriots to cover this one, Joe, correct?
The most popular play. Number of tickets over at BetMGM is New England -7. What they can bet -6.5 right now, though.
Yeah. All right. Well, factor in that coach fired bump if you like, but I also think the Vrabel going back to Tennessee narrative kind of mitigates that coach fired bump a little bit.
And Jason, in this spot, like you were talking about McCoy earlier, you respect him, but as far as like getting the team amped up, maybe he's not the guy. As far as the play callers, it's all the same because
nothing's changed.
Ownership removed it from Callahan early in the year, apparently, and offensive and defensively, it's the same dudes.
Yeah, and they're not making a quarterback change. They didn't get healthier up front. It's still a bad offensive line. It's still a team that doesn't have the skill players that they need. And it's a quarterback who, do I think he felt like Callahan was letting him down? Yeah, they did. They also lost Callahan's daddy, right? Who, as far as I could tell, was the best offensive coach on that staff. So, I don't know, man. I look, I've got New England money line in a bunch of parlays. I did play New England, like I said, -6.5. May to throw for at least 200 yards. I do think May's legs will be an active part of this. If New England scores early in this game, I'm going to be call me square, call me whatever you want. I'm going to be live betting like things like New England -13.5. Like I think it could get sideways.
Also, the report this morning, Schefter said that the Titans are going to simplify the offense for Cam Ward today. I don't know what that means. It's probably just coach speak of hoping that Cam Ward plays a little bit better today. I don't think that you can really take that into account for any handicapping type information. Jason, you always give us a couple look-ahead lines for the following week. What do you have?
I made a few bets yesterday. Give me the 6.5. I think it's still out there in most places. Give me the Bears coming to Baltimore, catching 6.5. I got that at -110. I jumped on the Giants +7.5 rematch game with the Eagles. Giants +7.5. I got that at -105. I laid 5.5 with my Vulcans. The Falcons -5.5, hosting Miami next week. I did have to pay a little juice on that, -115. And I jumped the under on the Browns and the Patriots That was at 40.5. I can't think that that's not much more like a 37.5 by the middle of the week, if not next weekend. So I got the under 40.5 in Browns and Patriots. And I do like Liverpool at Anfield kicking off at 11:30. We like the Liverpool double. That means Liverpool to win or draw, plus an Alexander Isak. I know he's been in a slump. An Alexander Isak anytime goal. We also are laying one on the Asian handicap, which means if Liverpool wins by one, it's a push. Liverpool and Man U have both been fugazi, but Liverpool at home, far less fugazi than the Devils on the road.
I think it's funny that, speaking of those look aheads, that your reaction was, oh, you got to take the Bears. You got to take the Bears. And then my reaction look aheads was, oh, you better take the Ravens before it gets to 7. Take it at 6.5. You know, like the teams that we're closer to, we're going against in that spot.
Well, the Ravens can't lose this week, so they do have that going for them.
Yes.
How's
Harbaugh been off the bye? Yeah, how's he been historically?
He's been good.
Okay,
he's been good. But
rumblings of Harbaugh still in the hot seat over there, Jason?
Oh yeah,
really?
I don't think this owner's doing anything, and in season, no way. But yeah, I don't look. Everybody's talking about how easy their schedule is. I'm looking at okay, yeah, they get the Bears. I don't think it's going to be easy. Then they got Miami on a short week. That could be getting a new head coach bump. Like, well, they beat Miami, yeah, but they've struggled down there before on a short week. And then they've got a 3-game window where they get the Bengals, the Steelers, and the Bengals. Like, in the best of times, I don't think, and 2 of those are on the road. In the best of times, I don't think they're running the table there. Because remember, 2 more losses and it's over. Like, you think they're running the table? You think they're going to beat Flacco 3 times in one regular season? They already played him once. You think you're going to beat Flacco 3 times within an 8 or 9 week span? I don't. And they always split with the Steelers. So
there you have it. That's going to do it for us here on BetMGM Game Day. Thanks to our producer, Brandon, video producer, Jacob, Kenny on the board, and Sean on socials. For Jason Leconfora and Joe Ostrowski, I am Kate Constable. You better you bet. Countdown to kickoff is next here on the BetMGM Network.
That's a wrap. ready for an action-packed day of football.
Oh, hell yeah.
For the first time in my life, I have made a bet on the Buffalo Bills to win the Super Bowl. Buffalo over San Francisco. Write it down.
I'm an NFL junkie. Like, it's my favorite thing. I think I like the NFL more than my wife. Don't tell her. Don't tell anybody.
From sides to totals to props, we've got you covered. It's You Better You Bet Countdown to Kickoff with your hosts, Nick Kostos and Sam Paniatovich. Presented by BetMGM. Make it legendary.
What's up, everybody? Happy and merry Week 7 NFL Sunday to you and yours. It is You Better You Bet's Countdown to Kickoff. Nick Kostos, Sam Paniatovich, and you here on the BetMGM network as we get you set to bet and win week number 7 in the National Football League. The show presented today and always by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the BetMGM app. Visit BetMGM.com. Coming up today on the show, it moved. All the side and total moves your little heart could ever desire for every game on the board. Week 7 NFL Sunday. Actives and inactives come out later this hour. We will give you the fantasy and betting spin on all of those. Prop King next hour. We already hit Kanata Mumfield anytime touchdown in the Rams-Jaguars game. So good start to the day with Mumfield on a touchdown early in the Rams and Jags from London. The underdog money line parlay, teaser conversation, and best bets to close the show 100 minutes from now. Sam Paniatovich is with me here. Sammy, happy Week 7 NFL Sunday, my friend, to you and yours.
Happy Sunday. Got the cookout in about 2 hours at the house. The pulled pork is done. The lamb is on the smoker. The chicken goes on at 1 Eastern. Are you coming by? I know it's a last-minute invite, but are you gonna come 4 hours for the cookout?
You lived in New York. I would absolutely be there. This is like my wife and daughter, I've been away this weekend, and they're not back until later. Like, this is the 1 week I actually could have potentially swung it if we lived close. I'm actually a little upset. The thing that excited me the most, I love pulled pork, but I'm Greek. It's in like my life contract that I have to love lamb. Tell me about the lamb that you've got going today.
So it's a 4-hour smoke, about 275 degrees. I brush the outside with olive oil, fresh lemon, ground up rosemary, and a little bit of rub, some homemade rub. And then that just sits on this smoker for hours and hours and hours. And then you pull it off. And the best part, as you know, is that first piece of skin right off the edge. If you pull it wrong, though, Nick, the whole thing comes up. You got to be very careful with the piece of skin that you tug at.
Are you sure you're not Greek?
No, I'm not.
That was exceptionally Greek. Just some olive oil, got the lemon, got the rosemary. All that's missing is the thyme. That's good stuff. A little oregano perhaps as well. Good stuff from Sammy P. We will get to Week 7 NFL Sunday. We will get to college football, but just to update everyone on the London game, if you haven't watched it, you've missed absolutely nothing other than the Rams just destroying the Jaguars. So the Rams lead 21-0 at half, and if you're just tuning in and you're waking up now, it's actually worse than the score indicates right now. The Jaguars can't do anything on offense. Trevor Lawrence looks completely inept. Brian Thomas dropping balls over the middle of the field. They can't get Travis Hunter going. And on the flip side, Sam, Matthew Stafford slicing and dicing. 15 of 20, 127 yards, 3 passing touchdowns, 2 to Devontae Adams. Even with Puka Nacua out, the Rams passing offense humming here against this Jaguars defense. Rams up 21-0. Anything stand out to you in the second half market for this game? Where do we sit at BetMGM?
These are always tricky because when you have a blowout ensuing, it's very difficult to sort of handicap that second half. What do you get from the team that's down 3 touchdowns? Most of them, Nick, they wave the white flag. Most of them do. So when you're looking at a total here in the second half, this opened at 21.5. I see a couple books down to 20.5. So Wise Guys drove it through that key number. As we know, 7, 14, 21. Those are big key numbers with totals. I think the Rams side of the equation, what incentive do they have to just pour this on? Are they really trying to win 42-0? I don't know. A lot of teams that get up, they just run the ball in the second half. And if Jacksonville is giving up, you're not going to get over 20.5. I lean to the under. I see our friends at Circa in Vegas are at 20, which is a very sharp shop, of course. BetMGM 20.5. As for the side, it's basically Jacksonville minus the half. So now I get Jacksonville plus 20.5. Oh, that's a lot of points. And then they don't score a single point. I guess without watching the entire first half, from a number standpoint, I would lean under 20.5.
Do you want to just to get some action here? I want to bet Jacksonville in the second half.
You think they care? Do you think they actually fight?
So Liam Cohen's crazy, right? The Jaguars coach. And I don't know what you're going to get from him in the second half. So in the first half in the first quarter, they had a 4th and 2 from the 33 and they sent out Cam Little for a field goal. Should have gone for it. 4th and 2. And Little misses the field goal. Then right before half, with a little over a minute to play, 4th and goal from the 7. He went for it. Probably should have kicked the field goal there. They didn't get it. I think he's on tilt right now. So I think you could see anything happen here. I don't think they're going to pack it in. And on the flip side, more of the reason why I like Jacksonville is we've seen this from Sean McVay in the past. You're 100% right. What's the incentive for the Rams to pour it on? They have none. And you saw it at the end of the first half where they get the ball with over a minute to play. They could have tried to take a couple shots down the field, add some more points on. They get the ball in the second half, really go for the kill shot. They didn't. They went super conservative. And I think McVay's feeling is, and I don't know this, but I'm guessing, the only way we let the Jags back in the game is to make a mistake here. And I think that's probably how he's going to call the second half. They could probably punt on first down every drive and probably still win the game. Maybe not cover the second half spread. Any desire to bet Jacksonville with me?
I like the under more. Here's what's going to happen. It's going to come down to Jacksonville scoring inside the red zone. That will dictate both the side and the total in half number 2, not the game. Well, I mean, look, the Rams are probably going to cover the 3 full game. So we're just isolating the second half. When you're looking at Jacksonville, you have to understand they're not going to be kicking field goals. So on 4th and goal at the 6, you've got to convert that long 6-yard touchdown on 4th down. And if it doesn't convert, it's bad for the Jags. It's also bad for the second half over because now the Rams have to go 94 yards. And I just feel like this whole second half, in a nutshell, is going to swing good or bad, over or under, Jags or Rams, on the Jacksonville Jaguars having a 4th down inside the 10. If they get it, it's good for the Jags. It's good for the over. If not, the other sides are probably going to thrive. So I lean under. If I want to sweat, I'm going to go under 20.5. You can take Jacksonville. I think the under is a slightly better bet.
I think your analysis, candidly, was spectacular. And I know I shouldn't bet. Yeah. I'm going to. Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to.
You just have to act like you're pondering. I know you're not. I know what you're doing.
Well, but that was not for shtick what I just did. I actually, your analysis was awesome. You're probably right. I would like a sweat. I didn't bet this pregame. I'm betting Jacksonville second half. All right. Okay. While we wait for the second half to start in London, again, Rams up 21-0. Thoughts, Sam, from the weekend that was in college football as we spin things forward here?
Well, Carson Beck Heisman tickets are dead. Let's start with that on Friday.
You think dead? Definitely dead? Like can't come back from it? One bad game.
It's tough to throw 5 interceptions. Only 4 that counted, but he did throw 5 and got bailed out by the
just 4. So I don't think we need to give Carson Beck more interceptions on Friday night for our tickets.
And then he's throwing the teammates under the bus. And I remember listening to you and Femi a couple weeks ago where Femi said something that sort of resonated with me. The bettors love Carson Beck. The voters don't. I think the voters look at the cross-eye black and the tattoos and the arm sleeve and the stupid face. And I don't think they want to vote for him. So they pushed him out. MGM has him 25-30 to 1 now. We were sitting nice. He was 3-1, 350. I don't want to say it's over, but it feels like it's about dead. You know who else was impressive yesterday? Alabama again, man. They just keep rolling against good teams. That is now Georgia, Vanderbilt, Mizzou, and Tennessee. Pow, 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 pow. That might be, aside from Ohio State, Alabama might be the second best complete team in the country.
I'll just say, and you just take my word for it here, anyone stupid enough to get a full arm sleeve tattoo, you can't trust that moron. Just being honest. I said last week on the show, Sam, just in case people are listening on the radio, I have one. That's why I said that. 6 people with the tattoos were like, wow, he's insulting me. I have one also. I said last week, Sam, my tiers in college football: 1, Ohio State, draw a line; 2, Alabama, draw a line. And then you can put whatever teams in tier 3 you want. You agree with that assessment right now, it sounds like?
Ohio State is clearly the number 1 team in the country. And then I think it's probably at this point Alabama, Oregon, maybe neck and neck from a power rating standpoint. I'm focusing solely on numbers, not on takes, not the eyeball test. These are ratings. So I've got Ohio State like 4 points better than Bama and 4.5 points better than Oregon. After that, I've got Notre Dame and then Indiana. So even though Indiana is undefeated, I still have Notre Dame power rated just a smidge higher.
And if you laid Notre Dame 9.5 last night, wow, what a sweat at the end.
They should have won by 24,
yes.
Dude. You know
yes,
it.
But they did cover. I had them in a money line parlay. So anyone that bet Notre Dame, like that was a hell of a sweat at the end of the game. Last college football note, Sam, and then we'll turn our attention to Week 7 NFL Sunday. You said, I think it was you that came on the show last week, and you're 100% right. And maybe you'll be right over the balance of the season, but maybe things have shifted, right? And I agreed with you when you said it, that Julian Sayin, Ohio State's quarterback, and wide receiver Jeremiah Smith would cannibalize themselves in the Heisman market. And a lot of, not just you, a lot of people have said that. I kind of agreed with you when you said that last week. Do you still feel that way now, or can Sayin win after his performance yesterday against Wisconsin? And then we'll get to the NFL.
It's wild because the best part of their team is their defense. They're winning because of their defense, not because of their quarterback and because of their receiver. But you look up at the board this morning, BetMGM has Julian Sayin and Ty Simpson co-favored, along with Mendoza. Holy cow, a 3-way tie. I didn't realize they were all 3-1. I just looked for the first time now. Sayin, Simpson, Mendoza, 3-1. I thought my narrative sounded good, but the market certainly disagrees. I just don't know that people will get into the ballot box and vote Sayin. Do you believe that?
I think if they go undefeated and he keeps doing what he's doing, and I think the other big thing, like Femi texted me yesterday and texted like the You Bet group chat. And obviously Jeremiah Smith is a better NFL prospect than Carnell Tate, and Carnell Tate's a great NFL prospect. Femi said, are we sure that Smith's the best Ohio State receiver? And like he is, yes. But the fact that question has to be asked because Tate's so good, I think could lead. Like I think Sayin's going to get credit on the offense and not Jeremiah Smith if this keeps going like this and Tate keeps having huge games. So I don't know if Sayin's going to win, but I do think if he keeps 36 for 42, I think he's got a chance to win. All right. We are underway in the second half in London. Nice kickoff return from the Rams. 3rd and 4 coming up around midfield as the Rams look to add more points. They lead the Jaguars 21-0. Let's get to Week 7 NFL Sunday, guys, with this edition of It Moved.
I think it moved. I think it moved. I think it moved.
It moved.
It's different. Week 7, NFL Sunday. Jaguars almost had an interception in midfield. Alas, it is not meant to be as the Rams punt, and the Jaguars will have, that is coffin corner punt. 1st and 10 coming up from the Jaguars at about their own 9-yard line when we come back from commercial in London. Yes. Doesn't feel bad at the moment. Sammy, let's start with the Chiefs and the Raiders in Kansas City. Rashee Rice will make his season debut for Kansas City off the 6-game suspension.
Early in the week, we were having this conversation across the network. How high will the number go? Because when it opened in Vegas, it was 10.5. We got to 11.5, 12 really quickly by Monday night. And the question was, will this touch 14? The answer is no. Now, the high side of the market is 13, a couple offshore books. BetMGM has 12.5. The total really hasn't budged at all. Open 45.5, we're still 45.5. The question you ask yourself, can you really bet Geno Smith? Because that's a big old number, Nick. And the Chiefs historically have let teams like the Raiders hang around, especially off that win Sunday night when they had no penalties and beat the Lions, and now the Chiefs are going to win the whole thing. You're paying the tax on Kansas City. I didn't bet the game, but we opened 10.5, and now we're 12.5, 13 in a couple places.
And the Raiders are going to be without star tight end Brock Bowers for another game, maybe without wide receiver Jacoby Myers. We'll find out for sure in about 15 minutes when the actives and inactives come out. So it's a depleted offensive skill position group for Geno Smith. And my concern for the Raiders today and for Ashton Genty in fantasy, if they get down, they're not going to run the ball. Is Genty going to be on the field? Now here's like a Dylan Laube. It's not great. Quick break, and on the other side, the rest of Week 7 NFL Sunday, all the side moves, all the total moves, and a couple weather reports as well for wind games in Cleveland and Chicago on the other side.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet Countdown to Kickoff, presented by BetMGM. Make it legendary. This is You Better You Bet Countdown to Kickoff with Nick Kostos and Sam Paniatovich, presented by BetMGM. Make it legendary.
So I think this is interesting here. Just as the Jaguars are driving, they are... Let's see, where are they exactly on the field? On the Rams' 43-yard line, 1st and 10 after a pass interference call on the Rams. So Jacksonville trying to put some points up on the board. They currently have 0. Ian Rappaport of NFL Media tweeting moments ago that the Miami Dolphins have elevated Quinn Ewers to their active roster. He will be the backup to Tua Tagovailoa today, which means Zach Wilson will be inactive. Just after what Tua said last week after the game and having to walk it back and apologize, I wonder if he's at risk of an in-game benching here, and they're just going to hit a franchise reset button in this week. I'm not saying that's going to happen, but I do find that a little interesting. All right, let's keep it rolling here with It Moved for Week 7 NFL Sunday. And, Sammy, let's go to your hometown, Chicago, for the Bears and the Saints. A potential win-impacted game. What's happening with the Bears in New Orleans?
We've seen Saints money as limits went up Wednesday night, Thursday morning. This number a week ago opened 6. Chicago -6. 3-2 team with a minus 15-point differential. Opened as a 6-point favorite. Wise guys took the Saints. We're now sitting 4.5. There are some 4s in Vegas, and the total really hasn't moved. 44.5 on the open, still 44.5. I'm hearing about wind in the forecast. I know you have the Doppler radar flying right now, like 18-mile-an-hour winds in Chicago. Not really a surprise, but wise guys bet the Saints here. They took 6, 5.5, and 5, Nick.
Yeah, so I'm bringing up the AccuWeather right now to see where where we'll be at this afternoon for the game. So at the moment, 15-mile-per-hour winds, which is like not terrible. During the game, there could be gusts of way more here. So I want to come back to this, Sam, like next hour on the show. I actually think if this is where we're going to hang out, like 15-mile-per-hour winds, and we don't expect it to be that more, and weather is fickle, obviously, I actually think the total needs to go up like 2 points, 2.5 points. This was 47.5, and it's been bet down like because of this wind. At this moment right now, it does not seem like the wind is going to be that bad, and there's still time. I'm not saying we've got this here, right? But it does look like the wind is not going to be terrible. So we'll revisit this next hour. I actually think I'd bet the over if this is what it's going to be, and we're saying we're at 44.5. Any thoughts there on the winds and the total?
Well, the total, as I said, opened 44.5, and it's right back where we started. So there was that push up to 47, like you alluded to, but we are right back where we started. So I think guys drove it up and then saw the forecast and said, abort, and then bet it back down. So I think the true wise guy price without the wind and without the weather is 47.5. But with the wind, with the quarterback play on the New Orleans side, ironically enough, this is a revenge game for Spencer Rattler. I'm sure you know this. Spencer Rattler in college lost his job at Oklahoma to Caleb Williams. So that's an interesting storyline to follow, I'm sure, throughout the game.
What about Dennis Allen, Bears defensive coordinator, revenge game against his former team that he was the head coach of, the New Orleans Saints? Something to consider. I have no bet on this game right now, side or total. We'll talk about it next hour here when we have a better idea of what the weather is going to be. All right, we move on to the Browns and the Dolphins, Sammy, in Cleveland. Another game expected to be impacted by weather, and I think this one we're expecting the wind to be worse than it is in Chicago.
I saw a report a couple days ago, 50-mile-an-hour gusts of wind or higher. I wonder how exaggerated that is. Sometimes you hear 50 and then it's 30, and that might not sound like a big difference, but I assure you it is. That said, the money has been all under all week. This was 41 7 days ago. 41. Now we're sitting 34.5 at multiple sports books, including BetMGM, which just took a bet under 35. How low can it go? This is probably it. The question you're all wondering, do I bet the over? I don't know.
This one, I think the wind will be worse here based on what I'm looking at right now. Wind gusts of up to 40 miles per hour during the game, and that will wreck the passing attack. And think about the quarterbacks here. This is not like two Josh Allens, right, in terms of arm strength. Dylan Gabriel, who's like a weak-armed lefty, and Tua Tagovailoa, who's a weak-armed lefty, and they're both Hawaiian. They should just go to the bloodline and like work for Roman Reigns in WWE. Like I don't think this is going to go great for these two teams today, throwing the ball, if that's what the weather is going to be. Now, Sam, earlier in the week, I did bet on Tuesday, Dolphins +3, with the belief that Dylan Gabriel can't be favored by 3 points. Now, normally we talk about in a weather-impacted game, like the dog becomes more valuable. I actually think the favorite becomes more valuable if the wind's going to be terrible and you can't throw, because the Browns are going to dominate in the trenches and they're going to run all over Miami. Do you see the game that way, or do you see it playing out differently?
That's how it's been bet, because we did touch 1.5 at some point this week, and once it hit 1.5, Wise Guys just rolled the Browns. Bet it up to 2, 2.5. No more 3s right now in the market. It's all 2.5. So you got a good number for sure. I just wonder, can the Dolphins run the ball? Like, that's basically what this handicap comes down to. If it's going to be 40-mile-an-hour winds, it'll be who can run the ball more efficiently and with more authority. And I would think that would be Cleveland. But Cleveland's also a very stupid franchise. So I didn't bet the side. I jumped in on the total a couple points ago. This could easily, even with the 7-point move in the total, this could still be 17-13, and I wouldn't blink an eye.
I don't disagree. I'll like the Dolphins if we get to kickoff and the weather's not absolutely terrible. We don't know if that's going to be the case. It looks like, Sam, we have a pretty significant move in the Patriots-Titans game coming up in Tennessee. Mike Vrabel returns to his old team, who fired him a couple years ago, to hire Brian Callahan, who got fired earlier this week. Mike McCoy, now the interim coach in Tennessee. What do we have with the Patriots and the Titans?
Well, we're off the 7, as Nick alluded to. That's a big move for sure. It was 7 most of the week. Patriots, of course, favored by 7 in Mike Vrabel's homecoming, going back to Nashville. But I don't see a single 7 on the board. Not anywhere. Not in Vegas, not across the country, not offshore. You would think the Patriots would go in there looking for blood, because they have bought into this Vrabel regime and they know how much he hates the Titans franchise. That said, we don't play games like that. We bet numbers, not teams, for the most part. They did take 7. I didn't bet the game. I can't stomach another Titans bet, Nick. Just can't do it.
Yeah, I think in the time to bet Tennessee was when the number was 7, right? At this point now it's 6.5. I think it's New England or nothing at this point, and we'll have some props on this game to share next hour. You better you bet. Week 7 NFL Sunday. Nick Costo, Sam Panayotovich, and you. The Rams have possession of the ball now. I believe the Jaguars went for it on 4th down and did not get it. So the Rams take over possession, 21-0. Under. Not looking bad. Eagles and the Vikings, Sammy, in Minnesota. What do we have here as Philly looks to get off the schneid 2-game losing streak?
This one's been really polarizing, and it sort of bounced around a little bit. We opened about 2.5, then it touched 3 in Vegas. But ever since then, it's been one-way action on Minnesota. You have to look at the injury list for Philadelphia, of course. Sounds like Jalen Carter is going to be good to go on the front. He missed the game against the Giants. Quinyon Mitchell was a full participant in practice. And Minnesota, they're going to start Carson Wentz. Let's not beat around the bush. I think there were a lot of rumors about McCarthy. It will be Wentz. That's what I've heard. This number now, 100%. Philly, 1.5 or 2. Yeah, okay. Well, they were floating out the idea of McCarthy maybe coming back, and I just never believed it.
Yeah, McCarthy's going to be the emergency third quarterback today, and it's impossible to know, like, whether or not the Vikings are telling the truth. Like, is McCarthy actually hurt, or are they sitting him and they want to play Carson Wentz? So Max Brosmer will be the backup quarterback today to Wentz. People are saying this is a Carson Wentz revenge game. Like, revenge for what? Like, he tore his ACL. Nick Foles won the Super Bowl. He got his job back the next year and then, like, was never good again. Revenge for what? I actually like the Eagles in this game, Sam, and I feel like I might be the only person that talks about betting that likes the Eagles.
I laid 1 with Philly 2 days ago, so I'm with you. Yeah, I'm in. Yeah. I just think they're too good. I think they're a better team, and they've been stewing about that Giants loss for 10 days, man. Imagine that practice. You know, imagine that week of practice. Just been getting screamed at. You guys lost to the concussion boys. I just think Philly's going to come out and exert its dominance. The total, though, a lot of people thinking this is an under game. The total's moved up 2 points, 42-44.
Yeah, I think, and yeah, I like the over a little bit. We can touch on it next hour when we give our best bets. Sammy, the Carolina Panthers visit the New York Jets at MetLife Stadium. Yeah. Listen, the Panthers are 3-3 at least. Carolina's at 500. Like, Carolina could win this game, be over 500 squarely in the NFC playoff picture. Or maybe the Jets get their first win of the season, or maybe not. What do we have here with the Panthers at the Jets?
The look-ahead number had the Jets favored by 2.5. That's the 11-day number that they put out in Vegas. When they reopened it 7 days ago, the Jets were a 1-point favorite. Yippee. Now Carolina's basically won, or the game is a pick-em, depending on where you sit. Money on the Panthers later in the week. The totals come down from 43 to 41. I don't know at this one, but I know people will bet it.
I'm considering betting Carolina. I don't think I'm going to, but I think if you have to bet this game, if you want to bet the game, I don't know how you bet the Jets with any confidence. Because it's not just that Justin Fields is brutal. It's that Aaron Glenn's coaching might actually be worse than Justin Fields' quarterback play. And I'm not saying that just to say it. It's actually true. Absolutely abysmal last week. The Jets, the last remaining winless team in the league. Let's go to the afternoon slate, Sammy. My New York Football Giants on the road in Denver. And from the time I woke up this morning, one-way traffic, Sammy, on the side of this game.
Denver now 8.5 offshore if you play offshore. BetMGM has an 8. The total still in the low 40s, right above that fat number 40. So we're 40.5 at most places. I talked to John Murray yesterday from one of the Vegas sports books. He said the Giants are morphing into the public underdog. You really think about it. Well, last time we saw the Giants, they were beating the world champs. Last time we saw the Broncos, Nick and Sam were sweating the 13-11 final. It looks very easy to take those points. I used Denver -7 in contests. I did.
Oh, man. I'm worried that this might be an old Yeller situation if we're going to compare the Giants to a dog. Woodshed, shotgun, blammo. See ya. I'm worried about the Giants in this game. That was a little graphic, right? Sorry. That's years. That's years of Giants fandom talking. No bet for me on this game. What about Broncos teasers now?
Oh yeah. Yeah, especially there's a couple books at 7.5. You can go down to 1.5. I don't use this term a ton. I would be shocked if the Giants went into Denver and won the game outright.
It does feel unlikely with how good this Broncos defense is, the injured state of the Giants skill position group. Really tough to disagree. Sammy, your bet, second half under, looking pretty good at the moment as the Rams have just punted back to Jacksonville. So Jacksonville will have 1st and 10 from its own, I don't know. 21-0 Rams, 8:10 to go in the third quarter. So no points yet in this half. Jacksonville has the ball back when they come back from commercial in London.
Keep it up.
Chargers and the Colts in Los Angeles. Very interesting game. 4-2 v 5-1. What's happening in this one?
We've seen money on the Bolts for sure in the last 24 to 48 hours. This was 1.5 most of the week. As we got to Saturday, though, we started to see some apple bites on the Chargers. BetMGM has 2. A lot of books in Vegas have 2.5. You notice, though, not quite 3. I think this is a really good teaser leg. You were just bringing up teasers on the Broncos. So Broncos down, Colts up, question mark, from 2.5 to 8.5. That Chargers offensive line is just a mess right now, man.
Let's take that question mark and make it an exclamation mark. I think the Colts are going to win. I kind of don't get the support for LA here. They have no offensive linemen still. They barely beat Miami last week. Now the Colts are way better than the Dolphins. I can be wrong. The Chargers are the sharp betting side. I don't agree with that. I love the Peyton Manning Memorial teaser question mark. Colts and Broncos.
Well, and think about this. The Colts have already made this trip this year. They've already made the trip to L.A., played the Rams. So this is familiar territory going on the road to L.A.
The SoFi double for the Indianapolis Colts. We have a couple news items as far as actives and inactives go. We'll bring you now, and then we'll talk about it next segment in greater detail. Jacoby Myers for the Raiders, inactive today against the Chiefs. I'm going to tell you who's going to fill in for him and who you should grab in fantasy if you need. Stephon Diggs is active for the Patriots as expected, and DeAndre Swift is active for the Chicago Bears as expected, so no surprises there. Sammy, can we sneak in the Cowboys and the Commanders in Dallas this afternoon? A lot of injury stuff going on in this game.
Absolutely. I need your help, too, with my fantasy lineup later. Not that anybody else cares about my team, but I have Terry McLaurin. He's out, as I saw. So Dallas took money on Friday, actually during Bet Sweats. Washington was a 1-point favorite, and now Dallas favored by 1.5 everywhere. You would think this would be a shootout. totals up from 51.5 to 54.5.
Yeah, and I think that probably happened during your show. That's when the injury reports were coming out. When CeeDee Lamb is going to play, Kevontae Turpin is going to play, Terry McLaurin was ruled out on Friday, and Deebo Samuel was ruled out yesterday. So this is Jalen Lane, Luke McCaffrey, Chris Moore, Nick Kostos, and Sam Panayotovich catching passes today from Jaden Daniels. That's why the Cowboys have flipped to the favorite at home against the Washington Commanders. On the other side, we'll tell you what's happening in the betting markets for the Packers and the Cardinals in Arizona, and Sunday Night Football with the Niners and the Falcons in the Bay Area. Plus, score updates for the Rams and the Jags in London, and the actives and inactives, the fantasy and betting spin. Countdown to kickoff, Week 7 NFL Sunday here on the BetMGM Network.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet Countdown to Kickoff, presented by BetMGM. Make it legendary. It's that time once again on NFL Sunday. Who's in? Who's out?
Impact betting and fantasy for basically every single player.
Actives, inactives on You Better You Bet Countdown to Kickoff.
I'm on tilt, man. Brian Thomas Jr. drops. He's not wide open, but the ball's in his hands, like inside the 10-yard line, drops it because he sucks. And that's what he does. Third down, pass to Travis Hunter, tipped away. Hunter's calling for a flag. There's no flag. So we'll see what the Jaguars do here on 4th and 7. So this is how Sam exactly laid the game out for us, the second half for us. So the Jaguars are not kicking here. They're going for 4th and 7. Lawrence in the shotgun, LaQuint Allen to his right, 3 receivers split out right, including Thomas. Lawrence drops back to pass, has protection, rolls out. He's brought down by Fisk. And that's that. Turnover on downs.
So here's the good thing. I feel great about the under, but the Rams have shown me nothing in terms of trying to blow the top off this game. What you would expect here is just get the ball to midfield and punt it back and keep making Jacksonville go 90 yards or so, 85, 90 yards, whatever. You're not dead yet. Now, the Rams score a touchdown, buddy. It may be curtains, but you're not dead. You're definitely not dead. And you knew that would happen. Like, you can't kick a field goal there, down 21-0. A field goal try there, make or miss, is a white flag. You got to go for the 7 on these drives.
I think as long as the Rams don't score, I think the Jaguars will, because if it's 21-0 with like 5 minutes left, like they're going to pull the starters.
Yes.
Like Nick Mullins
100%.
will come in, and then they'll probably kick a field goal. The Jaguars will, to avoid getting shut out. So just hold the Rams to 21.
I'd like to push the rewind button for just a second. I believe 40 minutes ago, give or take, you said you wanted a sweat. You are going to sweat for sure on Jacksonville second half.
And I turned the air off in this office, and it's about 80 degrees right now, so I'm sweating both literally and figuratively. So the Rams up 21-0, and just, I got to tell you, man, like these, like the last couple international games, like this one and Jets-Broncos, absolutely terrible football games. Brutal games. I don't know which one's worse, this one or last week. Last week was at least close. It was terrible, but it was at least close. This one's a blowout, and it sucks. Anyway, here are your actives and inactives for today. Chiefs and Raiders. Jacoby Myers is out. Myers is out, and Brock Bowers is out. We knew Bowers was out. We didn't know Myers was going to be out. If you need a wide receiver to fill in for Jacoby Myers, the player that you want to get is Jack Besh, who is the Raiders' second-round pick at receiver, played 100% of snaps last week in 3 receiver sets. B-E-C-H is how you spell his name. I'm not guaranteeing he's going to have a good game. He could have 0 catches. But he's the replacement here for Jacoby Myers, Jack Besh. Josh Simmons, the Chiefs' left tackle, is out. Rashee Rice makes his season debut coming off of suspension. Saints and the Bears. DeAndre Swift active as expected. I would not be shocked if we saw Kyle Monungai, the rookie 7th rounder, and Roshan Johnson get snaps today. They got snaps on Monday night in the win against the Commanders. And Sammy, do we have anything in the Chiefs-Raiders market off of the news that Jacoby Myers is out?
As you're talking, the Chiefs are getting bet. Now, BetMGM, title sponsor, has a 12.5. If you like the Chiefs, go bet that, because we see 13s and 13.5s in the market as we speak. As Nick is reading the news, the line is moving. If you want to chase a good number, BetMGM has 12.5. Other books in Vegas have 13.5. So you could beat that move by a whole point if you act right now.
So, like, the Chiefs are going to score in this game, pending some effery, right? The Chiefs are going to score. And then it's the Raiders in catch-up mode with Geno Smith, who's at double-digit interceptions already. Their number 1 pass catcher, Brock Bowers, is out, and their number 1 wide receiver is out. So it's Trey Tucker, rookie Dante Thornton, rookie Jack Besh, and Michael Mayer catching passes. And I don't know how effective Ashton Genty is going to be if they don't have the lead and they can't run the ball. One of the reasons why I laid the points with the Kansas City Chiefs. All right, Saints and the Bears, like I was telling you, with the running backs, Grady Jarrett is out for Chicago as well. We will keep you updated on everything that's happening with the weather in this game in Dolphins-Browns as we move along. Miami and Cleveland. David Njoku is out for the Browns. Harold Fannin will be Cleveland's number 1 tight end. Jack Conklin out for the Browns as well. We told you that Quinn Ewers, the former Texas quarterback, elevated to the backup job. Zach Wilson's inactive. I hear that, And I think Tua Tagovailoa is at risk of an in-game benching, and they want to get Ewers out there instead of Zach Wilson. I can be wrong about that. That's my opinion. Storm Duck, who's Miami's best corner, continues to be out. We thought he was going to play. He is not going to play. He is out for this game as Matthew Stafford uncorks one on 3rd and 7. Way incomplete. The Rams will punt back to the Jaguars. I can tell you, man, that under looks like, I don't want to say anything. Patriots and the Titans. Stephon Diggs is in, as is Harold Landry, so the Patriots get a good player on offense and defense active for this game. Calvin Ridley is out for Tennessee. I would rank the Titans receivers today in this order: Alec Ayamaner, Chimere Dike, Van Jefferson, Tyler Lockett. The only one that's worth starting in fantasy is Alec Ayamaner. We had the report this morning from ESPN's Adam Schefter that the Titans are going to simplify the offense for Cam Ward, whatever the hell that means. Eagles and the Vikings. Eagles are healthy coming into this game. Jalen Carter, Quinyon Mitchell, Landon Dickerson, all were hurt or didn't play against the Giants. They are all playing today. Carson Wentz starts for the Vikings. J.J. McCarthy inactive. Max Brosmer will be the backup. Andrew Van Ginkel, playmaking linebacker, is out. That helps Dallas Goedert and the Eagles' passing offense over the middle. But the Vikings' offensive line is healthier. Brian O'Neill is back, and Donovan Jackson is back. They were both injured heading into the bye a couple weeks ago for Minnesota. Panthers and the Jets. Garrett Wilson out as expected. This is a brutal pass-catching core here for Justin Fields today. Chuba Hubbard and Jalen Coker are both playing today for Carolina. Hunter Renfrow, a healthy scratch. Jalen Coker sends his ass to the bench. Afternoon slate. Giants and the Broncos. Darius Slayton is not expected to play for Big Blue. Wan'Dale Robinson and Lil Jordan Humphrey will be the Giants' top 2 receivers. Did we mention the Broncos are getting bet? Colts and the Chargers. Josh Downs inactive with a concussion, and Ashton Doolin is inactive. You are going to see a lot of Alec Pierce and A.D. Mitchell today in the Colts passing offense. Joe Alt not ready to return yet with his high ankle sprain. Star left tackle, he's out, as is Trey Pipkins. So another game where the Chargers have third-string tackles playing on both sides of Justin Herbert. Cowboys and the Commanders. Terry McLaurin and Deebo Samuel both out. CeeDee Lamb in for Dallas. The Cowboys have flipped to being the favorite. Packers and the Cardinals. Kyler Murray is out for Arizona. Jacoby Brissett draws another start. Now pay attention here if you play fantasy football, because this one's a surprise. Josh Jacobs, Green Bay's #1 running back, being called now a true game-time decision. He is sick. He has an illness and a calf strain. Keyshawn Nixon, Green Bay's #1 corner, is also listed as questionable right now with an illness, so an illness apparently going through the Packers' locker room. Brissett going to start for Arizona. And then the Falcons and the Niners. Mac Jones starts in place of Brock Purdy. Ricky Pearsall is out for San Francisco. George Kittle returns for the Niners. Darnell Mooney returns tonight for the Atlanta Falcons. And those, Sammy, are the actives and inactives for Week 7 NFL Sunday. Anything cooking on the board, and then we'll do the final couple. It moved.
More money on the Chiefs, out to 13.5. BetMGM is no longer 12.5. So if you were listening in real time, you got a good number, because BetMGM even moved to 13 off of the report that Nick was reading. 2 more moves. They keep betting Tennessee, man. I won't do it. I guess I understand it. This is a very tough schedule swing for New England, a 3rd straight road game, if I remember correctly. So I think that's sort of in the thought process there. But they took 7 yesterday and this morning, and now they're taking 6.5. The other move, more money on Philly, Nick. Looks like Philly's going to be healthier than people thought. Couple shops on Philly out to 2.5.
So this is the 3rd straight road game for New England. At Buffalo on Sunday night for the big upset a couple weeks ago. At the Saints last week. Today on the road at Tennessee. Sammy, 2 more games for us to hit, and it moved. I gave the injury updates just now for the Packers and the Cardinals. Like, we don't know if Josh Jacobs is playing. We do know Kyler Murray's out and Jacoby Brissett will start. What do we have here, side and total, Packers and the Cardinals in Arizona?
Nothing crazy. This number was 6.5 for a ton during the week, and then it got to 7 over the weekend, and we're still sitting 7. Every book I see on the board, I've got 15 books right in front of my face. Every book is 7. Don't think it's going to budge off the 7. Is it weird that I like Arizona with Brissett more than I do with Murray? It might be weird, but I feel that way.
I mean, a little bit probably, but what I'll split the difference by saying, because we bet Arizona last week, My working thesis with the Cardinals, Sam, and the proof's in the pudding. It doesn't have to continue. When they're a big dog, the game is close, as Trevor Lawrence takes like a 20-yard sack on 2nd and 10. He's terrible. I think it's over for Trevor Lawrence being a great quarterback. I think he can be good. He'll have moments where he's great. I don't think he'll ever be great. We're too far into this at this point now with him. Anyway,
I need to remember how big. Oh, that's how much it was. $275 million contract extension for Trevor Lawrence.
I mean, it's not as bad as Tua, but neither one is great. It's not good.
No.
When Arizona's a big favorite, the games are close. When Arizona's a big dog, the games are close. And when the spread is small, the game is close, and they usually lose. I love the Cardinals today, plus the points.
You love the Cardinals. I see what you did there. What'd Lawrence do now? You got that look on your face.
He ran out of bounds after a 2-yard gain on 3rd and 23.
Oh, that's good. It's perfect.
Setting up 4th and 21. And I think the Jaguars are punting. Down 21-0 at the end of the 3rd quarter. This is bad.
Got to punt on 4th and 23. You got to punt.
Yeah. 3rd and long. Just, run out of bounds. No problem.
Should we do another game to get your mind off this?
I think we have time. We could try Falcons and the Niners Sunday night.
All Atlanta, one-way action. This number early in the week was 3. BetMGM has a 1.5. Others have a 1. There's a pick 'em at circa. So it's been a steady diet of bets on the Falcons. I don't think a lot of people wanted to bet the Falcons against Buffalo, but now everybody wants to bet the Falcons here. Usually that's a bad sign, Nick, as you know.
Usually.
Well, usually.
I don't know if it's good. Honestly, WTF. Wrong team favored. I think Atlanta's going to win tonight. Best bets will close the show. This is a really bad performance by Jacksonville, who's going to limp into the bye with a couple of straight losses, and the offensive line collapsing in back-to-back games. This week against the Rams, last week against the Seattle Seahawks. Hour 1 done, hour 2 for you coming up on the other side. Board update, the Royal Prop King, Underdog Moneyline Parlay, teasers, and our best bets coming up in the next 60 minutes.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet Countdown to Kickoff, presented by BetMGM. Make it legendary. for an action-packed day of football.
Oh, hell yeah.
For the first time in my life, I have made a bet on the Buffalo Bills to win the Super Bowl. Buffalo over San Francisco. Write it down.
I'm an NFL junkie. Like, it's my favorite thing. I think I like the NFL more than my wife. Don't tell her. Don't tell anybody.
From sides to totals to props, we've got you covered. It's You Better You Bet Countdown to Kickoff with your hosts, Nick Kostos and Sam Paniatovich. Presented by BetMGM. Make it legendary.
All right, hour number 2, Week 7 NFL Sunday. Nick Kostos, Sam Paniatovich, you on the BetMGM network. Sam, would it surprise you to hear that the Jacksonville Jaguars just punted after failing to convert a 3rd and 15 against the Rams? Rams going to get the ball back up 21-0 start of the fourth quarter.
No, not 1 second.
You tried to tell me about the under. That bet is looking excellent. Obviously, things can change. Jaguars -0.5 for the second half is going to be a wild sweat here. Oh, we're still into the third quarter. Mercifully, we're not even through 3 yet. 27 seconds to go. Rams have it 1st and 10 from their own 38-yard line. Before we get to all the props for today, Sam, board update, please. Anything standing out to you, things you expect to happen, etc.
Still under money in Miami, Cleveland, 34.5. Pinnacle offshore down to a juiced under on the 34.5. So even though that number has moved 7 points on the total because of the reported wind in the forecast, that is not stopping bettors from hitting under. My advice would be don't get crazy on a line that is 7 points lower, but it's very difficult with the forecast, the wind, the bad quarterback play, the stingy defense on Cleveland. It's hard to love the over, so it's a number 34.5. I want no interest in betting. They're betting under in Chicago, Nick. That's happening right now as well, down to 44.5 and 44 at a couple places. You mentioned the forecast there.
The wind's rising in that game, Sam. I'm seeing 37-mile-per-hour gusts during game time for Chicago, so that does track with what you're saying.
Yeah, so under in Cleveland, under in Chicago, wind clearly a factor there. They're also betting, I don't know why, they're betting the Jets at 1 o'clock Eastern.
What have we flipped favorites here? Jets are favored, or are we going to pick them?
No, there's a lot of pick showing now. There's a lot of pick. This morning, Carolina was -1. I see a lot more pick now on the board. So without a win, the Jets still taking money in the market day of the game.
You asked me a question last hour. I want to flip it on you and ask you. When is too low too low? Would you consider betting overs in Dolphins-Browns and or Bears-Saints? Is there a number you're looking for to bet overs in those games? Again, like the wind could completely wreck these games. We're looking at winds in between 35 to 40 miles per hour. Now, I'm not a meteorologist. I'm using like Google and AccuWeather to try to see what the weather is. Weather is notoriously fickle, but with the information we have now, it does look like the wind will be bad, Sam, in both games.
It's so funny. You ask how low can it go as they keep betting the Saints-Bears under. 43.5 now at multiple places. This was 44.5 6 minutes ago during the break. So clearly a rush on the under. Everybody betting under right now. New Orleans, Chicago.
BetMGM, Sam, has over? A 44.5, by the way. Was what you said about Chiefs -12.5. If you wanted to bet the Chiefs, MGM was your spot to do it. It's not going. If it's 43.5 elsewhere, it's not going to be 44.5 for much longer at MGM. Would you agree?
Yeah, 100%. So if you like the under, I would go to BetMGM, log into that app right now, pow, fire 44.5. Circa's 43.5, Pinnacle's 43.5, a lot of books offshore 43.5, Vegas 44. So if you want to get the best of the number, it doesn't mean it's going to win, but if you can constantly bet under 44.5 when the market's at 43, say the game lands 24-20, you're going to be a winner because you have that hook. You have that 44.5. That's a very popular total number too, 44. It's 41, 43, 44, 47, 48, 49. Those are all very popular numbers for wise guys. So when you see sharp shops at 43.5 and another book at 44.5, I don't want to say auto bet, Nick, but it's a decent bet considering the circumstances.
What would you need to go over in Dolphins-Browns?
30. 22.
That's it, dude.
I'm not interested. I have 37, which, again, I hate coming on a show on Sunday and saying I have a great number, but
no, people
you and
listen
I do
during the
6
week.
shows a week.
Yeah.
100%. So when I put out the newsletter on Friday morning, the total was 37. And I still thought, considering where the weather could go and how worse it could get, I thought 47 was a good bet. At 44 now, 44. I'm looking at the wrong game. I'm looking at New Orleans, Chicago, still getting bet under. At 34.5, it's hard for me to sit here and bet the under. But I'm not going to bet off my 37 because I have a good bet. I'm not a middle person. I know some people are. Just not my style.
The Rams converting a first down on a Matthew Stafford pass to Jordan Whittington. I just almost called him Whittingham, like Al Michaels did on Thursday Night Football. Bad job by me. 21-0. Rams have the ball in Jaguars territory, 2nd and 4. A touchdown here puts my Jaguar second half bet to the sword.
No way. It's going to be, I'm telling you, it's going to be a field goal Rams. It'll be 24-0. And then backdoor Nicky is going to have a chance with the Jags touchdown late. That's what's going to happen. 24-0, and then you need a late touchdown. The Rams bench guys out on the field, and 24-7 is going to get you home at the very end. I'm going to speak it into existence for you.
I love it. I appreciate you very much. Last one for now. Do you think the Falcons will flip to the favorite at some point today? I'm seeing that that's basically down to 1 at a lot of places right now. Niners, Falcons, Sunday night.
I don't think so. It feels like eventually you're going to get that push on San Fran at a pick'em, especially when this number on the look ahead was 3.5 and they reopened it at 3. I think there's going to be some support for San Francisco at a pick'em. That's my guess. I could be wrong there. The big Falcon moves came in at 3, 2.5, and 2. It's hard to think they knock it through. I could be wrong there, but I feel like at pick'em, you're going to see some Niners money later on tonight.
You can't make this up. 3rd and 4 for the Rams. They sack Matthew Stafford. Defensive holding, and I also think there might be a roughing the passer also on a sack where they could full body weight landing on Stafford. In any event, it's Jordan Lewis holding Devontae Adams. This will be a first down for the Rams. Jaguars had an opportunity to get off the field. Anything else, Sam, or should we roll the props?
Nope, just some more bets on the Titans. I don't understand it, but
6?
They're betting Tennessee.
Still 6.5.
6.5 down. Yeah, 6.5, but a lot of places are coming down, and we do have a 6 offshore on New England. This was 7 most of the week, and now the 7s are all gone.
All right. How about, as the prop king descends down from my royal throne, how about, Sam, you love some of these weird names, right?
Yes,
Tyler and I, our executive producer, we're in a dynasty league together, like a 50-man roster dynasty league with defensive players. This is serious. And Tyler's actually like grinding the waiver wire 7 days a week. He loves it. I picked up this week in a couple of these leagues that I'm in, Rams rookie receiver Kanata Mumfield. Played him anytime touchdown today. Gave it out on WFAN this morning. Scored the first touchdown of the game. Had people tweeting me tickets like 75-1. I just bet anytime at 15-1. So we're feeling good early this morning heading into the rest of the slate thanks to our friend Kanata Mumfield. So let's look to keep the good times rolling as the prop king descends down from thy royal throne, traipses across thy royal purple velvety carpet over to thy royal balcony to gaze down upon you, the pigs, to issue prop bets for Week 7 NFL Sunday. Oink, oink.
Now approaching the betting window, it is your prop king, Nick Costos. All hail King Costos.
All hail King Costos.
Worship me, swine. Fourth down for the Rams. Sean McVay is barking into his play sheet, so the Rams will be going for it here. Feels like a pretty important play for Jaguars second half. Stafford in the shotgun. Empty formation. Now Kyron Williams comes in motion to his right. 3 receivers to the left. Devontae Adams split out wide to the right. I think the Jaguars jumped. I think this is going to be first down. It's just incredible. Let's
even going to snap it, or were they just trying to do this?
Yes, it is encroachment on the defense.
Oh, come on, man. Come on.
Yep. Chiefs and the Raiders today in Kansas City. Just like, it's actually incredible. Why did I make this bet? Because I wanted to sweat. I'm like Patrick Ewing at the free throw line in 1994. This is no good. Oh, it's actually 4th and 1 now, so it's not first down. So the Rams are lining up to go for it here on 4th and 1. Stafford under center. Oh, play action. Stafford rolls back the pass, throwing deep to the end zone. Wide open, touchdown.
Oh,
Terrence Ferguson! We have him anytime from this morning. Yes! Oh, that's actually awesome. Okay. Chiefs, yeah, man. Oh, babe. Okay. Chiefs and the Raiders. With Rashee Rice back, I think it's going to hurt Travis Kelce. I think it's going to hurt Juju Smith-Schuster, guys that do well over the middle of the field, because Rice is far better than those guys. I actually think his presence is going to help Xavier Worthy. Xavier Worthy over 44.5 receiving yards. We told you during the actives and inactives that Jacoby Myers inactive. I think Jack Besh, the Raiders' second-round rookie receiver, is going to be the beneficiary. Jack Besh, anytime touchdown for the Las Vegas Raiders. Bears and the Saints. Now, at the end of the show, when we give our best bets, we'll talk about like what we want to do betting this game with the wind. I actually think I might still like this bet, and I want to see if the prices are falling as the total gets bet down and the wind is bad for the yardage props. Let's see. Colston Loveland is actually, numbers actually gone up from this morning. I gave him out this morning at 15.5 and 17.5. I like it even if the wind's bad because his average depth of target is not going to be high. And he played way more than Cole Kmet on Monday. His time is coming. Colston Loveland over. Anytime touchdown. The Bears used 3 running backs on Monday night. Let's play the one at the longest odds. That is Roschon Johnson. Browns and the Dolphins, like, good luck with this one. I don't know about any yardage props in this game. It looks like this is going to be impossible with the wind. The betting market expects Quinshon Judkins to go off, so do I. Anytime touchdown, though, with David Njoku out. Blake Whiteheart, which is the opposite of Owen Hart's WWE gimmick, the late great Owen Hart, the Black Heart. Blake Whiteheart, anytime touchdown for the Cleveland Browns at a huge price. Patriots-Titans. Stephon Diggs last week got called for the most ticky-tack offensive pass interference since Garrett Wilson a couple weeks ago on Monday Night Football. 2 touchdowns taken off the board that shouldn't. This was an obvious touchdown by Stephon Diggs that got taken away for nonsense. And if that had scored, this number would not be 54.5 for Stephon Diggs. Would have been an extra 50 yards for him. Stephon Diggs over 54.5 receiving yards, anytime touchdown. Patriots rookie receiver Kyle Williams. These are meant to be small money bets. Williams starting to get more involved in the offense. Eagles and the Vikings in Minnesota. Brian Flores loves to blitz and plays 2 safeties back. Jalen Hurts, go and beat the blitz today. He's been good against the blitz this season. Dallas Goedert over the middle of the field, over 40.5 receiving yards. And as a bonus play, with Quinyon Mitchell expected to shadow Justin Jefferson, and it remains to be seen how that will go. Justin Jefferson's way better than Quinyon Mitchell. I think Jordan Addison, this sets up for him to have a nice game. His receiving yards prop is 43.5. Anytime touchdown. You know Carson Wentz is going to be trying to get into the end zone against his former team today. Carson Wentz, anytime touchdown. Panthers and the Jets. I don't know, man. Everyone stinks. The Panthers guys are all lined properly. If you wanted to play Justin Fields over rushing yards, it's probably not the worst thing in the world. Anytime touchdown. Jets rookie receiver Arian Smith with Garrett Wilson out. We know Josh Reynolds stinks. We know Alan Lazard stinks. We have no idea whether or not Arian Smith is good. Maybe he's bad, but I think he'll be involved in the passing offense today. Arian Smith, anytime touchdown. One more this segment. We'll do the Broncos and the Giants. Where the Broncos have done very well this season, in all things defensively, but especially against limiting rushing production by opposing quarterbacks, most notably last week with Justin Fields. I actually don't care because the Giants are going to call so many design runs for Jackson Dart because they can't move the ball otherwise. I'll go over Jackson Dart 37.5 rushing yards and anytime touchdowns. The Broncos receiving core is so hard to peg once we get past Cortland Sutton. It could be Marvin Mims, it could be Troy Franklin, it could be former Giant Evan Ingram. I'll take a shot on Illinois product, Pat Bryant. Small money bet on Pat Bryant to score a touchdown for the Denver Broncos. On the other side, the rest of the props for today, underdog moneyline parlay, teasers, and more updates of the Jaguars and the Rams in London, with the Rams up 28-0 in the fourth quarter.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet Countdown to Kickoff, presented by BetMGM. Make it legendary. This is You Better You Bet Countdown to Kickoff with Nick Kostos and Sam Paniatovich, presented by BetMGM. Make it legendary.
Things getting a little more interesting in London during the commercial break. Travis Hunter's first NFL touchdown on a 34-yard reception from Trevor Lawrence. So the Jags are on the board. 28-7 now the score, Sam, in London.
Did not need that long home run. I was actually out checking the lamb on the grill, and I came back in and looked up. It looks good. I'm going to send a picture right before the end of the show. Give you the live look in. How long was the touchdown? Like 50 yards?
34 yards to Travis Hunter.
So now one more touchdown breaks my back. Not good.
The Jaguars onside kicked, and the Rams recovered.
Oh, good. Perfect.
So short field here for the Rams.
Lovely.
I'd like for one of us to win. I'm not even saying it has to be me. Both of us losing would be tough.
For the sake of the entertainment, I decided let me do second half under. Correct me if I'm wrong. There were no points in the third quarter, right? Not a single point.
No. Yeah, you're right. Because the Rams scored at the beginning of the fourth, and then the Jaguars scored right afterwards.
Perfect. And then bang, 2 touchdowns in 5 minutes. And now an onside kick. You just love this league, don't you? You just love it.
And because the Jaguars scored, like Matthew Stafford and company remain in the game here. So the Rams starters are in. First down run for about 3 yards. Rams already in Jaguars territory, obviously after failing the onside kick. All right, back to the props. Chargers and the Colts. Josh Downs is out. Ashton Doolin's out. I love Alec Pierce today. And he's more than just like a straight line receiver. He used to be a couple of years ago because he's so fast. It's like throw him the ball down the field. He's capable of doing more, and he's shown that this year. Alec Pierce over 35.5 receiving yards. This anytime touchdown bet's going to make everybody sick, including me. Because we bet him, 3 weeks ago now? And it was going to be a 75-yard touchdown, and he fumbled the ball going out of the end zone for a touchback. A.D. Mitchell. With Downs and Doolin both out, A.D. Mitchell is going to play more today for the Colts. Like they all, Steichen talked about it, he talked about it, and I think he's really good. He's just kind of a dum-dum. A.D. Mitchell anytime touchdown for the Indianapolis Colts. Cowboys and the Commanders. I want to see what this number is now. So I'm just going to see what C.D. Lamb's receiving yards number is, if it's gone up from this morning. It's 76.5. I actually, maybe I'm wrong. He's coming off an injury. I think it should be like 96.5. I think this is the best prop of the day, is C.D. Lamb over receiving yards. And if you want to play a long shot, I don't even know if I love this, but I didn't give one out on my FAN show, and a couple of people asked. I would play Commanders tight end John Bates. With Zach Ertz banged up and all the other injuries in the Commanders receiving core, John Bates, anytime touchdown, beer or pizza money, if you want to have action in the touchdown market on this game. Packers and the Cardinals, I actually can't choose between Trey McBride or Marvin Harrison. McBride had 13 targets last week, but remember, Marvin Harrison went out early with a concussion. So we still don't know what the Jacoby Brissett passing offense is going to look like for Arizona. I guess a lean for me towards McBride, just because the Petzing offense, Drew Petzing, their OC, from the Stefanski tree, funnels the offense through the tight ends. So McBride would be my choice. I don't really feel that strongly about it. Anytime touchdown. How about Greg the Human Dortch? Flame on. And then lastly, Niners and the Falcons, as the Rams on 3rd and 7 run a draw for a first down. Great stuff from the Jaguars defense. Drake London's receiving yards prop is 69.5. Nice. And I get it. Darnell Mooney's back. And when Mooney plays, like London doesn't play as well, I don't care. The number's way too low. The Niners defense is abysmal. Fred Warner's out for the year. Nick Bosa's out for the year. Drake London over receiving yards. And one anytime touchdown in this game. George Kittle is back for San Francisco, which means I think we see way less of Jake Tonjes, who's been the Niners' pass-catching tight end since Kittle went out in Week 1 against Seattle, had the game winner in that game. I think you will still see, though, blocking tight end, Monsignor's son, that's for all the New Yorkers in the listening and viewing audience, Luke Farrell, touchdown tonight for San Francisco. As always, the anytime touchdowns, small money bets, beer or pizza money. And those, Sam, are thy royal props for Week 7, NFL Sunday. Vibe check right now on the football game.
just don't need a touchdown. A touchdown would be bad. A field goal would be fine. But then that's the issue. You and I both can't win. Even if the Rams were to kick a field goal and miss it, I need the game to stay under 20.5 second half.
Jaguars
It's 14
field goal.
right now.
Jaguars field goal, we both win.
Do you really think they're going to kick a field goal down 28-7?
No.
I don't either. You had to think about it for a second. I don't think we both can win. I don't.
Because I had to consider, like, I'm probably wrong here, and to come to grips with that before I said yes. Yeah, you are right. They're not going to kick a field goal.
Need a stop on third down here. Definitely need a stop. Because if the Rams score a touchdown, we both lose.
Do you want to do play-by-play?
I mean,
they're running they're running like some pre-produced piece. I don't know if they're going to commercial. It's Matthew Stafford. Oh, they're at a baseball game. And they're throwing baseballs. That's what's on my screen right now. Not the football game. The Rams playing baseball. Okay, we're back here. 6:02 to play in the fourth quarter. 3rd and 6 for the LA Rams. They're at the Jaguars' 29-yard line. Stafford barking out signals in the huddle, telling Devontae Adams something. Adams looks at Stafford, shakes his head. Now Stafford looking back to Sean McVay. I thought we were close to the play happening. We're not.
Take a knee. Take a knee.
Can they? How about Stafford runs backwards and then puts the ball down at like the 20-yard line?
No.
Okay. So
why are they not playing? I'm so confused why they're not playing right now. Somebody call a timeout?
Jacksonville called timeout, but it was like 3 minutes ago. All right, here we go. Rams break the huddle. Critical 3rd and 6 for my bet and for Sam Panayotowic's bet. Stafford in the shotgun. Kyron Williams to his right. 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Devontae Adams in the slot right. Stafford drops back to pass, looks towards Adams, throws the fade to Devontae Adams, and he drops it. Flag thrown on the play. This will be pass interference on Jordan Lewis.
Oh, never mind. Let's not go. Let's go drink bleach.
I cannot believe that flag got thrown, and that is just an honest opinion. That's not me being biased because I want this not to be a flag. Yeah, it's a bad flag. It really is. I don't know if it's illegal contact or pass interference. We will find out momentarily. It'll be a first down for the Rams either way.
Why don't we just do the money line dog parlay? Because this game is maddening. The fact that I'm going to lose this second half under 20.5 is stupid. But that's the NFL for you, pal.
What do you got for the underdog money line parlay?
Well, I cooked up a 3-teamer. Colts, Texans, Saints, plus 1340.
Why do you like the Texans tomorrow night in Seattle?
Just because I think we get a C.J. Stroud bounce back finally. And I think their defense can sort of keep the passing game for Seattle at bay. I'm hopeful, though. I'm hoping that will happen.
So you have Texans plus the points tomorrow night?
Yeah, plus 3.
Wow. How about that game starts at 10 o'clock Eastern? No respect for the East Coast audience.
None. Not a single shred of respect. You'll be asleep, and we don't care.
Well, I actually mean this. I will stay up because it's the NFL. Any other sport, I'm out cold. The NFL I'll stay up for. My 3-teamer is actually, Sam, not as sexy as yours. That's been a trend this season. I will be a coward and play 3 small dogs. Colts, Commanders, Falcons, all to win.
What's the price?
Plus 760. Colts, Commanders, Falcons. Blake Corum run down to about the 2-yard line. Jaguars timeout will be 3rd and goal. Do you think the Rams would go for the touchdown here since they're right down by the goal line? And it's a 3-score game no matter what, whether they kick or go for it or don't get it.
Yeah, because I have the under, of course. Of course they will.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think they will go for it.
You might as well just go for the kill. I mean, what's a field goal do? You might as well just rip their soul out, go up 35-7.
You are right. We're about to get worst case scenario here.
We need a hold. Holding on the offense. Move them back 10. That's what I need at least. Well, you need
Okay. All right, here we go. All All right, this is 3rd and goal Rams from the Jaguars' 2-yard line. Stafford's in the shotgun, 3 receivers to his right, Blake Corum to his left, now split out. Stafford rolls out to his right, throws, and it is dropped to the tight end, Terrence Ferguson. So Ferguson, a flag on the play.
Oh,
this cannot be on the Jaguars again. It just can't. Personal foul, roughing the passer, Jacksonville. Half the distance to the goal, first down.
Like, what am I supposed to do? You can't get off the field. You get a stop on 3rd down, pass interference. You get a stop on 3rd down, roughing the passer. This league is stupid. I hate this stupid league.
It's 100% roughing the passer. I just saw the replay. Like helmet to the chin of Stafford.
Great. Did he spit on him too? It looked like he spit on him afterwards. Like, not only do we hit you in the head, we're going to spit right on your face while you're laying on the ground. Jacksonville! Duval! Stupid. That's a stupid team right there.
It is. All right, here we go. 1st and goal. Devontae Adams, touchdown, his 3rd of the game.
Great. What was that? 100-1?
Adams? I don't know, maybe like 5-1.
3 touchdowns? No,
I'm
not
kidding.
5.
I'm kidding. 3 touchdowns for Devontae Adams. That's 5 for Stafford in this game now. And they could miss the extra. And here's Joshua Carty has missed extra points. He's missed a lot of kicks this season. This is not impossible that he can miss this extra point. Should we wait? Should we wait for the extra point and then we'll do teasers? Okay. So here comes Carty for the extra point. Snap, spot, kick is good. I'm sorry. He has missed kicks, to be fair, this season.
Yeah. Yep.
Just losers as far as the eye can see. If you wanted to construct a 2-team teaser for today, Sam, what would it be and why?
After you just lost your total, give us another loser. So, look, this is such a stupid league. It really is. What does Pizzola always say in all caps every Sunday? We gamble actual dollars on this league.
I can't believe we gamble actual dollars on this league. Our friend Rob Pizzola, yeah.
Very good. So I like the Chargers to move. Let's make them an 8.5-point favorite and take the dog. I think you have a lot to like there. This Colts team is very physical on offense and defense, especially in the trenches. So let's go Colts to 8.5 and then just tease the Broncos down from, a couple books you can do 7.5 to 1.5. You want to do 8 to 2, that's fine. Same thing. I don't think the game's going to land 2. So Denver down, Indy up. That'd be my 2-teamer.
The Peyton Manning Memorial teaser. I really agree with that. I really like that. Before we head to break and then best bets on the other side, what's happening on the board here, Sam?
So you're seeing some fight back on New England. Those books that went down to 6 are now back to 6.5, which I guess makes sense. You're also seeing more of a push toward Atlanta. They are betting Atlanta. That's not really injury related. It's just more of a bet against San Francisco. Remember, this number was 3. San Fran was a 3-point favorite early in the week, and now we're getting closer to a pick 'em. BetMGM still has 1.5 though, Nick, on Atlanta. That's your bet tonight, right? Atlanta, you like the points?
Yeah, I think the Falcons are going to close a favorite in the game. Is my guess. The Niners could win by 30. This league is stupid. Like Sam said, he's right. Man, they have no defense. Their 2 best defensive players by far are both out for the season. I have a hard time thinking the Falcons don't put a big number up. I'm just looking at the weather right now in both Cleveland and Chicago. So in Chicago right now, wind gusts of 35 to 40 miles per hour during the game, and same for Cleveland. So I don't think, Sam, we're going to be able to say definitively before the game starts, let's bet a contrarian over. I don't know if we can do that, unfortunately, for these 2 games.
I understand. They're also betting the under right now as we speak.
In
47 at BetMGM, Atlanta, San Fran. This is lighting up right now. So 47s are going bye-bye. BetMGM still has 47. A lot of books are down to 46. So they're shorting some offense, at least at the moment. That could always change. That game doesn't kick until 8:20. And finally, you asked about Miami-Cleveland. When will we see some over money? Apparently at 34.5. They're starting to bet some over there. Circa just moved to 35.
Circa just to 35. Like this is like Iowa, Wisconsin in the Big Ten. And at 35 in an NFL game. Ridiculous. Speaking of ridiculous, the Jacksonville Jaguars are trying to drive to make this a 21-point game. Under 4 minutes to play, another Trevor Lawrence incompletion. All right. The game's all over but the shouting, and Brian Thomas is just hurt after every play. I'm not exaggerating. After every play, he's on one knee. Quick break. Best bets on the other side to wrap up the Week 7 NFL Sunday edition of Countdown to Kickoff here on the BetMGM Network.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet Countdown to Kickoff, presented by BetMGM. Make it legendary. This is You Better You Bet Countdown to Kickoff with Nick Kostos and Sam Paniatovich, presented by BetMGM. Make it legendary.
All right. So it's 1st and 10 Jaguars, Sam, right now from the Rams 11. So just outside being goal to go. If the Jaguars score a touchdown, which believe me is a hypothetical, would they go for 2?
There's no reason not to. I know what you're doing here. You need Jacksonville to go for 2, so you're asking me if they'll go for 2.
Duh. Of course.
Get in. Oh, the leg tackle.
By the way, I had 3 anytime touchdown bets in this game at big prices. Mumfield, Terrence Ferguson, and that running back that just caught that pass for Jacksonville, LaQuint Allen, who plays in these spots. So if he scores here, like that's a trifecta of insane anytime touchdowns. All right, so 2nd and 6 Jags. Lawrence in the shotgun.
That's him, 36.
Allen to his right.
Number 36?
Yep, that's right.
Get in.
Get in. Sacked.
Oh.
In all seriousness, this is something to think about when we come out of the bye. Jags in their bye next week. The offensive line has absolutely fallen apart in back-to-back games. And they will come out of the bye, the Jaguars will, and will play at the Raiders. Okay, so that's a little easier. And then at the Texans. Might have to peel Trevor Lawrence off the turf with the spatula that game at Houston. All right, 2-minute warning. It'll be 3rd and 15 for the Jags from like the 16-yard line when we come back from break. All right. You ready? Anything happening on the board here, Sammy, or we want to get to the bets?
Nothing crazy. Let's fire.
All right. Just first, quickly, thank yous. Executive producer today, Tyler Morales. All right. Kenny's our engineer, right? Kenny Henderson. Kenny, thank you very much. Yeah, Kenderson. Our video producer is our friend Max Sheedy. Thank you very much, Max. And Sean's doing our social today. I'm very unprepared for this. Sean, smile on his mouth, hand on his haw. Sean, thank you very much. All right. Let's get to all our best bets for Week 7 NFL Sunday. Kenny, please drop the dope-ass beat. We want you, dear listener and dear viewer, to open the playbook to choose your boost for today's action. Grab BetMGM's Pro Football Boost Pack, and you'll have 3 ways to boost your odds on your next bet. Activate one of your boost tokens for any pro football bet, and you'll receive a bigger payout if your wager wins. Make it legendary with BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app and please gamble responsibly. And remember, you can check out my show during the week, You Better You Bet, weekdays 3 to 7 p.m. Eastern. Search You Bet wherever you find your podcasts. And Sammy and Joe O on Bet Sweats, weekdays 9 a.m. to noon Eastern on the BetMGM network. Search Bet Sweats wherever you find your podcasts. All right, Sammy, we begin our Week 7 NFL Sunday betting sojourn as we await coming back from the 2-minute warning in London. At Arrowhead with the Chiefs and the Raiders, the line at BetMGM right now is 13, KC minus 13, minus 105. The total is 44.5.
We told people to bet some 12.5 during the show. Hopefully they did that. At this current point, I would go under 44.5. Just bank on Geno being very bad in the red zone and the Chiefs doing enough to win and get the hell out of there. Under 44.5.
Our friend Rob Pizzola came on You Better You Bet on Thursday and said something that stuck with me. He doesn't think the betting market's caught up yet to how good the Chiefs are and also how bad the Raiders are. I laid 12 with Kansas City, 13 not as interested. Sammy told you during the show again to lay 12.5 if you liked it. The Bears, Sam, are down to a 3.5-point home favorite against New Orleans. The total is 43.5. We are expecting this to be a wind-impacted game at Soldier Field.
I will pass post here because all week long on Bet Sweats, Joe and I talked about this game. We were betting 5.5, and then in the newsletter I put 5 out there. So I'm not getting involved at 3.5. This is why you listen to the network Monday through Sunday, not just on Sunday. I need the Saints to cover 5 and 5.5.
Promote the newsletter quickly here for the listeners and viewers, Sammy.
Right at the top of my Twitter, at SPShoot. It's a free newsletter. It goes out every Friday. The big news this week was Sam Leavitt being healthy. Did you catch what Sam Leavitt did this weekend? They upset Texas Tech. So the tip sheet is free, and you can find it on my Twitter.
I love when Arizona State won that game and stormed the field. Like the Texas Tech players and coaches, I did not look thrilled. Trevor Lawrence had Travis Hunter wide open in the end zone and threw the ball about 5 yards into the crowd. So 4th and 13 coming up. Last chance saloon for the Jaguars. The Rams just called timeout. What were we talking about? Bears and Saints. No bet for me on this game. I was hoping to bet some Chicago or a contrarian over. I think the wind's going to be bad. I don't know what we're going to get, so I will pass the game. Browns and the Dolphins, another wind-impacted game, Sam. At BetMGM, the Browns a 2.5-point home favorite. The total is 34.5.
I like Cleveland minus 2.5. No,
right.
I'm not doing under. I already have under 37. So
I was going to say over.
At this current position, no, hell no.
You don't want
minus
to try
2.5 Browns. No, I'm not trying to middle on 35 to 36. I got a buddy who sends me these slips. He's like in college basketball, he's like, I got over 119 and under 121. I'm like, do you know the odds of it landing 120?
4th down, Trevor Lawrence to the end zone. Oh my God, he actually had De'Ami Brown and they tipped it at the last second. So incomplete. Rams 35-7 will be the final score.
So the full game stays under.
Yeah.
Because the full game closed 44.5-44. So it stays under by an eyelash, 35-7. Assuming no chaos with 1:49. I guess the game is technically not over, but
well, Jaguars
no
only have one timeout. Jaguars have one timeout. It's done.
Maybe somebody slips and falls into the end zone and we get a safety. You never know.
Yes, you have like Miracle at the Meadowlands Part 1 potential. Well, no, you don't, because they're not going to run the ball. Jimmy Garoppolo's in to take knees here for the Rams. This is all over. Rams 35-7, the final score. Bet's a loser. It's a loser. I bet Dolphins +3 on Tuesday. I'll stick with it here, maybe against my better judgment. Patriots at Tennessee, Sam, at BetMGM. New England, a 6.5-point road favorite. The total is 41.
Under 41. BetMGM has that readily available. Most books have 41. I think it's very overblown, this whole Patriots thing. Everybody keeps saying they're going to win big, they're going to blow them out. Maybe they do. But Tennessee's defense is pretty good, especially up front, and their offense stinks. I'm under 41.
To Sam's point on the Titans' defense, Devontae Sweat is back for them. And if you, the listener and viewer, don't know who he is, like 380-pound defensive tackle, space eater, like awesome run stopper, him and Simmons are both going to play in this game. I don't anticipate the Patriots having a ton of success running the ball. This game is a pass for me. The Eagles, Sam, 2.5-point road favorites at Minnesota. Total is 44.
We talked about it this morning. I was happy to lay the Eagles at -1. Even when our show started, it was 1.5. So, look, I'm not going to sit here and tell people to lay 2.5. That's not a good bet when you could have laid 1 or 1.5. The news moved, though. The news moved the line. It was a good injury report for Philly. You read it out about 90 minutes ago. I hope the Eagles win, but I'm not laying 2.5. I got 1.5 already in pocket. We bet 1.5 during the show, so not going to lay 2.5.
I think it's still. I think they might win by 10. I still like it, but Sam's giving you really good betting advice. I like Philadelphia in the game. I've liked the Eagles all week. Panthers and the Jets. Sam, pick the winner of the game at MetLife Stadium. Total is 40.
Make me pick the winner of this game. Dude, how do you bet this game? How do you put your own money? You work hard for your money. How are you betting Carolina, New York? How?
The answer is I won't make you, and I'm not. If I had to, I'd bet Carolina. But I don't have to, because this is a free country, damn it. And I'll do what I want. I didn't know I was going to. Listen, respect my authority. Broncos, an 8-point home favorite against the Giants. Total 40.5.
Public dog. That's what I've heard all week about the Giants from my guys in Vegas that book bets. All the public wants to do is bet the Giants because the Giants just beat the Eagles. And, ooh, that's a big number. Be careful. I have Denver in contest for sure.
Old Yeller? No bet for me on the game. I like the Broncos and teaser legs with Indianapolis. Sam, the Chargers 2-point home favorites against the Colts. Total 48.5. There's a lot of support for the Chargers. I see it the other way. I like Indy in the game. I like teasing Indy up even with a high total.
Indy to 2.5, Denver down. That's the teaser for me. I agree.
Commanders and the Cowboys in Dallas. Dallas a 1.5-point home favorite. CeeDee Lamb back. 54.5 the total. No Terry McLaurin or Deebo Samuel for Jaden Daniels.
I really wanted to get to the over, but with the injury report for Washington, it's just not ideal. Who's Jaden Daniels throwing to? I'm asking rhetorically. You listed the guys Lane, McCaffrey, Costos, Panayotovich. It takes two to tango, so I'm just going to pass. I really wanted a healthy Washington injury report, and then I would have bet over, but it's a stay away.
I wanted a healthy Washington injury report. I would have bet the Commanders. Where we're sitting now, honestly, how about this? I think team with the ball last wins the game. And maybe that's Washington, maybe it's Dallas. I don't know, maybe a small bet on Washington plus 105 on the money line because you get plus money. Packers, a touchdown favorite on the road in Arizona. Jacoby Brissett starting for Kyler Murray. Total is 44.5.
We're heads up on this one. I think I said this last week or 2 weeks ago and you laughed. I would rather moneyline the Cardinals when they're a 7-point dog than when they're a 7-point favorite. That doesn't make sense, but I think it makes perfect sense. With Brissett, I like them. I think his ceiling is his floor is higher than Murray, because Murray's floor is very low if he wants to get crazy. I'm going to take the 7.
Well, we may disagree on Brissett v. Murray, but we agree on the bet for the game. Arizona plus the points. All their games are close. We'll test that theory out once again today. And finally, Sammy, Sunday Night Football in the Bay Area. The Niners about a 1-point home favorite against the Falcons. Total there, 46.5 as the under has been getting bet all morning.
There's a couple picks in the market. I have to get invested in a pick. Atlanta. Those guys bet 3, 2.5, and 2. I understand it, but now at a pick 'em, I'll be riding with Mac Jones on Sunday night. Sing it, Carrie.
I've been waiting all day to watch Mac Jones. Wrong team favorite, WTF. I like Atlanta to win tonight in San Francisco. Sammy, great job as always, my friend. Enjoy, among other things, that delectable lamb that you sent. You need to tweet a picture of the lamb. It looks unbelievable. Enjoy your Sunday,
Already
and
done.
Bet Sweats tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. Eastern.
Thanks, Nick.
Sammy back tomorrow at 9 a.m. I'm back tomorrow afternoon on You Better You Bet. Until then, I'm Nick Costos wishing you minimal sweats, winning bets, the absolute very best of luck. Let's get it today, Week 7, NFL Sunday.
You've been listening to You Better You Bet Countdown to Kickoff with Nick Costos and Sam Panayotovich. Next is Inside the Betting Lines, live from BetMGM National Harbor in Washington, D.C.
Gridiron Game Day, a production of the Infinity Sports Network. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, that is right. We are very close, a few minutes out from the 1 o'clock window, kicking off 6 games this 1 o'clock window. Eagles at Vikings, Raiders at Chiefs, Patriots at Titans, Saints at Bears, Panthers at Jets, and the Dolphins at the Browns. The Jets trying to get a win for the first time in the Aaron Glenn era. So we'll see what happens there. They are home at MetLife. It's a gorgeous day in New York. Not a gorgeous day to travel into the city, but a gorgeous day in New York, a gorgeous day in Jersey. MetLife hopefully has some juice to it as Jet fans are becoming apathetic, which is the worst thing to be at this point. Eagles trying to get off the 2-game schneid against the Vikings. Raiders at Chiefs. The Chiefs try to get the back over 500. And, you know, really, we had a chance to bury the Chiefs. We all thought that this was the year that we might get some new blood in the AFC. And yet again, they are storming back. And, you know, I think the rest of the AFC will regret it coming the end of the season when this team only gets better as the season gets going. The Titans, they're simplifying the playbook. They fired the head coach. The interim coach is in. Cam Ward is there, and they are simplifying the playbook for him, trying to get anything going. Mike McCoy, obviously not a new head coach, hasn't had a lot of success in the league, but he looks to get that team on the right track. And the Patriots looking to go 5-2. They should already be 5-1. They're looking to go 5-2. Mike Vrabel has more wins, or just as many wins, this season as the Titans have since they fired him. And Drake May has looked the part. He continues to try and build on what has been an exciting season. The Bears, Ben Johnson, Caleb Williams, an exciting Bears offense at times, a inconsistent defense. They look to continue what has been an exciting early in the year as they face off against the Saints, who are 1-5. And from Soldier Field, David Schuster has got more for us.
All right, Anthony, we're set to go here at Soldier Field. The rain has stopped. There was a lot of it last night and early this morning. There is some leftover wind, so we'll see if that has any effect on the game. The Bears win the toss. They want the ball first, which is interesting in itself. Nowadays, it seems like teams defer to the second half, but they want the ball. They want to keep the ball rolling, pun intended. Won 3 in a row. The Saints come in at 1-5. We're just set to go right now.
Thank you, Dave, and we'll continue to monitor that one and all the action in the 1 o'clock window. Fun note, Oklahoma quarterback, battle. Obviously, they both didn't finish their careers there. Caleb Williams, Spencer Rattler. Rattler benched for Caleb Williams when they were at Oklahoma. Obviously, they both transferred out of there, finished their college careers elsewhere. So maybe a little bit of a revenge game for Spencer Rattler as Kellen Moore tries to build off of what has been a disappointing, it doesn't matter what your expectations were, but a disappointing early season. A lot of close early losses. I think week 1 and 2 came down to the last play for the Saints. They beat the Giants. And, you know, that may not be as impressive a win depending on what happens with the Giants today and the rest of the season. We will see, because that is a young team, young quarterback looking to establish themselves today with that Giants-Broncos game having a lot of, news off the field. A lot of Twitter, warriors and keyboard warriors in that one. And these games are now underway as we lock in on the 1 o'clock window. Jets, Panthers have kicked off. Raiders, Chiefs is about to kick off. Eagles, Vikings has kicked off. All the action. This is why you tune in the Gridiron Game Day. For all the action, all the updates, and we will bring it to you all day. We'll get player interviews after the 1 o'clock game ends. We will get Jody Mack to join us at 6 o'clock, and we will recap the day's action and preview tonight's action. But first, we bring you all of the day's action. Like I said, 6 1 o'clock window games, 4 4 o'clock games, a lot of NFL action. The Jaguars lost to the Rams 35-7. So they go to 4-3, and the Rams go to 5-2. Let's go out to Minnesota, our marquee matchup of the 1 o'clock window. Eagles at Vikings, and Eric Nelson's got more for us.
Yeah, we talked about Saquon Barkley getting more touches in the pregame hit. Well, 2 carries for Saquon on the opening drive, and he's already picked up 11 yards on the ground, so that means they move the sticks, and the Eagles right now have it first down and 10 at their own 36 with 13:42 to go in the first quarter here in Minneapolis. Again, the Eagles, the Super Bowl champs, have lost 2 in a row, so they're trying to get back on the winning track. Meanwhile, Minnesota comes in with a 3-2 record, everything bunched up in the NFC North with Green Bay, Detroit, the Vikings, and the Chicago Bears all very close to one another. So it's gridlocked in the division. This is a huge game for both teams. Philadelphia facing a 2nd and 4 from their own 42 with 13:11 to go first quarter. We're scoreless in Minneapolis.
Thank you, Eric, and we will continue to monitor that one. The Jets already into the Panthers side of the field as Justin Fields is running for his life early. The Titans about at midfield as Cam Ward and Mike McCoy try to figure this thing out as the Titans try to get on the right side of the win column this week. Nobody else really pressuring. The Titans are now at New England's 34 after a big 20-yard pass play from Ward to Aomanor. We have the Raiders just crossed over midfield, and everybody else is not really threatening yet. The Jets on Carolina's 38. It's 2nd and 10 for them after the incompletion. He just threw it away. Running for his life has been the theme of Justin Fields' season right now. Saquon Barkley stopped in the backfield, so that'll be 3rd and 7 for the Eagles from the, let me get the exact down marker, from the Philly 40, so they try to extend that drive. Like I said, Titans in dangerous territory now, not yet the red zone, on New England's 35, 2nd and 11 for them as they look to get off to a fast start. The Browns getting set up to punt from their own 40. It's 4th and 3 for them. Dylan Gabriel, 1 carry for 6 yards. Not much else in that one. The Saints take over after a 40-yard punt by Chicago. A lot to look out for. If you wanted my picks and you missed them, obviously I know the games have already started, but I will give you them one more time. Over 21.5 completions for Bo Nix. Eagles money line. Bears minus 3.5. George Pickens over 4.5 receptions and an Amon-Ra St. Brown anytime touchdown. A lot of action as always early. Geno Smith over the middle with a completion there. He's without 2 of his top receiving targets. No Brock Bowers, no Jacoby Myers. As that Raiders team tries to get back on track, they try to go to 3 and 4 and tie the Chiefs there. It looks like the Jets are going to have to punt after a incompletion on that one. It is 4th and 5 from the Carolina 33. Oh, my correction, that was 4th down. So the Jets turn it over on downs. Panthers take over. Another disappointing Jets drive in that one, as that is going to be a long day. Hopefully not for the Jets, but it feels like it's going to be a long day at MetLife. The Titans lining up for a big kick, and we'll get an update as soon as that goes through. Eagles get the first down, 1st and 10 from the Philly 46 as they're looking to cross into Vikings territory. 4th and 7 for the Raiders. I feel like they're going to punt here, and I'll get an update once we get confirmation on that. 4th and 7 for them. The kick is good for the Titans, I believe. And the Dolphins, 2nd and 6 at Miami's 14. Saints, 2nd and 4 as they have the ball after a big drive there. We've got a big play in that one. Before we get an update in that, first, let's go out to Tennessee as Brant Douglas has got an update on Cam Ward's first drive of the day.
And you just mentioned the field goal. Joey Sly from 49 yards out had a very strong wind to his back, which did not hurt the matter in the least. Cam Ward came out throwing the ball, completed an 11-yard pass to Gunnar Helm, and then completed a 20-yard pass to fellow rookie Alec Iomanor. And then, though, the Titans ran a couple of running plays, which got just a couple of yards. And on a 3rd down and 7, Ward trying again to go to Iomanor, and it was an incomplete pass. So the Titans settle for the field goal. But the Titans do get the points on the first drive. They're up 3-0, 12-20 in the first.
What is going on with the day of football? Thank you, Brant Douglas. That was a big turnover in the Bears game. The Saints take over. And, the reason why I said what is going on, I thought they were going to fumble the ball right back as Caleb Williams botched the snap on that one. But not Caleb Williams, sorry. The Saints fumbled, Bears took over. Caleb Williams fumbled, picked it right back up. Similar to what happened last week in the Jets game where Justin Fields just, fumbled the ball, but Breece Hall was able to get a big gain out of it. Not a big gain for Williams, but he was able to drive that one down the field. Spencer Rattler, tries to get away from the sack, doesn't really protect the ball. Coming around the right end, the Bears defender strips him of it, and the Bears took over, and they are now currently at the 12-yard line, 1st and 10 for them after a Monangai 12-yard rush in that one. The Chiefs take over on the Kansas City 8, 1st and 10 for them. Eagles at the 46 now, 3rd and 13 after a short pass to Barkley. Barkley, a lot of touches early, 4 carries. I think he's got 1 reception, so he's already got 5 touches. I told you they were going to try and get to him early. So did Eric Nelson. So interesting there. The Dolphins take the ball down to, let me get the exact yard line, Miami's 27-yard line after a big play, and then promptly fumbled by Tua. Recovers it, but promptly fumbled, and now it is 3rd and 15 at the 27. So excuse me there. The Bears threatening there in the red zone. We'll get an update as soon as that one continues. The ball is all over the place today. I see the ball pop out in this Eagles game. It looks like he was down by contact, and it'll be 4th down. But it's fumbles left and right here. I don't know if people are shocked by the nice weather across the country this late into the fall or what it is, but a sloppy, early 1 o'clock window to start. The Panthers, they're at the 50-yard line, 2nd and 7 for them, about 11 minutes left in the first quarter of that one. Right now, the only game that has a score in it is that 3-0 Titans Patriots game, 12:20 left in the first there. Patriots have the ball from the 35 after the kickoff, so we'll monitor that one. Vrabel looking to get a little bit of revenge. The Titans looking to get a win in the Mike McCoy era at this point after firing their coach. Cam Ward looking to get back on track as they simplify there. And we have a monster, ballsy play from the Eagles, and we'll get an update from Minnesota in that one. It looked like it was a fumble at first, and then they were able to take the ball, and they go for it on 4th down, and that was a big call right there for Sirianni and co., and we'll get the update on that from our guy Eric Nelson in a bit. Some of the other updates: Chiefs 3rd and 1 from the KC 17, about 11 minutes left in that one. The Titans now in Tennessee territory. Stevenson with a 14-yard run off the right end. So he, a little bit of a push by his teammates gets him into the Titans territory. 1st and 10 for Cleveland after the Dolphins stalled. So we'll continue to monitor that one. We've got a official timeout in the Bears-Saints game. As they were in the red zone, we'll get an update on how that drive finished. A lot more to get to in that aspect. Like I said, we have 4 o'clock window games. The big one of the week, Colts at Chargers. The noisy one of the week, Giants at Broncos, as there's been a lot of talking in that one. Packers at Cardinals, Commanders at Cowboys. And we've got another scoring update in a couple of these games. Like I said, a big play in the Eagles-Vikings game. As soon as we get the update there, we will get you out to Minnesota. Tennessee's up 3-0. We do have a score in the Bears game as they were able to kick a field goal in the red zone, stalling out a bit. Early 2 rushes for Kyle Monangai. So, if you Swift owners out there, it looks like he is healthy but not going to be super active early on. That's something to monitor as it's 3-0 Bears over Saints. 9:34 left in the first. Let's go out to Minnesota as the Eagles turned a big 4th down into a big play, and Eric Nelson's got more for us.
Yeah, hey Anthony. Yeah, it was the iconic now Philadelphia brotherly shove that got the first down as they brought in the jumbo package and basically pushed Saquon Barkley and Jalen Hurts into that first down situation, and then the Eagles capitalized. They finished things off on the drive with a touchdown throw from Jalen Hurts to A.J. Brown, 37 yards It was a go route down the far sideline for Brown. And actually, during the play, Jalen Hurts pointed to A.J., I've got you, I've got the time, and he was able to get by the cornerback and make the easy catch and score for Philadelphia, the extra point by Jake Elliott. Good. So 7-0 in favor of Philadelphia, 6:59 to go in the first period. And the other thing that's interesting, the Eagles were able to get both their superstars involved on this opening touchdown drive. You had the touchdown pitch and catch from Hurts to Brown, and Saquon Barkley, 5 carries, 24 yards. His longest run was 9, but they were clearly moving the sticks on the drive. Barkley also had 1 catch for -2 yards. So if you're keeping score at home, Saquon Barkley 6 touches on the opening drive. And more importantly for the Eagles, they get the score and set the tone early. 6:59 to go first period. 7-0 Philadelphia over Minnesota in Minneapolis.
Thank you, Eric. Like I said early on, they got to win. They got to quiet the noise outside. A touchdown to A.J. Brown might help the Eagles locker room a bit. I'm not saying there's a lot of friction there, but might help them just a bit as they are now up 7-0. A tush push, another big 4th down pass. You got it all in that one. We've got all the action, all the updates right here. Gridiron Game Day, Anthony Gallo, Infinity Sportsnet.
We'll be back with more Gridiron Game Day right after this.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. 1 minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. "45 seconds remaining. "30 seconds remaining. "15 seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, that's right. Gridiron Game Day. Infinity Sportsnet. If you're following along on the BetMGM network and YouTube, what is going on? We got a lot of action to get to. We have a scoring change in the Jets game. Panthers, Jets, and Mike Moriarty's got more for us.
That's right, Anthony. 5:36 left to play in the first quarter. It's the Panthers now on top 3-0. Jets started off the ball, turned it over on downs. Carolina got the ball, went 54 yards in 13 plays, 6 minutes, 34 seconds. Bryce Young, 4 of 6 to 4 different receivers for 39 yards on that first drive. As right now, the Jets do have the ball back, but 5:35 left to play first quarter. It's the Jets trailing the Carolina Panthers 3-0.
Thank you, Mike. The Chiefs were just entering the red zone when we went to break, so let's get an update on that drive. Raiders, Chiefs, Christian Vetter's got more from Arrowhead Stadium.
Yeah, Anthony, the Chiefs open up with a big scoring drive, their first possession. First they hold the Raiders, who got the ball first. They hold them, force them to punt, had a 3rd and 17. They come up short, so the Raiders had to punt it away. The Chiefs get the ball, 9 plays, 90 yards. Rashee Rice, back after a 6-game suspension, hauls in the shuttle pass from Mahomes for a 2-yard touchdown pass. Mahomes 6 for 6, 88 yards on that drive and that touchdown. Travis Kelce, 2 catches, 51 yards. He had a 44-yard catch on that drive. So the Chiefs on top. They score first. 5:58 left to go here in the first quarter. 7-0 Chiefs over the Raiders.
Thank you, Christian. A big start to the Chiefs game. 6 of 6, 88 yards from Mahomes. 2 catches for Kelce for 51 yards. And the touchdown, like he said, to Rashee Rice, him getting started in his return to Kansas City quick. I don't know what happened in the Vikings game because all I saw was, I'm assuming it was a bad snap, but Carson Wentz chasing the ball down as they're lining up for a field goal. It is now 4th and 32 for them. They're lining up for the 59-yard attempt, so a big one for the Vikings, and we'll get an update once that kick is up. But first, let's go back to Chicago. Saints, Bears. David Schuster's got more for us.
All right, Anthony, 6:13 to go here in the opening quarter. The Bears with a 3-0 lead. New Orleans on their second play offensively. Spencer Rattler fumbling the ball. The Bears are recovering deep in New Orleans territory, but not really taking much advantage of it as Jake Moody converts from 27 yards out. The ball is actually squirted out not once, not twice, but 3 times overall in this game. So maybe that leftover rain from last night and this morning is having some kind of effect. 6 minutes to go, opening quarter. Bears lead at 3-0.
Thank you, David, as we've got a big play in Tennessee, and we'll get an update there. Like you said, the ball, not just in that Bears game, the ball's been on the ground in almost every one of these games early, so a lot of chaos early, and there is chaos in that Tennessee game, and we'll get an update there. It'll be 2nd and 10 for the Jets from around midfield. Let's go out to Cleveland. Dolphins, Browns, they're battling that. John Bozica's got more.
Yeah, the Browns in the red zone right now looking to
settle at this moment with 2:21 in the first quarter for a field goal, a 30-yard attempt for Andre Schmidt as it's on the left hash. Brown's trying to be the first team to find points in this game, and Schmidt's kick is up and good. So 2:17 here in the first quarter, and it's 3-0 Browns. Not a bad drive by the Browns. Nice pass by Dylan Gabriel on the drive to Jerry Jeudy that went for 17 yards. That was a nice play. And then Quinshon Judkins had a 17-yard run on the drive as well. It was also aided by penalties, though. There was roughing the passer penalty. There was an illegal hands to the face penalty on the Dolphins defense. And obviously their defense hasn't been their strong suit much of the year. But again, Browns benefiting from penalties, benefiting from 2 17-yard plays, and wasn't pretty football to watch, but the Browns have a lead, 3-0, 2:17 in the first quarter, guys.
Thank you so much, John. And it looked like Jeudy got tripped up. I don't know if it was considered a penalty, but it could have been incidental contact, but he got tripped up a bit in that one. And we've got a big play in the Bears-Saints game. Like I said, we had a major play in Tennessee, and let's get out first to Tennessee to get the update for Brant Douglas.
All right, thanks a lot. It was the Chimere DK drive. He had a great kickoff return to put the Titans near midfield to start the drive. And 59 yards and 3 plays later, Cam Ward connects across field to DK for a 38-yard touchdown pass. The Titans' first quarter touchdown this season. But the Titans so far, 2 possessions, 10 points. Cam Ward is already 4 of 5 passing for 87 yards, and a majority of those going thus far to DK. Patriots about to get the ball for the second time in the game. 5:04 left in the first quarter. It's the Titans 10, the Patriots 3.
Thank you, Grant. And like I said, the Vikings, after a sloppy drive, the Vikings were lining up for a field goal. So let's get an update from Eric Nelson on how that drive finished.
Yeah, Anthony, it was capped off by Will Reichard, a 59-yard field goal. That makes the score Philadelphia 7, Minnesota 3 with 1:51 to go in the first quarter here in Minneapolis. The Vikings went 11 plays in 39 yards. It took them 4 minutes, 55 seconds to get that 3-point score. And it really looked like they had a chance for a touchdown. They had gotten deep into Philadelphia territory, courtesy of some Carson Wentz passing. On the drive, he was 3 of 6 for 50 yards. He hit Jordan Addison for a 34-yard completion. Adam Thielen on a 3rd and long caught a 10-yard pass from Wentz, and the Vikings were moving the ball. But they had Blake Brandel on a play snap the ball over Carson Wentz's head. It turned out to be a 22-yard loss, and the Vikings are banged up at that center position. Brian Kelly is center 1. Michael Juergens is center 2. Brandel's in because both those guys are injured. He's normally an offensive guard 5 years out of Oregon. So right now the Eagles have it 3rd and 1 at their own 43. They scored a touchdown on their opening drive, and the TD came courtesy of A.J. Brown hauling in a 37-yard pass from Jalen Hurts. They're going to line up in what looks like the tush-push formation again, but they're going to take a timeout as well. I believe it was the Minnesota Vikings who stopped the clock. So it was, again, like I was saying, the Eagles score. Jalen Hurts up top on a go route to A.J. Brown, 37 yards for the score. And then Philadelphia also on that drive, able to get Saquon Barkley involved. And today, so far, 6 carries, 29 yards. So as we speak, 42 seconds left, quarter number 1, Philadelphia facing a 3rd and 1 at the Eagles 42, and the tush-push is coming as the Eagles are trying to keep the ball and add to a 7-3 lead here in Minneapolis.
Thank you, Eric, the vaunted tush-push, everyone's favorite NFL term. In the Jets game, Josh Reynolds tried to catch a pass from Justin Fields on 3rd and 5. Tough one, 2 defenders next to him. Wasn't able to hang on, and the Jets punt, and the Panthers will take over in their own territory. In Chicago, Caleb Williams with a big interception moments ago. So the Saints now have the ball in Chicago territory, 2nd and 6 from the Chicago 32. The Patriots on their own 27 on 2nd and 7 convert the first down for another big run for Stevenson's 16-yard rush on that one. Like I said, Devondre Sweat is back for the Titans, or Tavondre Sweat, sorry, is back for the Titans. And, early on, it looks like Stevenson's had his way. And we've got a long play here in the Dolphins-Browns game. And let's get an update from John Bazika on that one.
Yeah, Anthony, a 46-yard run by Devon Achane down to the Browns 31, and then a play later, pass completion inside the 20 of the Browns, and the Dolphins have a 1st and 10 now at their 16-yard line, but the following play goes for no yardage as Ollie Gordon carries the football, and going to be a 2nd down and about 11 now at the Browns 17 here for the Dolphins. But Devon Achane, I felt coming to the game that he would be a good fantasy start today. I felt both running backs would, Anthony, with the conditions being as hectic as they are, and so far he has 3 carries for 54 yards. We'll see if that afternoon continues. He had a really great week last week, so he's coming off of, I believe, what was his best week of the year. So we'll see one last play here remaining in the quarter, and it doesn't look like the Dolphins are going to snap it. So start of the second quarter will be coming here in Cleveland, 3-0 Browns. The Dolphins will have a 2nd and 11 at the Browns 17. Browns leading 3-0.
Thank you so much, John. As I reacted here in the Titans game, thought there might have been a flag there, but it looks like the Patriots are going to punt it. And like John said, a big day on the ground for the Dolphins early, and they do not end up snapping it. So they'll go into the second quarter, 2nd and 11 from the Cleveland 17, and we'll see what Tua and company can do there. We'll continue the action here on Gridiron Game Day on Infinity Sportsnet, BetMGM Network. We've got all the action, all the updates, touchdowns, fantasy, gambling, any injuries that come out. We'll give you the news on that one. Everything right here, Gridiron Game Day. But first, an update.
Infinity Sports Network, Sports Flash.
All right, Anthony. Devontae Adams is a morning man.
Matthew Stafford under center. McLaurin is single back. Stands up, throws the fade. Right side, jump ball. Devontae does it again! Over the top of the outmatched defender. Matthews got 5. Devontae has a hat trick.
Rams radio. I guess Matthew Stafford is too. They like their tea over in London. Big day for the Rams. They crushed the Jaguars 35-7. The Jags had said this week they wanted to get rookie receiver Travis Hunter more involved. They did. Hunter had 8 catches for 101 yards and a score in the loss. Current action, the Panthers have a 3-0 lead on the Jets in New York, getting late in the first quarter there. All these games are late in the first quarter pretty much. Bears are up 3-0 on the Saints, looking for a 4th win on the year. Titans putting up 10 points thus far in their first game since firing head coach Brian Callahan. It's 10-3 Titans up on the Patriots. Chiefs with a 7-0 lead on the Raiders. Rashee Rice making his presence felt right away, catching a 2-yard touchdown pass from Patrick Mahomes and his first game back from a 6-game suspension. It's the Eagles 7, Vikings 3. The Eagles also could be returning great Brandon Graham. He's strongly considering coming out of retirement, according to Adam Schefter. Graham had retired after 15 seasons with the Eagles. The sudden retirement of defensive end Zadarius Smith this week opening up a potential role for Graham. Also, the Browns ahead of the Dolphins 3-0. They are just about to start the second quarter there. 3 games coming in the later window. The 3-3 Commanders will be trying to slow the Cowboys' attack in Dallas. The Packers will look to shake off a flight that was delayed 5 hours yesterday to get to Arizona. And the 5-1 Colts are visiting the 4-2 Chargers. The Chargers returning linebackers Khalil Mack and Denzel Perryman in time to try to slow the NFL's leading rusher, Jonathan Taylor. Tonight, Mac Jones is back at quarterback for the 49ers. They host the 3-2 Falcons. And it's also Game 6 of the ALCS. The Mariners 1 win away from their first trip to the World Series in franchise history. M's Blue Jays in Toronto, starting up a little after 8 Eastern. I'm Pete McCarthy.
You're in the right place. The Infinity Sports Network.
You're in a 5-minute break. 4 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Thirty seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, that's right. The 1 o'clock action is fully underway. All of these games in the second quarter as the Bears and the Saints just went to the second quarter, and let's get an update from Chicago from our guy, David Schuster.
All right, Anthony, and we are set to go here in the second quarter. The Bears with a 3-0 lead. The only points in this game, obviously, a field goal from Jake Moody, 27 yards out. Very little offense by either team. The Bears, however, are threatening as we do start the second quarter. Caleb Williams, 5 of 9 for 56 yards. That does include an interception. Spencer Rattler, 2 of 5 for only 6 yards and did fumble a ball. That resulted in the 3 points by the Bears. Jake Moody with that field goal. And again, we're starting the second quarter. The Bears threatening. They lead it 3-0.
Thank you so much, Dave, as we'll watch that one. A big run here from Breece Hall. Took a hard hit, but we still managed to get a couple yards after it. 2nd and 8 for the Browns. A little screen play over the middle as they've got the first down and some more. I'll get you an update on who caught that one for them in a moment. That was Corley on that one. So a big play there. Nice little screen. You love a good screen. You always got the outside and the flats, but you love a forward screen in the middle. A little pushing and shoving here in the Jets-Panthers game, as I don't know if it was a fumble or what, but they are wrestling. It looks like a WWE match right now as they're wrestling on the ground here, and then there's flags everywhere. The couple of Jets players without their helmets on, and a little fight from the Jets here. Aaron Glenn right in the middle of it, trying to get his guys, out of the pile. So we'll see what the flag is, who it's on, and what it's for in that one. But you can't be mad. The rookie Membo without his helmet on. A little scramble from Justin Fields here, and it probably, a late hit for sure. And Fields, I don't know if he was playing around or if he was actually out, but he looked like he kind of went out for a second. I don't know if he was also flopping just to get a little bit more of a call. But certainly a late hit, and you can't get mad at the young tackle for defending his quarterback and the entire Jets team. If you're the Panthers, you don't want to – that's not what you want to do. You don't want to fire up the other team who's got no life. And we're going to get the call here. Personal foul on the Panthers as Brad Rogers, the official, delivers it. 2 personal fouls on the Panthers. Let's see if they give one to the Jets here. So the double personal fouls, I'm sure one of those is for the post scuffle. And we've got a big turn of events here in Philly, as that one is, like I said, game of the week in the 1 o'clock window, and the Vikings threatening there, and a big turn of events in that one. We'll get an update in a second. Justin Fields looks like he's going to the blue tent. So if he wasn't playing around, then they'll establish that early, but you don't know, and you can never be safe with that. So a late hit there, borderline, dirty hit on the quarterback. So the Jets have life as they are now on the 25, or actually the 22 in Carolina territory. Some updates elsewhere. 6-0 Bears over the Saints as they're getting ready to kick off back to the Saints. 3-3 Browns over Dolphins. 7-0 Chiefs over Raiders. 10-3 Titans over Patriots. Like I said, 3-0 Panthers over Jets. And we will get an update in that Vikings-Eagles game to update you on the major turnover events in that one. Carson Wentz trying to keep the Vikings on pace with the Eagles. Pat Mahomes this season, weeks 4 through 6, 70% completion percentage, back on target, north of 250 a game. So, they are hitting their strides. He's 10 of 12 against the Raiders today. 122 yards, 1 touchdown, and they are now on the goal line after a short pass to Xavier Worthy for 15 yards. So a little short, a little over the right, cross the middle. They're now on the 3rd-yard line for the Raiders, and the Chiefs looking to extend that lead right now, 7-0. We got another score in Browns-Dolphins as well, so a lot of action going on here. Jets now in the red zone against the Panthers, 3rd and 5 from the 16, as that one, 3rd and 4, from the 16 in that one. Let's go out to, I told you about it, Minnesota, Philly, big turn of events, and Eric Nelson has got you covered.
Yes, indeed, Anthony. Right now, the Eagles are up 14-3, 13:26 to go in the second quarter, and a huge play for Philadelphia, moments to go on a 3rd and 5 passing attempt. Carson Wentz goes over the middle. The throw is jumped by Jalix Hunt, a second-year linebacker out of Houston Christian. He turns it into a 23-yard pick six. Actually, it's a 42-yard pick six, and the Eagles get the extra point from Jake Elliott, and thus they have widened their lead to 11 points over Minnesota. So a big swing here in this game. Some of the numbers: Saquon Barkley, 6 carries, 29 yards. Jalen Hurts, 4 of 5 for 44, 1 touchdown pass. That was a 37-yard heave to A.J. Brown. Meanwhile, for Minnesota, Carson Wentz, 4 of 8 for 68, no touchdowns, and the interception to Hunt. Jordan Mason, 5 carries, 16 yards for the Vikings. So early on, they have not gotten their running game on track. And Jordan Addison is the leading receiver for Minnesota, 2 catches, 40 yards. But again, the Philadelphia Eagles come up with a monster defensive play thanks to Jalen Hunt, and they lead Minnesota 14-3 with 13:21 to go in the second in the Twin Cities.
Thank you, Eric. And let's go out to Cleveland. John Buzika updates the Browns versus the Dolphins.
Yeah, big run by Quinshawn Judkins after the Dolphins had added a field goal from 33 yards out by Riley Patterson. The Browns' next drive, they go right down the field and score, again, aided by a penalty pass interference call on the defense for the Dolphins that helped get them in position. It was on Minkah Fitzpatrick. He also left the field moments ago injured, so we'll try to get an update on him. But a 46-yard run by Quinshawn Judkins, I would undoubtedly say one of his longest of the year as a rookie, and he's just having another really good game here for the Browns. So 71 yards now with 11:19 in the second quarter. Thought it would be a duel between him and Devon Achane today, and so far they both have 46-yard runs, and one of them has a touchdown, the other doesn't, and the one that does is Quinshawn with 10 carries for 71 yards, a 7-yard average, and the Browns' extra point by Schmidt is good, and they lead 10-3, 11:19 in the second quarter.
Thank you, John. Let's go out to Kansas City as Patrick Mahomes is doing Patrick Mahomes things, and Christian Vetter has got more on it.
Yeah, Chiefs add to their lead 14-0 Kansas City here in the second quarter now, 9:17 on the clock. The Chiefs scoring on a Patrick Mahomes 8-yard touchdown pass to Hollywood Brown to put them up 14-0. The Chiefs 6 receivers with at least 1 catch, so Mahomes really spreading the ball around. Travis Kelce, 2 catches, 51 yards, and Rashee Rice, 4 catches, 21 yards, and a touchdown on his return after the 6-game suspension. 14-0 Chiefs lead with 9:17 left here in the second quarter.
Thank you so much for that update, Christian. Let's go out to MetLife. Justin Fields out, Tyrod Taylor in, and more on the Panthers and the Jets. Our guy Mike Moriarty's got more for us.
That's right, Anthony. Justin Fields was came off the field to go under the blue tent, just to be looked at as he was hit late on a slide there deep in Panther territory. The Jets did drive again there with Tyrod Taylor under center there for the final few plays of that drive as they went on the board for another 3 points. A 30-yard field goal for Nick Folk, which was a 33-yard, 7-play drive for 3 minutes, 48 seconds. As I said, Justin Fields, it looks like the blue tent is now closed down. He may or may not be on the next drive here for the Jets, but at least they did get some points on the board as they are now tied 3-3 with the Carolina Panthers, 11:02 left to play second quarter, Anthony.
Thank you so much, Mike, and we'll monitor that one. We'll get an update on Fields' condition, once we have an update and confirmation. Let's go out to Tennessee. Patriots, Titans, they're battling it out, and Brand Douglas has more for us.
And the Titans have punted the ball and forced the Patriots inside their own 5-yard line, but a pass to Hunter Henry broke through that danger zone, and then a 19-yard run by Drake May, and then a couple of big runs by Ramondre Stevenson have got the Patriots across to midfield, where they have just completed a pass down to about the 35-yard line to Stephon Diggs, his third catch of the day. The first really long catch, I should say, of the day for the Patriots. Drake May, after that play, had only been 5 of 6 passing for 18 yards, but the big statistic, Ramondre Stevenson on the ground, 11 carries, 71 yards. The Patriots, the 16-yard pass play, have moved it down to the Titans' 33-yard line. They're looking to even the score. Right now it's the Titans 10, the Patriots 3, 8:15 left in the second.
Thank you so much, Brant. Let's go out to Cleveland as there is a, like I said, a big sloppy day all around the NFL, and Cleveland Dolphins is no different. John Buzika's got more for us.
Yeah, it was a kickoff return after the touchdown. Running the ball back for the Dolphins was Eskridge, and as he got up around his own 31-yard line, he had the ball punched out by Grant Delpit, and the Browns took over at the Dolphins 45, but now it's a 3rd and 11 for the Browns at the Dolphins 46, 47-yard line here, and Gabriel back to throw and finds Fannin. Could go for a first down. I believe it did, but there's a flag down. It's a question of where this flag is. It was a throw in the left flat. Nice play made by Harold Fannin there. Got out to the left sideline and made a nice play. I see where this flag is, though. It was offsides on the Dolphins. So the Browns pick up the first down to the Dolphins 35. So nice play by Dylan Gabriel. Nice play by Harold Fannin. And the Browns 1st and 10 now to the Dolphins 35. Call back here in a couple minutes, Anthony, but the Browns already lead 10-3, 9:43 here. Clock runs in the second quarter.
Thank you so much, John. And, last week we had a major update in the college football world, and we have another one this week. Last week, James Franklin fired from Penn State. This week, Billy Napier fired from the Gators. So another monumental job, another big job opens in a big firing. Pete Nakos, first one on that one. So, we don't just do NFL football here when the news is breaking. And a disappointing year, just like, Penn State, Florida, off to a really slow, disappointing start. And the win this week did not save anything. So Napier out, and another big job in the college football landscape opens up. We'll get an update in that one, or not in that one, about that one as the day goes and the week goes. But in the NFL world, Carson Wentz just closing his eyes and chucking the ball downfield. Another interception. Eagles have the ball now in about midfield, their 46-yard line, 2nd and 8. So Napier out in Florida. Carson Wentz throwing passes to the Eagles. It's like it's 2018 again. Florida's looking for a coach, and Wentz is completing passes to the other team. Or maybe not 2018 because they won the Super Bowl that year, but you get the point. A lot to get to. Gridiron Game Day. We've got all the action here. Patriots in the red zone. They're the only team in the red zone right now. Browns are threatening into the red zone, and we'll get an update in all the action as the day continues. We'll give you the fantasy leaders as that gets updated and we get a more fleshed out fantasy scoreboard. We'll get you the injury updates on Justin Fields and from across the league as the day continues. We've got all the news, action, updates. If there's breaking news, like another coach gets fired, like Billy Napier just did from Florida. So just to update you on that one more time, Pete Nakos, Florida is firing head coach Billy Napier. So another big job opens up there. Billy Gonzalez will be the interim head coach. Napier goes 22-23 in his short tenure in Gainesville. So a big, breaking news story there. And there will be breaking news all day. We will give you the update in this Patriots-Titans game as the Patriots are in the red zone. We'll get you an update on Justin Fields' injury and all the action in the NFL 1 o'clock window. We've got the 4 o'clock games. We got Jody Mack at 6 o'clock. Anthony Gallo, Gridiron Game Day.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. 4 minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. 1 minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. .45 seconds remaining. .30 seconds remaining. .15 seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day, a production of the Infinity Sports Network. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, that's right. Anthony Gallo, Gridiron Game Day, Infinity Sports Net. If you're watching along on the BetMGM Network, YouTube, what is going on? One more time, going in the break, we got the big news. Pete Nakos of On3 Sports, Billy Napier out as Florida head coach. And we'll monitor that, see if there's any rumors that pop up. But first, we said Justin Fields was out. Going to the break, we were going to wait to get an update. And Mike Moriarty has more on the Jets-Panthers and that situation.
First thing
Yeah, Anthony, he is back under center for the Jets as it's tie game 3-3, 7:37 left to go in the game. On the game, Fields 3 of 5 for 17 yards so far in the game, as I said, and 2 field goals, 1 for Carolina and then another for Nick Folk for the Jets. But Fields is back under center after taking a really, really tough hit right around the 20-yard line. He slid. It was a late hit by a Carolina defender right into his helmet, but got evaluated under the tent and now back under center for the Jets, looking for their first win of the season. Right now tied 3-3, 7:37 left to go until half, Anthony.
Thank you so much on that one. Let's go out to Chicago as we've got another scoring update, and that one, David Schuster has more for us.
All right, Anthony, 8 minutes and change to go here in the opening half. The Bears have increased their lead to 13-0. They have a couple of field goals from Jake Moody and most recently DeAndre Swift, an 11-yard touchdown run. Meanwhile, for the Saints, they are now, I have to compute this, I think they have total yardage of about 6 yards so far in this game. Their quarterback, Spencer Rattler, a really tough game so far. In fact, he's just been replaced by Taysom Hill. He's 2 of 7, Rattler is, for 6 yards. He's got a fumble. He's got an interception. His quarterback rating as he sits on the sidelines right now is at 0. So add it all up, and the Bears lead at 13-0. 7:57 to go here in the opening half.
Ooh, that, Spencer Rattler, Oklahoma revenge game, not really, rounding in the form like we thought. So a lot to watch there as that has been a slow start, if being kindly, slow start. He's back in, though, as he, completes a pass for -2 yards. I think Taysom Hill was just in for a play. But let's go out to Cleveland. A big day on the ground for the Browns. Browns-Dolphins. John Buzika's got more for us.
Yeah, Quinshon Judkins already been having a fantastic rookie year, and he's added to it the most recent touchdown that he had as the Dolphins have a big return here by, I believe, Washington on their kickoff return up to about midfield. What a weird play it was. It was like a 5-yard touchdown run, 3 to 5 yards, and play where Quinshon Judkins was in the shotgun. He was kind of running a wildcat type of look. It looked like he was going to fake the ball, but the snap was high. It hit him off the chest, and it bounced up in the air. He caught it back around the 10-yard line, and then he weaved his way into the end zone for a touchdown. The Dolphins kind of stopped playing on the play and allowed him to weave his way into the end zone. So second rushing touchdown of the day for Quinshon Judkins. Hey, I said it before the game that I felt that fantasy-wise today, both Quinshon Judkins and Devon Achane could have big days. And right now, if you started Quinshon Judkins, he would be really, really happy. 16 carries, 77 yards, and 2 first-half touchdowns. The Browns have a 17-3 lead with 6:03 in the second quarter. Dylan Gabriel just 5 for 7 for 55 yards, but he hasn't turned the football over. He's taking care of it, and on a day where it's as windy and rainy as this, Anthony, that's all that matters. And the Browns defense has forced turnover, at least the kickoff return team has, and they lead by 2 scores more than halfway through the second quarter.
Thank you so much, Sean. And he's right. He was all over it. Judkins, the 2 touchdowns, 77 yards on the ground. That one's 17-3. Getting away quick as a false start for the Dolphins now makes it 1st and 15. Speaking about penalties, it was about 4th and 1 for the Vikings. They score the touchdown. It's wiped off as the Vikings, I think it was Brandel, the center, ends up picking up a holding penalty, so they'll have to settle for the field goal to make it 14-6. So they were just about to get back into it. Not to say that they're out of it, but they were just about to get really back into it, and the penalty cost them. That's a theme of the day, as the Jaguars were suffering from big penalties all week. Let's update the scoreboard around the league. 13-0 Bears over Saints. Like we said, pitiful day for that Saints offense. DeAndre Swift, 7 carries, 30 yards and a touchdown. Caleb Williams, 56 yards passing, completing half his passes with an interception. Dolphins 3, Browns 17. Dylan Gabriel 5 of 7, 55 yards. We obviously spoke about Judkins, 77 yards and 2 touchdowns. 10-10 Patriots Saints, as that's just hit the 2-minute warning. Cam Ward having a great day in the Mike McCoy era. 10 of 11, 144 yards and a touchdown. Ramondre Stevenson, 10 carries, 73 yards. DK, 4 catches, 70 yards and a touchdown for the Titans. Chiefs, Raiders, Mahomes, 14 of 18, 174 yards passing, 2 touchdowns. He's got 4 carries for 28 yards, 2 catches for Travis Kelce, 51 yards. Touchdowns going to Rice and Brown in that one. 3-3 Panthers over Jets, or Panthers and Jets tied. Sorry, no one's winning that one. 6 of 12 for Bryce Young, 62 yards, 6 carries for Breece Hall, 30 yards on the ground, 1 reception for Rico Dowd for 17. No offense existing in that one. Justin Fields hurt early. He's back in the game, and it is now 4th down as the Panthers will probably punt here. And let's get an update. Like I said, Vikings costing themselves with the penalty prior, so 14-6 in that one. Let's get the complete breakdown from Eric Nelson.
Yeah, Anthony, Minnesota had it 3rd and 1 at the Philadelphia 6, so all they needed was a yard to get the first down and potentially extend the drive for a touchdown. And the play was a touchdown, but it was called back because of the holding penalty. So the Vikings settle for the field goal, 2nd of the game for Will Reichert. It comes from 34 yards out. And right now our score is 14-6. Philadelphia on top of Minnesota. 6:34 to go in the second quarter here in Minneapolis. Carson Wentz going against the team that drafted him, 2nd overall, round 1 in 2016. He's got 143 yards in the air, but 2 interceptions, including a pick 6 by linebacker Jalix Hunt. He doesn't have any touchdown passes. So Wentz and the Vikings are going to have to crank up the offense a bit if they're going to beat the defending Super Bowl champs. Jalen Hurts, 6 of 7 for 53 yards, 1 touchdown. That was the opening score in the ball game. That came to A.J. Brown from 37 yards out. Philadelphia also, as I mentioned, has the pick 6 from Hunt, the linebacker. Saquon Barkley, if you're wondering about his touches, 7 carries, 23 yards. Barkley also 1 catch for -2. Jordan Mason and the Minnesota running game has been bottled up so far. The Vikings only have 16 yards as a team. Mason, 6 carries for 17. And Justin Jefferson has 2 catches for 58 for Minnesota. On that last drive, he had a 40-yard catch down the sideline. But again, the Vikings had to settle for the 3. So the Eagles begin 1st and 10 at their own 36. 6:29 to go in the second quarter. Philadelphia up by 8 here in Minneapolis.
Thank you, Eric, on that one. So, a bit of a blown scenario there on that touchdown that got called back. As far as the Chiefs, Juju Smith-Schuster catches a 19-yard pass to get them to the Vegas 17. It was tipped. He was able to, get the ball after it was tipped by the defender and, break off a nice little chunk yardage. I spoke too soon earlier when Kyle Monangai was getting the bulk of the carries because DeAndre Swift has been super active in this Bears offense today, and they're in the red zone. About 5:23 left in the half in that one. We've got about 4:15 left in the half in Cleveland. Patriots-Titans, as Cam Ward is dealing today, it's 4th and 12 for them. As they're on New England's 32, they'll settle for the field goal. And, Caleb Williams almost just threw a pick there. Luckily out of bounds. We got 2 Saints defenders down, so hopefully they're okay. We'll get an update on that one. I don't know what Caleb Williams was looking at. Scrambling a bit. Very awesome play early, and then just threw it in the double coverage on the sideline. It doesn't look like it would have been completed either way if it was picked off or not. Titans lining up for the field goal. Like I said, 1:48 left in the half there. 36 seconds left in the half. Chiefs-Raiders as the Chiefs have the ball. 2nd and 9 from the Vegas 16. 6:34 left in the half. Eagles-Vikings, and 6 minutes left in the half in the Panthers-Jets tie game as well. Let's get a complete update on that one. The Jets have about 73 total yards in the half, and the Panthers have 66 passing. They have about 117 for them, most of it coming on the ground. Bryce Young, 7 of 13 for 66 yards. Justin Fields struggling, hurt early. 3 of 8, 17 yards. He's taken a sack in that as well. He's also got 15 yards on the ground. Let's go out to Tennessee as those 2 teams are battling. Cam Ward, Mike McCoy looking to get a win column in McCoy's interim head coach debut for the Titans. Brant Douglas has more.
And the Tennessee Titans were able to get it down close to the red zone, but nothing doing. And then a couple of penalties pushed them back into deep field goal range, where Joey Sly connects from 50 yards out into the teeth, but with at least probably a 15 to 20 mile an hour wind. So a very impressive kick for Sly. His second field goal of the game. As for Cam Ward right now, 144 yards passing on 11 of 10 of 13 completions. His favorite target thus far, Chimera DK at 4 catches and 70 yards receptions rather. As for Drake May, not a lot on the air. 8 of 9 passing for 59 yards, but the big statistic, Ramondre Stevenson, 10 carries, 73 yards. Patriots about to get the ball back. All 3 timeouts, wind at their back, 1:48 left in the second quarter, but the Patriots trail the Titans 13-10.
Thank you, Brent, for that update. Jets 3rd and 5. They are on their own 9-yard line. Eagles are 3rd and 20 on their own 16 after the 7-yard loss on the sack of Jalen Hurts. That Eagles offensive line is banged up. So if the Vikings are going to get back in it, it's going to be via that offensive line there. Big block by who was that on the Chiefs on Mason Crosby going low. Chiefs have the ball 2nd and goal from the Vegas 6-yard line. And they're showing it was a flag on the play, so maybe that sack is going to come back for the Eagles and maybe bail them out there. 13-10, Titans over Patriots. In that one, they have the Titans will take over, or the Patriots will take over after the kickoff. Let me see here. Junkins rushes around to the Cleveland 8, so they lose 2 yards. It's 2nd and 12 at Cleveland's 8-yard line. 4 minutes left in that one. 17-3. It's been all Junkins all game long, and the Bears have the ball at the 10-yard line. 3rd and 2 for them as they are looking to threaten. Like I said, DeAndre Swift is having a big day. 10 carries, 48 yards, and a touchdown. DJ Moore adds 2 catches for 32 yards in that one. So they are looking, we will get an update. They're in the red zone. So Bears are in the red zone. Chiefs are in the red zone. Nobody else is close or threatening right now to the red zone. Chiefs are lining up from the 8-yard line, 3 wide, 1 in the backfield, as that ball will be incomplete, and it will be 4th and goal for the Chiefs. We'll see if they decide to go for it, maybe put the Raiders out early, and we'll get an update there. 3rd and 7 for the Bears from the Saints' 15-yard line. The Jets are backed up to their own end zone. They're punting the ball. We got a lot of updates coming your way. All the updates, fantasy, gambling, injury news, any breaking news that comes along. It's all right here. Gridiron Game Day. Anthony Gallo. Stay tuned for more.
Stay tuned for more Gridiron Game Day, a production of the Infinity Sports Network.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. 3 minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. .45 seconds remaining. .30 seconds remaining. .15 seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day, a production of the Infinity Sports Network. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, that's right. Gridiron Game Day. Anthony Gallo. Before we get back to the updates on the NFL action, this portion of the show is brought to you by Ethos Life, the easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam, just a few health questions. Get your free quote at checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Oh, we got a little bit of a fracas here at the end of the Patriots-Titans first half. And, it was a lot of nothing happened there. But Vrabel running out there, a little dramatic. A little drama. Never hurt anybody. And that one's at halftime. A few of these games at the half. Patriots-Titans 17-13. Patriots at the half. After a big touchdown and I'll get you the exact play right here. Drake May down the middle for a 39-yard touchdown. Extra point was good, so that is the last score in that one. Also at half, Chiefs-Raiders, we'll get an update there in a second, and the rest of the games are still underway in the first half. But let's go out for that Chiefs-Raiders update. Christian Vetter has everything from Arrowhead Stadium.
Yeah, Anthony, we're at halftime. Chiefs lead the Raiders 21-0. Mahomes, 3 touchdown passes. 2 of those going to Rashee Rice, a 4-yard shuttle pass, and then also just the most recent 3-yard touchdown reception to make it 21-0. Hollywood Brown hauled in an 8-yard touchdown from Patrick Mahomes. Patrick Mahomes numbers 18 to 24 for 206, those 3 touchdowns. Meanwhile, Geno Smith 6 of 8, just 31 yards. They can't get anything going. Ashton Genty just 4 carries, 19 yards. Total yards, Las Vegas 45 versus Kansas City's 275 total offense here in the first half. The Raiders 6 penalties here in the first half, and they trail by 3 touchdowns. 21-0 Chiefs lead. We're at halftime.
Thank you so much, Christian, as Mahomes and company are out to a red-hot first half. And they've been essentially killing it since they went to 1-3, and it's been all uphill blue skies for them. Mahomes, 3 touchdowns, 2 of those to Rashee Rice, who has acclimated himself back into the fold with the Chiefs very nicely. And we've got the Panthers now threatening this first and goal from the Jets' 3-yard line. The Dolphins are, on the doorsteps of the red zone. 1st and 10 from Cleveland's 28. They just went into the 2-minute warning. Coming out of the 2-minute warning, it's 3rd and 2 for the Saints on the Bears' 43-yard line. And we've got a big play here. And this may change the entire game here, Panthers, Jets, and we'll get an update on that in a second. 20-0 Bears over the Saints. Saints 3rd and 2 from the Bears' 43-yard line, so we'll get something going there, see if the Saints and Kellen Moore can get that offense going. It is 14-6, Eagles, Vikings, a minute to go, 2nd and 4 at Philadelphia's 22. So we'll see if they can get going as well. One more time for the games at half. 17-13 Titans losing to the Patriots. Cam Ward playing well, though. 11 of 16 for 148 yards and a touchdown. Like I said, Chiefs 21, Raiders nothing. The games earlier today, Rams 35, Jaguars 7. Trevor Lawrence had 23 of 48 for 296 yards. The big stat of the day, though, Matt Stafford, 5 passing touchdowns, the most in an international game in NFL history. Travis Hunter, 8 catches, 101 yards, and his first touchdown of his career. Thursday night, going back to Thursday night, an exciting game between the Bengals and Steelers. Joe Flacco showed up big time. 33 Bengals, Steelers 31. Flacco, 342 yards, 3 touchdowns, 16 carries for Warren, and 127 yards as he tried to help the Steelers in that one. And Jamar Chase, the big day, 16 catches, 161 yards, and a touchdown. So that is the 2 games that were final so far, and we've got a lot more to get to. First, let's go out to MetLife. Like I said, a big play in that one, and Mike Moriarty's got more for us.
That's right, Anthony. As the Jets now trail 10-3 here, Carolina goes up. 109 left to play here in the second quarter. It was a 52-yard, 7-play drive for 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Bryce Young, 3-yard flip pass to Xavier Legette there in the middle of the end zone. As the first touchdown of the game does go to Legette, as the Panthers now lead 105 before halftime, 10-3 over the Jets.
Thank you, Mike. And also Jets with a nice little kick return. That was the theme of their game last week was, yes, the defense played well. A lot of penalties from the Broncos hurt them, but their special teams was really stepped up. And another big return for the Jets there, getting them to about, we'll see in a second, about the 35-yard line. So a nice little 29-yard return for them. Let's go out to Chicago. Like I said, the Saints were trying to do something, anything in this game. Bears, Saints, David Schuster's got all that covered. We'll go back to him in a second, and that was my fault, probably a technical problem. But like I said, the Saints were trying. They were at midfield looking to do anything. Dolphins, 3rd and 6 from the Cleveland 24. Let's go back out to Chicago and get that update on Saints-Bears. David Schuster has us covered.
All right, Anthony, we have a minute and change to go before halftime. The Bears leading at 20-0. The latest touchdown since last we talked was backup running back Kyle Munningai from 1 yard out. DeAndre Swift with an 11-yard touchdown, and Jake Moody with a couple of field goals. This has been rather one-sided, not only on the scoreboard but also in the stats. Right now, the Bears with a 180-13 overall lead in total yards. Spencer Rattler having a tough game so far, just 6 of 12 for 13 yards. He's got a fumble. He's got an interception. Bears 20-0. We got 1:18 to go here in the opening half.
Thank you so much, David. For all the Rutgers fans out there, a rough weekend, but Kyle Monangai with his first career NFL touchdown already scored more points in the entire Rutgers offense this week. So a very exciting turn of events there. 4th and 6 for the Dolphins. They line up for a field goal to try and cut this lead to 11 as there's 1:10 left in Cleveland in that one. Jets have the ball just crossing over midfield, 27 seconds left. They have 2 touchdowns. It's going to be second down for them as they call their second timeout. And that one, like we said, 1:18 left in the Bears. Saints first half, 4th and 4. The Saints call timeout as they're hoping to get the ball back and maybe get any points on the board there. Chiefs 21, Raiders 0. They're at halftime. Titans losing by 4, 17-13. Patriots have the lead in that one. 27 seconds left in this Jets-Panthers game. Let's go out to Cleveland. Miami's trying to do anything they can to get this lead cut down, like I said, and John Bozika's got us covered.
Yeah, just a mind-numbing kind of play moments ago for Browns fans as the Dolphins had missed a field goal of relatively short yardage as a 43-yarder was missed left no good. It was hit off the left upright, but Shelby Harris was called for unnecessary roughness as he interacted with the snapper of the ball during the play and was called for a 15-yard penalty. But then Browns make a good defensive play on the next play after Tagovailoa struggles with the snap, and now the Browns have the Dolphins in a 3rd and 13 at the Browns 15 with 41 seconds left in the half. So chance here for the Browns defense to, again, potentially get off the field. I'll stick with you through this play and see what happens as Tua appears to have 5 wide with a tight end. Scanning the field. He's going to run. He's going to be short of the first down. He got inside the 10 down to about the 7-8 yard line, running down the left side of the field. But going to be a spot here where they've got a decision to make. Looks like they're going to run the field goal unit out quickly. So 4th and 6 coming up. They have it at the Browns' 8-yard line, and they're going to attempt a field goal here. Based on the spot, it'll be a 26-yard attempt. They got 10 seconds left here. This clock is running down. They're trying to do this all really quick, Anthony. This is kind of a crazy situation here happening right now. They're going to snap it with 2 seconds. Just got it up, and the field goal was good. So 26 yards. That was way too hectic to watch.
I'm just seeing it now.
Fan.
What a disaster. Thank you, John. I think we lost John there for a second, but thank you. That was, like John said, very, very shaky there at the end for the Browns as that was, for the Dolphins, as the Dolphins get the field goal up there. Browns gifting them a field goal. As John said, very sloppy from the Dolphins, which has been the theme of the Dolphins season. I would like to note this. We saw the Broncos get hurt by that penalty, and it was the right call on Shelby Harris there. It's kind of a dumb call at times, meaning not dumb that the refs were calling it, meaning like at this point, just let the guy kick it. But if there was one guy you want to let, get away with this, and I only know this from my Broncos fandom, Shelby Harris, 6 career blocked field goals, 5 field goals, and 1 extra point. He is the best in the league at doing that. We saw it earlier this year when they beat the Packers. So, you kind of give him a little bit of a forgiveness there. But if you're the Browns, you're up 14 at that point, and you want to just go into half with that lead, and now it is a 11-point lead. You're giving any sort of life to the Dolphins. You don't want to let a team stick around like that that's fighting for, anything. 1st and 10, 31 seconds for the Saints as they take a shot at the end zone there, and it'll be 2nd and 10 after the incompletion with 27 seconds left. And we also have Jets on the Carolina 44. It's 1st and 10 for them. They have 1 timeout. There's 17 seconds left in that one. They're down 10-3. So we'll see where this one goes. But first, let's go out to Minnesota and get an update as that game has gone to halftime. Vikings, Eagles, Eric Nelson from Minnesota.
The Eagles have the 14-6 lead as we are at the break here in Minneapolis for Philadelphia. Jalen Hurts, 9 of 11, 86 yards, a touchdown. That went to A.J. Brown on the opening drive of the game, a 37-yard go route that Brown beat the defender. Easy touchdown for Philadelphia. Saquon Barkley, only 8 touches on the ground for 30 yards, so he's still not as involved in the offense as he was a year ago when he had almost an MVP season. Really the big play for Philadelphia in this game was produced by the Eagles defense. Their young linebacker out of Houston Christian, Jalix Hunt, jumped a Carson Wentz throw and took it 42 yards to the end zone for a pick six. Of course, Wentz is the former Eagle, drafted second in round 1 in the 2016 NFL Draft by Philadelphia. Wentz has 162 yards in the air, no touchdowns, and 2 interceptions, including the pick six. The Vikings have not run the ball at all today. They have only 16 yards out of Jordan Mason. In fact, combined, both teams not moving the ball on the ground. 15 yards for Philly, rushing 41 for Minnesota. Justin Jefferson has 3 catches for 68 yards for the Vikings. Jordan Addison, 2 for 40. The Minnesota points have came from their kicker, Will Reichard. He has a pair of field goals. So the Eagles returning to the site of their Super Bowl 52 win here at U.S. Bank Stadium. That was over New England. That was Nick Foles. Carson Wentz was out with an injury then. It was a very dramatic, magical run. We'll see if the Eagles can get their first ever regular season win here in Minneapolis. Of course, the Vikings are hoping for a comeback. 14-6 Philadelphia at the break in Minneapolis.
Thank you so much, Eric. And we'll get to the update in a second. It is the Jets' inability to just run a competent play at the end of the half is outrageous. And, you know, the one thing you don't want to take here is a sack, and Justin Fields gets sacked, and the clock runs down, and they don't even get the field goal off. They were at the 44, and he takes a 10-yard sack. You cannot do that. And they maybe, you know, give him a break because he was hurt earlier in the game. They have to make a change at quarterback. You know, the offense, not that Tyrod Taylor or Tyrod is going to save their season, but it's inexcusable, some of the things they're doing. We will get an update on all the halftime scores, all the fantasy, injuries, everything going on around the league. Obviously, Billy Napier fired at Florida, so if we see any rumors on that, we'll update that as well. But first, an update from our guy, Pete McCarthy.
Infinity Sports Network Sports Flash.
Hi, Anthony. Progressive Commercial Insurance protects small businesses with affordable coverage options. Quote today at progressivecommercial.com. All right, halftime action. And not much happening at MetLife Stadium, as you mentioned. Bryce Young has thrown 1 touchdown pass, and that might be all that's needed. The Panthers leading the Jets 10-3 at the break. The Panthers, they're alive. They're looking to improve to 4-3. The Bears can move to 4-2, and the Bears up on the Saints 20-7. It's very late in the first half there. DeAndre Swift has a rushing touchdown for Chicago. The Dolphins in danger of falling to 1-6. The Browns handling them in windy Cleveland 17-6. Big first half for Browns rookie running back Quinshon Judkins, 75 rushing yards and a couple of touchdowns for Cleveland. The Patriots have come back to take a 17-13 lead on the Titans. The second half actually just underway there in Nashville. It's the Chiefs 21, Raiders nothing. Rashee Rice making an impact right away. 2 touchdowns coming off his 6-game suspension. Rice with 6 catches and 36 yards in the first half. The Eagles defense picking off Carson Wentz twice, running one back for a touchdown. And it's the Eagles 14, Vikings 6. They're at the break in Minnesota. And Eagles retired veteran is mulling a comeback. That's Brandon Graham, according to various reports. One final already today. In London, the Rams walloped the Jaguars 35-7. Matthew Stafford throwing 5 touchdowns, 3 of them to Devontae Adams. The Rams are 5-2. Liam Cohen's Jaguars fall to 4-3.
It's definitely frustrating, but you just like everybody else in there, you know, you got to look inward first. Like, what am I doing as the head football coach? that's not clear right now.
One positive for the Jags, they got rookie Travis Hunter involved. Hunter caught 8 passes for 101 yards and a touchdown. I'm Pete McCarthy.
This is the Infinity Sports Network. Follow us on X. Our handle is INF Sports Network. That's INF Sports Network on X.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. 30 seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day, a production of the Infinity Sports Network. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
That's right, Gridiron Game Day. I'm Anthony Gallo. If you're watching on the BetMGM Network and YouTube, thanks for following along. And we have a lot of action to get to. Bears, Saints at halftime, Browns, Dolphins at halftime, Panthers and Jets are at halftime. And let's start there at Jets, another disastrous, string of plays to end the first half. And Mike Moriarty's got more for us.
Yeah, as you said, Anthony, they're down 10-3 to the Panthers here at halftime. They let the clock run out in the first half. Justin Fields, who left the field for a few plays in the first half after a late hit he received, was back under center. He has just 36 yards passing. He's got 23 yards on the ground, which is actually a little low for him. So not a lot doing offensively for the Jets in the first half. The lone touchdown of the day for Carolina was a 3-yard flip pass underneath to the middle of the end zone from Bryce Young to Xavier Legette. On the day so far, 11 of 18 for 117 yards is Bryce Young, as Carolina looking for their first 3-game winning streak with him as the signal caller. Rough first half again, as we said, for the Jets offensively, as they're winless, trailing the 3-3 Carolina Panthers here 10-3 at the half. Anthony.
Thank you, Mike. And let's go out to Chicago. That one's also at the half, as David Schuster has more on Saints Bears.
All right, Anthony, it's 20-7 Chicago here at intermission. Now, New Orleans was doing absolutely nothing, sleepwalking through the opening half until the final minute of the opening half. That's when Spencer Rattler connected with Chris Olave for 84 total yards, one of 57-yarder that got them down into Bears territory, and then a 21-yard touchdown pass. Before that, New Orleans was doing absolutely nothing. As for the Bears, they have a couple of rushing touchdowns. DeAndre Swift from 11 yards out, Kyle Munengai from 1 yard out, and Jake Moody has a couple of field goals. Caleb Williams not doing much himself, 8 of 17 for just 97 yards. Again, add it all up, 20-7 Bears. We're at the half.
Thank you, Dave. As we continue to monitor the day's action, Kyle Munengai, one Rutgers alum, scores a touchdown, and another Rutgers alum in that Chiefs beatdown of the Raiders, Isaiah Pacheco, with a touchdown as well. 4th and 1 from Tennessee's 9. The Patriots in the red zone threatening. Like I said, the Chiefs just ending their drive as they were in the red zone. Vikings, about 11 minutes to go in the third quarter. They have the ball from Philly's 11-yard line, 1st and 10 after the big Jordan Mason rush for 11 yards. So the Vikings trying to get back in that one. We'll get an update on that in a second. Jets, Panthers are at half, 10-3. Bryce Young, 11 of 18, 117 yards and a touchdown. McMillan, 3 catches, 33 yards. And we'll get to, let's see what else here. Patriots, like I said, 1st and goal now from Tennessee's 4. Dolphins down 6-17, so 17-6. Browns over the Dolphins. They start the ball. They start the half with the ball, and also Bears 20, Saints 7. Let's go out. Vikings in the red zone. They're threatening. Eric Nelson's got more from the Vikings and the Eagles.
Yes, indeed, Anthony. That's 14-6. Philadelphia lead is in jeopardy. The Vikings on a 2nd and 8 from the 9-yard line of Philadelphia. Carson Wentz under pressure throws the ball away. Inside the hashes, they're going to call that intentional grounding, boy, from a veteran quarterback. Now, I think Wentz is probably going to say it was a shovel pass, but nonetheless, it would still be intentional grounding. So they're going to mark the Vikings back, and that could loom large in this one because both offenses have found yardage tough to come by. So right now we have 9:46 to go in the third. It'll be 3rd down and 18 for Minnesota from the 19. So they can actually get a first down if they reach the 1, and we'll see what happens on this next play. Wentz has 2 interceptions in the game, no touchdown passes. The only Minnesota offense has been 2 field goals by Will Reichert. The Eagles have a pick 6 by Jalix Hunt, and they have a touchdown throw from Jalen Hurts to A.J. Brown. So here's Wentz dumping it off over the middle to T.J. Hawkinson, and he's going to be dropped at the 10-yard line. So the Vikings are going to face a 4th down situation, and they're going to send their field goal unit onto the field, Anthony, 4th and 9. And there's some of the bluebirds out here at the House of Noise, they'd like to see Minnesota go for it. And Will Reichert will line up for what should be about a 28-yard kick is what they're officially going to call it. So I'll stick with you while they try this field goal attempt. Reichert, again, as I said, has 2 on the day. He has been Minnesota's offense, so let's see if he can get number 3. And the kick is up, and it is automatic for the second-year guy out of Alabama. So tack on 3 more for Minnesota. Eagles 14, Vikings 9, 9:02 to go in the third quarter in Minneapolis.
Thank you so much, Eric. And a head-scratcher from Wentz. Not only does he throw that ball into the ground, getting the grounding, but he also had a receiver open to the left. So very, troubling on that one. And the Dolphins are trying to stay in it against the Browns, and John Bazika has got more on Browns Dolphins.
Yeah, not looking good. Tua Tagovailoa, 5 for 13 now, and his most costly throw of the day right out to start the second half, 12 seconds into the half, and a pick-6 thrown of 34 yards to Tyson Campbell, newest member of the Browns from a couple weeks ago. You guys remember probably the trade sent Greg Newsome down to the Jaguars and Tyson Campbell to the Browns. And last week I know Tyson Campbell had some topsy-turvy play against the Steelers, but today he's made a couple of nice plays. And, of course, this one, the pick-6, going to be one that Browns fans get to talk about now for at least the next week, and increases the Browns' lead. 24-6, 34-yard pick-6. Tyson Campbell and the Browns a couple more defensive stops and maybe another score away from really putting this thing away for good, because still pretty early on here in the second half. So we'll see what goes on here. But 14-42 in the third quarter, 24-6.
Thank you so much, John. Last time I spoke to John, the Dolphins were struggling to get a field goal down, and now they are just struggling to advance the ball as the pick-6 puts them down 24-6. Let's go out to Kansas City as the Chiefs are beating down the Raiders, and Christian Vetter's got more for us.
Yeah, Anthony, Chiefs have extended their lead 28-0 now. We're midway through the third quarter. I believe the Raiders were punting it away here. Geno Smith sacked on a 3rd and 8 at the 37. Chris Jones coming up with the sack. Where do we start? Good, bad, and the ugly. The Raiders, 53 total yards of offense. Meanwhile, the Chiefs, Patrick Mahomes, he's thrown 3 touchdowns, 2 to Rashee Rice. Hollywood Brown caught an 8-yard touchdown. And the most recent score by the Chiefs, Isaiah Pacheco, a 7-yard touchdown run, capped a 65-yard scoring drive. So the Chiefs, very businesslike in this game, looking to go 4-3 midway through the third quarter. 27-0 Chiefs lead over the Raiders.
Thank you, Christian. Let's go out to Tennessee as the Patriots look to give a punch to the Titans, as that one was close moments ago, and Brant Douglas has more for us.
It was close moments ago, but that is not the case anymore, because the Patriots drive 12 plays, 88 yards to start the second half. Ramondre Stevenson punching in from 4 yards out. Drake May had to miss about 3 plays. He was briefly out from concussion protocol. Very quickly cleared that, was able to get back in the game. And then the Tennessee Titans on their first play from scrimmage, Cam Ward had the ball knocked out of his hands, and it was a sack, fumble, strip, score, everything, including the kitchen sink for Killevon Chason. And so suddenly this game is gone from being close to being a blowout at this point. It's the Patriots 31, the Titans 13. We still have 7:20 left in the third.
Unreal. Thank you, Brandon. That was happening right as we went to him. So, that's why you tune in to Gridiron Game Day for those up-to-the-moment, exciting plays. And the Patriots are whooping the Titans right now, and that is a hold on the Titans, so that'll be a decline, and that'll be a touchdown for the Pats, 31-13. And you know what? It's a rough – it was never going to be pretty for this Titans team, and all the goodwill that I felt they built up in the first half is now, and I don't even think it wasn't even knocked away from Cam Ward. He just dropped it. He just dropped it. Man, what a day of sloppy football. He just dropped the ball. Chason brings it in for the touchdown. LSU alum. It's a rough play for the rookie, and that's part of the growing pains. But the ball just slipped out of his hands as he was going to throw it. It's clearly a fumble, slips out, and that is where that one is. It's going to be 31-13 Patriots, 7:20 left in the third quarter. 13-18 left in the third. Dolphins get the ball back. Tua sacked, and now it is 4th and 19. So it's 24-6, 4th and 19 for Miami, and they are down big, giving the ball back to the Browns. And it is just each drive is getting worse and worse. The Jets were challenging the scramble for the first down in that one, so we'll get an update on that in a second. 13:37 left. Panthers at the Jets 39-yard line. As that one's 10-3. 9 minutes left in the third quarter in Minnesota, 14-9. Obviously, we spoke about it earlier when we got the update from Eric. Carson Wentz, I don't know what he was thinking, throwing the ball into the ground, shovel passing it into the ground. And that one is close for the Jets, by the way. It looks like Bryce Young got it, but they were going to, I'm glad I don't have to make that decision. And it's 4th and 1 now, so they did not give it to him. And the Panthers are going for it. 4th and 1 from the Jets' 39-yard line. We'll see what happens in this one, and they are going to get it. And then he rushes out of bounds. I think that was Rico Dowd. Like I said, Eagles 14, Vikings 9, 2nd and 5 for the Eagles at the Eagles' 21-yard line. Wentz passing the ball into the ground, and then the 3rd and 19 being incomplete, and them kicking the field goal to make it a 5-point deficit. 28-0 Chiefs over the Raiders. Titans, like we said, are down 31-13 at home. Dolphins trailing 24-6 in that one as they are getting ready to punt the ball. And we have a big play in this Eagles-Vikings game, and this one could flip momentum on its head. And we'll get an update on that when we take after the break. Bears, Saints, Bears 20, Saints 7. The Saints have the ball on Chicago's 20, so they're just in the red zone. 1st and 10 for them. That's after a big Juwan Johnson 29-yard reception coming via Spencer Rattler, and that one was over short left, and he, takes it down the field, and we'll get an update on all of this. I'll update the fantasy leaders so far this week to point, and we'll get the update on the Vikings-Eagles game, as that was a massive play and turn of events. We'll get all the updates. We still got a lot of football left. The 4 o'clock window, Colts, Chargers, Commanders, Cowboys, Packers, Cardinals, Giants, Broncos. The great Jody Mack joins us at 6 and takes us all the way to 8, and then he'll cover you from 8 to 10 by himself, but he will join us at 6. We'll have player reviews when these 1 o'clock windows wrap up. A lot to get to. All the action, all the turnovers, all the big plays, all the injuries, your fantasy updates. We'll update my picks. We'll update the gambling odds. Everything. All here. Gridiron Game Day. If you're watching along on the BetMGM network and YouTube, thank you. Stay tuned. Gridiron Game Day. Anthony Gallo. Be right back.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. 4 minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day, a production of the Infinity Sports Network. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
That's right. We are back. Gridiron Game Day, NFL Week 7, and we've got a lot to get to. Big play in the Eagles game when we were going to break. Devontae Smith with a big catch. He now has 6 catches, 115 yards, and a touchdown. And we got a lot of updates to go to. Jets, Panthers. We got a scoring update in that one in a bit. We'll get out to Chicago as well. First, let's go out to MetLife. Panthers playing the Jets. Jets trying to hang around, and Mike Moriarty's got more for us.
Anthony, yes, Jets down 13-3, 9:45 left to play in the third quarter. They do have the ball and are driving right now. The last scoring was Carolina, a 29-yard field goal for Ryan Fitzgerald. He's 2 of 2 on the day. It was 10 plays, 38 yards for 4 minutes, 20 seconds. Bryce Young on the day, 13 of 22 for 128 yards. Also for the Panthers offensively, Rico Dowdle has 41 yards rushing. Tedoroa McMillan, the rookie, 3 catches for 33 yards. Lone touchdown of the game did come in the first half, a 3-yard flip pass from Young to Xavier Legette. So Justin Fields threw for just 46 yards on the day, but the Jets are driving down 13-3, 9:14 left to play in the third quarter.
Thank you so much, Mike. So the Jets finally pulling the plug and putting in Tyrod Taylor as they try to get this game back on track. The Bears are threatening. They're in the red zone. Saints, Bears, this one's become a tight matchup, and David Schuster's got more for us.
All right, Anthony, and the Bears are driving. They're inside the 10-yard line, so they might put up some more points here in just a couple of seconds here. This game really started slow offensively, but it's picked up the pace, obviously. It was 20-0 Bears at one point, but then the Saints back-to-back touchdowns. Spencer Rattler, both times connecting with Chris Olave the first time, 21 yards the second time for 14 yards. That made it a 6-point game. Now the Bears are threatening again to open up the lead. Jake Moody with a couple of field goals. The Bears also with a couple of rushing touchdowns. We're under 7 minutes to go here in the third quarter. It's 20-14 Bears.
Thank you so much, David, and we will see what happens. As that one, at first it did not look like the Saints were going to put up any fight, and since then, since we had that update where it was, they had almost negative yards overall, they have really battled back, and that last drive to end the half is changed the momentum in that one completely, and we will continue to monitor that, see what happens there. Eagles, Vikings, 21-9, like I said, after the big Devontae Smith touchdown. Vikings have the ball, 1st and 10. They're in the red zone from the 19, and that one's got about 5:53 left in the third quarter. Panthers 13, Jets 3, like we said, and it looks like Tyrod Taylor is going to take a sack on third down and again put them out of field goal range. And that's going to probably put them, I don't know, on their own 48-yard line. Let's see here where he ends up. Maybe a little further. 46-yard line. So they are in trouble as now it is 4th and 7 for the Panthers in that one. You cannot take a sack there. And I guess there's nothing you really do there. I'm sitting here getting ready to eat wings, and what do I know? I know everyone's out there probably grubbing right now saying the same thing, but what do we know? Bears lining up from the 5 as they look to punch it in, and they do not, so it'll be 3rd and goal for them. Raiders have the ball. They're trying to end the shutout. 31-0, Chiefs over the Raiders. Patrick Mahomes, 26 completions, 35 attempts, 286 yards. 3 touchdowns. Isaiah Pacheco, 13 carries, 51 yards. Travis Kelce, 3 receptions, 54 yards. Rashee Rice, 2 touchdowns. Hollywood Brown, another. Patriots, 31 on the road. Titans, 13. So they trail at home. Cam Ward and Mike McCoy's first start not off to a great beginning. 16 of 17 for Drake May, so very efficient. He's got 176 yards and 2 touchdowns. Ramondre Stevenson has 15 carries for 77 yards and a touchdown. Browns 24, Dolphins 6 as the Dolphins have the ball. 2nd and 13 at Miami 16. Junkins 2 touchdowns, 77 yards in that one. And it's now 4th and goal for the Bears as that is 20-14. And they are at the Saints 1-yard line. So I think they are going to go for it. We'll get an update on that one as soon as that drive is finalized. Fantasy leaders of the week as of right now, you got 3 guys up top, 4 guys up top that have already played. Jamar Chase, 38 points. Pat Freiermuth, 28 points. Matt Stafford, 27.3. Chris Olave today has 26.8. And Devontae Adams, 26.5. Some of the other notables from today, obviously I said Chris Olave, he's leading all of today's current scores. Patrick Mahomes has 26.24. Devontae Smith has 23.5. Rashee Rice, 23.2. And Drake May has 20.24. And that is in a PPR, standard PPR league. The Browns, obviously a lot of time left in that one, but they currently have 19 points. The Patriots have 16, and the Eagles have 15 when it comes to the defenses. So a big day for the defense as well when it comes to the fantasy world. Let's go out to Minnesota. Vikings have the ball. They're in the red zone. They're threatening. Eric Nelson has us covered.
Yeah, Anthony, Minnesota gets a first down on an out route. Carson Wentz to Jordan Addison. So now the Vikings are looking at first and goal from the Philadelphia 5 with 4:47 to go in the third quarter, and Minnesota trailing 21-6. Moments ago, the home run heave of the day. Jalen Hurts throws one to the heavens. Devontae Smith on the deep route hauls it in, beating Isaiah Rodgers for a 79-yard touchdown catch for the Eagles, and that's where we stand at 21-9. Minnesota trying to narrow the gap, and the Vikings are going to run it down to the 2-yard line of Philadelphia. Xavier Scott picks up a couple. So we'll stay with you while the Vikings try to cut into the Eagle gap. Some numbers in this game, Anthony. Jalen Hurts, 170 yards in the air, 2 touchdowns, the pass to Smith, and also to A.J. Brown from 37 yards out. Carson Wentz, the ex-Eagle, 220 yards passing, no TDs, 2 picks, including a pick 6 by Hunt, the Philadelphia linebacker, who took it in from 42 yards out. Now the Vikings are going to go into a wildcat, Anthony, on second and goal from the 1. Jordan Mason, the direct snap. He bounces outside, and he's going to be, it looks like, just short of the bottom left pylon. So they sent Wentz out into a wideout spot. Mason took the direct snap, could not get in, and here's a huge play. Third and goal from the 1 for the Vikings. Mason has picked up a few more yards here in the second half than he did in the first half. He's over 50 yards total. They're showing the replay on the video board. The ball may have crossed the plane, and we're waiting to see. And yes, it is. It's going to be a Minnesota touchdown after the video board showed the ball crossing the plane. So the Vikings get their first touchdown of the day on the Jordan Mason run from a couple yards out, and the extra point coming up for Minnesota from Will Reichard, and this thing is tightening up as it's right now 21-15. Reichard will try the extra point, and then we'll get it back to you guys as the Eagles and Vikings are playing a tight one here in Minneapolis. Mm-hmm. Philadelphia's lost 2 in a row, and the Vikings, of course, coming back after a trip to Europe where they went 1-1, and Reichard's extra point splits the uprights. So 3:38 to go in the third. Philadelphia 21, Minnesota 16 here in Minneapolis.
Thank you. What a turn of events there. And where else can you get that action on Gridiron Game Day? A major turn of events. And he just crossed the plane. It was so close. Honestly, a ballsy move there as it looked like they were going to have to go for it again, but they get the touchdown in that one. And I want to just see the replay here of this kick as it looked. It was pretty good. So it was perfect. I misunderstood what he said at first. But let's go out to Cleveland, get an update in that Dolphins-Browns game as the Dolphins are just trying to stay above water. John Bazika's got more for us.
Yeah, scary moment for the Dolphins coming to a close here as they had a fourth down pretty decently deep in Browns territory, like past the 35. They'd gotten the ball down to the 28-yard line of the Browns and came up just short, but Malik Washington got hit pretty hard on a crossing route as he was trying to pick up the first down. And all in all, Browns take over after Dolphins had something kind of cookied on that drive, but they weren't able to do anything with it. They had to go for it twice on fourth down, once like at their own 17, and then the next time they went forward on the Browns side of the field. So just been a really tough day for the Dolphins. Nothing has really gone right for them in the scope of what they came in trying to do today. It's been a tough day for Tua, 11 of 20, just 89 yards and an interception. He's been sacked twice, once by Myles Garrett. Myles did end the 3-game sack issue that he had of not having one, and picks up his 5th here today. But yeah, it's just been, Dolphins going to probably go to 0-3, 0-4 now on the road if they lose today, and Browns looking to even their record at home, go to 2-2 and 2-5 on the year. And it's been because of Quinshon Judkins, 20 carries, 77 yards, and the 2 scores, and the Browns defense has stood up 3-13 in the third quarter. Not much more to talk about. Browns leading 24-6.
Thank you, John, and he is not wrong on that one, as it's been all Browns all day. Worth noting, we came into the game, he needed 3.5 sacks, Myles Garrett. He needed 3.5 sacks to get to 110 all-time sacks, and he's now got 1, so he needs 2.5 more. Also worth noting, Cameron Jordan needs 2 to move into 19th place, and Von Miller needs 1 to move into 13th place and jump Jonathan Abraham. So a little, milestone watch there. As far as receiving-wise, he's got 50. He needs about 198 more, Travis Kelce, to move into 24th all-time in receiving yards. DeAndre Hopkins on a bye this week needs 56 to move into 18th. And Mike Evans, who needs 176 to get to 13,000 receiving yards all-time, needs 223 to move into 21st place. So some milestones to watch there. Let's go out to Tennessee. Patriots, Titans. The Titans trying to get back into this one. Not a lot of time left. They're in the fourth quarter. Brant Douglas has got everything covered from Nissan Stadium.
And right now, the Patriots are on another long drive that started inside their own 10-yard line. They've got it now almost to midfield. I want to point out, we haven't talked much about Drake Maye's performance. It's been very quiet, but he is 18 of 19 passing, 205 yards, a couple of touchdown passes. Great day for Drake Maye. Meanwhile, Ramondre Stevenson is now just 12 yards away from breaking the 100-yard mark, and with one more score, the Patriots will more or less put this one to bed. But the Patriots have been dominating the 2 times the Titans have had the ball in the third quarter. The offense hasn't done much. In fact, one time, as we talked earlier, it was a fumble recovery return for a touchdown, and that took the wind out of any momentum the Titans have had thus far in this game. 13:30 left in the fourth. It's the Patriots 31, the Titans 13.
Thank you, Brant, on that one, as it looks like a rough day continuing for the Titans. Mike McCoy, he, not his first, NFL game as a head coach, but his first as Titans interim head coach. Cam Ward started off red hot and continued to, play well to start the half, and then after that fumble, it has been all Patriots all day. Drake Maye, 2 touchdowns, 205 yards. It's now 3rd and 15 for the Eagles as they are on their own 25-yard line. They're only up 5 points. A short pass. They lose a yard on that one, and we will continue to watch that. I think the Browns just got the first down on that third down. It's going to be close, so they're going to have to definitely spot that. Raiders have the ball, 13-13 left in the fourth quarter. They're on the 9-yard line of their own side of the field. We'll get an update as soon as possible on that one. Jets have the ball down 10, 1st and 10 from the Jets 21, 3:45 left of that, so a lot of ball game left there. The Saints and Bears, the Bears ended up kicking that field goal to make it 23-14. About 2:35 left in the third in that one, so we'll come back. Stay tuned. Gridiron Game Day, Anthony Gallo.
We'll be back with more Gridiron Game Day right after this.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. 4 minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. .45 seconds remaining. .30 seconds remaining. .15 seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, that's right. We are back and a ton of action going on as we speak. The Jets trying to get back into this one. One note, Bryce Young was seen walking into the locker room, so we'll see what happens there. Let's go back out. It has been all Browns, all game. Dolphins, Browns, and John Bozica's got us covered from Cleveland.
Yeah, Brown's trying to really move the ball and I guess kill clock at this point. 13:43 left in the game, and nothing really, new has changed. The Browns are on the plus side of the 50 for them, but they have a third and 21 coming up at the Dolphins, 46. Drive did have some promise to it, but was brought back after a hold on the Browns offensive line. And like I said, they've got this third and 21 here, and they really haven't thrown the ball down the field a lot today. They've depended heavily on the run, and we'll see if Gabriel throws one down the field here. He doesn't, checks down to a screen to Jerome Ford, and that gain may be a yard. So it's going to be a 4th and 20, and the Browns are going to punt. But they're up 24-6, 13:59 left in the game. 13 minutes even actually left in the game. I beg your pardon. I was looking at my screen here. And Quinshon Judkins been the story of the day. His 20-plus carries and 2 touchdowns. And, of course, the Browns pick 6. Nothing new has changed, though.
Thank you so much, John, and we will continue to monitor that one to see if the Dolphins can show any life. A big missed field goal here from Jake Elliott as the Vikings are going to take over. They missed a moment, a few minutes ago there. We had the quarterback change in New York. Bryce Young to the locker room, and let's get more of an update from Mike Moriarty at MetLife Stadium.
Yeah, we're just trying to get more word on that. I'm not sure exactly what the situation is, but he did indeed head to the locker room. So we do have the quarterback change here for the Carolina Panthers as they lead here 13-3. The scoring that extended it here was Ryan Fitzgerald's 29-yard field goal here earlier in the third quarter. On the day, Bryce Young has thrown for 128 yards. He's having a good day. Rico Dowdle has 41 yards. So overall, the Panthers trying to extend this 2-game win streak into a 3-game win streak for the first time under Bryce Young as quarterback. But as you said, Anthony, Bryce Young is in the tunnel and in the locker room for some sort of injury. And we will get you an update as soon as we can. But right now, they do lead the Jets by 10, 13-3, 40 seconds left to play in the third quarter with the Jets driving in the Panthers territory.
Thank you so much, Mike. And the Jets, a little trickery here. And that was an incomplete pass on that one. He had him. It was a little late. It looked like at first it was an end around, then it was then it turned into a flea flicker. Alan Lazard at the 2-yard line. He was open. I'm not sure if he was just overrun the route, but then it looked like it was underthrown. Oh, they were in the wild card. I'm sorry. And they ran the end around, and then Tyrod Taylor got the flip. It was a good play call. He had him open, just underthrown. He drops the ball after that, but it was more on Tyrod for not getting the ball to him. Like I said, Jake Elliott missed that field goal, so now the Vikings have the ball at the 39. They're threatening, and a big completion to Addison to get them in the field goal territory, as that one's 21-16. So we'll continue to watch there. And another big pass here in the Jets game, and this one could change the entire complexion of this game. But first, before we get an update on that one, let's go out to Chicago. Saints have the ball, down 9. David Schuster's got more for us.
All right, Anthony, 13:20 left here in the fourth quarter. The lead is 9 by the Bears at 23-14 since we last talked. Jake Moody adding his third field goal of the day, this one from 24 yards out. Filling in for Caro Santos, he's now got 7 field goals over his last 2 games, so picking up a paycheck and being pretty good at it while doing so. As for the Saints, Spencer Rattler with a couple of touchdowns. He's been up and down. He's had a couple of touchdown passes, both to Chris Olave. However, he's got a couple of interceptions and a fumble. Caleb Williams, sort of pedestrian today, 12 of 22 for 143 yards. The Bears with a couple of rushing touchdowns. They lead it by 9, 23-14, 13:20 to go here in the fourth quarter.
Thank you, David. And I want to get the exact player in this one, in that Jets-Panthers game. Moments ago, the ball intercepted by Jace Horn in the end zone. Tyrod Taylor, deep pass down the middle of the field. It looked like there might have been a small window to hit Josh Reynolds, but it ends up being intercepted and a touchback by Jace Horn. So that completely changed that game, and it feels like there is no hope in Jetland, in MetLife, for this team. And we have, let me see who ends up coming out. Once we see who comes out for the Panthers, it is Andy Dalton. So Andy Dalton is out there for the Panthers. No Bryce Young. We haven't gotten an exact word on what happened to Bryce Young. 13-3 going into the fourth quarter after the interception. Panthers ball. Let's go out to Minnesota. The Vikings are in the red zone trying to take the lead or at least put some more points on the board. And Eric Nelson has more from U.S. Bank Stadium.
Yeah, the House of Noise silenced for the moment. Huge sack by Jalen Carter. First of the day for the Eagles, -7. So Minnesota was in the red zone, but now 4th and 12 from the 17. Will Reichert comes back in for a 35-yard field goal try. If he makes it, and he does, it is his 4th field goal of the day. And it's worth noting, a couple of minutes ago, Jake Elliott missed a 42-yard kick for the Eagles, and that lost 3 could loom large for Philadelphia, because right now, with 10:06 to go in the 4th, Philadelphia 21, Minnesota 19. Some of the numbers in this game, Jalen Hurts has been solid, 221 yards, 2 touchdown passes, no picks. Saquon Barkley, still in that post-Super Bowl slump, 12 carries, just 36 yards. His long run of the day, 9. Meanwhile, Jordan Mason for Minnesota, 15 carries, 57 yards, and a touchdown run out of the Wildcat. Carson Wentz, the former Eagle, no touchdown passes, 2 picks. One of them taken to the house by Jalix Hunt. He has thrown for 272 yards, though, and Wentz is getting comfortable with his top 2 targets. Jordan Addison, 5 catches, 94 yards, a couple of chunk plays on that last drive. Justin Jefferson, 5 receptions, 79 yards for Minnesota. So we have a very close game now with 10:06 to go in the 4th. Philadelphia trying to end a 2-game losing streak, leading Minnesota 21-19 here in Minneapolis.
Thank you so much, Eric, as we continue to monitor that one. So right now, the update on Bryce Young. Tom Pelissaro says Bryce Young is questionable to return with an ankle injury. So, at least it, doesn't seem super serious, but it does seem enough to keep an eye on there. The Titans, it's 3rd and 7 from New England's 39 as they're threatening. The Dolphins will it's unbelievable. The day that this Dolphins offense is happening, they were on their own 2-yard line, and a ball, I don't even know where he was throwing the ball. 3 guys in the area. There's 1 white jersey, 3 black jerseys, and Tua throws another interception, this time to Jenkins, and that one is, it's going to probably put a bow on it as the Browns now sit at the 2-yard line. 1st and goal for them. We will get an update from this one as soon as they complete that drive. And it looks like it's a long day for the Dolphins. If you're a Dolphin fan, this is not how you wanted this team to respond from a tumultuous 2 weeks. Panthers 13-3 over the Jets. Andy Dalton is in the game for Bryce Young. Like we said, Bryce Young questionable to return in that one. After the field goal, the Eagles are taking over with 10 minutes left in the 4th. They're up 21-19 on the road against Minnesota. Raiders have the ball from their own 14. It's 31-0 in that one. Chiefs are, destroying them. The Bears are up 23-14 in that one. It's 3rd and 20 for the Saints from the Saints' 27-yard line. But like I said, big turn of events in this Dolphins-Browns game. More, misery, and let's see what happened in the red zone for the Browns as John Bazika is in Cleveland with the update.
Yeah, another touchdown run for Quinshon Judkins. It took 1 play. They lined up from the 2, gave the ball right to him. They just snapped it directly to him, and Quinshon Judkins, who's en route with the day that he's having now, Anthony, to probably be the leading rookie rusher in the NFL. I know Genty's not having a great day, as you mentioned, the Raiders getting destroyed by the Chiefs, and Genty has just 21 yards. So Hugh Judkins should be the number 1 rushing rookie running back in the NFL after today in terms of yards. And his 3 touchdowns don't look bad either, having an outstanding performance. And hasn't really been about the Browns' offense. It's been their defense today that's shown through. They've forced Tua into 2 interceptions. One was a pick 6 by Tyson Campbell. That one an interception by Rayshon Jenkins, and returned down to the 2-yard line. And the Browns defense, which has been their strength all year, 3rd in the NFL overall entering the game, and they've played like it today. They've just had the Miami Dolphins, to quote Sam Darnold, seeing ghosts out there, and that's probably the best way to highlight it. It's 31-6 after the touchdown. Browns well on their way to 2-5, and for the second time this year, the home fans at the Browns Stadium, despite the rain, have something to celebrate. They lead 31-6 with 10:56 in the game. Anthony?
Thank you so much, John. And it is a good day to be a Browns fan. Obviously, early on, people were trying to get on the Browns about the Flacco trade, and this is a great way to, respond. The young quarterback, a dominant defensive display. As always, this defense continues. We'll see the Broncos later in the day. The Vikings are a very good defense, but this Browns defense still feels like the best, if not one of the best units in the league. 2nd and 13 for the Eagles from the their own 27-yard line, and Jalen Hurts just escaped the sack, and he just dumps it out of bounds. Almost caught by Devontae Smith, who is having a monster day. He has 8 catches for 162 yards. And the Raiders, you can't make it up. And this is how this is described when you're looking at the, the play-by-plays that come in, and I haven't seen the highlight just yet. Kyle Pickett fumbles, and then obviously in the description it says aborted. So he must have aborted out of a bad situation, and the red flashes were going up in his head, and that's what happens there. Chiefs take over at the 11 as it is now hitting code red for the Raiders as they're down 31-0, and the Chiefs are threatening on the 8-yard line, 2nd and 7 in that one. 3rd and 13 here as Jalen Hurts scrambles, and it looks like he gets the completion to A.J. Brown for the first down, and that'll be a huge first down if it was indeed a catch, and I think it was. 15 of 18, 221 yards, 2 touchdowns for Jalen Hurts. So he's been on point today, even if that Eagles offense hasn't put up a big number. What a play from A.J. Brown there as he looks to continue to get involved. Like I said, Devontae Smith, a big day so far. A.J. Brown, that is only his 3rd catch of the day, and he has 1 touchdown to go with it. So not a high-volume day. He's been involved, but we'll see what that means if they are able to win. If not, we'll see what happens in general. Some other news worth noting, and we'll get to Pete McCarthy in a second, but Pete mentioned this is last update. Brandon Graham considering coming out of retirement to play for the Eagles, putting on the old, uniform again, and we will see what that turns into for them as they lost Zadarius Smith to retirement a week ago. And we'll continue there. And they get the first down, 2nd and 2. Now they're over the midfield line. Let's go out to MetLife. Mike Moriarty's got more from Jets-Panthers.
Yeah, just 2 injury updates for the Jets and the Panthers. Here's the score. Panthers up 13-3, 10:32 and counting left to play here in the game. Bryce Young did go to the tunnel, as we said before. Andy Dalton in at quarterback for Carolina. That is an ankle issue that they're looking at on the day. Bryce Young was 15-25 for 138 yards and 1 score. The 1 touchdown to Xavier Legette there in the second quarter. Tyrod Taylor now under center for the Jets. Justin Fields was evaluated a little bit earlier as well. The other injury note was that Sauce Gardner is being evaluated for a concussion in concussion protocol right now. So right now, Jets trail by 10, 13-3, looking to get their first win of the season, and not sure if that's going to be happening today, as Carolina will go in for their 3-game winning streak. Now up by 10, 13-3, 9:59 left to play in the game.
Thank you, Mike. Let's go out real quick to Tennessee. Patriots at Titans, and Brant Douglas has the update.
And this one's all over with, but some team scatting and padding some statistics. Under 5 minutes left to play, 31-13. Patriots have been in control since early in the third quarter when they took about an 8-minute drive to score a touchdown and then forced a punt or forced a block fumble recovery for a touchdown, which made it 31-13. And so basically that's what it's been ever since then. Let's talk about Drake May today. 21 of 23 passing, 222 yards, 2 touchdowns. He was sacked 4 times for 22 yards, but that doesn't really matter whenever you're leading 31-13 and putting up a win. Ramondre Stevenson, 18 carries, 88 yards, 1 touchdown. Kayshon Boutte, 2 receptions, 55 yards for a touchdown. Austin Hooper, a couple of catches for 11 yards and a touchdown as well. Again, 4:15 left to go. Titans looking to make this a little bit closer, but the Patriots are going to walk away and go to 5-2 on the year here in Tennessee. Mike Vrabel's homecoming, a happy one for the Patriots, not so much for the Titans. 31-13, 4:15 left in the fourth.
Thank you so much, Brant. And he will, after this one, he will eclipse, with that 5th win, it'll be one more win than the Titans have had since they fired him. We got a lot more to get to. Gridiron Game Day. Stay tuned. We got all the action, all the updates. We got the 4 o'clock window coming. We got some post-game player interviews, all the scoring updates, everything right here. But first, an update from our guy, Pete McCarthy.
Infinity Sports Network Sports Flash.
All right, Anthony, this report is sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you could save at progressivecommercial.com. The Jets making a change at quarterback, benching Justin Fields in favor of Tyrod Taylor. Neither has moved the Jets' offense much as they trail the Panthers 13-3. 10 minutes to play in regulation. The Panthers have made a change of quarterback as well. Bryce Young went into the locker room with an ankle injury. Young is questionable to return, according to the Fox broadcast. Veteran Andy Dalton is in at quarterback for Carolina. Also, Jets cornerback Sauce Gardner is being evaluated for a possible concussion. The Chiefs have their backup quarterback in, but that's because they are just absolutely destroying the Raiders 31-0. Patrick Mahomes threw for 286 yards and 3 touchdowns, 2 of them to Rashee Rice, who just returned from a 6-game suspension. Gardner Minshew is in at QB for Kansas City. Earlier in London, Matthew Stafford threw 5 touchdowns, 3 to Devontae Adams. Rams blow out the Jaguars 35-7 to improve to 5-2. Jalen Hurts and the Eagles have a 28-19 lead on the Vikings, 6:35 to play in the fourth quarter. Patriots all over the Titans in Nashville, 31-13, under 4 minutes to play there. The Browns blowing out the Dolphins 31-6, under 10 to go in Cleveland. The Dolphins in danger of dropping to 1-6. It's the Bears leading the Saints 23-14 as Chicago looks to move to 4-2. 3 games kicking off within the hour. The 3-3 Commanders will be trying to slow the Cowboys' offensive attack in Dallas. The Packers are in Arizona. Kyler Murray is inactive, so Jacoby Brissett will start at QB once again for the Cards. And the 5-1 Colts are visiting the 4-2 Chargers. Tonight, Mac Jones is back at quarterback for the 49ers as they host the 3-2 Falcons. Florida fires head football coach Billy Napier after starting 3-4 this season. Napier had a losing record at Florida over 4 seasons. Latest AP poll, Bama and Georgia climb into the top 5. Still Ohio State 1, Indiana now 2, followed by Texas A&M. I'm Pete McCarthy.
You're listening to the Infinity Sports Network.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. 3 minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, that's right. We are back, and we have some updates around the league coming in fast and heavy as these games wind down. But first, let's go out to Minnesota as the Vikings try to stay alive against the Eagles. Eric Nelson's got you covered.
Yeah, Anthony, if I told you that one of these quarterbacks would have a huge third down scramble for a first down, you'd probably say, yeah, Jalen Hurts. But no, it's the ex-Eagle Carson Wentz going 16 yards and shaking his way past some tacklers to extend a Minnesota drive. So right now with 4:53 to go in the fourth quarter, Vikings have it 1st and 10 at the Philly 35. Eagles up 28-19, and Jalen Hurts, though, has had a fantastic game. 281 yards in the air, 3 touchdown passes, no interceptions, 2 of the TD strikes to A.J. Brown, and the last one was from 26 yards out, and Brown caught the ball around the 3-yard line and powered his way into the end zone. So the Eagles trying to snap their 2-game losing streak, right now up on Minnesota by 9, but the Vikings have all of their timeouts left, and even if they don't score a touchdown on this drive, a 3 would put them in a position to possibly win it in the end if they can stop Philadelphia. That's a lot of ifs. I can tell you this, though, that Minnesota has gotten Jordan Addison back on track. Remember, he missed the first 3 games with a suspension. He's got 7 catches today for 115 yards. Justin Jefferson, 5 receptions for 79. Meanwhile, for the Eagles, Devontae Smith, 9 catches, 183 yards, and a TD. That was a 79-yard home run heave. A.J. Brown, 3 for 76 and 2 scores. Saquon Barkley, a rather quiet day again, 15 carries, 46 yards. So the Vikings facing 2nd and 10 now at the Philadelphia 35. And it's a throw to the left, not caught by T.J. Hawkinson. He juggled it and fell out of bounds. So Minnesota, Anthony's going to face a 3rd and 10 from the Philadelphia 35, 4:27 to go in the fourth. Eagles up over the Vikings, 28-19 here in the Twin Cities.
Thank you, Eric, very much for the update there. Also, Saquon, no update on him. There's no news on it. He might come back, obviously, the next time the Eagles have the ball, but he was down and taken out for a couple plays. The Jets kicking a field goal to make it 13-6, but Sauce Gardner in concussion, being evaluated for a concussion, so we'll get an update on that as well. I don't think we have any more updates on Bryce Young. It's still questionable to return in this one. Let's go out to Cleveland. Dolphins, Browns, as the Browns are trying to end this one. John Buzika's got more.
Because confirmation for the Tua Tagovailoa ended up, I guess you could say, getting benched or brought out in relief as he threw a 3rd interception. Tyson Campbell had one for the pick 6, Ronnie Hickman, and then Rayshon Jenkins. Just really, really tough day for Tua, and you kind of feel for him. You feel for the Dolphins being 1-6. They will have to say. Browns lead 31-6 with 3:41 left in the game, and I say that you feel for the Dolphins, Anthony, because you look back to the last couple of weeks. You look to their start of the season. They lost by 6 to the Patriots, and they lost the last 2 weeks by 3 and by 2. So it's but I mean, you say the same thing about the Browns. We've been discussing that up here in the press box today, that it's like you look at the Browns start to the season, and they had the 1-point loss in week 1 to the Bengals, and then they had the 4-point loss in London. So these are two teams that, they're 1-5 for a reason, but they're also probably not as bad as their records show. And obviously today, this is worst case scenario for the Dolphins, being down 31-6, and Quinn Ewers in and playing some snaps here in relief of Tua, but probably going to be a long week in South Beach, to say the least, with folks talking. Going to be a great week here in Cleveland with folks talking, and that's the beauty of the NFL week in and week out. Dylan Gabriel, not a crazy day throwing the ball over 100 yards. I think he has 13 completions, didn't throw a touchdown, but story of the day for the Browns has been the 3 interceptions on defense. Carson Schlesinger, their rookie linebacker, continues to look like an all-pro already just a couple weeks in, and obviously the story of Quinshon Judkins, the other rookie. It's a team of rookies, and again, they all shine today and all make big plays, and Myles Garrett picks up a sack. That means that at least for the next 7 days, Cleveland will be happy. 31-6 they lead, 3:29 in the game.
Thank you so much, John, as we will get an update once that one goes final. As it's been a tough day. Quinn Ewers came in, and if that Myles Garrett sack is credited, he'll be 1.5 away from 110 sacks in his career, and a big milestone for him. Just to put it in perspective, Khalil Mack is a sack and a half away. So think about the difference in how long those two, both elite pass rushers, Hall of Fame pass rushers, have been playing, to see the difference. Let's go out to Chicago. A lot of action, a lot of big plays have happened since we last caught up with them. David Schuster's got you covered.
All right, Anthony, 3:34 to go here in the fourth quarter. The Bears just about set to go for the victory here. They lead at 26-14. They've intercepted Spencer Rattler 3 times on the day. They've also sacked him 4 times. Rattler also with a fumble that was recovered early in the game that led to the Bears' first points. Jake Moody, 4 field goals for the Bears, had 8 over the last 2 weeks, and he's not even their regular kicker. DeAndre Swift, over 100 yards. He's got a quiet, if there's such a thing as a quiet, 113 yards on the day. So it looks like the Bears are going to win their 4th in a row. They lead at 26-14, 3 minutes and change to go here in the fourth quarter.
Thank you so much. Let's jump back out to MetLife as we've got an update from Mike Moriarty.
Yeah, Anthony, 6:10 and counting left to play in the game. Panthers have the ball up here 13-6. The Jets just did cut into that with a 47-yard field goal for Nick Folk, a 56-yard, 9-play drive. So the Panthers are up here 13-6. Bryce Young, the Panthers quarterback, ruled out with an ankle injury. Sauce Gardner, the Jets defensive player, being evaluated for concussion. Lone touchdown of the game came in the first half, a 3-yard flip pass from Young to Xavier Legette, who has 7 grabs for 53 yards for the Panthers, who are looking for their 3rd win in a row. The Jets trying for their first win of the season right now, do trail by a touchdown, 13-6, 5:43 left to go, but the Panthers have the ball.
Thank you very much. Let's go out to Minnesota as this game can't get more exciting, and Eric Nelson's got the complete breakdown for us.
Yeah, Anthony, right now, 2:58 to go in the fourth, and it is Philadelphia 28, Minnesota 25. The Vikings just got an apparent touchdown. Carson Wentz to T.J. Hawkinson. Wentz scrambling. Hawkinson running with Wentz, and he got to the back of the end zone and made a diving catch. And there's a review, and the touchdown will not count. That just happened as I'm talking to you, Anthony. Bill Vinovich, the referee today, they looked at it, obviously, from multiple angles. Hawkinson laid out, back of the end zone, and they're saying no touchdown. So Minnesota, instead of possibly getting this down to 2, now faces 4th and 2 from the 15 and absolutely has to convert here. And it looks like they're going to go for the first down. Remember, a 3 would get them within 6, but obviously you want to score, but you got to get the first down here. It's that simple for the Vikings. As the Eagles have the 28-19 lead, Jalen Hurts has 3 touchdowns in this game. Wentz will come out in the shotgun. Jordan Mason will be to his left. He's got 4 receivers in the package. So this essentially is your ball game, and we'll see if the Vikings can convert, and they do. It's Jordan Addison on the out route. He gets it inside the 10-yard line, and boy, Addison has been a beast today. That's 9 catches for roughly 130 yards for Jordan Addison. So now you start looking at the clock, 2:54 to go. Minnesota has all 3 of its timeouts remaining and a 2-minute warning. Again, Vikings trailing the Eagles 28-19, 2:54 to go in the fourth. Vikings have a 1st and goal from the Eagles 10. We'll stick around for one more play before I toss it back to you, Anthony, in New York City. But the Vikings, of course, trying to claw back in this one, and Wentz in trouble, and down he goes. The second sack of the game for Philadelphia. And keep in mind, on this drive, Wentz has scrambled twice for a total of 28. He's looked like Fran Tarkenton, but not on that play. So it's going to be 2nd and 18 for Minnesota from the 19 of Philadelphia. 28-19 is the Eagle lead here late in the fourth.
Thank you so much, Eric. An exciting turn of events. Eric's been on fire today. He's been, the timing has been impeccable. We go to him and all the excitement. And this Eagles-Vikings game was our marquee matchup of the day, and it has lived up. I mean, it feels like the Vikings, they get in the end zone here. It's still a game, but it feels like this one might be coming to an end. But even with that said, it's been an exciting big game in the 1 o'clock window. A lot of action left. Jets have the ball, and they are on their own 28. It's about to be 2nd down for them, 2nd and 10, down 7, 13-6, 4:34 to go in that one. We'll see what happens there. We got a lot of action still left. Dolphins, Browns hit the 2-minute warning. Bears, Saints about to hit the 2-minute warning. And a few more. I think that is it. And final in Tennessee, Patriots 31, Titans 13. Final in Kansas City, Raiders 0 points as the Chiefs shut them out 31-0. We'll be back. Player interviews, updates, the 4 o'clock window, all that right here, Gridiron Game Day.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. 4 minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. .45 seconds remaining. .30 seconds remaining. .15 seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day, a production of the Infinity Sports Network. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
That's right. The 1 o'clock window is winding down, and we've got some exciting matchups, and we've got a full slate, 4 o'clock games coming up soon. We'll hear from some players live from the stadiums, some games that are already final. Bears 26, Saints 14. Earlier today, Rams 35-7 over the Jaguars in London. Patriots go to Tennessee, kick the butt of the Titans, and Vrabel's return to Tennessee. 31-13, and the Chiefs win 31-0 over the Raiders, shutting them out. Patrick Mahomes, huge day, 26 of 35, 286 yards. Isaiah Pacheco, 15 carries, 57 yards, and a touchdown. And they spread the ball out because 286 yards passing. The leading receiver for the Chiefs was Travis Kelce with 54 yards on 3 receptions. Rashee Rice, 7 catches, 42 yards. Brashard Smith, 5 catches, 42 yards. Hollywood Brown, 2 catches, 14 yards, and a touchdown. Some just to note, Patrick Mahomes also adding 28 yards rushing. On the Raiders side of the ball, a terrible day in the air. 10 of 16, 67 yards for Geno Smith, and then 2 of 2 for Kenny Pickett for 8 yards, and he fumbled. 6 carries for 21 yards for Ashton Genty. 95 total yards of offense for the Raiders, and that is a putrid performance for Pete Carroll and that Raiders offense, and I know he will not stand for it. Geno Smith getting benched. I don't think it was a true benching. I think the game was over, and he was just protecting his guy. So we'll see what happens there. 28-22, Eagles over the Vikings. 2nd and 9, the Eagles have the ball at their own 44. 1:48 left. The Vikings have 2 timeouts left, so we'll see if they can get the stop and the ball back. The Jets have the ball from their own 14, 3rd and 10 for them. They have all 3 of their timeouts. They're down 7 here as they try to tie this game up against the Panthers. Earlier, they threw another interception to Jace Horn, so he has 2, and he almost just, oh, that wasn't Jace Horn, that was Jackson, but almost another interception there. And we have another big play here. Might be one that turns the tide and finishes this one in Minnesota. And we'll get an update on that in a second as the Eagles try to put the Vikings away. And some other updates where the Dolphins just trying to get themselves out of their own misery. 3rd and 4 from Cleveland's 34. They just used their 2nd timeout, so they're trying to get some points on the board. 31-6, Cleveland over the Dolphins. Quinn Ewers coming in for Tua, who threw 3 interceptions. He's 5 of 8 for 53 yards. So the Ohio State alum is playing, or not Ohio State, I'm sorry, Texas. Yeah, I got Texas, sorry. You know, I have the big college football. My guy Nico saving me there, telling me that he started Ohio State, and I'm going to act like that's what I didn't mix him up with Will Howard, so I'll take it. But he's in the rookie getting his first game action of the year. The Jets will punt. They have 3 timeouts, so the game isn't necessarily over. The Panthers will take over at the 44, and we'll see if Bryce Young is coming back in. I doubt it there, but let's go out to Minnesota. Like I said, we have a big – actually, hold on. Let's hold on just a second on that one because we may be having a player join us in a moment. And we'll get an update on Bryce Young as soon as I do not think he is going to come back out. But we're going to speak to a player in a moment from that Chiefs-Raiders blowout in that one. And the Eagles trying to put away the Vikings, and we'll get an update on that one too. And here we are, joined from Arrowhead Stadium. Juju Smith-Schuster joins us after blowing out the Raiders 31-0. Juju, what's going on, man?
What's going on, man? You know, it's good, man. Got a W. It was a good one for us.
So a big weekend. Everyone got involved. And when I mean everyone, I feel like 10 different guys got to touch the ball in the air today, even more on the ground. What do you credit, not just to Patrick Mahomes, but maybe Andy Reid when it comes to the play call and be able to keep everyone consistently involved?
I mean, he's a great coach, man. He has a great schemes, how he uses guys, how he puts guys in different positions to make plays. What's so nice about our offense is that everyone is able to, play every position and to get open and make plays. So, it was super exciting to see all of us and Pat, spread the ball around. EGE, everybody eats.
How are you guys able? You guys have the target on your back every year, whether you win the Super Bowl, but you're in the Super Bowl every year. How are you able to keep together and keep, playing solid football? You start the year slow, you bounce back, and it feels like you guys never fade. What do you credit to that?
Honestly, I credit to our veteran guys on our team. I credit to the guys who leads this team. You got Pat, you have Trav, you have guys like Creed, you got guys like Chris, you have Nick Bolton, you got guys that just comes in every single day. They just work hard. They put the work in, and the young guys follow. When the young guys follow, it helps us out a lot. So, everyone wants to beat the Chiefs, and I think that's credit to those guys and us just coming to work every day and working.
Juju, enjoy the win and have a good week, man.
Thank you. You too.
Juju Smith-Schuster, Chiefs 31, Raiders nothing. They had, let's see how many guys it was. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I was close. 9 different guys catching a pass in this one. Let's go out to Minnesota. Like I said, the Eagles are trying to ice the Vikings, and Eric Nelson's got more for us.
Yeah, and Jalen Hurts and A.J. Brown, they've been playing pitch and catch for most of the day, and the last completion for 40-plus yards on a 3rd down and 9, where if Minnesota gets the ball back, the Vikings have a chance down by 6 to maybe win this thing. Instead, Brown able to sprint past Isaiah Rodgers, the cornerback on the right side for Minnesota, and make the catch. He got it right around the 10-yard line. Now we have an interesting scenario. The Eagles just down the football, going to be 4th and 18 from the 19, and I have not seen any sign of Jake Elliott yet, because a field goal, remember, would make it 31-22. That would ice it. But Elliott recently missed a 42-yard kick, so Hurts is over right around the 28-yard line near the Eagles bench, talking to Nick Sirianni and some of the other Eagles coaches about what this strategy is going to be. And now a flag is on the ground, and it's a delay of game call against the Eagles. So we have 2 seconds left. So what they've done is they've run it down to where they don't have to bring Elliott onto the field, and Philadelphia's Jalen Hurts can get into the victory formation, take the knee, and the Eagles, barring a Herman Edwards-type play, Joe Pisarcik, they're going to leave Minneapolis with a victory and end their 2-game losing streak. And a lot of the credit to Jalen Hurts, as I have talked about all day. 3 touchdown passes, 326 yards for Philadelphia. Carson Wentz, the ex-Eagle, he's throwing for 313, but no touchdowns. Couldn't get the Vikings into the end zone. 2 picks. One of them was a pick 6 by Jaylus Hunt, the young linebacker for Philadelphia. And really, Anthony, the pick 6 is where Philadelphia had enough cushion where the Eagles could never give up the lead all day. The Vikings have never been in front in this game. So as I said, Philadelphia likely going to leave here 5-2. Next week, a rematch at the Link against the New York Giants. Meanwhile, Minnesota will drop to 3-3, and it's a short week for the Vikings. Keep in mind, they were in Europe for 10 days. A game in Dublin, a win over Pittsburgh, a game in London, a win over Cleveland. Now they got to go to Inglewood on Thursday to play the LA Chargers, so it's going to be a quick weekend. They travel. There's the final snap, and we are done. Eagles win it over the Vikings 28-22 here in Minneapolis.
Thank you so much, Eric, as that one was exciting and lived up to the hype. And now we go from our 1 o'clock marquee matchup to our 4 o'clock marquee matchup, and the man, Chuck Hayes from SoFi, has us covered.
Thanks so much. Yeah, we're at 12:51 in the first quarter. We have a timeout for an injury on the field for the Chargers. 0-0. The Colts are driving down and have the ball inside Charger territory at the 23-yard line. And again, this is one of those scenarios where the Colts were here about almost a month ago, and their only loss of the year was to the Rams, and we all know what that went down in regards to that unfortunate fumble play, or else that 27-20 loss to the Rams might have been a little bit different. The Colts have only given up 5 sacks overall for the year for Daniel Jones. They're a high-powered offense, averaging 32 points a game. The Chargers will be happy to have Denzel Perryman back in linebacker along with Khalil Mack, 2 veterans who will come back. But unfortunately on offense, they'll be missing their 2 starting tackles, Joe Alt and Trey Pipkins. So we have a TV timeout right now for a Charger injury. The Colts have the football right now in Charger territory at the 23-yard line. 12:51 remaining first period on a beautiful 79-degree endless summer day in Southern California. It's the Colts 0 and the Chargers 0.
Thank you very much, Chuck, and we will continue to monitor that one. The Broncos and the Giants are underway, and it looks like on the first drive, for the first time in his 4 NFL starts, Jackson Dart will not score on the opening drive. He did move the ball a bit. Cam Scatterboo and him, the dynamic duo, they did move the ball a bit, but it looks like they are going to. Well, actually, let me not say just yet. I don't think they're going to kick the field goal, but it is Denver, so you never know out there. And the Broncos are, celebrating the life and career of Demaryius Thomas, the late, great Demaryius Thomas, as his number gets put into their ring of fire. They also are celebrating the 50th Super Bowl win, and I think we're final in every game in that 1 o'clock window, and we have the two 4 o'clock games kicked off, and the next two will kick off at 4:25. Eagles 28 over the Vikings 22. The Jets could not come back. They go to 0-7. They're now 0-5 at home, one of those losses being a home London loss. 13-6, Panthers win that one. They move to 4-3. Like I said earlier, in London, 35-7, Rams go to 5-2, Jaguars go to 4-3. The Bears hold off the Saints 26-14. They go to 4-2, 2-1 at home. The Saints go to 1-6, 0-3 on the road. The Browns are now 31. The Browns win 31-6. They're 2-5, 2-2 at home. 1-6 for the Dolphins, and they are 0-4 on the road. And if you're a Browns fan, you got to be feeling good. And it should be 3-1 at home. If you remember, they missed that field goal week 1. The Patriots win on the road. They stay undefeated on the road, 4-0. They're 5-2. The Titans go to 1-6, 0-3 at home. 31-13, Patriots over the Titans. Mike McCoy, interim head coach, starts his tenure in Tennessee with a loss. Cam Ward started hot, struggled very mightily in the second half there. And the Chiefs, we spoke to Juju Smith-Schuster in the locker room after this one, but a 31-0 blowout. Chiefs over the Raiders. So they go to 4-3, 3-1 at home. They're on a 3-game winning streak. And the Raiders are now 2-5, 1-3 on the road. And this is a funny tweet I saw. Hated Winks online goes, good news for the Raiders offenses. They only have to face the Broncos twice, the Browns, the Eagles, the Texans, and the Chargers with the now healthy Khalil Mack. So that day, that Raiders offense is in for a rough rest of the season. Pete Carroll's got a lot of work ahead of him. And we've got a big, I'm going to be honest here. The Chargers, who cannot do this a lot, are wearing the ugliest jerseys they could possibly wear, these yellow jerseys that they have. They normally have the most beautiful jerseys in the NFL. But, we went from a couple weeks ago having the jersey clash of the season to, Colts wearing their normal road whites and these yellow, I guess these are, I don't even know what you call these. Are these like the color rush? I don't know what they are. But we've got a big play in that one. That was what I was trying to get to, long-winded there. Colts, Chargers, as the Colts have the ball first, but we had a big play in that one, so we'll get an update from Chuck as soon as possible, and we will update the fantasy scoreboards as we go as well. We'll try to get an update on the injuries to some of the players earlier. Bryce Young, I'm going to see if I get an update right now on that one, as he didn't come back in that game. Andy Dalton finished it out. We will get in nothing definitive yet, just it was an ankle injury. Nothing there. Sauce Gardner was also checked for a concussion in that one, so we'll get an update on this as well once we do. He did head to the locker room. They did not give us an update after that, and we'll see there. Saquon Barkley ended up coming back into the game. I know I mentioned that earlier. I didn't want to leave you guys hanging on that one. Also, non-NFL news, if you missed it, Billy Napier out as Florida Gators head coach, so something to watch there. The two games going on right now, I obviously told you there's a big play in that Colts-Chargers game. It is now going to be 3rd and 10 for the Broncos on the Denver 20 after a big breakup by that Giants defense. Let me see which receiver it was coming across the middle. It was Cortland Sutton. Probably could have caught it, but, tough play with a receiver on his back and getting hit on the other side. So the Broncos will have it 3rd and 10 from their own 20 as they take over. And that one, chippy all week on the internet. Nothing reported that there was anything pregame, which I didn't expect. Dayball, solid coach, and Sean Payton, veteran head coach. These guys want to settle it on the field. So we'll see what happens there. And a big incomplete pass there. Bo Nix just running, as always, not setting his feet and throwing the ball downfield to Franklin, incomplete. Not that he was wide open, but, a typical Bo Nix on the move, as always. He's always got happy feet. Chargers, like I said, there was a big play in that one, and we'll get an update on that and everything in the 4 o'clock window. When we come back, we'll be rearing closer and closer. Commanders, Cowboys, Packers, Cardinals. We'll obviously update Colts, Chargers, Broncos, Giants as those continue, and we'll speak to some more players from all the 1 o'clock games. Anthony Gallo, Gridiron Game Day.
Stay tuned for more Gridiron Game Day, a production of the Infinity Sports Network.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. .45 seconds remaining. 30 seconds remaining. $15 seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day, a production of the Infinity Sports Network. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, that's right. The 4 o'clock window is underway. The 1 o'clocks are all wrapped up, and we've got a lot of action coming at you. Let's go 2 Mile High as the Giants and Broncos face off. Bruce Morton has got you covered.
Hey, Anthony, we have 11:08 to go in the first quarter, and it is 0-0 after the Giants' second punt of the afternoon. When play resumes, the Broncos will put the ball into play from their 15. Bad things happen to the Giants when they play outside of the state of New Jersey, as today they will try to end an 8-game losing streak, but they'll have to do it against the team that leads the NFL in sacks. Weather forecast for today, partly cloudy skies, highs in the 70s, no threat of rain. 11:08 to go, first quarter, 0-0.
Thank you so much, Bruce. Let's go out to Inglewood as the Chargers and Colts battle it out, and our guy Chuck Hayes has got an update for us.
Thanks so much, Anthony. We have 8:52 remaining first period. It's the Colts 6 and the Chargers 0. And the Chargers now down inside the Colts 26-yard line. Justin Herbert got a great pass interference call for him's favor. They just completed a pass down to the Colts 21-yard line. The Colts came right down the field, 5 plays, 75 yards, taking 2:24 off the clock. It was Jonathan Taylor, a 23-yard touchdown run, and he was untouched when he cut through that Charger defensive line. Jones on the drive was 3 of 3 for 48 yards. Warren, the tight end out of Penn State, 1 for 29, and Taylor had 2 receptions for 19 yards. And it didn't go well in regards to the Chargers' ongoing injury battle in the offensive line. On the first play of the game, the starting left tackle, Austin DeCloss, hurt his knee, so he went out. They're going to bring in Forrest Sorrell, a 6'6", 322, 4-year veteran out of Stanford. And so Jim Harbaugh doing a lot of alternating, 3 wide receivers, 3 fullbacks, doing all he can to protect. Remember now, they're playing with their 4th-string running back, Kamani Vidal, 5'8", 215 out of Troy. So with 8:05 remaining in the first period, it is the Chargers trailing the Colts 6-0.
Thank you so much, Chuck. And at some point, there's only so much, you can overcome as an offense, and Justin Herbert could do only so much with an offensive line that's as banged up as theirs. So that's rough news as well. The Giants are playing with a backup center. The Broncos are playing with their 3rd-string guard. So offensive line injuries to go around for everyone here. Bob Stevens has got us covered as the Commanders and Cowboys are getting ready to kick off.
Okay, just about ready to kick off here. The Cowboys hosting the Washington Commanders here. Washington about a 1.5 favorite in this one. Both teams trying to rebound from disappointing losses. Cowboys lost to Carolina last week, 30-27. As a former Cowboy running back, Rico Dotto ran all over him, 239 scrimmage yards, while Washington lost to the Bears 25-24 after getting off to another slow start. They're 4th in the last 6 games. Both teams pretty banged up. Cowboys without quarterback Trayvon Diggs and safety Wanye Thomas today. Kyer Elam takes Diggs' place, and the rookie Elijah Clark out of Syracuse will take Thomas's place. But the Cowboys do get back a couple of really good players to boost them, and they'll get back CeeDee Lamb, Cavante Turpin, the wide receiver, and guard Tyler Booker. For Washington, they're without their top 3 receivers, Terry McLaurin, Deebo Samuel, and Noah Brown, all out with injuries. So we'll see Luke McCaffrey and Chris Moore. They'll get a lot of action today for the Commanders. So getting underway here, the Cowboys in Washington here from AT&T Stadium.
Thank you so much, Bob. Just that game gets ready to kick off, an NFC East battle. The Packers and the Cardinals are getting ready to kick off. Just a reminder, no Kyler Murray, as that one is almost underway. Still scoreless in the Broncos-Giants game, as it is now 3rd and 11 for the Broncos. They got a first down and immediately moved the ball backwards. The Chargers and the Colts, we have a scoring change in that one as the Chargers kick the field goal to make it 6-3, and the Broncos are going to be well short of the first down. It is now 4th and about 3 for them, or 4th and 2, sorry, and we'll see if they're going to go for it, but it looks like they're going to bring out the punting unit in this one. It is going to be, the number going into today, I didn't know what it was getting closer to game time, was at 39.5, and I was afraid to bet that. I bought it down on the, a little fun parlay I did for this Broncos-Giants game to 28.5, to just show you how little confidence I have in these teams putting points on the board. Rookie quarterback on the Giants side with a bad offensive line, and a banged-up Broncos offensive line with an inconsistent offense and an inconsistent Bo Nix, and 2 great defenses. That's just how I felt this one was going to go. And we are underway in Dallas as it starts off with an incompletion by Dak Prescott, so it'll be 2nd and 10 for them. The Cardinals have the ball first in that one. They start off with a completion for about 5 yards to the right side. Brissett to Ertz. We'll see how this one plays out for them. They are still down. So Donovan Knight and Michael Carter are the running backs in that one, with DeMarcado injured, and obviously the major injuries from earlier in the year, James Conner and co. In that one, Cowboys have the ball now from the 34, and it looks like they are going to get to about the 3rd and 8, or it'll be 3rd and 2. Sorry, they got 8 yards on that one. And the Cardinals on 2nd and 6. Brissett scrambling, and he's going to get a couple of yards. But first, let's get a big welcome to our guy, Ronnie Hickman, joining from the Browns. Browns win 31-6 at home. Ronnie, what's going on?
It feels good to win. That's what's going on, man. So just enjoying this moment and, celebrating with the guys.
I'm sure it feels extra sweet seeing that you guys put together such a masterful defensive performance.
No, 1,000%. That was in our game plan, just being us this week. So it was great to just go out there and execute.
And you guys on both sides of the ball, but more so on the offensive side of the ball, a lot of young talent. Who would you credit for being able to lead this team both offensively and defensively with such a young group of guys?
Oh, those young guys are kind of leading themselves. They came in knowing that a lot was going to be asked of them, and they've put in the work week in and week out, and they're showing it on Sunday.
And you guys did such a good job shutting down, even with the injuries, a very explosive Dolphins offense. What was the game plan coming into this week?
Play our keys. We know what they wanted to do game plan wise. So we just honed in, and we had a great week of preparation this week. And we just talked about it as a defense, of just being us and playing our true identity. So it was good to go out there and just execute.
Ronnie, enjoy the win and enjoy celebrating with your teammates.
Thank you.
Ronnie Hickman of the Browns, 31-6, and he is right. That is, one of, if not the best defensive units in the entire league, as they get to 2-5, 2-2 at home. As a Browns fan, you have to be ecstatic. And, the narrative coming into the week, after Thursday night specifically, traded 3 weeks ago or 2.5 weeks ago, you trade Flacco to a division rival in the Bengals, and you trust the young kid in Dylan Gabriel. He was 13 of 18 today, 116 yards, 4 carries, 12 yards on the ground. And you trust the young kid, and, after that big win by the Bengals on Thursday night, they must have been hearing it from everyone about, just how bad of a decision it is. And you come out and you dominate both offensively and defensively today. So a big win for the Browns. We got a lot more conversations coming up with the players. Jody Mack joins me at 6. We've got all the 4 o'clock action. We'll recap the 1 o'clock action. And there's a lot more to come. But first, an update from our guy, Pete McCarthy.
Infinity Sports Network, Sports Flash.
All right, Anthony, a scary thought for the rest of the NFL. The Eagles seem to get their passing game on track.
On 2nd down, Ertz fakes. He's back. He's looking. He is going deep. He wants Devontae Smith. He has it. 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown! Devontae Smith beat Rodgers.
Eagles radio, one of 3 touchdown tosses for Hurts. The other 2 went to A.J. Brown. Smith at 183 yards receiving, Brown 121. Eagles top the Vikings 28-22 to move to 5-2 on the season. Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs offense appears to be on track as well. Mahomes tossing 3 touchdowns, 2 to Rashee Rice, returning from a 6-game suspension. 31-0 Chiefs thumped the Raiders to move to 4-3. In London, Matthew Stafford threw 5 touchdowns, 3 to Devontae Adams, and the Rams 35-7 pasting of the Jaguars. The Bears are 4-2 after beating the Saints 26-14. Rookie Quinshon Judkins rushing for 3 touchdowns in the Browns' 31-6 win over the Dolphins. Miami is 1-6. The Jets remain winless, falling to the Panthers 13-6. Teron Taylor took over at quarterback for the Jets, who benched Justin Fields at the half. Bryce Young hurt his ankle and was replaced late by Andy Dalton. Javonte Williams finding the end zone for the Cowboys. They lead the Commanders 7-0 a couple of minutes into their game in Dallas. The Packers and Cardinals are scoreless 5 minutes in. Jacoby Brissett at quarterback for the Cardinals, with Kyler Murray missing another week with his foot injury. Jonathan Taylor has found the end zone for the Colts. A 6-3 Colts lead at SoFi Stadium. They are 10 minutes into the first quarter. Tonight, the 49ers can improve to 5-2. They return tight end George Kittle as they host the Falcons. College football, Florida fires head coach Billy Napier. The latest top 5, Ohio State, Indiana, Texas A&M, with Alabama and Georgia crashing the party this week. Baseball, the Blue Jays do have George Springer in their starting lineup for tonight's Game 6 in Toronto. The Mariners are 1 win away from their first ever AL pennant. I'm Pete McCarthy.
This is the Infinity Sports Network. Check out our new and improved website at infinitysportsnet.com. That's infinitysportsnet.com.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. 1 minute remaining. Five seconds remaining. Seconds remaining. Seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day, a production of the Infinity Sports Network. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, that's right. Gridiron Game Day, Anthony Gallo. If you're watching on the BetMGM Network's YouTube, what is going on? And we are joined from the Panthers' big 13-6 victory at MetLife. Christian Roseboom joins us right now. What's going on, Christian?
Hey, how's it going?
You guys have another big defensive win. You've got a shutout this year. You stifled the Jets all day long. How does it feel as a team to go out and put that defensive performance on paper?
Yeah. You know, it's just different ways to win games. And today the defense was just, stopping the run, getting off the field, getting turnovers. I mean, it's fun. It's just growing in confidence as a group has been great.
And speak to how, I know it's difficult, but speak to how you guys are able to, even when the offense, struggling, obviously the quarterback goes down, you're able to stay fresh, consistent, being on the field as long as you were today.
Yeah, just regrouping every time. I think sounds weird, but we were excited to go back out there and get another opportunity. Awesome. So the defense was just, chomping at the bit to get back out there. Obviously, our offense is going to get points, and we put them in good positions every time we can. Yeah.
Christian, enjoy the victory and enjoy celebrating with your teammates.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Thanks for having me.
Christian Roseboom of the Carolina Panthers, 13-6 on the road against the Jets. Their second time this year not giving up a touchdown. So a big victory for the Panthers in that one. Let's go out to an update as Chuck Hayes has got us covered in L.A. Colts Chargers.
Thanks so much, Anthony. 1:33 remaining first period, and the timeout on the field as the Colts are looking at a 4th and 4 from the Charger 22-yard line. They converted one on a questionable spot earlier in the drive, but right now Daniel Jones has got it going on. The Colts got on the board first at 12:36 on their first drive. 6-0 was a Michael Badgley missed the extra point, the former Charger. That drive by Jones, 5 plays, 75 yards, taking 2:24 off the clock, and it was a Jonathan Taylor 23-yard touchdown run. The Chargers came back and hit a field goal. Cameron Dicker, 43-yard field goal. That drive, 9 plays, 44 yards, took 5:01 off the clock. Herbert with 4 of 5 for 20 yards on that drive. Keenan Allen, 1 for 8. Vidal, the running back, 2 for 8. McConkey, 1 for 6. And they were bailed out on a 25-yard pass interference call, which put them deep inside the Colt territory. So right now, as the officials have looked at the last scenario, and we're looking at a 4th and 1 after a respot in regards to this, moves the football back up to the Charger 19-yard line. So the Colts will come out in trips formation to the left, and then now it appears we may have another timeout as TV has not come back. So with 1:33 remaining in the first quarter, it is the Colts 6 and the Chargers 3, with the Colts having the ball 4th and 1 on the Charger 19-yard line.
Thank you so much, Chuck. Let's go out to Bruce in Denver as the Giants and Broncos are battling it out.
All right, Anthony, we have 4:19 to go in the first quarter, and the Giants are up 7-0. Jackson Dart found his tight end Daniel Bellinger wide open for a 44-yard TD over a confused Denver secondary. That 77-yard drive was aided and abetted by 2 Bronco penalties. Now, after the Broncos have punted on their first 2 possessions, they have moved the ball out to their 32 for a 1st and 10 after beginning that drive on the 5. 3:50 to go, first quarter. Giants lead Broncos 7-0.
Thank you so much, Bruce. And he is right. A confused secondary. Giants ran a crossing pattern and then 2 streaks on the right side of the field, and it looked like Hufanga thought the corner was going to stay with him, and the corner thought Hufanga was going to cover him, and wide open Bellinger was, as the Giants and Broncos, it's not a chippy game in the sense that it's after-play stuff, but they are both playing hard, a lot of hard hits, and it feels like old-school football in this one after a chippy week off-air and a big hit taken by Bo Nix there. It didn't even look like he saw Brian Burns, and he just got leveled. Clean hit. So we will get an update on that one, but let's go out to Arizona as the Packers and Cardinals are battling it out in Arizona.
Yeah, there's about 7 minutes left to go in the first quarter. The Cardinals are up 3-0. Arizona, who has lost 4 straight games, all by 1 score, 3 on last-second field goals, got the ball first and went 15 plays, 59 yards, then up with a Chatter Island 32-yard field goal. That drive ended on a Micah Parsons sack when the Cardinals were in scoring position. So the Cardinals settled for that field goal on that drive. Jacoby Brissett, meanwhile, is the starting quarterback for the Cardinals. Kyler Murray is inactive. Brissett completed 4 of 7 passes for 30 yards. 2 targets to Michael Wilson, 1 catch. Trey McBride had 2 catches for 12 yards on that one. So the Packers got the ball. They are now nearing midfield in their response here. Of course, Green Bay, one of the more talented teams in the NFL, but a little bit confusing of late, looking to right the ship here and beat a Cardinals team that has been struggling. So that's where we're at right now. About 5.5 minutes now left to go in the first quarter. The Cardinals have a 3-0 lead, and the Packers have the ball nearing midfield.
Thank you, Adam. Adam Green covering us from Arizona all day. Bob Stevens has got an update from AT&T Stadium as the Commanders and Cowboys battle it out.
Okay, about 11 minutes to go here in the first quarter, and the Cowboys lead Washington 7-2. Sounds like a baseball score. Well, the Cowboys took the opening kickoff. They drove 66 yards in 5 plays, capped by a 2-yard run by Javonte Williams. The big play in that drive, a 13-yard pass to CeeDee Lamb, who's back after missing 3 games with that high ankle sprain. And then a huge 37-yard pass interference call against Marshawn Lattimore, and that was against George Pickens there down to the 2-yard line, and then Javonte Williams took it in from there. The Commanders went 3 and out on their first drive. They punted the ball, and they were able to get down to the 1-yard line there. The Cowboys took over at the 1-yard line, and then on the first play after Tressway's 58-yard punt, the Commanders were able to get a safety as Javonte Williams was sacked in the end zone by Daron Payne. So the 2 points for Washington there. So it's 7-2 Cowboys here, and Washington with the ball at their own 48-yard line with about 9.5 minutes to go in the first quarter.
Bob, thank you so much, and we will jump back out there for another update in a bit. Broncos punt the ball as the Giants will take over. Well, the Broncos offense being very uninventive here, as it looked like the Giants knew the screen was coming, and then another play where Bo Nix rolls out to the right and Brian Burns is just there, and it looked like he didn't see him. Colts are in the red zone, and the Chargers getting a good stop there, but that is now 4th and 2, so we'll see if they're going to go for it. The quarter just ended in that one, but 4th and 2 on the Chargers 4-yard line. Chargers, couple penalties, but they've come up with some big stops, and we'll get an update as soon as that one ends. Like we said, Cowboys 7, Commanders 2. Commanders have the ball in the red zone on Dallas's 9. Cardinals 3, Packers nothing. The Eagles beat the Vikings 28-22, and they were led by a strong defensive performance. We're joined right now by Quinyon Mitchell. Quinyon, what's going on, man?
Nothing much, just got a great win, great team win, and just excited to get back in the win column.
And you guys find a way to win, whether it's through the offense or, on the ground, in the air, defensively. Like, how do you guys continually find new ways to win every week, especially after coming off of a rough 2 weeks?
Yeah, it's not pretty, but we each and every day we go out to that practice field. We find a way to work, find a way to get better. We still haven't played our best game yet, but we found a ways to win. So we just want to keep getting better, and we want to get a full squad, keep staying rolling.
And you are one of the most lockdown corners, as true to the sense, lockdown corners in the league. How much pride does it, build inside of you to see that quarterbacks don't even look your way?
Yeah, I think it's just getting better every day. I want a challenge. I want the matchup. Whoever I'm guarding that week or whatever assignment or task I got that week. I take a lot of pride in it. I just want to keep getting better.
Do we think everyone there was a lot of ball to go around this week. We think everyone's going to be happy. Brown getting 121 yards and Smith getting 183 yards this week?
I mean, yeah, man, we got ballers, man. Like, push it after the game. We can do it to the ground. We can do it to the air. It doesn't really matter. We just want to get that win.
Quinyon, thank you so much. Enjoy the victory.
Yes, I appreciate it.
Quinyon Mitchell of the Eagles, 28-22. The Eagles move to 5-2, and they are 3-1 on the road, and the Vikings go to 3-3 as they are 1-2 on the road. That was our marquee matchup of the 1 o'clock hour. Our marquee matchup of the 4 o'clock hour is Colts Chargers. That's currently 6-3. The Colts, when the quarter break is done, they will take over at the Chargers' 4-yard line, where they are at 4th and 2 in the red zone. We'll see what happens there. Also in the red zone at the 5-yard line, Commanders have the ball 3rd and goal as they try to take the lead here, or at least come away with some points. And we will get an update on that as it happens. And then something definitely happened in that one. And we'll get an update from our guy Bob Stevens as soon as possible. Cardinals 3, Packers 0. Packers have the ball at the Cardinals 37. It's 3rd and 4 for the Packers in that one. Broncos take over after another stalled drive against the Giants. Bo Nix, a lot of pressure. We expected that today. Missing some open guys, but I'm not going to say it's all on him when you have this scary Broncos defensive line chasing after you like they do. But it is 7-0 Giants, and he's looked great. I mean, it's 4 of 11, but it's very deceiving. He's played a good game. Jackson Dart. Marvin Mims, 1 carry for 13 yards. Bellinger, 2 catches for 59 yards, including the big touchdown, as Bo Nix completes a pass to the fullback on the left side of the field, and that's for about 4 yards there. And the Commanders-Cowboys game will get an update there. The Colts take over, and they will... Well, I can't say. We'll have to see what happens there in a second, but it's definitely a big play in that one as Daniel Jones and the Colts are trying to build on their lead over the Chargers wearing these. I'm going to say this. The jerseys, I'm not feeling the Chargers jerseys, the yellow jerseys they're wearing. I do love the helmets with the numbers on it. I like it's a throwback feel. It's cool, but these yellow jerseys are not doing it for me. But more importantly, we'll get an update on the big play in that one when it's all said and done. Broncos 3rd and 6 now from their 36 as they try to put some points on the board and even just extend a drive longer than what they've been able to. They get the big 5-yard gain and immediately lose yards. Sean Payton, with the big plexiglass glasses on today, it could be indicative of his play calling ability at this point. Packers now 3rd and 4, still 3rd and 4 from the Arizona 37. 2 minutes left in the first quarter in that one. Commanders, Cowboys, 7:38 left in that. The Commanders scoring after the safety. They bring the ball down the field. They score. They miss the 2-point conversion. Jaden Daniels, 3 of 4, 48 yards and a touchdown. The touchdown going to... Let's see. Zach Ertz, 1 reception for 5 yards. Chris Moore has a reception for 44 yards. On the ground, Bill Krosky, Merritt, 4 carries, 25 yards. Javonte Williams on the other side has 3 carries for 10 yards and a touchdown. Dak Prescott, 2 of 3 for 18 yards. One of those carries, though, by Javonte Williams ended up in the safety. As far as the other games, Jackson Dart, 4 of 11, 90 yards and a touchdown. That touchdown going to Bellinger. Daniel Jones, 7 of 11, 69 yards and a touchdown. That was the second touchdown That went to Pittman Jr. Jonathan Taylor on the ground scoring the other one, 7 carries, 47 yards. Jacoby Brissett in the Cardinals-Packers game, he's 4 of 7 for 30 yards. Knight, 4 carries for 23 yards, and Marcus Golden, 3 receptions for 20 yards, as it's now 4th and 5 for the Packers, and they will go for it. Jordan Love's going to drop back, and he will miss Rico Dobbs on that one. And that will be, and some sad news to report on. Running back Doug Martin of the Bucs passed away. Just coming across the board. So, our thoughts and prayers with his family. 36 years old, so really sad, really young. You never want to see anyone go, but obviously at that age, it's very, very sad. So rest in peace to Doug Martin, and thoughts and prayers with his family. And we will get more details on that. But just coming across the board, so super sad on that one. And we will continue. We will obviously continue with the updates here in all the 4 o'clock window games: Colts, Chargers, Broncos, Giants, Commanders, Cowboys, Packers, Cardinals. But one more time, rest in peace to Doug Martin, former NFL running back. And once we have like a confirmation on what exactly happened, I will update you there. Not as serious, as that, but some other news from earlier in the college football world. Billy Napier fired as Gators head coach, so they will have a new coach in Gainesville. The Broncos get ready to punt here. It's now 2nd down. The Chargers have the ball in that one from their own 42. We'll continue to update all this. We got one more hour. The great Jody Mack joins us at 6 o'clock as we recap the 1 o'clock and react to the 4 o'clock window. And wow, what a catch by George Pickens. We've got all that. Gridiron Game Day. Anthony Gallo back after this.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. 2 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Thirty seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day, a production of the Infinity Sports Network. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, that's right. Gridiron Game Day, Infinity Sports, BetMGM. This portion of the show is brought to you by Ethos Life, the easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam, just a few health questions. Get your free quote at checkethos.com. Not available in all states. The Gallows Fantasy 5, the best 5 players of the 1 o'clock window in the fantasy football realm. All PPR standard leagues. Devontae Smith, 9 catches, 183 yards, 1 touchdown. His teammate, A.J. Brown, 4 catches, 121 yards, 2 touchdowns. 5 receptions for Chris Olave, 98 yards, 2 touchdowns. Quinshon Judkins, 25 rushes, 84 yards, 3 touchdowns. And Patty Mahomes, 26 yards, 26 completions for 286 yards and 3 touchdowns. So Devontae Smith, A.J. Brown, Chris Olave, Quinshon Judkins, and Patrick Mahomes. So clearly, there can be no complaints in that Eagles locker room this week. A W, and everyone ate. The quarterback ate. Oh, the running back didn't eat, but the quarterback ate, and the 2-star wideouts ate. The Giants just converting a short 4th and 1, and they now have the ball at the Broncos' 12-yard line as it's 1st and 10, and they are picking apart this Broncos defense. But let's go out to L.A. Colts, Chargers, our game of the window. Chuck Hayes has got more for us.
Thanks so much, Anthony. 11:55 remaining first half. It is the Colts 13, the Chargers 3. The Colts facing a 3rd and 17 right now, deep in their own territory. Daniel Jones goes deep, and it is complete and the Colts will have moved the ball down to the Chargers' 26-yard line. They got on the board again at 14:54 remaining in the second period. Michael Pittman, a 4-yard touchdown pass. He hid left, right behind his left offensive tackle. In traffic, cleared through the right, was wide open in the end zone. Michael Badgley hit the extra point to go up 13-3. The Chargers have been on the board with a Cameron Dicker 43-yard field goal. Herbert on that drive was 4 or 5 for 20 yards, bailed out by a 25-yard pass interference call. And in the first period at the 12:36 mark, Jonathan Taylor ran 23 yards off tackle. And with that happening, it gave the Colts the first score of the game. Right now they hit a screen pass, and they're down inside the Chargers' 7-yard line. So whatever Daniel Jones is doing today is working. 9 of 14 for 121 and 1 touchdown. Jonathan Taylor rushing 7 carries for 47 yards. Abdullah 2 for 19. And from the Chargers standpoint, Herbert 5 of 8 for 42 yards. Gadsden 1 reception for 22. So with 10, 40, and counting, it is first and goal from the 6-yard line. It is the Colts 13 and the Chargers 3.
Thank you so much, Chuck, and we'll continue to watch that one. You know what? If the Broncos and Chargers lose this game and they are now in a 3-way tie with the Chiefs, I'm sure all of them will keep kicking themselves in the butt. I've also seen something I don't think I've ever seen before, and it definitely I can't imagine this was a design play by Dayball, but Jackson Dart running a modified, like Statue of Liberty play, the Cam Scatterb move on like 4th and I don't even know, or not 4th, sorry, 2nd and 13 or something like that. But it probably was a play action that they just, modified themselves, the two youngsters. But let's go out to Green Bay as the Packers and the Cardinals battle it out. No Kyler Murray, but they are battling against the Packers. Adam Green has more for us.
Yeah, there's 13:35 left to go in the second quarter. The Cardinals don't have Kyler Murray, but they do have a 3-0 lead, and that probably counts for more thoroughly in the standings. They are facing a 4th and 10, though, from the Packers' 42, so they're about to punt. It was almost a Packers turnover just now. Marvin Harrison Jr. looked like he caught a pass and got the ball jarred loose. It was recovered by the Packers, but it was ruled an incomplete pass after review. That's what left it there. The Packers, on their one drive so far in this game, they got down to the Arizona 38-yard line, went for it on a 4th and 5, and Love just missed Romeo Doubs on a deep ball. It looked like just outstretched fingertips. Could not haul it in and turn the ball over on downs back to Arizona. And the Cardinals haven't been able to do too much with it, just getting as far as the Green Bay 42, where it looks like they are set to punt with 13:35. On the game so far, Jordan Levis 5 of 7 for 29 yards. That's about it. Golden has 3 catches for 20 of those 29 yards. Whereas on the Arizona side, Bam Knight is the leading rusher, 7 carries for 31 yards. Jacoby Brissett in at quarterback for the injured Kyler Murray is 4 of 8 for just 30 yards. So not a lot of offense so far in this game, but if you're the Cardinals, you're up 3-0. Feels like you should maybe be up a little bit more against a likely more talented and motivated Green Bay team. So that's where we're at. The ball was just punted back to the Packers. They have it 1st and 10 from their 20, and that's where we'll take over with Arizona leading 3-0.
Thank you so much, Adam, and we will continue to monitor that. The Colts in the red zone, 3rd and goal from the Chargers' 5-yard line as they look to extend that lead even more. We'll get an update on the completion of that drive, but first we go to Dallas as the Commanders and Cowboys battle it out in an NFC East matchup. Our guy, Bob Stevens, has the update.
Hey, 4.5 minutes to go here in the first. Cowboys lead the Commanders 10-8. The Cowboys have had the ball twice. They've put points on the board both times. Cowboys got on the board first, 7-0. Javonte Williams, a 2-yard touchdown run, capped a 66-yard drive. But the Commanders rallied with 8 unanswered points to take the lead, 8-7. First, it was a safety as Deron Payne tackled Javonte Williams in the end zone after Trey Way's 58-yard punt had backed the Cowboys up to the 1-yard line. And then they got the safety from that. And then the Commanders drove 65 yards in 7 plays. That was capped by Jaden Daniels' 5-yard touchdown pass to Zach Ertz. The 2-point conversion failed. Big play in that drive was Daniels' 44-yard pass to Chris Moore. The Cowboys then the lead 10-8 on a Brandon Aubrey 47-yard field goal, which capped a 31-yard drive. The big play in that drive was a Dak 24-yard pass to George Pickens, who also set up the first Cowboy touchdown with a big pass interference 37 yards, which got the Cowboys down to the 2-yard line. And now the Cowboys have just scored again to go up 17-8. And this one, CeeDee Lamb has caught a 74-yard pass from Dak Prescott. So CeeDee Lamb has come back with a flourish as he caught one for 13 yards in the first drive, and now a 74-yard touchdown bomb from Dak Prescott. So it's 17-8 Dallas with 4:27 to go. Dak Prescott 4 for 7 for 116 and a touchdown, while Jaden Daniels is 4 for 6 for 53 yards and the touchdown. So it looks like it's a high-scoring game between these two teams thus far, as we haven't even completed the first quarter, and we already have 25 points on the board.
Thank you so much, Bob. And you know, what a beautiful play by Dak Prescott to CeeDee Lamb. Beautiful play. Guy comes back from injury and picks up where he left off. Very, very good drive for the Cowboys. After the safety and giving up the touchdown, they've responded very nicely. And speaking of picking off where they left off, the Broncos come back from London lacking in offense, as they did in London, and the Giants have taken full control of this one. Bruce Morton has more from us.
Anthony, 8:46 to go until halftime, and the Giants lead the Broncos 13-0. Jackson Dart threw 44 yards to wide-open tight end Daniel Bellinger in the first quarter. Bellinger was open again in the end zone in the second, but Dart overthrew him. No problem, though, because Dart came back with a 13-yard pass to Cam Skadabu, who darted his way through about 4 defenders after he caught the ball and made it to the end zone. Jude McAnamy missed the point after, which is why it is a 13-0 score. As for the Broncos, they are trying to get back in this game. They have amassed a grand total of 44 yards on offense. 8:16 to go, second quarter. Giants lead Broncos 13-0.
Thank you so much, Bruce. And I know it's early. Both of these games have a lot of time left. I felt it coming into the year. The Commanders, the Broncos, both two teams that were being anointed a lot by the media and by fans around the league. And it just feels like they've both been, exactly what I expected them to be. 8 to 10 game winning teams, maybe even 7 win teams, and they both look that way right now. I will say this for the Commanders: they lack any offensive talent right now with Deebo Samuels and Scary Terry hurt, so they're really relying on that run game to carry them most of the way. So we will get an update in that one. The Colts up 20-3, a big touchdown when the last we updated it before we got the updates from everybody else. Tyler Warren with a touchdown, Michael Pittman with the first touchdown in the air, and Tyler Warren with the second. Jonathan Taylor started the scoring with a touchdown in that one. The Giants missing that extra point has that game 13, Broncos nothing, Giants 13, Broncos nothing, Colts 20, Chargers 3. Cowboys 17, Commanders 8, and Cardinals 3, Packers 0. So this one, a defensive struggle, and a defensive struggle only for the Broncos, as the Giants have torched the NFL's #1 defense all game. 2 AFC West defenses in the Chargers and the Broncos getting beat up early in these ones. Chargers down 20-3. A lack of offensive health at the offensive line position has killed them. A lack of creativity in the play calling and quarterback play has killed the Broncos, and also just a lack of stopping the other team on defense. Packers have gotten nothing going on offense. They've played it safe, which you kind of expect in this kind of game where you're playing a Cardinal team that's banged up, is missing their starting quarterback. You feel like you have one of the best defenses in the league. And the Cowboys and Commanders, good old-fashioned NFC East duel. Some other updates around the sporting world. Billy Napier out as Florida head coach, if you missed that one. And we will get an update there. And on sadder news, former Bucs running back Doug Martin passed away at 36. So our condolences with his friends and families on that one. Terrible news on what has otherwise been a happy Sunday. So, thoughts and prayers with his family there. Robbie Chosen with a 13-yard reception for the Commanders. Then they also have a pass incompletion, so it is now 3rd and 9. Washington's at the 42. The Packers, after I said they weren't getting anything done offensively, it's now 3rd and 7. They're at Arizona's 13. The Broncos take over after, a couple plays. It is now 1st and 10 at the Giants' 49-yard line. Chargers have the ball. They're threatening. 3rd and 3 from the Colts' 28. So they look to come away with points here. In this one, some fantasy updates. Obviously, I gave you the top 5 fantasy players of the 1 o'clock window: Devontae Smith, A.J. Brown, Chris Olave, Quinshawn Judkins, and Patrick Mahomes. As far as the entire week, because that's just the 1 o'clock window, Jamar Chase, 38 points. Pat Freiermuth, he had 28 points. Matt Stafford at 27.38 in that London game. Devontae Adams, 26.5 points. And let's see, Joe Flacco, 25.98. Xavier Legette, a slow day offensively for the Panthers, but Legette, 9 catches, 92 yards, and a touchdown. He had 11 targets, 24.2 on that one. It'll be now 3rd and 3 for the Broncos. And also Travis Hunter, his first touchdown of the day and his first big fantasy week, 8 catches, 101 yards for him, 24 points total. So a big day for the two-way rookie. And we will continue to update this game, all these games as we go. The Packers lining up for a field goal. We'll get an update on that one. The Colts and the Chargers, dramatic event taking place in that one. We'll get your Broncos, Giants, and Commanders, Cowboys updates as well. Anthony Gallo, Gridiron Game Day, Infinity Sports, BetMGM, back after this.
We'll be back with more Gridiron Game Day right after this.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. 2 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. 2 minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. .45 seconds remaining. .30 seconds remaining. .15 seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, that's right. Anthony Gallo, Gridiron Game Day, Infinity Sportsnet. If you're watching along on the YouTube channel on BetMGM, what is going on? We got 4th and goal here for the Broncos, as it looks like they're going for it from the 2. I'm sure we'll run another, out route with Garrett Bowles like they just did there. Something interesting, I see this quote as from Mike Reese. Stephon Diggs on Mike Vrabel's message to the team. He said something to us that was like, every week is personal. He wasn't lying, whether it's individual or team. You want to win each week and every week. He didn't change. He didn't do anything extra. He was his same usual self. That's pretty awesome. You're honest to your team. Clearly he wanted to win this one. He didn't change up his game plan, but you could still want to win a little bit more than normal and it not be something, that they have to go all out. He wasn't trying to blow them out. They just did blow them out. And the Broncos stall on the goal line, and the Giants will take over from their own 1. So 2 teams talking trash, if you could call it that, and 1 team backing it up, and the Broncos not. I'm sure that the pass to the offensive tackle on 2nd and goal will go over great with the fans in Denver. So that one's 13-0, 3:35 left in the half. Giants will take over at their own 2-yard line. Colts, after the Justin Herbert interception, get the ball back now. It's 20-3 Chargers. 20-3 Colts, sorry. The Chargers get the ball back after the Justin Herbert interception. So 20-3 Colts. 5:42 left in the half. It's now 2nd and 5 for the Colts at their own 25. Cowboys 17, Commanders 8. That second quarter is about to be underway. 2nd and 15 or 2nd and 20 now, as I just get the penalty update. So 2nd and 20, Cowboys at their own 30 to kick off the second quarter. 5:58 left in the second. Cardinals, Packers tied at 3. Cardinals have the ball. 2nd and 5 from Green Bay's 22. So they're threatening right outside of the red zone after a Michael Carter, little scamper, 5 yards to get them there. Like I said, Broncos were on the goal line, and Bruce Morton's got more to describe that crucial play.
Hey, Anthony, we have 3:35 to go in the first half, and the Giants are in front 13-0. Yes, the Broncos had driven down to the 2-yard line of the Giants, a drive highlighted by a 32-yard pass from Bo Nix to Cortland Sutton. Facing that 4th and goal from the 2, Nix went to Sutton again, but this time he was stuffed at the one by safety David Belton, and the Giants have taken over. They're getting ready to put the ball into play. Now, the scoring today, 2 touchdown passes from Jackson Dart. He threw 44 yards to a wide-open tight end, Daniel Bellinger, in the first quarter, and 13 yards to Cam Scadaboo in the second. Scadaboo caught the ball in about the 5 and then danced his way through about 4 different Bronco defenders before getting to the house. Dart on the day, 8 of 16, but for 163 yards. Giants getting ready to put the ball into play from their 2, not the 1, but the 2, first and 10, and the Giants lead the Broncos 13-0.
Thank you so much, Bruce. Let's go out to Arizona as the Cardinals are threatening the red zone. Adam Green's got more for us.
Yeah, the score is 3-3 right now. The Cardinals are about to settle for a 39-yard field goal from Chad Ryland. I'll let you know if that one goes through or is missed as we're here. But there's about 5 minutes left to go in the second quarter. The kick is good, so Chad Ryland gave the Cardinals a 6-3 lead now with 5:02 left to go in the second quarter. But how we got here, we were last talking, the Packers had the ball. They were driving. They ended up getting down, having to settle for a 31-yard Lucas Haversick field goal. Another situation where Jordan Love just missed an open receiver in the end zone, just past the outside bounds of Wicks. He could not bring a ball in. And they settled for that field goal. The Cardinals then got the ball back. They were driving. They did get aided by a personal foul on a Micah Parsons. Looked like he had sacked Jacoby Brissett. It was called for a hip drop tackle, which gave the Cardinals 15 yards and some new life on their drive, which they did turn into a 40-yard Chad Ryland field goal. So the score is 6-3. Arizona has lead. They're going to give the ball back to the Packers. On the Arizona side, Jacoby Brissett, 6 of 12 for 58 yards. Van Knight, 7 carries, 31 yards. On this last drive, Marvin Harrison Jr. did catch his first ball of the game. It was a 22-yard reception. On the Green Bay side, Jordan Love is 8 of 12 for 56 yards. Jacobs has 21 yards on 4 carries, but the ball has been spread pretty evenly around to receivers. Dobbs, Gold, and Kraft has a catch. It's all over. But 6-3 is the score. Not a lot of offense in this game, but it seems like the Packers, if we're being honest here, are just close to making some big plays. Haven't done it yet. Maybe for them, they'll get it going on this drive with 5:02 left to go in the second quarter. So that's where we're at. 6-3, Cardinals have the lead. Packers about to get the ball.
Thank you so much, Adam. When Kyler Murray, coming into the week, you thought that the Cardinals were in trouble, and now no Kyler Murray, and it is another, impressive defensive performance, at least from the Cardinals, as it's 6-3 Cardinals over the Packers, and we will monitor that one. But first, let's go out to L.A. A lot has happened in this Chargers-Colts game early on. Still 3:33 left in the half, and Chuck Hayes has got more for us.
Yeah, counting it down, 2:45 now, first half. The Chargers hit a completion, Justin Herbert, and also there was a face mask penalty added on top of that. So they're going to move down now inside. The ball will be placed at the looks like about the 12 or 13-yard line. It is 20-3 Colts, and at the 9:56 mark of the second period, it was Tyler Warren, a 5-yard touchdown pass. He was in the slot left, quick in-cut on 3rd and 5, and Daniel Jones, playing with so much confidence, drilled it into him, and there was an extra point made by Michael Badgley to put them up 20-6. Herbert right now has dropped back to pass, scrambling, and throws in the end zone over the head, out of bounds. 8-play drive, 80 yards, took 4:34 off the clock. Daniel Jones, 11 for 16 for 145, 2 touchdowns. Jonathan Taylor, 9 carries, 48 yards. Michael Pittman with a short touchdown pass reception. Tyler Warren with a short one. Defensively, the Chargers were driving. It was 3rd and 3 from the Colts' 28-yard line, and Grover Stewart, the big defensive tackle, got his hand up on 6'6" Justin Herbert, tipped it up in the air, and was able to catch it coming down, rebound up good, and that 6'4", 314-pound, 9-year veteran from Albany State had a highlight reel. Nothing happened on that. The Colts got negated, and they had to punt, and the Chargers took down. So we're at 2:07, 2:06 and counting. It looks like we'll go to the 2-minute warning for the first half. It'll be the Chargers 3rd and 7 from the Colts 8-yard line. It is 20-3 Colts here just before the half.
Thank you so much, Chuck. So, he's under a lot of pressure all game, Herbert. That one felt like a miss. The interception I'm not even putting on him because, it just happens. Tip ball, it felt like it was the right read. But that one, he's scrambling felt like him. But this is the problem. We could compare it to the Broncos defense, trying to put too much on the defense, trying to put all of this on Herbert to get everything done for this team. And it's not the GM's fault either that they have all these injuries at the offensive line, but it's starting to be too much to overcome, and you're seeing it there where, he's now anticipating the pressure, scrambling, and maybe if he sets his feet there, they get the touchdown. And it's not on Herbert. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying it's a lot to ask him to make up for all of their deficiencies, and the defense has just not done its job today either, and that is a strong defense. And common theme for both the AFC West teams struggling right now is the Giants. It's 3rd and 10 from their own 2 as the 2-minute warning happened moments ago. Let's go out to Dallas as the Commanders and Cowboys are battling it out in the NFC East. Bob Stevens has got more for us.
Okay, early second, the Cowboys lead Washington 17-8. All the scoring this far in the first quarter. That was kind of the longest first quarter of the season for the Cowboys. Cowboys trailed 8-7 at one point, rallied with 10 unanswered points to take the 17-8 lead. Brandon Aubrey with a 47-yard field goal, and Dak Prescott 74-yard pass to C.D. Lamb, who's returned to lineup after missing 3 games with that high ankle sprain. C.D. has already caught 3 passes in this game for 98 yards. 100 yards in receptions already for C.D. Lamb. Dak Prescott is 6 for 10 for 128 and the touchdown. Jaden Daniels 6 for 11 for 71 and the touchdown. There was a 5-yarder to Zach Ertz. And then they also scored on a safety as Delon Payne was able to tackle Javonte Williams in the end zone for 2 points for the other score for Washington. Ja'Cory Klosky Barrett 6 carries for 30 yards thus far, so he's been able to get the running game going pretty good. But one injury note for Washington is that Dorrance Armstrong, who's the former Cowboy defensive end, was injured in the first quarter, and it was a knee injury, and he's out for the rest of this game. So, again, it's 11:43 to go here in the second quarter, 17-8 Dallas.
Thank you so much, Bob. And this would be a big win for the Cowboys. You finally get C.D. Lamb back against a division rival. And, you have to take advantage. It doesn't, no one was giving excuses to the Cowboys when they had their injuries last year or even this year. And you can't give back wins if you have injuries that you're playing against with the Commanders. So you got to win these division games. With the Eagles winning one today, the Cowboys, you want to keep pace with them. Same goes for the Giants. You want to keep pace with them also. So, being up 13-0 right now over the Broncos when I don't think a lot of people were – it was 8. The number was 8. And I told you pregame, I hated that number. I felt it jumped. It was at 6.5 last night. It jumped to 8, and I hated it. I thought the Broncos might win. I definitely did not think they were covering 6.5 points, let alone 8. I'm very shocked by this Colts-Chargers game, though, being where it's at. And we have another – red zone divisive play here, and this one is going to have huge implications, and we'll get an update on that. We'll get an update on everything's Broncos, Giants, Commanders, Cowboys, Packers, Cardinals, but first, an update from our guy, Pete McCarthy.
Infinity Sports Network, Sports Flash.
All right, Anthony, well, tell you what's happening in these late games. Justin Herbert intercepted by Quentin Johnston, and the Colts taking over at their own 20-yard line. Colts leading the Chargers in L.A. 20-3. The Colts looking to move to 6-1 on the season. Daniel Jones thrown a couple of touchdowns. Jonathan Taylor has a rushing touchdown for Indianapolis. The Cowboys with a 17-8 lead on the Commanders. Still 11 minutes to play in the first half in Dallas. Cardinals 6, Packers 3, a few minutes to go in the first half out in Arizona. In the earlier games, the Jets bench Justin Fields, turning to Teron Taylor in the second half. It didn't quite spark them. Taylor throwing 2 interceptions. Jets lose to the Panthers 13-7. The Panthers are 4-3, though Bryce Young left the game in the second half with an ankle injury. Andy Dalton finished things out for Carolina. A successful return to Nashville for now Patriots head coach Mike Vrabel, a 31-13 Pats win.
There's a lot of guys over there and a lot of people on the support staff that helped us through some decent things, but, you kind of move on, and this is a whole different challenge, and I'm excited of where I'm at.
Patriots are 5-2. Jalen Hurts throwing 2 touchdowns to A.J. Brown and hitting Devontae Smith for a 79-yard touchdown strike. The Eagles used their passing attack to down the Vikings 28-22. Patrick Mahomes throwing 3 scores as well. 2 to Rashee Rice in his first game back from a 6-game suspension. 31-0. Chiefs destroy the Raiders. The Browns blow out the Dolphins 31-6. The Dolphins are 1-6. Caleb Williams and the Bears do enough to beat the Saints 26-14. The Bears are 4-2. In London, the Rams improved to 5-2 with a 35-7 win over the Jaguars. Matthew Stafford throwing 5 touchdowns, 3 to Devontae Adams. Also, the Giants with a couple of touchdowns. Jackson Dart throwing a pair, 169 yards passing for Dart in the first half. This game is in Denver against one of the top defenses in the league. 13-0 Giants, minute 14 to play in the first half. Giants do have the football. Tonight, Mac Jones starts at quarterback again for the 49ers as they host the Falcons. I'm Pete McCarthy.
You're listening to the Infinity Sports Network.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. 1 minute remaining. .45 seconds remaining. .30 seconds remaining. .15 seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, that's right. Anthony Gallo, Gridiron Game Day. I've got you all the way to 8 o'clock. We've got all the rest of the 4 o'clock action. We've got Jody Mack coming up at 6 as me and him run through the day's action and we react live and give you all the updates, injuries, fantasy, gambling, everything in the 4 o'clock window as those wind down. Maybe even catch a couple of players as those game ends, and we will update you throughout the day. We'll recap the 1 o'clock window. We will give you a preview of the Sunday night matchup tonight and the doubleheader tomorrow night. But first, let's get out to SoFi as the Colts and Chargers battle it out, and Chuck Hayes gives us an update.
Thanks so much, Anthony. We are at halftime, and it's the Colts 23 and the Chargers 3, and at the 0.0 mark, a Michael Badgley 36-yard field goal. That drive, 9 plays, 62 yards, took 154 off the clock. And the last time we spoke, Justin Herbert was driving the Chargers down deep inside Colt territory. It was 154 remaining in the half, and it was 3rd and 7 from the Colts 7-yard line. He dropped back, made a move, and looked for Quentin Johnson on an in-cut deep into the end zone, but strong safety Nick Cross, the fourth-year man out of Maryland, he was the thief in the night, man. He took care of business, and that negated that Charger drive. It was very impressive. I mean, Herbert was starting to move, starting to get protection and make some plays. They had a face mask penalty that helped them out. The other interception on the day was at the 6:38 mark in the first half. It was Grover Stewart, the 9-year veteran from Albany State, tapping the ball up and catching it on a Herbert deflection. And, again, that was on a 3rd and 3 play from the Colts 28. So 2 big interception plays that are on Herbert. One of them was a tough one because it was a tip-up, but the other one, he forced it in. He locked in on Johnson, and Cross was able to make that interception. So Badgley with the 36-yard field goal at the buzzer early on in the period, 9:56. It was Tyler Warren, the tight end. He was hiding out in the slot formation, a quick in-cut, and Daniel Jones, who's playing with so much confidence, hit him for a 5-yard touchdown pass on 3rd and goal. 8 plays, 80 yards, 4:34 off the clock. Early on in the period, it was Michael Pittman, a 4-yard touchdown pass. Shane Steichen had hit him on the left-hand side right next to Warren in the tight end area, and he waited for traffic to clear and then made his way into a completely wide-open Charger end zone for a 4-yard touchdown pass. Badgley with the extra point. The Chargers only score of the day, a Cameron Dicker 43-yard field goal. That drive, 9 plays, 44 yards. That was in the first period a long time ago, 7:35 on the clock. And that was a 9-play, 44-yard drive, took 5:01 off the clock. And the first play that the Colts converted that looked like they were in control was 12:36 first period. Jonathan Taylor, beautiful 23-yard run off a right tackle. Nobody from the Charger defense laid a hand on him. Badgley pushed the extra point wide right. It was a 5-play, 75-yard drive, taking 2:24 off the clock. Let's look at statistics for the first half. Jonathan Taylor, 10 for 45, 1 touchdown, long of 23. Daniel Jones, 17 of 26, 207 yards, 2 touchdowns, no picks. He's been throwing the ball down the field and his favorite receiver is Pierce with 3 for 71. Pittman, 6 for 47. Tyler Warren, 3 for 40. Taylor, 3 for 38. Let's look at the Chargers. A very underwhelming day for Justin Herbert. 12 of 20 for 131, 2 interceptions. Rushing the ball, not very good for the Chargers. Vidal, 5 carries for 7 yards. Haskins, 1 for 3. Receiving-wise, Gaston, 2 for 52 along the 30. Keenan Allen, 4 for 50 along the 30. Lag McConkey, 4 for 23. So we are at the half, and Charger legend, Hall of Famer tight end Antonio Gates is being honored at halftime with a whole bunch of former Charger players in attendance. From SoFi Stadium in Southern California, it is the Colts 23 and the Chargers 3.
Thank you so much, Chuck. And worth noting, Khalil Mack with a sack. He's now a half sack away from hitting 110 sacks for his career. That would put him 3.5 behind the top 25. Calais Campbell is 113.5. J.J. Watt, 114.5. The next closest to him. So, exciting milestone. Myles Garrett also 2.5 sacks after getting a sack today. He's 2.5 sacks away from reaching that 110 sack milestone. So, worth noting. Some other milestones around the league. Travis Kelce is after today's game is 190-plus yards away from moving into 24th all-time. Mike Evans is 176 yards away from getting to 13,000 receiving yards all-time, and he's 223 from moving into 21st all-time. So just a little fun milestone watch there. From one disappointing AFC West team's first half to another, Bruce Morton's got us covered from the halftime update from Denver.
All right, Anthony, it is halftime here, and the Giants are up on the Broncos 13-0. Jackson Dart is 9 of 19, which doesn't sound so spectacular, but he's thrown for 169 yards, and he has delivered TD tosses of 44 and 13 yards to Daniel Bellinger and Cam Skattebo, respectively. On the other side of the ball, safety Dane Belton came up large by stopping Cortland Sutton at the line of scrimmage when the Broncos went for it on 4th and 2 from the 2-yard line, 4th and goal from the 2-yard line in the second quarter. We can say that from an offensive standpoint, the Broncos are tied for the lead in one category, punts. 4 of them. Denver will have the ball when we start the second half. At the break, it's Giants 13, Broncos nothing.
Thank you so much, Bruce. And the Broncos honoring the late, great Demaryius Thomas. I'm seeing there's a cool Zach Stevens of DNVR posting some pictures, a cool flag that they have in the middle of the field as his name gets put in the ring of fire. Peyton Manning spoke earlier about how he was an emotional comment from him about how their names are going to be next to each other, just like their monuments outside will be next to each other. So a great day in Denver in that aspect. The game hasn't been great, but a alumni weekend, celebrating a all-time great Bronco. Very cool as they have also the Super Bowl 50 team there. Let's go out to Arizona as this one is about to go to the half, and Adam Green's got an update for us.
Yeah, there's 7 seconds left to go in the half. When we last talked, we thought maybe the Packers would get their offense going after a Cardinals field goal made it 6-3, but instead Green Bay went 3 and out. Their drive ending with a Zaven Collins sack of Jordan Love. The ensuing punt gave the Cardinals not great field position, but a big pass to Zay Jones, 43 yards down the sideline, gave Arizona's offense life. Arizona drove it down to deep in the Packers' territory, and when it looked like the Packers were going to get off the field and maybe hold Arizona to a field goal on an incomplete pass third down, Micah Parsons was flagged for offsides. On the very next play, Jacoby Brissett hit Trey McBride for a 15-yard touchdown. Nice pass to the front corner of the end zone. McBride got it in there, and Arizona with the extra point made it 13-3. So not exactly the half people are expecting from Cardinals-Packers, but here we are, Arizona about to kick off to Green Bay. Now, Green Bay does get the ball to start the second half. That is a saving grace for them, but unless something crazy happens here in these last 7 seconds, they'll be getting the ball down 3rd-3. For Arizona, Jacoby Brissett in for Kyler Murray, who is injured and missing this week. He's now 12 of 18 for 137 yards and that 1 touchdown. Trey McBride has 4 catches for 32 yards and that score. Marvin Harrison Jr. just 1 catch for 23 yards. Michael Wilson 2 catches for 32, and Zay Jones had that 43-yard catch. On the Green Bay side, not a lot of offense as you'd expect for a team that only has 3 points. Jordan Love is just 9 of 13 for 54 yards, and Jacobs has 21 yards on 4 carries. So 13-3 is a score here. Changed it out. It's going to be the score at the half. Green will get the ball to start the third quarter, but Arizona has the lead.
Thank you so much, Adam. We'll continue to monitor that one as they head into halftime. One game not close to halftime just yet. 5:40 left in the second quarter. Cowboys, Commanders, and the Commanders trying to stay alive in this one. And Bob Stevens has got more from AT&T Stadium.
Okay, Cowboys now leading Washington 20-8 here, as you mentioned, with less than 6 minutes to go here in the first half. Cowboys led 17-8 after one, extended their lead on a 61-yard field goal by Brandon Aubrey, capped an 11-yard drive. Aubrey's second field goal of the game. He's also hit from 47 yards. Dak Prescott 8 for 14 for 150 and a touchdown. It was a 74-yarder to CeeDee Lamb, who caught 4 for 105 here in the first half after being out 3 weeks with a high ankle sprain. Javonte Williams has the other Cowboy touchdown. It was a 2-yard run. And Jaden Daniels now 8 for 16 for 117 and a touchdown. That was a 5-yarder to Zach Ertz. Of course, the Commanders without 3 of their top receivers, so they're hanging around thus far. The other points they scored were on a 2-point safety as a defensive tackle, Deron Payne, tackled Javonte Williams in the end zone for those 2 points. Cowboys playing better defense today. They're going more to a man-to-man under Matt Eberflus. They've been playing a lot of zone defense, hasn't been working much, so that seems to have helped the defense thus far. So, again, 5:05 to go here, first half, and the Cowboys lead Washington 20-8.
Thank you so much, Bob, and we will continue to update that one as we move along. And we heard, so earlier I read you a quote, Stephon Diggs talking about Mike Vrabel, what he told the locker room going into this week. So Vrabel spoke earlier to the media after the big win in Tennessee, his first visit back. So let's hear from Mike Vrabel with the media.
Keep in touch with Jeffrey Simmons. I think you've said something in the past about other players too. What's that look like? Just kind of checking on the family, checking on how they're doing?
Mm-hmm. How they're doing, and thank them. Thank them. Thank them for what they did while we were together and helped me, be a coach. And whether they have a good game or there's something going on, or whether they had something happen in their life, or there was some adversity or some positive. I mean, no different than you would anybody else that you had a relationship with.
Mike, when you heard the news that Brian had been fired this week, what was your reaction? Were you surprised?
I didn't have again, I just had a focus here. And again, the surprises in our business shouldn't be surprises. There's just things happen in this league. And it's a decision that they made. I didn't have a particular reaction to it other than trying to get ready for the game on Sunday.
Mike, you guys are still 3 weeks basically from the trade deadline, but I'm curious, given where you guys sit in the standings and how you've played, if that at all impacts how aggressive you'll be in trying to acquire talent.
I don't know if that has a bearing on it. I think we'll just continue to try to strengthen the roster each and every day. Sometimes those are small moves, maybe bigger ones, but I don't think that right now those conversations are centered around what our record is currently. I don't think that that's something that really bears into it. We're building something, and if any of those things can help us build and strengthen us and allow us for long-term, consistent success, then I think that's what we should try to do.
Mike, I know you said on Monday some things are important and other things are interesting.
Mm-hmm. You like that, huh?
See, I did actually. Do you also talk to the players about that sort of thing, knowing that they could get amped up for you specifically to try to win this game in Tennessee?
Yeah, we're not trying to win one for the Gipper here. We're just trying to make sure that these guys are focused on improving. And I think that they are. I think they're locked in. And hopefully, we can get them as prepared as we possibly can between now and Sunday.
How do you feel like you've grown as a coach and a person based off your time in Tennessee?
You guys always ask me the same question, like some reflective question. It's, you try to learn every day. You try to learn. Don't forget how important and critical the relationships are with the players, how important the players are to this thing. I think building a program of people that, believe in a common goal, that want to try to support the program that we're building in positive ways, help them grow. How do I support them? How can we develop them? How can we develop young coaches and young players and young scouts and everything else?
Second time, how much has this affirmed you wanting to be a head coach and enjoying being a head coach after what you went through?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to enjoy it. Admittedly, I think it's hard to enjoy it. But, that didn't. I knew once I got to Cleveland that there was, I was sure that nothing else I wanted to do than to have that another opportunity if I could get it. And I think you have to try to find different ways to enjoy it, and the good and the bad, having been through both. So go ahead.
How do you see the quarterback's role in terms of helping your team establish in the run game?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. I had that conversation with Drake on Monday, and his encouragement and how he can continue to encourage a group of linemen, players that line up in front of him that have done a fairly good job of protecting him. We know how important and critical that is, but also explaining and encouraging and also keeping everybody on the same page as we come up. And, we have our different, ID system that we're working to, and making sure that everybody's on the same page, making sure that the call is clean, and making sure that the run alert is the one that we want to get to. And so the quarterback can have a critical role in the run game. It takes all 11 and certainly starts with the quarterback, but I appreciate that.
Mike Vrabel talking to the media after the big victory against the Titans, his first visit back to Tennessee as Patriots head coach. When we come back, the great Jody Mack joins me. Gridiron Game Day, Anthony Gallo. Jody Mack's up next with me, and we've got a lot to cover with the Mack Man. Back after this.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. 2 minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Thirty seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day, a production of the Infinity Sports Network. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, that's right. Gridiron Game Day, and it is 6 o'clock, and you know what that means. The great Jody Mack joins us as he does every week in the 6 o'clock hour. I missed talking to him last week. Jody, what is going on?
I didn't miss talking to you last week because I knew where you were, and I got up early to watch football, and I knew you were smiling and heading off to get a nice warm beer somewhere, and I had to suffer through the rest of the day. Not that it was – I love working with Pat Boyle. I did a couple of years with him. But, yeah, I had no desire to work knowing your team was victorious across the pond.
Pat, big Justin Fields supporter, too, prior to the season at least.
You don't want to start there, do you?
No, I do not want to start there.
Because I was already exchanging texts with my friends on the Jet text line that we have, which is just self-suffering. They're beating up on Justin Fields. Thank God we got Tyrod Taylor. Tyrod Taylor was actually worse. Justin Fields is terrible, and Tyrod Taylor is worse. Rubbing salt in the wounds is the fact that Mr. Dart is playing as well as he is for the Giants.
Throwing
and the
blocks.
Jets are so far away from being competitive as a team and with a quarterback. Yeah, it's the biggest burden I'm carrying in my life right now.
Before we continue that conversation, let's get an update from Indianapolis as the Chargers and Colts exchange swings, and Chuck Hayes has got more from SoFi.
Yeah, so much is going on here. Man, fast and furious. Okay, so the Chargers start the second half, and Justin Herbert, obviously having a tough day, comes right out and takes the Chargers 70 yards in 6 plays, and on 4th and 5 from the Colts 7-yard line, hits Quentin Johnson on a beautiful play for a 7-yard touchdown pass. They make the extra point, Cameron Dicker, and that was set up by a beautiful 53-yard catch and run by tight end rookie Aronde Gaston out of Syracuse. And so the Chargers are juiced up for the first time, maybe with the Antonio Gates halftime ceremony when he got his Hall of Fame ring. But what happened next? It was a 81-yard kickoff return, which took the football down deep inside the territory of the Chargers. And then it was Jonathan Taylor, an 8-yard touchdown run Michael Pittman for the 2-point play. And right now we got with 12:03. You thought the Chargers were back in it? No, the Colts answered. They are 31-10 with 12:03 remaining in the third period.
Thank you so much, Chuck. As this game just goes to halftime, let's get an update. Packers, Cardinals, Adam Green has more.
Yeah, when I last talked, it was 13-3 Cardinals, and we thought that was going to be the score going into the half unless something crazy happened. Well, something crazy did happen. The Packers took the kickoff, and in 7 seconds, they had a 22-yard pass to Romeo Doubs and then a 61-yard field goal for Lucas Havrisik as time expired. The University of Arizona product, Lucas Havrisik, who was signed off the streets just a couple of weeks ago, made a franchise record for the Packers, 61-yard field goal to send the Packers into the half. Just down 13-6 with momentum and getting the ball to start the second half, which is what's happening now. The Cardinals kicked off. And the Packers return the touchback, and the Packers are now starting their drive. So 13-6 is the score. Lucas Havrisik was the story. Franchise record, 61-yard field goal to end the first half to give the Packers some momentum. But, yeah, the stats haven't changed or anything like that. The Cardinals have that lead, but they thought it'd be a little bit bigger. With 7 seconds left to go in a half, you don't think it'd give any points, but they did. So that's where we're at. Green Bay looking to get their first touchdown of the day. They have the ball, trying to get this second half started the right way for them.
Thank you so much, Adam. As we'll monitor that one. The Giants just converting a big 3rd and 13 here after, then they get the face mask. So that'll be a nice chunk of yards for them after, what would have been a 4th and 1 if the Broncos declined the I don't even know what it was, illegal shift penalty prior to that. Jody, I didn't want to start with Justin Fields. Where I wanted to start was with the other team you're familiar with. A bad 2 weeks for the Eagles, and what was our marquee matchup of the 1 o'clock window, Eagles-Vikings. Everyone has to be happy in Philly. The wideouts have to be happy. The quarterback has to be happy. The defense has to be happy. And it feels like the Eagles are back on track with that victory.
Well, I'll tell you one guy who probably is not happy, but you won't know about it because, unlike some of his offensive teammates, he won't complain. Saquon Barkley, 18 carries for 44 yards, 2.4 yards per carry. Yeah, the Eagles moved the ball well today, put up points. Never hurts to get a defensive touchdown. Jalen hit 3 big touchdown passes.
Yep.
But they still don't have the balance in the offense. They have not played a complete game all year, and I would say that about today's game again, because on offense you need balance. That took the Eagles to the Super Bowl last year. The fact that Barkley was as good as he was, and that other teams had to play them straight up every single play. Despite that, today, Jalen Hurts went 19 of 23 for 326, 3 touchdowns. The all-famous 158.3 quarterback rating, which is perfect. You can't do any better than that. So kudos to Jalen Hurts for having this kind of game when the Eagles could not run the football to save their life.
Right. They couldn't, and they found every other facet of the game. They found a way to win, even when it felt like the Vikings were driving late. And they got bailed out by a penalty later in that game. But even when it felt like the Vikings were driving late, they still made the big play each drive when it mattered most. And that defense has, they didn't struggle against the Broncos. They only struggled for 1 quarter against the Broncos. But against the Giants, they looked very incompetent. And today they stepped up big time and got a big victory against a good Vikings team. I know they don't have their quarterback, but it is a good Vikings team.
And, oh, by the way, the Vikings moved the ball up and down the field. Their offense had success. The Eagles' defense just would bend and not break when it got to the red zone, and they had to settle for not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, 5 field goals. You have to score more points when you're getting into the other team's territory and specifically in the red zone. And the Vikings just kept stalling out and stalling out and stalling out. Wentz threw for 300, but he also threw a couple of picks. The Eagles' defense was very opportunistic today. Won't say dominating, but they were opportunistic, and they held the Vikings to field goals almost every single time they came down the field.
Right. And another team that didn't start this, or they didn't start as fast as the Eagles did, but they did start slow, and they've now stormed back. Everyone's, favorite, dynasty, the Kansas City Chiefs, blow out the Raiders today. And I think we all prematurely buried that team. Not maybe us, but I mean just in general, it felt like people were ready to bury them. And now they are back to being 4-3. And if things hold up the way they are right now, Indianapolis blowing out the Chargers and the Broncos being shut out by the Giants, they'll be tied for first place yet again.
Yeah, so right back up to the top after getting off to a little bit of a slow start. What smart talk show host / sports information guys said, and you and I are concluded in that, can we wait until the Kansas City Chiefs get their weapons healthy and get them back on the field before we write them off and say, oh, Patrick Mahomes might be taking a step backwards? He was playing with less than NFL-level caliber wide receivers, and all of a sudden Rashid Rice is back. He gets a couple touchdowns today. Xavier Worthy back, making plays all over the field. It's not just on Kelsey. If they're going to complete a pass, it's got to be to Kelsey or nobody else. No, now Mahomes has options. He can pick out the guys that are open. He can go through all of his reads, and the Kansas City offense is clicking on all cylinders. Yeah, Chiefs are still the Chiefs.
They are, and Patrick Mahomes looked he wasn't like he was going against a amazing defense in the Raiders, but they looked every bit the part. The defense looked the part, and he picked them apart. And you were right. I mean, not even just they got Xavier Worthy back, but it wasn't like he was 100%. You get Rashid Rice back, and everyone got involved today. We spoke to Juju Smith-Schuster earlier, and every single guy, they have a deep wide receiver room now when they're healthy, and every single guy got involved. The tight ends got involved. Even Pacheco finally looked to show some life on the ground with a good touchdown, a couple of long runs. So they are right back to being where I thought they were. And, the Colts may be in the conversation, but I really still think they are the team to be in the AFC. And on the other side of the ball, the Raiders get shut out. And I saw this tweet. I thought it was funny. And it was from Hayden Winks of Underdog. And it was good news for the Raiders offense is they only have to face the Broncos twice, the Browns, the Eagles, the Texans, and the Chargers with a healthy Khalil Mack the rest of the way. Pete Carroll's in for a long season.
He is, and guess what? I'm a huge Pete Carroll fan. I've always liked him. I got real mad at him. You were probably too young to remember this. At one time, he was actually a Jets assistant coach.
Yes.
And he just made too many excuses. When things didn't go well, he always had an explanation, and it was always someone else coming up short or not getting the job done. And it annoyed me as a Jet fan that the coach would throw anybody and everybody under the bus. But once he left New York, I got to root against him, but I got to appreciate him. And I thought he was a hell of a coach. He was good in New England. He was outstanding in UCLA. He goes and wins Super Bowls, almost 2 in a row in Seattle. And I really said, well, this guy grew up and became a hell of a coach. Now I just think he's over the hill. He comes in and decides, oh, we can't, I'm too old that if we take a quarterback, I'm not going to be here for a 4-year rebuild. Let me go get Geno Smith. Well, guess what? Geno Smith's got nothing left in the tank. And I guarantee you that was a Pete Carroll call. So for all you Raider fans out there who's suffering through another tough season, I wouldn't say god-awful. God-awful would be my Jets. But a tough season for the Raiders, it's because they hired Pete Carroll and gave him the lay of the land, and he picked the wrong quarterback to run that team this year.
Yep, and I actually was one of these. I actually thought they would be not a great team, but I thought that offense was going to be somewhat explosive. The running back, the 2 tight ends, Jacoby Myers, and a couple of sneaky good wide receivers. And I thought Geno Smith, not a great quarterback, but would be better what he showed. And today they had less than 100 yards on offense and just a terrible showing and not a good defense. How the hell are you supposed to perform even if you are a good defense and your offense can't get 100 yards? Like we saw last week with the Jets. It's not a great start to the Pete Carroll era. And I agree. I didn't understand the hiring when they did it. I didn't understand and it has nothing to do with Gentry's ability to be an effective starting caliber running back. It was everything to do with the state of that team. So we'll see where they go there. We'll continue the conversation in a second, but first let's jump out and get an update from Denver as the Broncos and Giants are battling out in the third quarter. Bruce Morton's live from Denver.
Anthony, we have 6:15 to go in the third quarter, and the Giants lead the Broncos 13-0. The Broncos getting ready to punt after a 3-and-out, which leaves Bo Nix on the day 10 of 24 for 75 yards. His opposite number, Jackson Dart, has a pair of touchdown passes, 14 yards to Daniel Bellinger in the first quarter and 13 yards to Cam Scadaboo in the second. As a ball carrier today, Scadaboo has been quiet, 8 carries for 21 yards. The defensive star for Big Blue has been safety Dane Belton, Belton when Denver had 4th and goal from the 2 in the second quarter. Belton wrapped up receiver Cortland Sutton at the line of scrimmage. The Giants took over. It was a superb play for which fans here had limited appreciation. The Giants are getting ready to take over the ball on their 41, 1st and 10, 6:04 to go in the third quarter. Giants lead Broncos 13-0.
Thank you so much, Bruce. Let's go out to Dallas as the Commanders and Cowboys are at the half, and Bob Stevens got you covered with all of that.
Well, we just hit halftime here, and Dallas leading Washington 27-15. We had a wild last minute of the first half as each team scored a touchdown in that final minute. The Cowboys had built up a 20-8 lead. Washington then made it 20-15 as Jaden Daniels ran 1 yard for a score, which capped a 7-play, 68-yard drive. That came with 45 seconds left in the first half. The big plays in that drive, Daniels a 14-yard run, and then Jeremy McNichols a couple of good runs of 19 and 12 yards. But then the Cowboys answered right back as Dak Prescott hit Jake Ferguson with a 2-yard touchdown pass with 10 seconds left in the first half, which capped a 4-play, 72-yard drive. Big plays there. Dak, 44-yard pass to George Pickens, who's caught 3 for 72 here in the first half. Javonte Williams with a 33-yard run down to the 2, and then Dak finished it off with that 2-yard touchdown pass. Big first half for Dak Prescott, 13 for 20 for 207 and 2 touchdowns, including a 74-yarder to CeeDee Lamb, who's back in big fashion as he's caught 5 for 110 here in the first half. Javonte Williams has rushed for 62 yards on 9 carries. And one of the things that have really hurt the Commanders in this first half, besides not having their top 3 receivers who are missing because of injuries, 8 penalties for 90 yards. So, again, at halftime, it's the Cowboys 27 and Washington 15.
Thank you so much, Bob, and we will continue the conversation with Jody. We'll continue to monitor all these games real quick. Giants 13, Broncos 0, Colts 31, Chargers 10, Commanders and Cowboys, like we said, Cowboys up 27-15 at the half, Cardinals 13, Packers 6. All that, all the updates, all the action, me and Jody Mack got you coming up next.
We'll be back with more Gridiron Game Day right after this.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. 2 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. .45 seconds remaining. .30 seconds remaining. .15 seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day, a production of the Infinity Sports Network. Here are your hosts, Anthony Gallo and Jody Mack.
Oh, that's right. Before we continue the conversation, let's jump out. Chargers, Colts, and we've got a big score in that one. Chuck Hayes has got us covered from Inglewood.
Anthony, 6:08 remaining third period. It is the Colts 31, the Chargers 17. Keenan Allen just was a recipient of a 4-yard touchdown pass from a scrambling Justin Herbert. Cameron Dicker with the extra point. That drive took 10 plays, 76 yards, 5:50 off the clock. And just when you thought that the Chargers were going to come back in the second half after they scored on their first drive, where they had a 7-yard Quentin Johnson touchdown pass from Justin Herbert, that the Colts hopped right back in. It was an 81-yard kickoff return by Amir Abdullah, the 11-year veteran from Nebraska, smoked right in front of the Colts bench, took it down deep into the territory, and there it was a couple plays later. Jonathan Taylor, 8-yard touchdown run. Michael Pittman with a reception from Daniel Jones on the 2-point play to put them up 31-10 at the moment. So Chargers kick off again. The Colts get the ball. They're at midfield. Now running the football in the middle of the field. They're inside Charger territory, about the 43-yard line. Herbert starting to get heated up a little bit, moving around, showing his mobility. On the day, he is 20 of 31 for 263, but 2 picks on the day, one on the red zone on a fourth down play that definitely hurt. They cannot run the ball. Vidal, 8 carries for 18 yards. Herbert, 2 for 8. From a reception standpoint, Aronde Gaston, 4 for 117, along of 53. Keenan Allen, 7 for 88, 1 touchdown, along of 30. Ladd McConkey, got to get him back more involved, 4 for 23. When you look at Daniel Jones, 19 of 28, 242, 2 touchdowns, incomplete control. Jonathan Taylor, 11 carries for 53 yards, 2 touchdowns, a long run of 23. Abdullah spelling him 2 carries for 19 yards, a long run of 14, and Daniel Jones 2 times for 10 yards. So with 5:07 remaining in the third period, the Colts 31 with the football. They're at the Charger 44-yard line. It's 31-17 Colts over the Chargers.
Thank you so much, Chuck. Let's go out to Bruce Morton in Denver as we've got another score in that one, and Bruce has got you updated.
Anthony, we have 2:36 to go in the third quarter, and the Giants enjoy a 19-0 lead. They scored their first half points on a pair of Jackson Dart touchdown passes, but here in the third, they've pretty much kept it on the ground, chewed up clock, and most recently drove 59 yards, capped by a 31-yard scamper from Tyrone Tracy Jr., the bulk of which he joyously romped untouched. Giants trying to win for the third time in 4 games. They are on their way to doing just that. 2:36 to go, third quarter, and the Giants lead the Broncos 19-0.
Thank you so much, Bruce. And we've got an exciting one in Arizona. Packers, Cardinals. Adam Green has more on that for us.
Yeah, there's under 9 minutes to go in the third quarter. It's all tied up at 13-13. The Cardinals had the ball about midfield, and then Jacoby Brissett was sacked by Rashawn Gary, and he fumbled the football. It was covered by Evan Williams, who kept the Packers really good field position, and this time they took advantage of it. They were at the 44-yard line, the Arizona 44. They needed just 4 plays to get those 44 yards. Josh Jacobs scored on a 7-yard touchdown run on the left end, got the corner, got the edge, and made it into the end zone pretty easily. Next spring was good to tie this one up at 13, and it was the first touchdown of the day for Green Bay, which had come close a couple other times on Jordan Love passes that just misses receiver. And if you're Arizona, of course, you had a 13-3 lead. Now you're all knotted up here. Jacoby Brissett, it was his first turnover of the day. He is 13-19 for 140 yards and 1 touchdown to Trey McBride. For the Packers now, Jordan Love 14-19, 123 yards. Not flashy numbers, but he has been efficient. And Josh Jacobs with 30 yards on 6 carries and that touchdown. Right now the Cardinals do have the ball at their 38-yard line, trying to answer back, but it's a game that seems to maybe be slipping away just a little bit if Green Bay can continue this momentum. But they turn the turnover into good field position into their first touchdown. That's where we're at. 13-13 is the score. Cardinals do have the ball, trying to regain this lead.
Thank you so much, Adam. Jody, a lot of excitement in everything but these AFC West games right now. Going back to something I wanted to talk about before we came to the break. We were talking about legit teams, and we talked about the Chiefs, we talked about the Eagles, but in the AFC, are the Pats becoming a legit contender? And I'm starting to buy in. I'm drinking the Kool-Aid.
If they had already beaten the Dolphins twice and the Jets twice, I would go, yeah, come on. They're just taking advantage of playing in a division with 2 complete and utter patsies. But that's not the case. They're winning legit. They beat the Bills. They're tied for first place right now, but they're actually holding it because in the tiebreaker, they beat Buffalo straight up. So, yeah, they're legit because Drake May is this good. And this is one that I did. I take a lot of pride in being able to scout college quarterbacks and project how they're going to do in the pros. And I've hit some winners. I've had some losers. My God, I had a couple that I thought were going to be good. And one of which is the guy who's struggling mightily now for the Jets, Justin Fields. So I don't get it right all the time. But I thought Drake May was the best quarterback in the draft 2 years ago, in which Caleb Williams went number 1 and Jaden Daniels went number 2 and had a phenomenal rookie year last year. I know he's been a little hurt, but he hasn't played as well as Drake May has. I said, all right, we'll see. Give me 5 years, give me 8 years, give me 10 years. We'll see who's the best quarterback that came out in the draft that year. I think it's going to be Drake May, and I knew it the day the draft came down because I was ticked off about it because I did not want to see him landing with the New England Patriots.
I'm not going to lie. I didn't think he was going to be the worst quarterback in the league. I did not think Drake May would be this good ever in his career, let alone this early, and he's been phenomenal. And they're well coached. They have a good defense. They've got, not a lot of household names offensively. They probably need another wideout, but they have a talented running back room, a great offensive line, and it's a credit to what the GM did previously and what Mike Vrabel's done since he's been there.
2 points about the Patriot coaching staff. Number one, there are some members of the media, NFL prognosticators and the like who say, if you've got yourself a good young quarterback that you're going to build the team around, you must have an offensive head coach because he has to be there to nurture and make the most out of and build an offense that takes advantage of the skills that he has. Last time I checked, Mike Vrabel never played offense. So somehow Drake May has taken his game to another level with a very defensive-minded head coach. Why? Because they got a guy who makes another point, Josh McDaniels, who is a very good offensive coordinator, a very good play caller, a god-awful head coach. Not everybody who's a good coordinator has to become a good head coach. There are some people that are just great coordinators and not meant to be or have what it takes to be a head coach. McDaniels is one of them. So that shoots two of the, I think, overly hyped-on theories in the National Football League that, if you're a great coordinator, that's who you want to hire as your next head coach. Yeah, how'd that work for Josh McDaniels? And that if you're a defensive coach in the National Football League, you're working at a disadvantage because you can't build up a quarterback who's going to become your franchise guy. Yeah, you can if you're smart enough to hire a good offensive coordinator.
Yeah, Jody, I agree with you. I hate that narrative. I think it's overblown because a lot of the times it's all about who's calling the plays or, developing the talent. And I mean, look at a guy like Todd Bowles. But also, Jody, remember, Vrabel, couple of pass-catching touchdowns in his career. So I don't want to say he's completely not an offensive player. But you're right. I 100% agree with you. And if there's anyone who knows the horrors of Josh McDaniels being a head coach for their team,
that's true. Yeah, yes. You went through that, my friend. I forgot about that.
Only coach to cheat and still lose. So
and the funny thing about it is he got another chance, and he was equally as bad. And the Indianapolis Colts, who right now are one of the best teams in the league, never had to go through the Josh McDaniel purgatory because he walked off on them before ever coaching a game. Maybe it's good karma. Maybe that's why we should be giving the Colts consideration because they dodged the bullet that was Josh McDaniels as a head coach.
And you're very true, Jody. We'll continue all this conversation. We got a lot of games to recap, and we will preview tonight's matchup, tomorrow night's doubleheader. But first, let's get an update from Dallas. Commanders, Cowboys. Bob Stevens has us covered.
Okay, 11:47 to go here in the third, and the Cowboys leading Washington 27-15. The Cowboys with 27 points in the first half, the most points they've scored in the first half since Week 10 of the 2023 season. The Commanders took the opening kickoff here in the third quarter. They moved it down to the Dallas 39, but then Daniels fumbled the ball, and Clowney recovered for Dallas. So Dallas with the ball once again. Dak Prescott, a big first half, 13 for 20, 207 and 2 touchdowns, a 74-yarder to CeeDee Lamb, who's caught 5 for 110 after being out 3 weeks with that high ankle sprain, and a 2-yard touchdown pass to Jake Ferguson. Javonte Williams has been running the ball well today, 9 carries for 62 yards and a touchdown. It was a 2-yard run. And Brandon Aubrey doing what he does, kicking field goals, 2 more today, 47 and 61 yards. Jaden Daniels flew for 22 for 156 and a touchdown. That was a 5-yarder to the tight end, Zach Ertz. Daniels also rushed for the other Washington touchdown as a 1-yard run. But penalties for Washington have really hurt them today. 8 penalties for 90 yards in this game. And they haven't been able to get the running game going too well. Zachary Klesky Merritt, just 31 yards on 11 carries for the Cowboys defense, has been able to contain him thus far. So, again, 11:47 to go here in the third, 27-15 Dallas.
Thank you so much, Bob. We've got a big play here in Denver. We'll get an update on that one. We'll get an update on the big play that happened in Cardinals-Packers. Like we said, Cowboys 27, Commanders 15. Colts 38 after another Jonathan Taylor touchdown, and Chargers 17. We'll get the update in the Broncos game, the update in the Cardinals game. But first, our guy Pete McCarthy with an overall update.
Infinity Sports Network, Sports Flash.
All right, Anthony. Well, in the early games, the Jets were held out of the end zone for a second straight week, dropping to 0-7. That despite changing quarterbacks from Justin Fields to Tyrod Taylor at the half. Jets head coach Aaron Glenn.
You have to be efficient to some degree in the passing game, and that hasn't showed up the last two 2 games, and that's something I have to take a look at that, and I'm gonna put a lot of fault on me. As the head coach of this team, I have to make sure that we do whatever we have to do to get our passion lane going.
That could be important for Glenn going into a second year. If you look ahead, the Jets could have the top pick in the draft and be looking for some help at quarterback. The Panthers with a 13-6 win. They improved to 4-3 despite seeing Bryce Young exit in the second half with an ankle injury. Andy Dalton finished the game at QB. The Bears moved to 4-2, defeating the Saints 26-14. The Chiefs look like the Chiefs again. They win a third straight, 31-0 over the Raiders. Rashee Rice returning from a 6-game suspension, catching 2 touchdown passes. Jalen Hurts threw 3 touchdowns, 2 to A.J. Brown. He also had a long strike to Devontae Smith, 28-22. Eagles win in Minnesota. Mike Vrabel returns to Nashville as a victor. The Patriots a 31-13 win to improve to 5-2. The Browns beat the Dolphins 31-6. Miami is 1-6. In London, the Rams destroyed the Jaguars 35-7. In the late games, how about the Giants? Jackson Dart has them going 19-8. Giants leading the Broncos. They're a minute into the fourth quarter in Denver. The Colts up 38-17 on the Chargers. They're just about to start the fourth quarter. The Chargers are at the Colts' 13-yard line. It's the Cowboys 27, Commanders 15 a few minutes into the second half in Dallas, and the Cardinals have a 20-13 advantage on the Packers late in the third quarter. Tonight, Mac Jones and the 49ers host the Falcons. College football, Florida fires head coach Billy Napier. The latest top 5, Ohio State, Indiana, Texas A&M, with Alabama and Georgia crashing the party this week. And baseball, the Blue Jays do have George Springer in their starting lineup for tonight's Game 6 in Toronto. The Mariners 1 win away from their first ever American League pennant. I'm Pete McCarthy.
The Infinity Sports Network is on your smart speaker. All you have to say is, play Infinity Sports Network. That's it. Play Infinity Sports Network.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. 2 minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day, a production of the Infinity Sports Network. Here are your hosts, Anthony Gallo and Jody Mack.
What is going on? Anthony Gallo, Jody Mack. We got a lot to get to as these games are heating up. And first, let's get an update from SoFi. Colts, Chargers, and this one is still a fight. Chuck Hayes has got more.
Thanks so much. 13:36 remaining in this one. It is the Colts 38 and the Chargers 24. The Chargers just answered on a 15-yard touchdown pass from Justin Herbert to tight end Rondé Gaston from Syracuse. That drive, 11 plays, 76 yards. Took 4:53 off the clock. Herbert, 26 of 39 for 339, 3 touchdowns, 2 picks, and they answered a Colt touchdown drive. Jonathan Taylor, his 3rd touchdown of the day, 19-yard touchdown run, untouched. That drive, 5 plays, 73 yards, took 2:40 off the clock. Taylor with 13 carries for 72 yards, has 3 touchdowns rushing, 1 of 23, 1 of 8, and 1 of 19. And when you look at this game and how it's played out, you look at Herbert with the interception down inside the red zone on a 4th down play that negated points for the Chargers there. You look at his interception at midfield. They were driving there. And then also the team effort on special teams to give up an 81-yard kickoff return. 3 big plays. They're right in this football game. Daniel Jones, 21 of 31 for 267. The Colts are on their own 37-yard line. And with this game going the way it is, if the Chargers can hold them to 3 and out, they might have a shot. But right now they're almost up to the 46-yard line. They're going to be about 3rd and 1 here from this standpoint. Jones, 21 of 31 for 267, 2 touchdowns, no picks. Taylor, 13 for 72, 3 touchdowns. So with 13:14 remaining, the Colts have the ball on their own 45-yard line, 3rd down and 2. They're in control of this right now with the score. The Chargers 24 and the Colts 38.
Thank you so much, Chuck, and we will continue to monitor that one as it stays close. Jaden Daniels came out of the game. He was in the blue tent. Mariota's in right now, but they did just show a clip of Jaden Daniels giving a thumbs up, so we'll see what that means if he will be back in tonight's game
In the second we have an update, you'll have an update. But first, let's go out to Denver as this game has taken a dramatic shift. On a day they honored Demaryius Thomas and the Super Bowl 50 team, it seems like Broncos fans have showed up for a disappointment. But Bruce Morton's got more on that.
I tell you right, Anthony, we have 10:14 to go in this game, and the Giants are up 26-8. Earlier in this quarter, Troy Franklin caught a tipped ball for a 2-yard touchdown pass from Bo Nix. Then Nix threw to Cortland Sutton for a 2-point conversion, bringing the Broncos to within 19-8. However, Big Blue stormed back. On 3rd and 17, Jackson Dart completed a 41-yard pass to Theo Johnson off another tipped ball, and the Giants went up 26-8. Dart, in the first half, delivered a couple of touchdown passes. He threw 44 yards to Daniel Bellinger in the first quarter and 13 yards to Cam Scadaboo in the second. Tyrone Tracy added a 31-yard run in the third quarter. And when action resumes, the Broncos will be putting the ball into play from about their 27-yard line. But Denver is facing a very steep uphill climb. We have 10:09 to go, fourth quarter. It's Giants 26, Broncos 8.
Thank you so much, Bruce. So we have a little bit of an update. Adam Schefter says that Daniels is questionable to return with a hamstring injury, so we will monitor that as well, as that could be an injury with a lot of ramifications, and you just hope he's okay to begin with. The Cardinals-Packers.
Hold on. Let me ask you a question.
Uh-huh.
Didn't that injury just happen like 90 seconds ago that he went into the injury tent?
Yeah, and they showed him with a thumbs up, and the Commanders and Schefter have both put out an update.
Oh, so you think that Schefter just got it directly from the Commanders? Because
I
know how good he is, but how the hell does he know 90 seconds after a guy gets hurt and he's coming out? Schefter isn't there. I saw him in the studio on ESPN this morning, so I know he's not at the game. Damn it, he has good sources.
Yeah, we have it on the IG. And that is what it's saying. So their Instagram page. And he also says the Commanders are saying that it is a questionable to return.
Right. So he's so tied into what everybody's saying everywhere. He's that good that he can turn it around and get it out to the rest of the world, because more people are following Adam Schefter on Twitter than the IG of the Commanders. I can guarantee you that. So more power to him.
Well,
he's just that good at compiling this inside information.
Also, seeing Jaden Daniels come out of the tent with the thumbs up, maybe they're just holding him out because this game is over. I mean, they just threw another pick six, and Mariota just threw a pick six to Deron Bland. So that game is over. We have two games that are definitely over here in this 4 o'clock window. That game and this Broncos game after a tip pass touchdown, after a tip pass touchdown on the other side. So I don't think we've ever seen that. The Giants suffering on the defensive side from a tip pass touchdown, and then on the opposite side, the Broncos dealing with the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that Daniels, they're not going to bring him back in this game. They're down 40-15 in the third quarter. They're not coming back. It's over.
And Marcus Mariota, you mentioned a pick six. He was trying to make room in the pocket, and he was just running like a chicken with his head cut off, and he finally threw the ball up for grabs as he got stone cold crushed on the play. It was one of the easiest pick sixes I've ever seen in my life. He just laid it up there as a balloon for the Cowboy defensive back, who wasn't even in good coverage, but he had so much time to close to the ball, he was able to grab it and take it to the house thereafter. Yeah, that game is officially over. Good call by you.
It definitely is. And if, well, let's go out to Bob Stevens, who's got the update from Dallas, as we were just speaking about. Bob has more on that for us. What's going on, Bob?
Okay, 5.5 minutes to go here in the third, and yes, the rout is on, and the Cowboys now lead Washington 41-15, and Washington has lost their quarterback as well. Jake Daniels went out with a hamstring injury here in the third quarter, and Marcus Mariota has replaced him. And, in fact, Deron Bland just picked off Mariota, a pick six, landed back 68 yards for a touchdown. The first interception return for a touchdown by a cornerback this year for the Cowboys. Cowboys had led it 27-15 at halftime, but they added two more touchdowns here in the third. The first one was Dak Prescott's third touchdown pass of the game. It was a 5-yarder to the tight end Jake Ferguson. Fergie's caught 2 touchdowns in this game. That drive was 55 yards on 9 plays, and C.D. Lamb has caught 5 passes in this game for 110 yards and a touchdown. Daniels finished with 12 for 22 for 156 and a touchdown. It was a 5-yarder to Zach Ertz. He also ran for the other Washington score, 1-yard run. So, again, it's all Cowboys right now. 5.5 minutes to go, 41-15 Dallas.
Thank you, Bob. And let's get a quick update from Arizona, as that's been so far the game of the window in the 4 o'clock window. And Adam Green has more for us.
So it started the fourth quarter, and it started with a touchdown pass from Jordan Love to Tucker Kraft, 7 yards out. The extra point tied this one at 20 apiece. This game has gone kind of back and forth. The Packers haven't led. They have kept up in this one and tied it when the Cardinals have taken the lead. So they're kicking off for the Cardinals now to try to respond. But there's about 14:55 left to go in the fourth quarter in this game, potentially, and it is tied up at 20-20. Jordan Love has completed 16 of 23 passes for 152 yards and a touchdown. Trey McBride got his second touchdown catch of the game just before the Tucker Kraft one, so it's a good day for tight end scoring touchdowns in Glendale here. The Trey McBride was a 12-yard pass from Jacoby Brissett. It was short of the end zone. He broke a couple of tackles to get into the end zone for the score. So 20-20 is the score. The Cardinals have the ball now, and what's become a pretty back-and-forth game here in the desert.
Thank you so much, Adam. And Jody, that seems to be the only interesting game so far this window. And a lot of, I was going to wait, and we could get into it a little bit here and maybe more on the opposite side. I feel like I was going to wait for these games to end to ask you this question, but the way the Broncos-Giants game has gone, all the first and second-year quarterbacks so far, who has been the most, let's start here, the most impressive to you? Could be a rookie, could be a second-year quarterback.
If you go in second-year quarterback, then it's the guy we discussed earlier.
Yes.
That'd be Drake May in New England, because he's been stone-cold dominant. We don't know what the injury is for Jaden Daniels. He had already missed a game this year. He'd come out of a couple of games as well after having the unbelievably good rookie year he had. First, we had C.J. Stroud the year before have a rookie year like nobody had ever had before. And then Jaden Daniels comes out and kind of one-ups him, gets a little bit better, raises the bar just a little bit on how good a rookie season could be. Oh, if you put the bar that high, then you got to stay up to it. And Daniels has come back a little bit for several different reasons. I'm not just putting it all on him, the
could be
team, and the
injuries
decision.
to the team, injuries to him.
Right, and he's had a couple injuries. So I'm not crushing Jaden Daniels in the way that he's played, but it hasn't been close between he and Drake May. And Caleb Williams has played better this year, better offensive system, better offensive coach. He's making the progress you want to see, but he's not the equivalent of Drake May. So, and as far as the rookie quarterbacks go, Cam Ward is swimming so much upstream in Tennessee, it's not even funny. And it's easily Jackson Dart is the best rookie. But Jackson Dart is not doing what Drake May is doing in New England.
No.
So I would have to put Drake May on the top of that list.
He's not doing that, and he's not doing what Jaden did. And this is not a criticism of Jackson Dart. It's just they were Drake May's been so great this year, and Jaden Daniels was so great last year. I definitely agree with you on that one as far as those two young quarterbacks have played, definitely. And the reason why I bring this up and is the other question is who has been the big out of all of these? And I'm not putting Cam Ward in this conversation because I don't think a lot of his struggles are on him, but the most disappointing of the young quarterbacks this year.
I don't know that I'd call any of them disappointing. Like I said, I kind of saw this coming with Cam Ward because the Titans are at the very beginning of a rebuild and don't have enough talent around the quarterback. So I'm not going to hold that against them. And Dart has been good. The top three have all been good enough. To answer your question, I would say it has to be Caleb Williams solely because he was the number one pick in the draft. And in comparison to the two guys who went behind him, he's not been as good as either Daniels or May. So just by that logic, I would say, and I'm not saying that Caleb Williams is a massive disappointment, just in comparison to all the others that fit the category that you put out there, yeah, he's probably the biggest disappointment.
So I'm going to throw one out there that, maybe you're not thinking that I'm thinking, but I think it's Bo Nix. I think you can't put Michael Penix in that conversation because it's too early. You can't put what's his name from the Vikings, J.J. McCarthy, in there because he hasn't played enough. And I think Caleb Williams has grown more this year. I think Bo Nix has been a complete regression this year. And today has been last week was bad. This has been his worst performance.
If you're talking about just this year, when I was factoring in for the quarterbacks who had played more than 1 year, I put in what they did last year and what they've done this year. So if you look at the comparison between Nix and Williams last year, where Nix took the Broncos to the playoffs, and Williams this year has the Bears improved, pretty close. If you're just talking about 2025, you're right. Nix has been the guy who's gone backwards and isn't playing as well as he did in his rookie year. So depends on how you define, how you judge the players, whether it's just this year or a combination of years if they've been in the league for that long.
Yeah, we will continue more of that conversation. We've got to react to these 4 o'clock games as they wind down. Packers, Cardinals. That game's tied at 20. That's coming down to the wire. The Chargers have the ball at midfield. They're down 14. We'll update all of this. We'll react to that. We'll react to the 1 o'clock. And we still got to preview Sunday night and the Monday night doubleheader. Anthony Gallo, Jody Mack, Gridiron Game Day. A lot more to get to. Stay tuned.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. 2 minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day, a production of the Infinity Sports Network. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, that's right. Anthony Gallo, Jody Mack. One more hour to go, and then Jody's got you all the way till 10. And these games are winding down. Giants-Broncos 26-16 in the break. The Broncos got the touchdown and the two-point conversion, so they're down 10 as it's 3rd and 5 from the Giants' 35. Broncos they've used their last 2 timeouts, about 4:56 left in that one. Commanders 22, Cowboys 41, as the Commanders are on the 1-yard line trying to, salvage whatever they can. And the Cardinals are up 23 to the Packers 20, 9 minutes to go in that one. Jody, anything stand out to you? Obviously, I think like the easy one is, Jackson Dart here early, but I'm actually surprised because when I last spoke to you on week 5, we both thought that the Cardinals losing that DeMarcado game was going to be a devastating loss to this team, and they've bounced back nicely, win or lose this week.
And then tack on top of it that Murray gets hurt.
Yep.
So Jacoby Brissett, who is your quintessential backup, not good enough to start anywhere, but good enough to hang around in the league for a decade, getting a start in a game that they really shouldn't have any rights to win, and he's got him ahead with 8 minutes to play. The Packers fell behind. All right, that happens. You get even, you give up another touchdown, but then you get even again, and you let the Cardinals go right back down the field. I've seen, because I got the game on, but no volume, it seems like Micah Parsons has made a couple of plays, but still, this Packer defense, if you can't slow down an Arizona Cardinal, Jacoby Brissett-led offense, then you shouldn't be in the conversation for legit contender in your conference.
Not even that. Not even that stop him. They can't. He's efficient, 20 of 27, 216 yards, and 2 touchdowns.
Mm-hmm.
That's
just weak defense. And the Packers are supposed to be a decent defense. Micah Parsons was going to lift them to another level. Not if you can't stop the Cardinals with their backup quarterback running the show.
Yep, and that game, that's 2nd and 10, Green Bay's at the 16. And the Cowboys take over after it looks like, I don't know if it was a turnover or what, but the Cowboys take over. Oh, kickoff. My apologies. In that one. And let's go out and get updated on a couple of these games. The Chargers threatening right outside of the red zone, and Chuck Hayes has more on the Colts and the Chargers.
Yeah, 4:18 remaining in this one, and Justin Herbert just took a huge sack, putting them back on the Colts' 44-yard line. It is 38-24 Colts over the Chargers, and we have 4 minutes and counting in this one. Justin doing everything he can, but, again, with the offensive line that he's playing with, basically rebuilt. He's 36 for 53, 397, 3 touchdowns, 2 picks. And right now he's in a scenario where it's 3rd and 22 from the Colts 40-yard line. He's getting about a 7-step drop, and he's going to throw it down the field. Incomplete down to McConkey right in the end zone. So he'll be 4th down. He's rushed the ball 6 times for 31 yards. Vidal, 9 carries for 20 yards. On the Colts side, they've been in control most of the game. Daniel Jones, 22 of 33 for 275, 2 touchdown passes. It's been Jonathan Taylor's day. He's carried the ball 17 times for 72 yards, 3 touchdowns, a run of 23, a run of 8, a run of 19. And with 3:36 remaining, this will be the Chargers' one of their last gasps with 4th and 22 from the Colt 40-yard line. The Colts in control 38-24.
Thank you so much, Chuck. Let's go out to Arizona. Me and Jody were just talking about Cardinals, Packers. That one's tight, and Adam Green's got more for you.
Yeah, just as soon as the Packers tie it up at 20, Greg Dortch with a nice kick return, which was even added to with a face mask penalty on Green Bay, set the Cardinals up with great field position, which they ended up getting a field goal out of. They went 24 yards in 11 plays. Their potential touchdown drive was ended by another Micah Parsons sack, but Chad Ryan was good from 39 yards out to give the Cardinals a 23-20 lead. And then on the ensuing possession for the Packers, they had a penalty on their return, which gave them terrible field position, and went 3 and out, punting the ball back to Arizona. So they flipped the field a little bit with the kick. It's now 1st and 10 for Arizona at their own 27-yard line, but the score is 23-20 Cardinals, now with a chance to maybe make this a 2-score game if they can punch the ball into the end zone. If not, at least take a lot of time off the clock. It's been a back-and-forth affair, especially here in the second half for Cardinals. Jacoby Brissett in for Kyler Murray is 20 of 27 for 216 yards and 2 touchdowns, both of which have gone to tight end Trey McBride, who has 9 catches for 68 yards and those 2 scores. For Green Bay, Jordan Love is 17 of 26 for 156 yards and a touchdown to Tucker Kraft, and Josh Jacobs has 30 yards and a touchdown on 6 carries. So not necessarily huge numbers, but it is 23-20. The Cardinals have the ball now, 1st and 10 from their 28-yard line, and the Packers, with 7:58 left to go in this game, need to get a stop and get back on offense and try to find some points.
Thank you so much, Adam, and we'll continue to monitor that one. As we're talking right now, I just spent, the last 5 minutes of the last segment burying the Broncos and Bo Nix, and they are now in striking distance. It's still a little unlikely, but they score a touchdown. They're down 4 here. They're going to kick the field goal to get them within 3. So we'll see what happens there. But Jody, some turn of events. If that Chargers game, to focus back in on the Chargers-Colts game a little bit, if the Chargers game stays the way it is and the Colts finish this one here, like we spoke about the Chiefs earlier, the Colts have to be in the conversation for one of, if not the best teams in the AFC.
Whether you thought they were going to be good or not before the season started, I didn't. It doesn't matter. We're 7. Teams not 2-0. Sometimes teams get off to 2-0 start. Oh my God, look how good they are, and then they'll lose 5 out of their next 6 and finish the way they're supposed to. They're going to 6-2 with a win here today. That's more than half the season. Just below a half-season mark, and they've got as good a record as anybody in the National Football League. Damn Skippy, they're one of the best teams in the National Football League. They're the leading scoring team in the National Football League, arguably the best offensive team in the National Football League. I didn't think Daniel Jones had it in him, but the facts are the facts. This is not a big game or two. This is a big half a season, and the Colts are absolutely legit.
Yeah, I think so, too. I didn't think they would be this good. I thought that they would be a legit contender and win that division. Not contender, I mean AFC South contender. And I thought they were going to win that division, but I did not think that they would be this good. And not just because of the quarterback. I just thought that maybe some of their skill positions, some of their defensive skill positions were not as good as some made it out to be. And I was wrong about that. But Daniel Jones has first and foremost been amazing. He's done everything they've asked of. Jonathan Taylor right now is the offensive player of the year, in my opinion, when it comes to his dominance on the ground for them. And he adds another 3 touchdowns today. They are as legit comes in the AFC. And it's a wide open AFC to bat.
Two guys who are legit MVP candidates, and I mean legit.
Yep.
In the entire National Football League, it just so happens they both have to be in the AFC. One is the guy you just mentioned, Daniel Jones. Didn't think there was a prayer that we were going to have him in the MVP conversation at the midway point of the season. More power to you, Danny Dimes. And the other one is the guy we talked about earlier, and that's Drake May. Because the Patriots only have 2 losses. He put up a perfect quarterback rating today. He completed over 90% of his passes. The Patriots had a quarterback by the name of Tom Brady at one point, right? Who most people call the GOAT, greatest of all time, me being one of them. In his entire illustrious career of New England, he never completed 90% of his passes in a game. Drake May did today. He set a record that Tom Brady couldn't. That's pretty damn impressive. So put both Daniel Jones and Drake May in the conversation at the midway point for the MVP of the NFL.
Yes, that is true, and I agree with you 100%. And Daniel Jones has earned that, and he's been, the most surprising offensive player for sure. And Jonathan Taylor he's 100% healthy, and when he is healthy, he is a dominant running back, one of the best in the league, if not the best. And it is a very exciting time for Colts fans. I know our own Ryan Hickey at first wasn't believing, but
man.
He's got to be believing now.
How's Hickey doing? I worked with him the other day. I never even brought the Colts up. Shame on me.
You got to.
I also didn't bring up Penn State. I gave him a pass on that one. So
don't bring up Penn State. Bring up the Colts because he's down on Penn State, but he's up on the Colts. He was down, and it was the other way coming into the season. It is a big third down, and let's go out to Denver and get an update from our guy Bruce Morton, who's at Mile High right now.
All right, Anthony, we have 2:56 to go in this one, and Bronco fans here hope they will be sitting in on an epic comeback. Earlier in this fourth quarter, it was 26-8 Giants. Denver responded when Bo Nix scrambled 7 yards to a score. He hit Troy Franklin with a pass for a 2-point conversion, making it 26-16. Then Jackson Dart threw an untimely interception to Justin Stronad, who returned it to the Giants' 19. That led to Bo Nix throwing 2 yards to R.J. Harvey to pull to within 3. He converted the 2-point conversion, and as we speak, the Giants, on their ensuing possession, are about to go 3 and out. Denver is without timeouts. No matter. There's 2:51 on the clock. The Giants about to punt. All Denver needs to force overtime is a field goal. 2:51 to go in the fourth quarter. Giants precariously lead the Broncos 26-23.
Thank you so much, Bruce. I don't know why they do this to me, Jody. Every week that we do the show, and it is, live during the show, it just can never be easy. It just can't be a smooth finish, where I could just, have a, whether it's a blowout, either way, where we could just enjoy the conversation and my palms aren't sweaty. And, I'm sweating at all parts of my body right now.
Hey, let's be honest. You had basically written this one off as a loss.
It was in the
L column. Yes. So now the fact that they've got a chance to come back tie it, they got a chance to come back win it here in regulation. I know that it's a little nerve-wracking, but you have to be excited about it because this was done. It was gone. It was over. It was an L for the Broncos.
I couldn't even go to London and enjoy the game because I'm sitting there. Everyone around me is having a blast, and I'm stressing that they're about to lose to the Jets, and now I have to deal with it this week. Where it still feels unlikely, but very exciting if they do come back and it'll change. Well, we will have a different conversation about what we just had 2 minutes ago if this one ends up in the win column for the Broncos. But first, before we continue that conversation, let's go out to Dallas as this one feels like the longest game of the day so far. 12:45 left in the fourth. Commanders, Cowboys, and Bob Stevens has got more for us.
Okay, Cowboys just added to their lead as Brandon Aubrey just kicked his third field goal of the game. This one 29 yards, so they now lead 44-22. Aubrey also with a 61-yard field goal this game. Cowboys led 27-15 at halftime, blew it open with a pair of touchdowns in the third to go up 41-15. Prescott, a 5-yard touchdown pass to Jake Ferguson, and Deron Bland, a 68-yard pick six. That was his first pick six of the year, but more importantly, in 2023, he had 5 pick sixes. So an interesting stat there. Washington did get a touchdown late in the third quarter. Chris Rodriguez, a 3-yard touchdown run, capped a 53-yard drive. Marcus Mariota is in there for quarterback for Washington. As we mentioned, that Jaden Daniels got hurt in the third quarter. It was a hamstring injury, and so he is gone. They also lost Dorrance Armstrong in the first quarter with a knee injury, and they've got 11 penalties for 118 yards in this game. So everything that could go wrong for the Commanders has gone wrong. And of course, they came into this game without their top 3 receivers. Daniels went 12 for 22 for 156 and a touchdown, a 5-yarder to Jake Ertz. He also ran for another score of 1 yard. So again, 12:45 left in this one, 44-22 Dallas.
Thank you so much, Bob. And the Broncos just getting into, what the targeted range is in the broadcast. They are in that field goal range as Bo Nix underthrows another receiver. Packers on the Arizona 37, down 3 with 4:26 to go. 2nd and 5 for them, and we will see what happens in that one. Colts, it's the 2-minute warning. They're just out of it. They're going to kneel out the clock most likely, up 38-24 at the Chargers 44. And Commanders, Cowboys, like we heard, they're in the fourth quarter. That game's at 20. That is a slow death for the Commanders. But, Jody, this Cowboys team is tough for me to pinpoint, but they were healthy today. The Commanders were not, and the Cowboys were able to put together a dominant offensive performance yet again with some, defense mixed in there.
Defense was good enough, but this is another offensive showcase for the Cowboys. A couple of things. Number one, man, that Brendan Aubrey is a weapon. A guy who you can just throw out there and go, can you kick us a 60-plus yard field goal? Yeah, not a problem. Boom. And he does. He doesn't miss. It's so nice to have a weapon like that in your back pocket. And the other thing is, and I know you know the guy pretty well, Mr. Williams, running the football for the Cowboys.
Yes.
That was their big bugaboo last year, trying to restart their running game, and had absolutely nobody to do it whatsoever. Surprisingly, a guy like Rico Dowdle, who was a key guy for them last year, is doing pretty damn well for the Carolina Panthers, but didn't do anything for the Cowboys last year. They went out and got Williams as a free agent. They signed both he and the former Eagle running back Sanders. And Williams went in, won the job, certainly the best, and has been dynamite for them all year. Another 100-yard game today, 107 and 16 carries. CeeDee Lamb, big name. Dak Prescott, big name. The Cowboys are better because they got balance, because they can actually run the football. They couldn't run it worth the squat last year, and they're running it this year, so that makes them a legit offensive powerhouse because they got talent on the outside with Lamb and Pickens. Ferguson's got 2 more TDs. I think he didn't have any in the first 5 weeks, and he's got like 5 in the last 2 weeks, something along those lines. All of a sudden, he's become a scoring machine. Yeah, Cowboys have weapons. If they can run the football, they can score a whole bunch of points.
It's the truth. And you know what? I am to blame for this one, but Javonte Williams, we always write guys off, and he had 2 major injuries back to back, and he was never really healthy in Denver. Mm-hmm. And finally, he's healthy. And he's got complimentary football. He also never played in Denver with a consistent passing game. Even last year, it wasn't like they were airing out the ball when Bo Nix took over for quarterback last year. They were a okay offense. They were not a great offense. It was more led by the defense. And he has 2 great wideouts, a great quarterback, and he's done an amazing job. And he's been one of the best running backs in the league, especially the NFC.
There's a which comes first, the chicken or the egg, on both sides of the football in the National Football League. Which is more important? Pass rush making the secondary's life that much easier, or the secondary with great coverage giving the pass rush that extra half second to get there, and they end up doing so. Which comes first, chicken or the egg? You decide for yourself. And on the offensive side, as you just alluded to, does the passing game make it easier for a running back because they can never put the extra guy in the box, and then you can get through that first line and get big-time yards in the secondary, or is it the other way around? Does the running game make the defense play honest, which opens things up on the outside, a lot of single coverage? You can decide either way. Different teams have different ways depending on the level of all the players, but that's what good teams have. They've got balance. You got to be able to run the ball, and you got to be able to pass the ball. You got to be able to get to the quarterback, and you got to be able to cover. The really good teams check all the boxes. But if you check both on one side of the football or the other, you're going to be pretty good on that side.
And oh my goodness, and we will get an update on that once we come back. Jody Mack, Anthony Gallo, Gridiron Game Day. This is the place to be. We will get an update in a bit. Back after this.
Stay tuned for more Gridiron Game Day, a production of the Infinity Sports Network.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. 1 minute remaining. .45 seconds remaining. .30 seconds remaining. .15 seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Anthony Gallo, Gridiron Game Day, Jody Mack, and we will get to that in a second. But first, let's get out to Denver for a super exciting update from our guy, Bruce Morton.
Complete to Robinson.
All right, Anthony, we have 55 seconds to go in this game. The Broncos have pulled off a stunning comeback, down 26-8 with 10:14 left. Denver roared back to take a 30-26 lead. Bo Nix ran 7 yards for a touch, pass to Troy Franklin to make it 26-16. After Giants QB Jackson Dart was picked off, Nix threw 2 yards to R.J. Harvey to make it 26-23 with 3:51 to go. The Giants went 3 and out, and the Broncos wasted no time. Nix threw 31 yards to Marvin Mims, then scored on an 18-yard keeper. That was with 1:51 left, capping a drive that took only 51 seconds. Now the Giants are trying to come back. They just completed a pass they converted a 4th and 11 and tack on a personal foul penalty against Denver, and the Giants are looking at 1st and 10 from the Bronco 40. So the Big Blue still has life. And we have a pass down near the end zone, batted away, and it'll be 2nd and 10 for the Giants. But New York needs to come up with some magic and needs to do so quickly. 2nd and 10 from the Bronco 40. 54 seconds to go in this one. Broncos lead Giants 30-26.
Thank you so much, Bruce. And 2 of those plays, the ball should have been picked off by they've run it into each other, and it looks like Brandon Jones is down there as Hufanga and him collided pretty tough. But we will get a final update. Bruce will probably give us all the details on that as it continues. Let's get out to Arizona, as that's also an exciting matchup. Adam Green has more on the Packers and the Cardinals.
Yeah, for the first time all day, the Packers have a lead. It is 27-23 with under 2 minutes left to go in this one. We got here the Cardinals after they got the ball back, trying to extend their lead, trying to maybe make it a 2-score game. Got as far as their 48-yard line. It was a 4th and 1. They tried their own version of a push and did not get it. The Packers got the 4th down stop in great field position, and then they needed 10 plays to go those 48 yards. Josh Jacobs, a 1-yard touchdown run to punch it in and give them the lead. There was a Tucker Kraft 15-yard catch by him on a 4th and 2 earlier in the drive that really kept things going. And from there, the Packers punching it in the end zone to go up 27-23. Cardinals got the kickoff. They had a holding penalty on their first drive, on their first play. They've since gotten the 1st down. They're at the Green Bay 45-yard line with a pass to Zay Jones for 24 yards. So the Cardinals aren't done yet here. They do trail 27-23. The Packers now have the lead for the first time today. Again, Josh Jacobs' 2nd touchdown of the day. This one was from 1 yard out to give Green Bay the lead. So we're in for an exciting finish here, which seems like what the Cardinals do these days. They either win on, win close, or they lose on a lot of lost second plays. But here they are with the ball down 4 with just over a minute to go at the Green Bay 40 and a chance led by Jacoby Brissett. So yeah, we're in for a good finish in this one.
Talk to you soon, Adam, and we will touch base with him as that one goes final. But our first final of the 4 o'clock window, Chargers Colts, and Chuck Hayes has the recap for you.
Yeah, Anthony, it is all over here in Inglewood. It is the Colts. They go to 6-1 with a 38-24 victory over the LA Chargers. It was a storyline today, I think, of 3 big plays in regards to the Chargers. The Colts have done a phenomenal job controlling everything that they had to do. And why? That's because Jonathan Taylor rushed 16 times for 94 yards, 5.9 yards per carry, 3 touchdowns, along at 23 yards. He had 2 others, one at 8 and one at 19, and that really set the tone for Daniel Jones, who was an efficient 23 of 34 for 288 and 2 touchdowns. When you look at the Chargers side, unfortunately for Justin Herbert, he's playing behind a patchwork offensive line that just gets worse and worse and worse as the season continues. From Herbert's standpoint, he was competitive today all the way to the end. 37 for 55, 420 yards, 3 touchdowns, but unfortunately 2 interceptions. One of those was right before the end of the first half. He was 4th and 7, and check that 3rd and 7 from the goal line. Quentin Johnson was the receiver, was picked off. Nick Cross, the DB from the Colts, made a nice play, and then they took it all the way down the field, and it was 9 plays, 62 yards, and went up at a halftime lead of 23-3. So the Chargers kept trying to climb the mountain. They came back and had a chance to score with 13-1 on their first drive of the second half. Was Quentin Johnson 7-yard touchdown play, and that was set up by a 53-yard catch and run by Rondé Gaston, the rookie from Syracuse. But just when you thought the Chargers had it under control, they gave up an 81-yard kickoff return. Amir Abdullah, the 11-year veteran from Nebraska, made them pay. And what happened on the other end of that? It was Jonathan Taylor, 8-yard touchdown. Michael Pittman, the veteran from USC wide receiver, converted the 2-point play. Chargers answered to go 31-17. Keenan Allen, 4-yard touchdown pass. Picker with the extra point. But then the Colts came right back again. 13 carries, 72 yards at the time for Taylor. He went 19 yards untouched to go up 38-17. The Chargers tried to rally with 13:40 in the fourth, a 15-yard touchdown pass, Rondé Gaston from Justin Herbert, but that was not enough. So the Chargers have got to find some answers in their running game. They have to be able to build this offensive line back. They play on Thursday night against the Vikings. The Colts are on a run. They made their second visit to Southern California, a profitable one, a big win for them, 38-24 here from SoFi.
Thank you so much, Chuck, and we will continue to monitor all the 4 o'clock window and a lot more to cover as well. The Commanders, Cowboys, that one's winding down as the Cowboys just try to put the Commanders out of their misery. And let's go out to Bob Stevens, who's got an update for us.
Okay, less than 3 minutes to go in this one. And, of course, Dallas blowing out Washington 44-22. Cowboys have been in control pretty much throughout. The only time they ever trailed in this game was 8-7 for about a minute in the first quarter. They led 17-8 after 1, 27-15 at halftime, 41-22 after 3. Big game for Dak Prescott, 21 for 30, 264 and 3 touchdowns, 2 to Jake Ferguson. No turnovers for Prescott. One of the touchdowns was a 74-yarder to C.D. Lamb, who is back. He missed 3 games with that high ankle sprain, and he caught 5 for 110 today. George Pickens caught 4 for 82. DeRon Bland with a pick 6 in this game. It was a 68-yarder, and they got a good running game, of course, out of Javonte Williams. 19 carries, 116 and a touchdown, and of course, Brandon Aubrey with 3 field goals. One of those was a 61-yarder. For Washington, Jaden Daniels, 12 for 22 for 156 and a touchdown, also ran for another score. But more importantly, he was injured in the third quarter with a hamstring, and they also lost Dorrance Armstrong to a knee injury in the first quarter and committed 11 penalties for 118 yards in this one. So nothing really went well for them. Marcus Mariota did replace Daniels after the hamstring. He's 4 for 10 for 63. So we're now at the 2-minute mark, and it's 44-22 Dallas. The Cowboys will improve to 3-3-1, while the Commanders will drop to 3-4. So the Cowboys will actually go into second place in the NFC East behind Philly.
Thank you so much, Bob. We will go to our guy, Pete McCarthy, for an update. We'll come back. Me and Jody will continue the conversation, and we'll wrap up the show. And Jody's got you till 10. We'll wrap up the exciting finishes to both these Cardinals, Packers and Broncos-Giants game. And we'll be right back. First, Pete McCarthy with the update.
Infinity Sports Network Sports Flash.
Well, Anthony, you guys are going to have a lot to talk about with this Giants-Broncos finish. The Giants entered the fourth quarter leading 19-0. It was even 26-8 Giants on top with under 5.5 minutes to play, but the Broncos scoring 3 touchdowns in those final minutes and scoring 30 fourth quarter points. The Broncos took a 30-26 lead, but Jackson Dart and the Giants with an answer, helped out by a couple of penalties. There was a 4th and 19. The Giants might have picked it up as a 19-yard pass to Wan'Dale Robinson, but also John Franklin Myers called for roughing the passer, adding 15 yards to that. Then a 38-yard pass interference call went against the Broncos, giving the Giants the ball at the 1-yard line. And the Giants able to get it in. Jackson Dart up the middle for the touchdown. That was after a replay review that it counts. So at the very moment, extra points still pending. Giants 32, Broncos 30, 31 seconds to play in the fourth quarter in Denver. An absolutely wild football game. In the other late games, former Giants quarterback Daniel Jones had the Colts at 6-1, a 38-24 win at the Chargers. Jonathan Taylor adding to his season totals with 3 rushing touchdowns and 94 yards. The Cowboys are crushing the Commanders 44-22. Commanders quarterback Jaden Daniels left this game after aggravating his hamstring injury. Marcus Mariota has been at quarterback in the second half for Washington. The Packers finish off a win over the Arizona Cardinals, 27-23 the final. Jacoby Brissett was game once again, throwing for 279 yards and a couple of touchdowns to Trey McBride for the Cardinals, but the Packers do enough to improve to 4-1-1. The Jets bench Justin Fields. They turned to Tyrod Taylor. Still lose to the Panthers 13-7. The Jets are 0-7. The Patriots with a win over the Titans, and Mike Vrabel's return to Nashville. They're 5-2. I'm Pete McCarthy.
Hey, like us on Facebook. Our handle is INF Sportsnet. That's INF Sportsnet for our Facebook page. This is the Infinity Sports Network.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. 2 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Anthony Gallo, Jody Mack, Gridiron Game Day. 2 exciting finishes to wrap up the 4 o'clock window. And let's first get out to Arizona as Adam Green has a huge update in a what is now final Packers-Cardinals game. What's going on, Adam?
Packers, who come out victorious 27-23, they earned their first road win of the season by almost outlasting the Cardinals due to, in large part, to Micah Parsons. He had 3 sacks on the day, including one on the Cardinals' final drive. Of course, Josh Jacobs had the 1-yard touchdown run to give Green Bay the lead. The Cardinals did move the ball into Green Bay territory, even fairly deep into Green Bay territory. Got to the 26-yard line, had a 1st and 10, and then Micah Parsons got his 3rd sack of the day, and that's it. The Cardinals drive back. Pretty good there. They had one last Hail Mary attempt that Zay Jones caught. He was about 3 yards out of bounds. It's hard to tell. There was a very much of a split crowd here, Green Bay and Cardinals fans, and depending on who's when that was happening, it looked like some Cardinals fans thought maybe it was a touchdown, but he was definitely out of bounds. Wasn't even close, and that's what finished this one off. So Green Bay gets the win. The Cardinals, it's another close loss in a season that's becoming filled with them. A game that they're going to look and say they should have won. Green Bay, of course, is ecstatic that they came away victorious, maybe not playing their best. For the Packers, Jordan Love was 19 of 29 for 179 yards and 1 touchdown. Josh Jacobs had 13 carries, 55 yards, and 2 scores. Tucker Kraft had a good game, 5 catches, 58 yards, and a touchdown. Romeo Doubs, 6 catches, 72 yards. And for the Cardinals, another competitive effort, but another loss for them. Jacoby Brissett was 25 of 36 for 279 and 2 scores, both of them to Trey McBride, who did have a crucial fumble on a sack. Bam Knight, 14 carries, 57 yards. Of note, also, Marvin Harrison Jr. was targeted 6 times, but only had 2 catches for 58 yards in this one. So a very back-and-forth affair. The Cardinals gave it a best shot, of course, but they were the underdogs in this one for a reason. In Green Bay, it wasn't their best effort or cleanest effort. They came through at the end, making the plays that they needed to make to come away with the victory. So the final score here, Green Bay 27, Arizona 23, and that is going to be a wrap here from Glendale.
Thank you so much, Adam. An exciting finish in that one. Not exciting for Cardinals fans
as they lose another heartbreak. Came down to the final play again. And another game that came down to the final play. Jody, it was never in doubt. You know, I never doubted it one bit.
Never in doubt. You lie like a rug, my friend.
And there is also Twitter evidence of me firing the coach and trading the quarterback at the end of the third quarter. So, you know.
I didn't know you'd gone coach. You did it on the air. You went nuclear on Bo Nix, but you didn't call Peyton out on the air. And the penalty, he gets called for running out onto the field, which just makes it easier for the Giants.
Even worse.
Yeah, but then the Giants cannot stop the Broncos from going down the field. How much when they got the ball? Was it 40 seconds?
30. It was 30 seconds, and then they got we're talking about the Giants. They scored with about like 31 seconds left, I think. And then after the kick return, it was under 30 seconds for the Broncos.
That's Pat Mahomesian, what your guy did, Mr. Nix, to get him into position to be able to kick that game-winning field goal. Yeah, we had two tremendously wild games here to finish it off. The Arizona Packer game, I'll tell you, I thought both of them played actually pretty poorly, except for Micah Parsons, and he would be the star of the game in my book. But both the Giant and the Denver offenses were that good. I don't know if it was as much defensive breakdown as it was offensive just excellence, but that was a tremendous game back and forth. I feel badly for the Giant fans, and I know we got a couple of them in the studio as we speak who are pulling hair out of their head, but you get to walk out with a smile on your face tonight, brother.
Well, I'll tell you this much. I feel bad for the guys here. For all my friends who I know are watching because they love to watch my misery on YouTube, I do not feel bad for them. There's a lot of people running their mouths. I will say this, and no Giant fan is going to feel this way right now because of how devastating that loss probably feels. They have a quarterback. They have a running back. They have hope to their season.
Agreed on all fronts, and Dart played really well today, and he did score on the play. At first, they marked him down, and the clock was ticking. I'm going, no, wait, they got to stop this because it looked to me like he got in. They showed the replay. He did dive in. Ball broke the plane of the goal line, and I thought the game was stone cold over, and I'm going, oh, man, I'm going to have to carry Anthony through the last 25 minutes of this show. No such luck. Broncos down the field and kick the game-winning field goal.
Well, and I'll say this much, too. I don't think it was a great – this is not like a shot at Daboll because they coached a great game. Like, he coaches the offensive side of the ball. They were awesome against the best defense in the league statistically. I do think the Browns' defense is a bit better. But Dart made that touchdown happen because they audible out of that tight formation, and he drops back in the shotgun. The Broncos knew that was a sneak, and his ability to stretch the ball there is what got into the end zone.
He can throw and he can run. He is a dual-threat quarterback. What did he run for today? I got the box score here in front of me. Including the touchdown, 9 for 46. That's pretty good. Had a 31-yard run that he busted off during the game. Oh, no, that's Tracy. Dart was 5 for 11.
But that's the most.
Had a 9-yarder.
He had a few scrambles, and to be fair, the Broncos haven't given up a lot of rushing yards by quarterbacks, but he was still effective. He also moved around the pocket with the best pass rush in the league, breathing down his neck, and he probably should have been sacked more. Sacked 4 times, so still a decent amount, but he probably should have been sacked more. And I think, again, the Giant fan is not going to feel this way, but, Tyrone Tracy with a big day, a big run, too, that 31-yarder. Cam Scatterbo was effective at times. Wan'Dale was awesome. Wan'Dale Robinson, we spoke to him, week 5 after their big win against the Chargers. He was awesome, and there's hope there. It's not going to feel like that. And tomorrow I know there's going to be a lot of fans that, maybe same old Giants. But if I'm them, I'm walking away excited.
I don't know about excited, but at least not torn apart, not already given up on the season, because to start the year, it looked like that could be the case, that they could be battling for the Jets with the number 1 overall draft pick, and that is not the case. Even though they're 2-4, they look legit. They really do. Beating the Eagles, having this game in their grasp, slip away for them, but the Giants do look stone cold legit right now for my money, and it all comes back to the quarterback. And I'm not going to put Mr. Dart in the Hall of Fame because of 6 games, But, man, the Giant quarterback play just looks so much different than last year when they had several different iterations, including the end of the Daniel Jones era, and even a couple of years before that with Daniel Jones. This is the best quarterback play the Giants have gotten in a minimum of 3 years, even though the record says they're still only 2-4. If you believe in your quarterback, you believe in your team.
100%. And, going to tonight's game, because we don't have that much time left, Sunday night, Niners, Falcons, and you talk about believing in your quarterback. For the Falcons, that is Michael Penix Jr., and at times he's looked good, and at majority of the times he's been underwhelming. On the other side of the ball, the Niners haven't had their quarterback that they thought was going to be the starter this year. They're still 4-2, and Mac Jones in 4 games has 1,200 yards and 6 touchdowns, so it hasn't been all pretty, but he's been able to move the ball in the air, and the way Christian McCaffrey's been playing, he's had a similar impact, if not more of an impact, than a guy like Jonathan Taylor we spoke about. And this Niners team has been able to overcome their injuries, and tonight they're going to be without Pearsall, Brock Purdy, and Fred Warner. And do you think they can continue to do that and still maintain being a legitimate contender, or they have to get healthy to be the team?
I think the Warner injury could be crushing, because he is the key to their entire defense. They've shown missing guys on offense, Purdy certainly included, because Mac Jones has played as well as he had. If they have McCaffrey, they find ways to move the football. Very good coach, very good system that they run, and Mac Jones has played well beyond what he's ever played before. I don't know how much Warner being out is going to crush that defense. It scares me, and that could be a possibility because he is so important to everything they do. But I do think they'll be able to score points. I don't think Purdy being out has slowed down that offense at all, and give the general manager credit for picking the right backup quarterback. We saw a lot of backup quarterbacks play today. Injury, ineffectiveness, different reasons that guys had to come off the field. You need a backup quarterback. It's a very important position who you hope never gets into a game. But when he does have to get in, you have to be able to have confidence in him. And Mac Jones has given that to the 49ers right now.
He has. And not even just that. Like, obviously, he's been, the major step up for that team. But whether it's Tonjes at tight end, whether it is, Robinson and why am I forgetting his name? And Kendrick Bourne at wide receiver, because they haven't had Juwan Jennings and Ricky Pearsall for the majority of this season. They have had guys step up, and this is a credit to what they've been able to build there in San Francisco. And this has been a consistent theme now for 6-7 years with this franchise, that they've been able to fill in when guys are hurt. Fred Warner, like you said, might be the one that they finally meet their match with. And you never want to see somebody get hurt, but they were able to weather the storm at tight end, weather the storm at wide receiver. At times last year they were able to weather the storm, or not last year because they missed playoffs, but with Christian McCaffrey, he's been prone to miss games. And this year he's been the one guy who's been consistently out there, so maybe that's the difference with this team. But I like this Niners team. Seeing how the Fred Warner injury affects them will determine how much I believe they can go. And for the Falcons, Bijan Robinson and Drake London last week put out, stellar performances. And if they have that kind of, ability on offense, their defense is much improved. What do you see the Falcons doing this year? Can they compete in what is a weak NFC South?
Well, I wouldn't call it weak with Tampa sitting on top. And if Tampa finds a way to win against Detroit this week, and Detroit has got another massive long list of injuries, specifically on the defensive side, specifically in the defensive backfield. They may get Mike Evans back. Yeah, if the Bucs can beat the Lions, and they've only got one loss, the only team in the league with one loss, oh yeah, I can't call that division weak. Falcons could win tonight. I think it's a toss-up game. I think go either way. I think it's a big game for Penix, because when he's good, he's been really good. When he's been bad, he's been pretty bad. And he hasn't had a streak of a good 3 games together. So if tonight is a big game for him, I'll believe a little bit more in him. But I'm not going to call the tail end of that division is weak. but with the Tampa Bay Bucks playing the way they are at the top, I don't think you can call it a weak division.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think I got ahead of myself there. I don't believe in the Panthers. I think they have a great defense, but I've also seen the defense get picked apart, and that is a defense that shut out the Falcons, to be fair in what I'm saying. And I am not a complete believer in the Falcons, and it doesn't really have to do with the quarterback. It doesn't have to do with the two guys I named in London and Robinson. It's more the offensive line is not great. Their defense, although improved this year, I don't know if I trust it, and I think a part of it's who they faced. Part of it's also, the timing of who they faced, but you can only play when and who you're facing at the time you are, so it's not like they control that. Tonight would go a long way in making me a believer, and not necessarily them being a contender, but definitely being a playoff contender.
Well, when you beat a team like Buffalo, everybody pays attention.
Yep.
So the Falcons rightfully grabbed the attention. It's a good sign for the coaching staff that off a bye you can beat a team like Buffalo that you're a major underdog against. So that was a good win last week. But again, you got to follow it up with another one. You got to be able to bunch them together. That's why I think tonight's a big game for Penix.
Jody, you are the man. It's great being back with you and catching up. Thankfully, it was. I'm sorry it wasn't in a win for your Jets, but thankfully, we got a little bit of excitement here for myself at the end.
It was. Good for you, my friend, and we will do it again next week.
Jody, we will talk next week. As always, Jody will be back 6 o'clock next week. But stay tuned because he's got you from 8 to 10 after I hop off the air. Shout out to Jack, Nico, Billy, as always, holding it down on the other side of the glass. Pete McCarthy, Tony Pierno on updates. An exciting week. Be back next week. Same place, same time. Infinity Sportsnet, BetMGM, NFL Week 8. It never is a dull moment, and we'll be back with all the action, all the updates, fantasy, gambling, right here. Gridiron Game Day. I'm Anthony Gallo. We will be back next week, 12 to 8. Stay tuned. Jody's coming up next.
You're in a 5-minute break.